What's up, chat? Good morning from the floor of the Football Manager World Cup. As of right now, all of the groups are officially in action. Do you know what that means, chat? That means that the next time all these guys stop playing Football Manager, 16 of them will be eliminated. That's what that means. That's what that means, chat.
Morning, Zealand.
Good morning, man. The next time these guys stop playing Football Manager, 16 of them will be eliminated. This is the first ever Elimination Day at the Football Manager World Cup. And Group A, of course, kicked off first, so you know, I'm thinking we start out watching them. I've got the streams up here. I'm trying to see if we've got some. You know, some Asian Champions League going on. We don't expect any of the 4 teams that won the Asian Champions League last time to lose it, but hey, Reyes. I thought, you know, look, I appreciate it, but I feel like people have picked up on it now. Everybody should answer at least one question at the press conference, in particular Portugal on day one, that big turnaround. Just because a bunch of people looked at the leaderboard and saw that they were in last place didn't mean they'd performed like a last place team. And obviously they proved that the next day. Yeah, I don't think too many teams get eliminated. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't think too many teams get eliminated. I think you have 3 days. You play 3 whole seasons. You get every team is able to play the majority of the tournament. You know, I think that's I think that's fine. I think that makes sense. RDF's trying to buy Lamine Yamal. I mean, why not? He's not going to get him, though. I talked to Team Malaysia last night. They got Lamine Yamal because he was upset at Barcelona. It was an opportunistic, it was a smart, opportunistic signing. But that's why they got him. It's not like you can just go buy Lamine Yamal Season 1 with Dinamo Zagreb, you know? All right, guys. Here's the situation today. I'm not on camera because I forgot to do that. But I hope you guys are doing well. I'm getting some breakfast in me right now, which is a very, you know, it's very exciting. All right, let's do this. Chow, thank you so much for the Prime. Nick, thank you for the Prime as well. Original name guy, thank you so much for the 29 months, man. I appreciate you supporting the stream. Pankatala, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. What did Spain get up to in their spare 3 hours? They were playing friendlies yesterday in like August. I'm going to go look over at Spain right now. They, oh, I'm in the wrong group. Ooh. Oh, there they are. No, I'm in the wrong group again. Okay. Now Spain, they're already playing league matches. Obviously, they're actually watching highlights today, so maybe they're going to accidentally jinx themselves. But they're already watching highlights today. They had a huge day yesterday. That like if they literally do what they did yesterday again, I think they probably get out of the group. Yeah. Press conferences are interns. It can be a great experience for them. No, I don't think the press conferences are interns. Most of the questions come from the TV crew at the press conference, and then they have like the community questions. You can ask the questions online and stuff. Oh yeah, I should have been paying attention to the Super Cup stuff at the start here, but you're saying Spain has won the Community Shield but lost the Super Cup. Thank you so much for the update. We're going to catch everybody up. Who doesn't know what happened yesterday because they didn't read my Twitter thread? Just messing with you. You're tuning in to know what happened. So this is the league table for Group 1. You've got the German team. They've literally scored every possible point over the course of the first day. They have 235 points to their name. It's kind of ridiculous. Then you have Cafer Arslan leading the Turkish team. They're at 230 points. Okay, they have literally only missed the day. They've literally only missed the daily challenge on day 1. They have picked up every other point. It is entirely possible the two best teams in this entire tournament are Germany and Turkey. They are running just right next to each other up to the top. We are expecting towards the end of today, just projecting out with my clairvoyant kind of Nostradamusisms that they are going to be playing in a very important Club World Cup at the end of the day. Now, if they are able to win everything up to that point, the Club World Cup at the end of the day is going to determine whether it's Germany or Turkey or whether they both slip up. And Belgium, who's here at 223 points, who had a monster day yesterday, Jean-Francois Leclerc, they have an opportunity, I think. It's going to be very, very difficult for Norway. They are not in the Club World Cup. They lost in the Asian Champions League final. It feels crazy that it all kind of comes down to something that narrow, but those are the margins here. They're at 210 points. And then Saudi Arabia just can't win the cups inside the actual Japanese league. They've performed well. They won the Asian Champions League. They've won the league both times, but they've only won 1 of 4 domestic cups during the season. They've won the Super Cup twice, but 191 points. It's probably too far gone from Mohamed Alem. But that is the situation in Group A. They are all underway. They've been playing for nearly an hour, and they are all involved in Asian Champions League action. They will be involved in the early rounds, of course, not only of league matches, but of the cups as well. And we don't expect there to be any issues for Germany or Turkey or really any of these teams, except for Saudi Arabia, just because they have a history of having issues with like the All Japan Cup, basically. But we don't expect them to have any issues when it comes to being able to handle the cup. Work the Space just won the Super Cup. We're going to get over there in a second, but first a look at Group B. You take a look at Enzo Bento. He's at the top of the group right now, 195 points, coming off a league win, an FA Cup win, a Super Cup win. He's going to have a Super Cup coming up at some point. Then in second, the Spanish team. They went from 4th to 2nd yesterday with a huge treble. They managed to do it at warp speed. We don't know if they're going to play at that pace again, but we do know that they were able to spend a lot of time in their offseason trying to perfect their team. Then there's Dani Almeida from Portugal. He won the league in a stunning turn, also managed to win the League Cup and put himself in position on the final day. And Rowan van Leeuwen of the Netherlands, he is in position as well. So there are 4 teams that are within kind of 24 points. They are all going to be headed into the Champions League. Rowan didn't even win the league yesterday. If he had managed to do that, he would have been able to make this group even tighter. He finished in 2nd in the league and won the FA Cup, but somebody making a big Champions League run might be able to steal it. And Jae Ryung-hoo, the people's favorite, he got knocked out of 3 different cups in the last 8 matches over the course of yesterday, or 3 different competitions, including the league. And he dropped a lot of points there, so he's down at 154 and is likely out of it. He said he realizes the situation. He's there playing for fun. South Africa's at August 1st right now. We know that Spain is already playing. It's I think I just watched them lose the Super Cup. I think that's what I was just looking at. But they are kicking off their inaugural league match at Bournemouth right now, so they're not like too far ahead everybody else. We're looking at the Dutch working on some transfers. We're looking at the South Korean national team working on some transfers. That brings us to Group C, another group where teams are putting up absolutely ridiculous, absolutely gaudy, absolutely gargantuan numbers, right? Iksan Taufik of Indonesia, leading Team Indonesia to 236 points. If they had won the Champions League penalty shootout that they were in yesterday, this would already be over. They didn't, so it's not, because France did win the Champions League and is on 212 points and has pulled itself into second. Florian Grippon has not been talked about as one of the best managers in this tournament. Maybe he should be. Him and Joel, not only do they bring the energy, they've been bringing results. The problem is they were unable to win the Portuguese Cup. That would have made it even closer. Patrick Samirsky, quarterfinals of the Champions League. That was a brutal loss because he has been stomping the league domestically, so he's down to 206 points. Also lost the Europa League final the day before. Those two knockouts have cost him in Europe. This group has really come down to European performance, and the reason I know that is because Work the Space had the best domestic season in the history. The best domestic season in the history of Portugal. Okay, 34 league matches, 33 wins, 1 draw. He won the Super Cup, he won the League Cup, he won the Portuguese Cup, but he lost in the round of 16 in the Champions League and finds himself at 186 points because he was already behind. So even though he had really one of the most impressive seasons you could possibly have on Football Manager, he has lost points to Indonesia because they made it all the way to the Champions League final and they won all of the same trophies. That brings us to Nirjar Mitra of Team India, obviously also already out of it, has struggled to produce anything more than 2 trophies in a season, which is stupid as that sounds. That's not gotten him close to the top of the league. He's won the League Cup and the league both times, but has not been able to get a European trophy, so on and so forth. Hasn't been able to win the Portuguese Cup either, which is definitely going to haunt him. But those streams are underway. We've got our league leaders in Indonesia currently working on contract negotiations with João Cancelo, which would be a wild signing. Then you've got Team France, who are still working their way towards the Super Cup. They have not played it yet. Team Poland, that is also working its way towards the Super Cup. And then we've got Team England. Jacathan, a dominant 6-2 win in the Super Cup. 5 points that just need to be picked up in this situation. And 5 points that were picked up in this situation. We'll watch along for the celebration.
If he scores another own goal, that'd be funny.
Oh, he actually has. He actually has.
Football Manager is scripted. Football Manager is a scripted universe that we live in. He's got 2 braces.
That's amazing.
He's been gentle and kind to Benfica. You won't get this on the other streams, chat.
No.
If you want to watch a team that are probably going to finish 3rd or 4th, win a Champions League or try to, or lose their mind trying, that's why you're here today.
This is so funny. I don't think anything more memeable has happened.
Hold the corn.
Yeah, up the corn. Come on. No, I think
so. The spirits are high with Team England. Obviously, they know they need a minor miracle in order to advance. They basically need a perfect season, and part of that is winning that cup. Now, something important to remember for Team France, they get a shot at an extra 5 points that Team Indonesia is not going to get a shot at. Just, something to keep in mind. They get the shot at the extra 5 points. I'm going to move myself down here so we can get the little French flag in. Nice. But they get the shot at the extra 5 points because they have a European Super Cup. So they can gain 5 more points on Indonesia and kind of close that gap even more. They can close it to 19. But still, if you're going to actually get that, you need Indonesia to drop something, like a round of 16 loss in the Champions League or something that would open the door. I don't know if the Club World Cup is going to come into play for this group. I know it's going to come in play for the Japanese group in Group A. I don't know. Maybe I should. No, the European Super Cup. The European Super Cup's winner of Champions League against winner of Europa League. So France will be the favorite in that. This might be that match. I don't know. No, they play Aston Villa in the UEFA Super Cup. That's wild. You can see it on their schedule right here. But they've got the Portuguese Super Cup against Porto. And then they have the European Super Cup against Aston Villa. And they kick off the league as well. So that's their situation kind of early in the season. Is the German assistant coach a cool guy outside of his press conference? Yeah. He's actually a Football Manager content creator, somebody that I've known. I've been aware of, somebody I've been familiar with. Sorry, with the Portuguese Super Cup, yeah, it's the same as the Community Shield, yes. And that brings us to Group D. Group D, who we have not kind of briefed you on yet. Now, this is maybe the most interesting group in the entire final day. They've kicked off about 15 minutes ago. We don't expect them to have any matches that they... I'll get this refreshed. JD La Piedra of the Peruvian national team came over and said hey to me earlier. The excellent vibes around the team that was in first, but just look at this group table. Look, no cap, for real. 172 points for Team England, 171 points for Team Malaysia, 169 points for Team Lithuania, and 165 points for Team Peru. The difference between all of these teams is like one trophy, one round in the cup, right? I mean, it is just so close between the top four teams in this group. Obviously, Team Switzerland unable to win the league in the first season. That really kind of knocked them out of contention, but we are focused on the top four teams. And any one of those four teams, like you don't have to imagine a collapse or an early FMing or design like any one of those four teams, as long as they just do really well, especially because this is the Dinamo Zagreb group. We're not expecting to have a Champions League winner out of this group, but if somebody can make it to a Champions League semifinal, right, and everybody else goes out in the round of 16 or the quarters, right, that could be all of the difference in the world to get that team into the knockouts. This is all going to come down to who can get that deep European run, as long as there isn't a choke in the cup. We saw it yesterday. Lithuania lost in the cup semifinal on penalties. That's obviously cost them. That's really just knocked them out of being in first place. They would have had a bit of a they had a bit of a lead that evaporated when they lost in the Croatian Cup. Champions League draws are definitely going to be a huge thing. But the managers are underway. And if you are a fan of the host nation, if you're a fan of England, this is England's only opportunity to have a representative likely in that live final day, unless Indonesia decides to basically stop playing to let work the space back into it. But even if Jack has the perfect season, it is very unlikely that England's going to be able to get through in Group C. So the only hope for England is in Group D, and that would be RDF tactics. But there are three other countries in Malaysia, Lithuania, and Peru that are going to try and stop that from happening. But we'll head to Group A because we expect the most drama in Group A early, because there will be Asian Champions League going on before too long in this group. But chat, I need to know, and I need to know now, who are the four nations that will be playing tomorrow? I need to know. Your picks for who's going through. RDF did get his 8 points. Yes, it's been added. How's the next round work? It's like a fantasy draft. Red Hammerhead said Germany, South Africa, Spain, and England. Ooh. So I feel like the two... Well, you can't be South Africa and Spain. It has to be one from Group C, which is... You're going to be Indonesia or France or Poland if you're feeling like Indonesia is going to slip up a little bit. Oasis tickets are stressing me out. You can watch the concert on... I mean, I kind of just gave up hope of ever seeing Oasis live, to be honest with you. Germany, Spain, Indonesia, Malaysia. Germany, South Africa, Indonesia, England. You're going with the top one in each group. I think it'd be very... I'm going to go... I don't know. This is difficult. I feel like I want to pick the hard ones first. I'm definitely going to pick Indonesia. I definitely think Indonesia is going to advance out of Group C. I think Group A is definitely a little complex. I think Group B weirdly seems to have gotten away from everybody. I would be surprised if it wasn't South Africa. But the way that Spain was able to play, obviously, yesterday, that's going to put some pressure in. Praying for Portugal has a chance. But if South Africa, obviously, because South Africa's in the lead, if South Africa goes and wins everything this season, if they do the quintuple, right, you win the Super Cup, and then you win everything else, nobody's going to catch them. Right, and so what you need is for South Africa maybe to go out in the round of 16 of the Champions League. You need them to not win the league, which this is the Premier League. It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible to not win the league. Kind of unlike almost every other one of these groups, the league is still a factor in Group B, even in Season 3, which is very exciting. A year old. Oh, thank you so much for the year, brother. I appreciate it. Did you seem tired? Is the jet lag affecting you? No, dude. I've been here for like 5 or 6 days. I've just streamed like 13 hours each of the last couple of days. Whoa. Just need to get some food in me. Beautiful. What is this? A stem ginger biscuit? Group A and C are almost guaranteed. I mean, no, Group A is definitely not. There is going to be a Club World Cup at the end of the day where it's basically who goes farther in the Club World Cup, Turkey or Germany. That's just kind of what it's going to come down to. Like, who is going to go farther in the Club World Cup? Now, C, weirdly, I feel like, as good as Group C has been, if you don't win the Champions, like France and Poland have to win the Champions League, basically, to have a chance. And then they also need Indonesia to drop. The problem is they need Indonesia to drop a lot more than Turkey needs Germany to drop. You know what I mean? Like, Turkey is right behind Germany. They're 5 points behind.
A whole year of watching a man playing
one
a game,
mistake.
Lots of love, and on to the next one.
Luke, thank you for supporting the stream, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate the year. Voodoo, thank you for the 4 months, my dude. I appreciate that as well. If Germany makes a mistake, where do you think they'll make a mistake? I think it would be hard draw in the Club World Cup, and they get grouped. And then Turkey makes it to, like, the Club World Cup final. I think that is the most likely scenario where you see Turkey supplant Germany. But I think that's way more possible than Indonesia dropping 20. I mean, where is Indonesia going to drop 24 points, man? Sorry, 19 points, because there is a free 5 points out there in the European Super Cup for Germany. But where's Indonesia going to drop that? The only way they're going to drop that is if you get the full 15 points for a Champions League and Indonesia doesn't win the Champions League. If Indonesia doesn't win the Champions League and France does again, or Poland does, now we're having a conversation, right? But that's where the opening is in Group C. Right, in Group B and Group D, it's different. Right, in Group B, there is a ton of pressure on the league, right, because you're talking about South Africa having to win the Premier League again. You're talking about there's so many different, you've got the League Cup, right, and you've got the FA Cup, and both of those, unlike, in Portugal, they aren't the prohibitive favorite to win, right? If you draw, 4 of the big 6 in a row, it's going to be hard to win those cups. And we've seen that happen. We saw Spain and the Netherlands get knocked out really early in the League Cup. We saw Portugal get knocked out kind of early in the FA Cup last time, right? Like, if you draw a really good team and just lose in penalties early on, that can totally happen. And that opens up 10, 15 points that somebody can then go and pick up. So the 20-point lead South Africa has is way more assailable than the 20-point lead that Indonesia has. Just because of the nature of the beach, just because there's more variety in what can happen going into Season 3 in the Premier League. And then, of course, Group D is all just going to come down to Europe. And what we've got to track kind of early on in the day is we got to make sure that all of these teams get into the Champions League group stage, because they are not guaranteed a trip in there. And if they happen to get an annoying draw, or they happen to get FM'd in a home and away trying to get into the Champions League group stage, that could basically knock one of our 4 contenders out here in Peru, Lithuania, Malaysia, or England. Because it might just, all things being equal, come down to who goes the farthest in Europe. and all of them believe. I mean, of the 4 teams, which is more than any other group. Actually, I would say Group B. There are 4 teams that legitimately believe they can make it. Again, for all the reasons we just talked about in Group B. I think in Group C there are 3, and I think in Group A there are 3. Because as wild as it would be, Belgium is also in the Club World Cup. If Belgium wins the Club World Cup, they could do it, right? If Belgium wins the Club World Cup, it is possible for it. We've spent all of this time talking about Germany and the rest of the time talking about Turkey. What if it was Belgium? Right? What if after all that time, it was Belgium? Yard Dash, thank you for the 3 months in advance. Nice work, the coverage. I appreciate it. Thank you. Enjoy your lack of ads for the rest of it, and I appreciate you supporting the stream, man. It's not a mistake. It's bad luck. I mean, it's just, the whole deal here is proving who, it's turning Football Manager into a contest where the person that's the best at Football Manager is able to win. And part of the nature of this game is that sometimes you get a hard draw, right? I mean, we hear Jack talking about, well, we tired of drawing English teams in the Champions League, right? And Jack is, I'm not trying to disparage Work the Space here because he's had an unbelievable tournament. I mean, I have never had a season like he had season 2 with Sporting. Okay, 33 wins in 34 matches with the other being a draw is obviously the second best possible season that you can have, right? Like, he's clearly built an amazing team. But he lost to Aston Villa in the round of 16 of the Champions League. Indonesia drew freaking Real Madrid in the quarterfinal. That's a terrible draw. And they beat them 5-0. Right? So there are levels to the game here. Right? There is that difference. Right? I'm not saying that Jack didn't deserve to win that game. He had ridiculous amount of XG, and he's been unlucky in this tournament. But being able to handle it's not like the teams that are at the top got easier draws. Right? We watched, I think the round of 16 draw for South Africa was like Bayern in the Champions League. They still got to the semifinal, right? Would it be nice to double or triple points on day 3 to make it more interesting? I think it's plenty interesting. I think Group A, dude, you won't be saying that when you're watching the Club World Cup with Group A, right? Or literally all of the Champions League knockouts with Group D. I mean, you also don't want to devalue anything either, right? You don't want to come in and be like, well, the first 2 days didn't matter, or it's all going to be settled on the final day. What you don't want to do is give the RNG too much power, because over 3 years, you're figuring the RNG is going to kind of balance out. You're going to have your opportunities, you're going to have your openings, and you have to take advantage of them. Do I think transfers made a huge difference? Yeah, transfers did make a huge difference. These teams, these competitors have displayed serious transfer ability. And it's the ability to do those transfers quickly, which obviously I don't have, that they're doing. Have the teams in Japan strengthened enough to win the Asian Champions League easily? I don't know if I want to go out on a limb and say that they're going to win the Asian Champions League easily, but they've definitely strengthened. I think an issue we saw with a lot of these teams, something that the Norwegian team talked about, something that I think the Belgian team talked about after the Asian Champions League, is that they actually made a lot of signings they couldn't register. Just think about this. They had to register their team for the Asian Champions League, at the start of the Asian Champions League, which is, October, September. And then they have their entire winter window, which is their off-season transfer window, but you can only add 3 of those guys to the roster. So they had a lot of players that they weren't able to register that are now actually registered for the Asian Champions League. So the team's going to be better just because of that. Just because of the signings they made last year are going to be in there. So, I mean, we're looking at, again, it shows you the level of these guys are playing at, but we're looking at a situation where they were really using mostly the original roster to win that, like to win the Asian Champions League. France is playing Villa right now. All right, we'll have our first little ride along for a match of the day because this is a huge match for Team France. They need these 5 points. It feels early to say that it feels weird to say that this early, but they need these 5 points if they're going to win. And they already have a 1-0 lead, so this is a big start for France. Oh my God, they've got a second goal. Florian Grippon's going to try and keep this spicy and interesting as long as possible, man. They know they need to be perfect today. Everybody in Group C knows they need to be perfect to catch Indonesia on the last day.
Ouais, frère, c'est abusé. On est une équipe, frère, c'est vraiment une équipe de basket.
On
va peut-être faire des changements.
Ouais, change peut-être le
latéral. On attend cette action.
Mais là, on prend tout.
On va mettre Wag. Max Aaron, on va mettre Reneda. Peut-être à la place d'un stash, on va envoyer Sugo.
You need to translate the French for us? Yeah, give me like a month on Duolingo and Rosetta Stone. Oh, wow. Beto just got sent off. I wonder what that carries over to. Does that carry over to anything? Like European group stage or something? I actually have no idea.
On mène 2-0, on a la balle. Il va pas, on n'a pas, voilà, en plus on a grande action. Donc, voilà, bon.
Oh. No way, they're going to score again.
Mofi sur un côté.
Team France picking up a big 5 points. It feels stupid to say the Super Cup is so important, but you need. If they're going to win it, it's going to be incredibly close, and they need every single point that they can get their hands on, and they've gotten their hands on the 5 points they needed from the European Super Cup. That turns the Champions League win for them into a 20-point producer. Turns it into a 20-point producer.
Absolument prendre. Ça, les gars, c'est des...
Là, on met...
On récupère des points sur l'Indonésie, là.
It does transfer to European group stages, so Beta will be suspended for their first European match, but of course, there are 8 of those. There are 8 of those in the new Champions League format, so no matter who they're looking at. Chen Yujun, nice. But we did hear about a particularly wild transfer. Arda Güler on loan to Japan. I mean, shout out to the Turkish team for repping, first of all. But Arda Güler on loan to Japan. Do I see an Arda Güler? I don't think I see him. The gap is now just 19 points instead of 24 at the top of the group. And of course, they all should be picking up the Super Cup in Portugal, but it is a one-off match. And so it is possible for them to drop that Super Cup. And if for whatever reason, Indonesia is really just trying to sign players right now. But if for whatever reason you see a team actually drop that Super Cup, then that's 5 points. Boom, just like that. Lika's managed to get Lamine Yamal on loan. Apparently, he ends up in fights with Brighton more often than you'd think. Because that's how Team Malaysia has Lamine Yamal going into season 3 at Dinamo Zagreb. Like, actually signed. They said they got him for about $40 million because he was falling out and late in his contract. Yannick Hauser off to a flying 2 wins from 2 start here for Dinamo Zagreb. He's looking to just put together a respectable final season. Boy, it would be something if he just went on and won the Champions League somehow. And I mean, I'm going to be entirely honest. I think we won't see any of these teams get past the quarterfinal. If Yannick Hauser wins the Champions League, he might actually still be able to get out of this group. I mean, it's 1,000,000 to 1. thread the needle type shot. But it might be possible for like Yannick Hauser might not actually be out of this. Who's my personal favorite from every group? Oh, I don't want to play favorites. I will say, having met all of these guys, like, how are you supposed to pick between the vibes of Peru and the vibes of Lithuania? I don't know. I don't know if I could do that. What are the daily objectives today? That I will get pulled up right now. The daily objectives for today in this group here, it is score at least 15 goals across all competitions for the player born in or after 2005. So you need 15. I mean, you can probably get that in the league, right? If we're being entirely honest, if I were them, my thought process would be we need to get a young forward that we can start in league matches and hope and put on penalties in the league, and then hopefully win from that. For the Yokohama F Marinos, it's sell to a team that competes in the first division of a European league for $2.5 million without add-on clauses. So you need to make a for-profit sale to a European league and achieve 20. And for Brighton, it's achieved 20 goal contributions across all competitions with a newly transferred player that was born in or after 2005. I think they were getting some clarification on that. I think it's probably just a player that you signed over the course of the save. That has 20 goal contributions that was born after 2005. Now, that would also explain why Leek is trying to go for Lamine Yamal, because he would satisfy that requirement. He would satisfy that requirement. Because if you get Lamine Yamal and he can get 20 goal contributions, then you nail your daily objective. Now, that is a hidden, free 5 points that a lot of people, can tend to overlook. Objective 1, score 15 goals, 1 player. Objective 2, get Oasis tickets. Yeah, get a ticket to the get a ticket to Oasis. That's your daily objective. Then give it to the tournament administrator. That would be it. All right, we know one of the teams that is already super duper involved in the action is the Spanish team. We're going to check in on them live. Oh, this is a huge chance. This is a chance for 5 points right here. This is a chance for 5 more points for Brighton. They have a 1-goal lead in the European South American Super Cup because they won the European Super Cup. They're in the European. Wow. Spain has a chance to pick up 5 more points because they won the European Super Cup and now they're in the European South American Challenge and they are beating Internacional. I don't know how to say it with Portuguese. I don't know how to say it right. But they are beating them 2-0. We'll ride along with the Spanish team here.
Vamos pa' Fundi. Vamos pa' Fundi.
The one trophy we always forget about. I want to make sure it's on the scoring sheet here.
No cambiamos nada, ¿verdad? Adelante.
Hay un parón internacional ahora.
Bien.
Que por cierto, no hemos hecho lo de mandar los 45 minutos.
No ha llegado el mensaje. ¿Tú has visto el mensaje?
No. Probablemente me has venido cuando no hemos ido de vacaciones.
International Super Cup, worth 5 points. It is on the scoring sheet.
Esta sí es clasificatorio, probablemente no sea nosotros.
So this is a 5-point pickup for Team Spain in their pursuit of Team South Africa. This is 5 points that Team South Africa cannot get, which means Spain is trying to pick up 10 points that South Africa can't get. But, of course, they fumbled the FA Community Shield, which is 5 points that South Africa can get back on them. It's going to be very difficult to try and keep track of all of the scoring that's happening over the course of all of this. Germany facing Al Nassr in the final of the Asian Champions League. Thank you. It looks like that 5 points is in the bag for Spain, so we're going to head back over to Group A to take a look at some of that action. I was not live. Oh, they are playing Al Nassr right now. We'll check in. 1-1 in Saudi Arabia. This was the score last time.
Aber mal gucken, das erste Spiel, das Hinspiel ist auswärts. Also wenn wir hier...
This is literally all the marbles right here. This is the one match before the Club World Cup that Germany could lose, and that would open the door. And of course, it's a Champions League match. We don't know where Turkey's at in the Asian Champions League. We haven't been able to find those results yet. But the German team up 5 points right now in Group A. The Terminators of this tournament. They've won every single possible point, and they've got the lead, 2-1. Maybe. Oh, he's offside. Okay. But remember, they won this like 5-0 in the second leg. I think it was against Al Nassr as well. No, those are both German Football Manager streamers. Those are German me's that are in the background. South Africa lost the Community Shield. That's a big opportunity. They still have like a 10-point advantage. Oh, big goal. Big goal for Team Germany, and they take a 2-1 lead at Al Nassr in Saudi Arabia. What's up, Maxime?
Dann wird's perfekt.
Der ist leider shiften müssen. Aber jetzt diesmal haben wir ja die Wechselspieler.
Aber kann sich ja dann erholen, so viel.
Thank you for the 16 months, dude. Thank you for supporting the stream.
Weil letzte Saison hatten wir ja das Problem, dass wir gegen Ende dann so stark abgefallen sind, weil wir niemanden einwechseln konnten.
Allowing us to do stuff like this, I appreciate it. The Saudis have scored an equalizer in the Japanese Cup. I love the Saudi team so much. They're so much fun.
Also die Kontrolle
Every match they play is close
wieder
somehow.
wirklich komplett bei uns, also abgesehen von am Anfang diese zwei Chancen.
Turkey's facing Al Ahly in the final. Okay. This is going to hit back-to-back here. They both need to win it. Considering Team Germany spends most of its time in the Japanese domestic season at this point talking about various cucumber watering techniques, you can tell how much they're on edge for this tie. They know they're playing an actual, a team that can threaten them here. No, but Turkey and Germany had the fastest pace of play, so we expected them to hit the Asian Champions League final first. Then it'll likely be Norway, then it'll be Belgium and Saudi.
Letztes Jahr vom Fußball erwischt, weil letztes Jahr hast du keine einzige Szene von Al Nassr gesehen und die sind ja direkt ins Pressing reingegangen. Ja, stimmt. Ist okay, wir nehmen den Auswärtssieg mit.
Yeah, I agree with him. He's saying it's okay. It is okay. A 2-1 win is okay. They were absolutely sensational at home. In the last match that they played, they were absolutely sensational. Turkey closing in a final against Al Ahly. We need to probably bump these live. Doesn't look like they have that match coming up yet. This is League to Champions of Asia, but it is not the final. It looks like Belgium's about to go into an Asian Champions League semi or quarterfinal. We'll check up on where Team Norway is, other than top of the league. Not quite sure yet. But I'm a pretty good investigator. I think we might be able to figure this out. Well, they're into the next round. I see them winning an Asian Champions League match with the utmost comfort there. And Team Saudi Arabia with the assistant Al-Hazmi at the helm. Fail to make chances pay. Oh, that was a 1-1 match in the League Cup. Man, those domestic cups they're the reason that Saudi Arabia is not in this on the final day, because they are, they're the other three teams that won the Asian Champions League last year are Belgium, Germany, and Turkey. And then Saudi Arabia just has not been able to produce results in the domestic cups. Whatever to Group B. You're saying South Africa lost the Community Shield? It is August 16th. Who do they lose it to? Tottenham. Ugh. Well, that is the team that they nearly lost the league to last year. That was the near run thing. But it looks like Group B is starting to get into league play. I think the Netherlands also had a Community Shield. Were they able to pick up the 5 points in that? I mean, I guess it's August 6th, so maybe they haven't played it yet. So there could be a huge match coming up for them. No Community Shield for Team South Korea as they lost the FA Cup final yesterday. There is a Community Shield for Team Portugal. There is that Super Cup at the beginning, and it looks like they won it. It looks like they were playing Aston Villa, of all teams. Nope, that's in the league. We hunt. Oh, he's in 24th of August. He definitely played the Community Shield. Like all the way over here or something. Oh, he had Crystal Palace and definitely won it. So 5 points picked up for Team Portugal. If you're rooting for Team Portugal, they just grabbed those 5 points from the Community Shield. We're waiting to see if the Dutch are going to be able to do the same thing here. We know that Spain has picked up 10 points from their 10 from a possible 15 from their early season Super Cups. That's a really nice pickup. And South Africa's dropped that Community Shield, but they are officially underway in the Premier League. These results matter just as much as those Premier League matches at the end of the season. So they are going to want to try and stay focused. We will try and stay focused on seeing when that Premier League Community Shield nonsense kicks off. Oh, Marcus Edwards. Are they selling Marcus Edwards? Arsenal's interested.
Chris
Let's
Edwards
listen in.
wants to go to Arsenal, by the way, in the universe. That's a bit of a betrayal, isn't
I
it?
take it over Sterling to be honest with you.
Yeah. That's a betrayal.
If you really want to get the news, I reckon the Gritty into a suit.
The Gritty into a suit. 1 sec, chat. I'm going to give you the look.
Yeah. Now this could take a few takes.
No worries.
Right, I'll keep playing, chat. This is. Tom, you are on camera on stream as well, no pressure. If he messes up, chat will have seen it. This is the setup, by the way, chat. That's Poland there.
It's brilliant towards us on the.
If you're wondering what our view is, there's the French streamers over on the right as well. It's Gritty cam, chat. Also, look at the bits in the ceiling, chat. We've got like lights above us.
Let's go for the Gritty. That was awful.
Maybe the worst. That was worse than Christian Pulisic's Gritty, dude.
Yeah. Okay.
Come on, Tom.
RDF chat is
Come on, Tom.
far over there.
Go for the Gritty. Into the.
Well, I think that's just about enough of the England stream today. Maybe we can come back tomorrow. I know Team France has picked up the European Super Cup with a dominant win over Aston Villa. We're looking in. Oh, baby. Indonesia's already playing Champions League, and they are losing. Let's watch live. Oh, it's Real Madrid, to be fair. Why'd they make him do that? Content. I love Iksan, dude. So he's in a good mood, you know? I ran into him outside the hotel as well. Just a good mood. And then he locks in like that, and you can see the intense focus for like 10 seconds, and then he's just in a good mood again. Now this is fine. I mean, even if they lose this match, they're going to be completely fine, but they might not lose it. Because this is just a Champions League group stage, but there's 8 matches instead of 6, remember, in that format? Tom hits the Gritty. No boy. All right. They are losing to Real Madrid, but what I want to do is make sure we are not missing Asian Champions League drama. As we know that's coming. I timed it perfectly. I've got a spidey sense. Turkey, Asian Champions League, at home against Al Ahly. They have to win this. They've only dropped 5 points the entire competition in a daily challenge. This is the first leg for JR Arslan and Team Turkey. Not even a reaction. Scored 45 seconds into the Champions League final, not even a reaction. Cold as ice from JR Arslan. He said at the press conference yesterday, he said, Germany's going to make a mistake and we are going to get through to the final. He was confident about it. He believes that they are going to make a single mistake and that they will be able to get through to the final. And they're up 2-0. Dude, this Harris Tabakovic just is he's just a hoss in this team. Is that John Stones for Al Ahly? Doesn't matter, he gave up a penalty. And now Team Turkey leads 3-0 in less than 30 minutes. Germany's going to have to sweat this out to the second leg. I don't know if Turkey's going to have to sweat this out to the second leg. They are rampant in Japan in the opening leg. It's a 2-leg final, home and away. This is the home leg for Turkey. They are going to have to go on the road to Saudi Arabia, but it might just not matter. But this team is stupendous. Oh, Edouard Mendy, the goalkeeper for Al Ahly, does not matter. There's Arda Güler. He is out there. He is on the field for Team Turkey. I love that on so many levels that they've gotten Arda Güler on loan to Japan. Probably because of Club World Cup. Would it be possible to make the game stream a lot bigger? No, these are the official streams, unfortunately. In general, if you score within 5 minutes of a game, FM will FM you. I don't think that's happening to Team Turkey right now. I think they're just better than Al Ahly. I think it's one of those games where you're just better. Like every game that I play, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. He also, I think also, Team Turkey does play very zoomed out, so it's hard to see. That's Chubak Palm, though. No, but Team Turkey plays very zoomed out as well. 30 minutes left to play. They have out-XG'd Al Ahly 3.22 to 0.15, and Al Ahly's playing that cracked 4-2-3-1 with the two defensive mids. Any big transfers today? Arda Güler has been signed by Turkey on loan in the Japanese league. So that's going to help in the Club World Cup because they don't need any help in the Asian Champions League. I think that's very clear. They're up 4-0. Avoiding catastrophe in Saudi Arabia, they'll be the Asian champions. But Team Turkey, clearly one of the best teams in this competition. It's really savage that Turkey and Germany were drawn into the same group. I believe that more and more as I watch this competition. So unfortunate for these two teams that one of them does have to go home. Now, I'm okay with it going to a Final Four, but this is the first major competitive event for Football Manager, so the groups were drawn randomly. It is possible that we are watching the two best teams in FM play each other in this group in Turkey and Germany. It is possible. That Chafer Arslan and Sven Goli are just like, you know, Federer and Nadal here. Oh, there is a goal for Al Ahly. I mean, just keeps the faint hope of an upset alive for Al Ahly. That's it, though. That's it. Turkey 4. Al Ahly 1 in the Asian Champions League first leg. And that means Germany. I mean, we already knew this. Germany has to win the Asian Champions League. Turkey's thrown the gauntlet down. They're looking good. We're going to keep up with what Belgium is up to. They are just absolutely obliterating some team in the Japanese league right now, which is just, you know, kind of par for the course. Norwegians are struggling a little bit in the early part of the league. I seriously doubt that's going to become a bigger issue further down the line. Oh, this is a League Cup match for the Saudi Arabians. We're getting a lot of sues out of Group B, and I'm definitely... they're doing the same thing the English team was doing. We're hitting Dae Kyung Hwang, the assistant coach of South Korea, hitting a sue. Oh, it was a good sue. It was a good old-fashioned suey. I told you what we were going to be looking out for, though. Team Netherlands. Still working on transfers, or are we at the Super Cup now? This is the English Community Shield, which is huge. Chance to pick up 5 points here. A big match going on for Team Saudi Arabia, and they get a big goal from Sekou Keita. They need to win all of the domestic cups, just if nothing else, just to say that they finally won all of the domestic cups, because what has kept Saudi Arabia out of contention is their inability to win the League Cup and the All Japan Cup. And this is a League Cup knockout match at home, and Team Saudi Arabia takes the lead. Thank goodness for the sanity of Team Saudi Arabia. We know that we are coming up on an Asian Champions League match here for Team Germany. They have a 1-goal lead against Al Nassr coming into the home leg, so they are the favorite. And Norway will face Al Ittihad in the Asian Champions League final. That's huge PTSD for Norway. The only reason they are not in contention right now is because they lost the Asian Champions League. But I talked to Mats. We took the camera over there. We interviewed him with our mobile setup. We'll break that out again today. And he told me, he said, we're going to win it next year. We're going to prove we can win it. We're going to prove we can win it with this tactic. We're going to win it next year. And he's got a shot against Al Ittihad to win that Asian Champions League. They've once again been crowned the best team, in East Asia. I guess that's the crown you get if you make it to the Asian Champions League final, right? It's day 3? Oh, yeah, it's day 3. Arda Güler to Turkey on... Oh, don't worry. We were watching Arda Güler shred Al Ahly in the first leg. It is weird here. There's like people walking by just taking pictures of me all the time. There's a dude with a giant camera just taking pictures of me for like 10 minutes, and I had to act normal. I mean, I realize I'm on camera all the time anyways. It's just kind of funny. Have I missed anything in the first hour? Arda Güler to Turkey on loan. That's the craziest transfer. Germany's up 2-1 going to the second leg of the Asian Champions League final. Turkey's up 4-1. Turkey was at home for their game, though. But this is Germany setting up for the second leg. We've had some different Super Cup drama. Team Netherlands clearly aware of how important this English Community Shield is, right? This 5 points could make the difference between playing on Sunday and not playing on Sunday. This was dropped by Team South Africa, so this is 5 points that Team Netherlands can pick up. South Africa did not win this. It is against Manchester City. Of course, Team Spain picked up 10 points from a possible 15 in their Super Cups. They won the Europe South America Challenge and the European Super Cup, but lost the Community Shield as we understand it right now. Have you been enjoying your time? Do I hope the U.S. sends a delegate? Yes, at some point, but I would definitely feel, oh, yes, Team Netherlands has already grabbed a goal in the Super Cup. But that Asian Champions League, that's got ramifications at the top of the group, and they've got a goal to go up 3-1. Team Germany, inside 3 minutes, jumps up by 2 goals against Al Nassr in the Asian Champions League final.
Mio Backhaus war gestern eine Frage in der Pressekonferenz, ob bereit ist. Der ist Stammkeeper. Ich war ein bisschen durch die Frage verwirrt, weil nach der Reserve gefragt wurde. Ich dachte, ich wusste nicht, ob ich irgendwas mitbekommen habe, dass jetzt, wenn ihr nochmal... Very, very important.
Team Germany knows, 1, they know that they mean business. 2, they know they've taken care of their business. Once again, Team Germany with a 4-1 aggregate lead. That means the Asian Champions League is all but in the bag, especially considering that they are at home. So you're expecting less funny business there. Now we'll tune in with Team Netherlands. They have a real opportunity to make a play here, and they've got a penalty to go up 2-0.
Kom op. Hoppa! Wat een pingel zeg.
Rowan van Leeuwen and Team Netherlands need these 5 points to try and make things interesting, and I have a feeling we're going to have a very interesting day in Group B.
We gaan het ook gewoon nu in-game alvast even doen, voor het geval we er nog een krijgen.
Granted, if South Africa wins everything else that they have, they can, nobody else can catch them, but they have dropped the 5 points at the start of the season. That's opened the door a little bit, giving these teams a chance to close the distance.
Hij probeert het steeds, hè. Doorkoppen en erachteraan rennen. Smeerlap. Oh, wat is dit? Oh, goed.
How long time will be played today? The final team stops playing at 8:45.
Assistje.
That's 3-0. Yeah, it's 3-0. That's 3-0. We'll go make sure Germany's winning the Asian Champions League, and we'll watch them bring home the biggest piece of silverware that they can bring home on the entire continent. They are up 3-0 right now on Al Nassr. Did I say 3-0? I meant 4-0. Actually. Each group is managing the same team. Yeah. So that's the way the tournament works.
Hier nochmal ein bisschen gucken, dass wir jetzt keine rote Karte mehr kassieren. Ja. Das Also letztes Jahr haben wir über beide Spiele auch 6:1 gewonnen, da sind wir jetzt schon und haben noch eine halbe Stunde zu spielen. Also das sieht sehr, sehr, sehr gut aus.
So Sven's got 3 tactics that are all 4-2-4s with different instructions.
Okay, die Türken haben das Hinspiel 4:1 gewonnen, also das
That's so
wie erwartet. Also ich bin
mad,
davon
lad.
ausgegangen, wir sind davon ausgegangen, dass die Türken hier ohne Punktverlust
Ich denke auch, das ist einfach jetzt ein Pflichtsieg, glaube ich, für
Genau.
alle.
Also da, wo der Unterschied gemacht wird, ist im World Cup.
Auf jeden Fall. Ihr
20
sollt jetzt,
Minuten noch.
wir haben 5 Tore Vorsprung, also da wird nichts mehr anbringen. Da bin ich mir eigentlich absolut sicher. Jetzt können wir noch gucken, dass wir noch die Leute ein bisschen schonen, die hier ein bisschen schon
runter sind. Untergeritten
ja,
sind.
die jetzt schon sagen wir, verletzungstechnisch gefährdet sind.
Ja.
Und nehmen einfach schon das Tempo ein bisschen aus dem Spiel raus, dass wir uns einfach jetzt das sauber nach Hause spielen.
20 Minutes to go. Oh, das kann man so machen. Das kann man so machen. Saito.
Koike.
5-0.
5:0. Damit ein Tor mehr jetzt schon als im letzten Jahr über hin im Rückspiel. War nicht schlecht.
I'm rooting for all that doesn't have 4-2-4.
Insgesamt
No, every
Berlin,
single
aber
team in the
das
tournament's
ist
using a
nochmal
4-2-4 right now.
stärker.
We did it. Klappstuhl.
Dann können wir nochmal den Klatschen auspacken.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Actually, most teams aren't using a 4-2-4. I'd say the most common tactic, at least shape-wise. Obviously, there's a lot of variety in the instructions and everything. But the most common tactic shape-wise is probably a 4-2-3-1. Then I'd say a 4-2-4. Then there's a bunch of varieties of the 4-3-3. South Africa's using like a off-kilter 4-3-3. But yeah, there's not like an over-prevalence of the 4-2-4. But the way Germany, I mean, it's not just like, oh, all the teams that are winning are using 4-2-4s either. You know, including South Africa's using an asymmetrical 4-3-3. At least that's what I would call
Ramos
it.
verärgert, dass er den Schuss auf den Hattrick genommen hat. Der ist lustig, der Mann.
Hello guys.
Hello.
Can we borrow one of you to do your favorite football celebration? You want to
Can be anything.
Congratulations to Germany, by the way, for winning the Asian Champions League. We're just going to go and make sure that Team Turkey is also winning the Asian Champions League, and they are. They are winning 4-1 at Al Ali, which means there is no early morning slip-up happening for Turkey. There is no early morning slip-up happening for Team Germany, and we are definitely headed straight to a Club World Cup showdown right at the end of the stream. You take away the German sounds. Usually when we're watching somebody, we turn up the audio from their stream. German language isn't that bad. So is there anyone not playing a high press, high energy tactic? I was hoping to see more subtlety. I mean, no, but it's very hard to find teams that, you know, succeed at a very high level in real life that don't, like, you know, the best teams in the world use, like, presses and high energy. I think Real Madrid's probably the best example of maybe not using that, but they just don't use it all the time. No, I think I've got he's right. I had the audio too high on the desktop audio. Hogan's right. I had my audio mix wrong. I hadn't switched it today. I mean, look, I am very pleasantly surprised by the tactical variety at this tournament. There are a lot of different tactics going on at this tournament. Malaysia's got a very unique tactic. Peru's got a very unique tactic. Obviously, Norway's got a very unique tactic. And these teams that are using these super unique tactics, they are not the worst teams in the tournament, right? South Africa's got a very unique tactic, and they're not the only ones. And the thing is, that's being disingenuous because some of them we just haven't noticed or we just haven't paid enough attention to because all of these guys have 3 or 4 tactics. That's why I was laughing about the fact that Sven has 3 tactics and they're all just 4-2-4s with different instructions. Yeah, Turkey's like the Terminator, man. Team Turkey just excuse meing their way through this Champions League final here against Al Ahly. I mean, we're looking at a team that in the 3rd season managing in Japan is now that's Arda Güler on loan. I mean, they're playing a team that has St. Maximin, Calvert-Lewin, Frank Kessié, John Stones, Edward Mendy, and they're trashing them. They are trashing them. But yeah, the vast majority, the majority of the teams don't even have a 4-2-3-1 gegenpress in their loaded tactics. So, right, but there isn't somebody that's like winning every single trophy playing a low block, right? But I feel like that would almost be unrealistic in the same. Like,
I mean, you celebrate not as much. I think that you know that you're winning.
As the Champions League winner.
Jafer Arslan celebrating an Asian Champions League win with Öztürk as assistant coach. Congratulations to Turkey. They have followed suit. Germany won it. Turkey won it. We honestly, expect nothing less from these teams. We know that Belgium and we know that Norway are kind of closing in on it. And Saudi Arabia, I would assume, as well as closing in on it. They advance to the next round of the League Cup as Team Saudi Arabia continues to cook. Did South Africa already win Group B? Not at all. We were talking about this a little earlier. South Africa definitely is not comfortable in Group B. They dropped the Community Shield kind of at the start. Obviously, that's always going to be a tough match. They lost to Tottenham. They've gotten off to a good winning start. Oh, no. Oh, this is huge. We'll tune in live. Spain down 3-0 in the League Cup to Manchester United. An early League Cup exit would be catastrophic for the Spanish team. But this is what I'm talking about. This is why it's not over, because those draws, you can get a tough team in the early rounds and just get knocked out. Jose Sanchez, Spain in second coming into today. They cooked out a treble, but the one trophy they didn't win yesterday was the League Cup. They exited really early, and now they're staring another early exit in the League Cup directly in the face. Thank you to Divalinen for the Prime. Enjoy your ad-free experience for the rest of the tournament. Oh, nobody's getting sacked, no. I'd say Saudi Arabia and Switzerland got close, but that was only on the first day, and Saudi Arabia in particular bounced out of that super well. They ended up winning the Champions League like a year later.
Cuanto más alto sea el ritmo, más decisiones toman rápidas.
I mean, 3-0, this is almost mudded here for Spain. How about 4? Oh, the path for Spain has just gotten so much more difficult. They need to pull in India. Yeah, they do need to pull a Team India. Oi. Oh, they're not going to pull. Should have been 5. Yeah, the path just got much more difficult for Team Spain. They are blitzed off the pitch early in the League Cup for the second consecutive season of all the tournaments to undo your challenge to get to the Final Four. The lowly League Cup is just a brutally bitter pill to swallow. Everything else seems to be going according to plan for these teams. They're working their way towards the end of the early transfer window. We've got a League Cup match for Portugal that we're going to tune into live now. This takes on even more importance. You win this match right now, they'd be already able to start reeling in Spain, who had such a great start. Spain got a free 10 points at the start of this whole day. They got 2 of their 3 Super Cups, and now all of a sudden Team Portugal is behind in the League Cup. The League Cup is haunting these teams right now. Portugal won the League Cup yesterday. That is a big reason that they are in the mix on this final day, was a big League Cup run. That, and they won the Prem. Iberia is getting run over by the League Cup right now. Team Spain knocked out by Manchester United. Team Portugal down 2-0 in 31 minutes. These are tough draws, obviously, early in the League Cup. But that's just what can happen. The Carabao curse. And this is a huge chance for a team like the Netherlands. They're going to be able to vault ahead. If they can make a deep League Cup run, they'll be able to vault ahead of Team Spain and Team Portugal because they're not going to be able to put those points together. It's 2 points for every round that you advance. And if you advance all the way to the final and win it, you can make up a really large number of points. But these managers know this. That's why Team Spain was so frustrated, and that's why Lica, the Portuguese manager, needs yet another comeback to pull this off. Do you think the issue here is the AI has now figured out how these teams want to play? No. I'm pretty sure all of these teams are going to win the Premier League in this season. I think one may lose it, but I think most of, we had the majority win the Premier League last season. There's a goal. There's a big goal for Team Portugal. It's 2-1. It's just in those one-off games, the Premier League is such a hard spot to be, or England in general, because there's so many teams that just have that world-class talent that can score you. Any unique tactics you've seen being used? Yeah. A lot. We were just kind of talking about this. I've been pleasantly surprised by the tactical variety. I think if you held this tournament 5 years ago, I think there would have been basically none. But there is a lot of tactical variety. The ones that have really stood out, Peru, Malaysia, Norway, South Africa, have been using really good stuff. But even, like the team, like South Africa's top of their group, right? But like Indonesia's using a 4-2-3-1 typically when we click in. They switch to a 4-2-4 when they need it. Germany is using a 4-2-4. Obviously, we see a 4-2-4 here from Team Portugal. Like, there isn't one shape that every team is using, which makes it feel like... Yeah, I don't know. Team Portugal does have Lamine Yamal, though, so there's that. I mean, RDF did win a cup final with one center back who was playing as a libero. Only 15 minutes left here for Portugal to try and get something. This is really a huge moment. We have seen Danny Almeida pull out so many late goals. I asked him about it in the press conference. He said, we're always thinking about adjustments that we can make to try to win the game. Oh, here you go. Oh, here you go. 10 minutes for this to work. Gyökeres, Šeško, Lamine Yamal, Florian Wirtz, Karu Matoma. There's your front line. I would have liked to have managed Yokohama, I think, the most. I think I thrive in those types of situations best. But looking at that group, I don't think I'd be able to beat Turkey or Germany. They're winning literally everything. Nothing. No highlights yet. No highlights yet. They need one. 5, 4, 3, 2. No highlights. That's crazy after making that kind of change. No, a lot of these guys use opposition instructions. Basically all of them. Hey, what's up?
Hi. I've seen the VOD yesterday.
Yeah.
Basically, if you want us
Yeah. I can just text. I need to remember I can do that. But thank you. So that is it for Team Portugal in the League Cup. That means Portugal and Spain have fumbled one of the opportunities that they have to pick up points here in Group B. You can see that Spain is not emotionally recovered. Even beating Norwich 7-0 is not going to help them out. Wow, Spain. Oh, my goodness. The inconsistency for Spain. Look at where they are in the league. Look at where they are in the league. They have 9 points from 6 matches. They won the league last year. What the hell is going on for Spain? They had a brutal first day. They ended up in 4th out of 5. Right? They managed to salvage 6th place. Then they showed up yesterday. They won a treble. They won the Europa League. They won the FA Cup. They won the Premier League going away. They were brilliant. And now all of a sudden, it's a sputtering start to the league and a League Cup defeat that looks like they might go spiraling down to the bottom half of the group table. If you're South Africa, that's great news because Spain picked up, 2 Super Cups at the start of the season, and you picked up 0. That takes us to the Netherlands, who have put up very consistently good results, but couldn't bring home more than 1 trophy yesterday, which came back to haunt them. They finished 2nd instead of 1st in the league. They only were able to win the FA Cup. They did not win the League Cup. They got knocked out very early in that competition as well. But it looks like they are off to a pretty darn good start in the league. So maybe Rowan van Leeuwen, if he can get some results in the League Cup, he might be the main threat to South Africa as we come down to the end of today, because the League Cup is already gone for France or for Spain and for Portugal. They just have to dust themselves off and go again. And of course, if South Africa actually fumbles a bunch of points and South Korea has a perfect day that includes a Champions League title, maybe, just maybe, Jay and Huang might be able to get themselves back into the conversation. We head back to Group A, where we expect to see some Asian Champions League matches coming. This is Al Ittihad hosting the Belgian team. They are currently in 3rd in the group, and we will ride along live for the Champions League final. They won the Champions League last year. They won it in the final 20 minutes, and if they are going to have a chance to win this group, they have to win it again. They are 12 points behind Germany coming into today, and if somebody's going to make a mistake, Germany and Turkey, Belgium would like to be there to take advantage. If they don't win this tournament, they won't be there to take advantage. Is there a point deduction for getting sacked? Yes, the point deduction is you are out of the tournament. So it's negative $1 billion.
Je le vois bien. Quoique, ouais. Allez, go. Ouais. Je vais cliquer. Ouais, c'est juste. Pas oublier. Allez, il faudrait une bonne première manche là-bas.
Jean-Francois Leclerc, the manager, on the right. Vander Hayden, his assistant, on the left. But if you resign, then you're out. You can hear the groan of anticipation there. They know that this is the entire tournament on the line for Belgium. They have to win. Turkey and Germany have already won a second Asian Champions League. They both won it going away.
C'est à l'extérieur, donc le temps il peut passer vite, tu vois, c'est moins... Allez. Oh no.
I thought that might have been a penalty. This kind of looked like a penalty highlight. Any format changes you'd like to see? I think that installments past... Oh, it's a goal for Al Ittihad, and this is trouble now for Belgium. It's obviously the road tie. We saw the Germans struggle with the road tie in Saudi Arabia. We saw the Turkish team not struggle with it. But, of course, they had already won huge in the home tie. You don't know what kind of effect that has. In the Asian Champions League last year, Turkey went down 2-0 in Saudi Arabia before turning it around to win. Oh, that is just a sensational play that looked like it should have been a goal there for Team Belgium. If they can leave Saudi Arabia with a draw, you'd feel good about Belgium's chances here. But it is hard to beat these Saudi teams. We've seen that crop up. But 4 of the 5 managers in Group A were able to do it last year. Oh, my goodness, it's a second goal for El Ittihad, and the pain for Jean-Francois Leclerc and Team Belgium. They have snuck up on the top of this group. Perfect points yesterday. Absolute monster day from Team Belgium yesterday. But they have to replicate it. They have to be perfect in a group where one team literally has been perfect. Yeah, hopefully next year there's more FAs that get involved. But I think limiting installments to the period of play would probably help just make it a little more realistic, I guess. But I really love the format overall. I think that the way that it's set up is great. I think maybe groups of 4 instead of groups of 5, and then like 8 groups of 4, because then you end up with 32, and then you've got like a nice World Cup number. And then each winner of the group goes to a quarterfinal, and then you end up in a draft that way. I think that works. I would like that. I think that not having more than one team get out of a group is good. Oh, it should have been a goal there for Team Belgium. They have 13 minutes left, or else they're going to have to overturn a multi-goal deficit in this Champions League final. Yeah, some quality of life things. I agree. It's like quality of life improvements. Also, I think that we should pick teams that are a little worse, because I think the Brighton group has been really interesting because it's a bit more of a struggle in the league, where like the Sporting group, the Japanese group, you know, like if you picked a team at the bottom of the Japanese league, I think that would be more interesting. But wow. Team Belgium. I don't know if you want to pick a team in the lower divisions, because that could make the point. I think you want to pick top division teams. It sounds fun to pick a lower division team, but for the competitive integrity of the game, if you end up in a promotion playoff, you don't want all of your point opportunities for the next season to come down to like that kind of one match. You know, it's like, I think top flight's probably the best way to guarantee competitive integrity. Yeah, but if you limit your installments and you pick more kind of mid-table teams like Brighton instead of Sporting, Yokohama, and Dinamo Zagreb, then you're feeling okay. I don't know. I know we don't really have somebody in here who's watching the Norwegian stream. Oh, this is Champions League semifinal here for Team Saudi Arabia, and they are up 3-0 in the second leg on aggregate. So it looks like Team Saudi Arabia will also be playing in the Asian Champions League final. We're going to try and keep an eye out for that, keep you updated on what's going on there. We are going to take a peek, at least, at Group D, because we know that Group D should have some Champions League matches going down. And there's a Champions League match against Dynamo Batumi, maybe. It definitely looks like a winnable match for Team Malaysia. But what we want to make sure is that these 4 teams that are competing in the Champions League are all winning. We've got a Champions League match here for Team Peru we'll ride along with. Again, Champions League qualifier against Maribor. That is Slovenia. Again, any one of these 4 teams that are competing for Group D, I know we haven't looked at Group D in a while, if they don't make it to the Champions League group stage, they're very likely completely out of it. So these ties are really important. Roberto Milla gets an early goal from Jovan Ilic. He led this group after day 1. He's in 4th right now, but just about 4 points or so off the top of the group table. It is as close as can be.
Comenzó mal, pero Vitic reaccionó. Livich. No, igual hay que asegurarnos primero, ya después lo cambiamos. Ah, claro. Kramaric. El Hal Estrella. Porque el Livakovic comenzó mal.
Voice is doubled?
Se acostumbra a jugar con su compañero primero.
También creo que Galesic ahí le dijo, cosita.
Uy,
Yo me quiero ir, me voy a ir al split.
Not coming from my OBS.
Me jalaron solamente para evitar el rival.
All good for me? Okay, cool. I was just making sure. But a good 3-0 in the opening leg. You got to get a nice dominant win at home, and that is exactly what they're producing. Team Belgium, of course, on pins and needles. Team Lithuania, just in casual conversation. Team Malaysia, Noor Kamarudin and his assistant Abash, who've brought excellent vibes to the press conferences, by the way. Might be some of the nicest people here. They're already up 1-0 in their match. We don't expect any Champions League issues from these teams. They all made it to the Champions League playoff or better last season. But you never know. There's always some weird drama that can pop up here. And Champions League about to kick off for Team England. The English hope for the host nation to make it to the Final Four. Taking on Derry City. This would be a stunning defeat here.
A bit more straightforward than that, right? As if this is still 0-0 on aggregate.
This team got penalty.
All good, Hakuna. If you hear double, you hear double. Don't let that stop you from living life.
Oh, well, we're just end up pumping them.
There we go, yeah.
There you go, it's 2-0 now.
That annoying. They definitely got that home. Mate, I can't stop slumping.
Yeah, it's
I wasn't doing this as much yesterday, was I? No. And now they got blessed enough. See, these are the buttons where I
Two
wish...
yellows in. He got a me.
Second, you got to be, yeah.
He had a second yellow card. Nice.
This is where I wish the instant result.
But you go to the tactics. I mean, we've been talking about the tactics actually more than we have any other day today.
Yeah.
RDF uses a 4-2-3-1 usually. You can see it. He actually has it up on the right side.
Against the Manchester United Liverpool game later.
Yeah, it's great, but it depends on they must have planned this before.
Double fullbacks in attack has been very, very popular. I think if you're looking at something that maybe ties all of these tactics together, it's very aggressive wingbacks. There's not a lot of inverted fullback use. Whether whatever tactic you're looking at, we're seeing very especially the narrow tactics, you're seeing very, very aggressive wingbacks. England's going to pick up a nice win there. They look very comfortable against Derry City. We're going to head back to Group A so that we can check out some of the action here in what we're expecting to be the Asian Champions League for Belgium and for Norway. We know it's coming up soon for Norway. We just don't know when. We believe they're playing against Al Ittihad, and right now, I think it might be match time for Belgium, so we're going to tune in live with them.
On joue à la maison, il y a moyen, mais voilà, jamais.
Did you see how much we spent?
How much did you spend?
Putain, il fait toujours des bons matchs.
In one window?
Oh.
Just got the assistant coach for Netherlands came by and said that they are over 1.4 billion spent in one window. In one window. I'll tell you what. We're going to go interview Rowan with our mobile interview setup after this. I got to ask him about 1.4 billion. That's crazy, dude. That they apparently spent 1.4 billion dollars in one window. They Chelsea did. Yeah, but see, like multiple teams in this group use a 5 at the back system. He's using double Carraleros.
Je peux pas ne pas avoir cette queue sur le banc. Si j'ai pas d'attaquant sur le banc, c'est quand même.
Yeah, that was the Dutch team. That was the Dutch assistant, Renzo, came by and said, "Did you see how much we spent?" I said, "No." He said, "We spent 1.4 billion." I was like, "Totally?" He's like, "In this window."
Asian Champions League. We lost the first game 2-0, and then it's the.
You're gonna have the second one. You're gonna have the second one.
Yes. Oublier ce qui s'est passé. Ouais, ça en général, ça motive bien.
In 2 weeks. 15th of May.
Yeah, we're 15th.
Yeah, it is.
Wait, 7th? Oh.
It's 15th of May.
Yeah.
You're not in the game, right? Right now?
Yeah, we're just in the.
You are. You're in the game.
Yeah. Can we go back? I don't know. No, we can go back. No. No.
So you can take the save file.
Ah, sauvegarder? No.
I can.
Yeah, I think.
No, you can't.
No?
Well, we play the game and after we collapse.
Wow, the FIFA officials stepped in right before they start the second leg of the Champions League final, and they're trying. It's like a logistics thing. You have to save at
Bon, on va
intervals.
aller, hein. C'est le moment. Hein. Ah, t'as pas cliqué, Michael, mais en même temps, t'as perdu ton mode jeu. Ouais. Alors, on va mettre même en mini résumé, allez, pour avoir plus de cases. Michael, bah oui, mais il a pas cliqué, mais le match avant, il a cliqué, on a perdu, donc.
This is it, by the way.
0 pour y croire, si on se prend le goal, c'est fini.
This is it for Belgium. They have to win this. They're down 1 goal instead of 2. An instant goal while 12 minutes into the game for Team Belgium. They're down 2-1 on aggregate to Al Ittihad. This has to be a win for them. If they are going to keep up with Germany and if they are going to keep up with Turkey, they have to win this game. I can't really see any other way it's going to work. Oh, my goodness, Al Ittihad. Hey. I'm good, yeah. And I'm using the trash can now. So it's just, probably. I haven't fully decided, but I saw the text.
Yes.
That's fine. Thank you. Just getting updates on potential streaming setup stuff tomorrow, but it is still 2-1 on aggregate to Al Ittihad. And obviously, this is uncomfortable for Belgium. Belgium was tied in the Asian Champions. Oh, no.
Non, c'est pas fini, mais ça devient compliqué. Ouais. Avant la mi-temps, il faut absolument marquer.
Oh, this is... You just figured, even at home, that they were going to be able to find a result, that they were going to be able to win it. We just watched these teams win so many matches, but it is 3-1 on aggregate to Al Ittihad, and a big exhale from Jean-Francois Leclerc. If they do not win this match, it is a 2-horse race for this group. Belgium is still alive in this group, but they need this match. Jan Matthäus. Oh, that's a great ball. Ugh. The fullback. It's been a heck of an effort in a group where two teams have looked completely unbeatable, but a cheap penalty on a free kick is just maybe a backbreaker in this situation, unless they can get a save right here.
Ouais, allez, Suzuki. C'est fini. Ça va être très compliqué, mais bon. Ouais, on va faire ça, Mickaël, t'as raison. T'as raison. Ouais, non, on va faire ça.
Switching into his more offensive tactic now. Obviously has to, down 3 goals here. He's leaving the Carleros. It's hard to watch a man leave the Carleros like that. So Indonesia's had a terrible season so far. If they lost in any of the cups, so if they lose a couple league matches, they can still turn that around. But if they lose in the cups, much more structured formation. He wants to force his team to attack. 4-2-4 is obviously a great attacking formation, so he's jumped into that. But he wants to force his team to attack here, and they shanked it. They shanked it. I mean, they need 3 goals here. They need 3 goals in 40 minutes. Three games, 0 wins in the Champions League, and 9 points behind Benfica. Wow. That's unconscionable. That's literally like unbelievable that Indonesia's looked completely bulletproof. Iksan and co have looked completely unstoppable. The only chink in the armor, the only tournament they have not won the entire time was the Champions League, and they lost it in the final on penalties. 9 points behind Benfica. Benfica doesn't drop a lot of points in the Portuguese league. That is a pretty serious gap, and 3 losses to start Champions League play means top 8 might be out of the question, which means you've got to play in the Champions League playoff. There's a goal for Team Belgium. They need 2 more in order to pull themselves back into it, but that is 1 goal for Team Belgium. Jean-Francois Leclerc can start to believe that his team can turn this around. It would be one of the biggest, most important turnarounds we've seen in the entire tournament, but there is a highlight here on 71 minutes. Nearly a turnover. Oh, it is a turnover. Oh, the fullback dive. That's okay. As long as it's not a goal for Al Ittihad, that would basically end the game. Indonesia with a choke to start the day. I wonder if France knows, because Indonesia keeps it very close to the vest what they're accomplishing and what they're not accomplishing, and everybody in that group's assuming they just have to win everything. But Poland, if you're Poland, if you're France, or maybe even England, you're sitting there thinking that, holy smokes, we might have a chance. 10 minutes for 2 goals here for Belgium, or else it looks like they are very much out of this. 3 teams entered today in Group A with a realistic chance to advance out of this group, but Team Belgium losing in the Asian Champions League final 2-2 in the home leg. The penalty sunk them, and that's it. They won it last year. They have not won it this year. The Asian Champions League escapes Jean-Francois Leclerc. Al Ittihad a bridge too far. And that means, after a spirited effort of keeping up with Turkey and Germany, Team Belgium has likely fallen off the pace. We head to Team Norway, who's about to go into their Champions League final, their first leg against Al Ittihad as well. And we know that the Asian Champions League final is on the way for Team Saudi Arabia as well. Now, it is very, very unlikely they'll be able to mount some sort of comeback, but they might be able to reel in a team like Belgium if they can put together a perfect season, including an Asian Champions League final, and pull themselves off the bottom of the table where they've been for the last 2 days. But we are going to go check in on Team Indonesia, and there is a seriously different vibe here going on for Manar Hidayat and the lead manager Iksan Taufik. He is nowhere to be found, perhaps taking a walk, getting some fresh air. It is a 3-1 lead here, but they are, they're only a point off. They're only a point off Benfica right now in the league. That is certainly conquerable for Team Indonesia. They're not choking it too hard, but, ending up in the Champions League playoff would definitely be a disappointment, and losing those first 3 matches is a problem. They're getting 2 points from their first 3 has not been a problem. Unfortunately for them, Benfica is not on too much of a ridiculous tear. They're only 2 points off the top of the league now that Porto has jumped out to the top of their match. Iksan still smiling, though. I would not count Team Indonesia out too much in this situation. It's Team freaking Indonesia, for crying out loud. Shout out to the Polish assistant manager, though, who rolled by earlier to let me know that I could text him for help with the Polish translations in terms of what month they're in, because he was watching the VOD and realized that I couldn't translate the months. We check in on Team England. They are up 2-1 against Olympique Marseille. We expect, based off the performances we saw yesterday, with more improved teams, for all of these teams to finish top 8 in the Champions League. If anybody doesn't then that is a huge disappointment, and things will really heat up when we get to the Champions League knockouts. We expect a lot of drama from Group C when we get into that point later. Group B is just drama all day long. But it looks like we've entered into a break on Team South Africa's stream. They are the leaders. And now a Champions League deficit for Team Spain. They have just really disappointed off the drop today. They lost one of their 3 Super Cup opportunities, and they've been knocked out of the League Cup, and they had 9 points in their first 6 Premier League matches. Jose Sanchez delivered maybe the performance of the day yesterday with a treble in just 5 hours of match play. But it seems to be turning around in the other direction. We'll go over to Group A, and we're going to check in with Norway. They're still setting themselves up for success, they hope, going into the Champions League final. This is, of course, all right, we'll watch along live. Well, it took 3 minutes. It took 3 minutes for Norway to take the lead in the Asian Champions League final.
Det är så viktigt.
Ja. Har vi klart å kvele dem i det høye presset da? Som var planen.
Skal vi se om de får trøkk tilbake her.
How about 2-0 at home against El Etihad? They said they made a promise that they were going to be able to go win the Asian Champions League. It ruined they were the team that was in third. They were ahead of Belgium yesterday, but the only reason they weren't able to keep the pace is they lost the Asian Champions League final. Well, now they're cooking. Look at Team Norway waving the Pipo Norway flag. 3-0 inside 20 minutes in the Asian Champions League first leg. Another one, and another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. Mats Britseth proving his worth, proving his chops, cooking in the Asian Champions League final that we just watched Belgium really struggle through, trying to finish mid-table here and go up from 4th to 3rd. That is completely within the realm of possibility here. Winning this tournament alone will also put them into the Club World Cup. That will put them back in contention with a team like Belgium, who's also going to this Club World Cup. So they will be able to participate along with every other team in this group in the Club World Cup. You know, you don't want to be left out. They'll have the opportunity. And they'll also have the chance to jump up into 3rd. Very, very, very unlikely, unless both teams get grouped and they go on to win the entire Club World Cup, that maybe they'd be able to advance out. Somebody fails some sort of daily challenge or something.
Production is filming us
3-0 up in the first half here against in the Champions League final. That's good to see that our tactical adjustments has paid off. We are pressing them much higher and having 4 players in the offensive press. So usually we're controlling the games through possession, as Cat, for example, is very renowned for.
This is exactly what he was telling me when we went over to interview him yesterday.
We are much more direct as well, as we have some quicker players at times. So far it's going really well. It's good to see that.
Should take Shelby out, not risk him play bite and
No, it's a different save for every group.
He could get injured.
Yes, that's true. We have Owe, Ado.
Yeah, Ado has been a great player. Ashampong has been very good. Let's keep him on.
So he was explaining it basically. When we went over and talked about it, he was like, yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to control possession against the Saudi teams. We need to have a more direct tactic. And so he just built a more direct tactic, and it's working, and that's a penalty. So they might not even have to worry about this second leg. Look at this team, Norway.
Who takes this penalty? We need someone with
Very disappointing second day from Team Norway. They were very disappointed by it. This is a hot start in the morning session. Why was the English press so hard on Jack last night? It's just the English press, dude. And Jack was talking a big game. And, you know, it's a home World Cup.
Come on! Important
This is a huge result for Team Norway here.
Now in the first leg in
For all of the reasons we just discussed, they get to play in the Club World Cup if they win this tournament.
We're going to play away, and that's going to be tough.
The Champions League final is going over. Oh, the Champions League final is going over 2 legs. So.
Yeah, there's also just specifically the rivalry between Ben, the man asking the questions, and Work the Space.
One more. Yeah, come on!
Otto.
I mean, this is more than Germany was putting up in the Champions League final here. This is a 5-0 from Team Norway.
Do we have tied legs on the field now? Not too bad, actually.
Not too bad. It's been some good rotation before the game, or what? Okay, Ashenpong.
Would Zealand have lost a lot of viewers if he was in the tournament and finished bottom of the table? I don't think so. I think, I like to think you guys just like hanging out with me. But I've also never pretended to be the best player at Football Manager. I'm obviously good at the game. But it's not like my CV, like I have a tattoo across my forehead that's like, I am the best in the world, come try me. And like my entire reputation is staked on me having to be the best player in the world.
He's not a good player.
No, I know, he was talking about the tactical thing earlier, but honestly, when we went and interviewed him, we went and took our mobile setup and interviewed them after, we took our mobile setup and interviewed them after they lost the Asian Champions League yesterday, and he said our main tactic is very match controlling, so we need to design a tactic where we can be more direct so that we don't have to control the match to win against these Saudi teams. That tattoo would be expensive. That's true. You're very right.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go.
It really puts it in perspective because the team's bottom of the league would be like your grade save. I mean, yeah, Jackson 4th, and he just won. Jack failed to win one domestic match in Portugal all season long, and it was a draw in the league. There you go, 5-0. That's got to do it for Team Norway. It would have to be a disaster for them not to win the Asian Champions League after that, and Jean-Francois Leclerc has got to hear that celebration and know that he's slipped up in a major way. We zip over to Team Saudi Arabia. They're loading up towards their Asian Champions League final, trying to win a second trophy, which would definitely spice things up for them. We go check on Team Spain. They have started to put things back together. They're 8 points off the top of the league, but they are, at the moment, in the top 7 with a win on the road. We're going to head over to Team South Africa. I think they might... no, they are not still on a break. But they are just one match into... No, they're not. that was their first Champions League match. Okay. That was their Champions League match. They won 3-0 at Porto. Fair enough. We head over to Team Portugal, who is already out of the League Cup and just conceded a headed goal to Lissandro Martinez, so things are a little uncomfortable in the Team Portugal camp. And then there is Team Netherlands. And I'll tell you what, we are going to head on the road for the first time on the stream today, and we are going to interview Team Netherlands about their spending $1.4 billion and exactly who they spent that $1.4 billion on. We're going to find out here. All right, got that going. Give me a second. Takes a little bit to get the mobile setup ready. My bad, chat. Hello. We're on the road. Hello, Team Netherlands. Do you mind if we come and hang out for a little bit? All right. We heard tell from Renzo, you've spent $1.4 billion. Who did you buy?
Like, who didn't we buy? Actually?
No, it's yeah. There you go. You can just hold it too. Yeah, you don't have to put it in.
Okay. So, let me go to answers. We did use all those like stupid like.
Well, I mean, everybody's doing it. Oh, look at this. Okay.
Pussy Men for 275. Gold Miners, Vahi, Van Bommel, Gabriel, Van de Ven, Del, Melier, and then some like registrations papers, like players. So.
How did you sell anybody to make sure that you could fit these?
Yep. We sold all these guys. So we got huge offers.
Oh, so you get huge offers for Ferguson.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you sold for Brugge. How dare you?
Yeah, we were very sad about it. We were very sad about it. Yeah, we were sad about it, but it had to happen. Like, we needed a better goalkeeper. Because we need to win every single trophy this season to actually have a chance.
That's true.
So, yeah.
But you won the Super Cup?
Yeah, 6-0 against City.
Okay. That's okay. And you're still in the League Cup?
We haven't played the first round yet. We're away at Villa.
Well, 2 of the teams are already out. I didn't know if you knew that. So,
There's pressure on that game.
There's
pressure.
pressure.
A lot of pressure on that game.
Weirdly, there's a lot of pressure on the League Cup match. I just have to show this number, 1.4 billion. All right, I'll let you get back to it. Sorry for interrupting.
No, all good.
Thanks for letting me know. Oh.
One of my chat something.
What do they say?
Ask Zealand to save my save.
Ask Zealand to save my save. No, you're all right. Okay.
He said afterwards, when the tournament's over, you should take the save out, simulate it a bit, and then try and save the clubs.
I don't think they're going to need saving, to be honest. Good luck. Just We've returned to the master desk. I didn't know that there were issues with the audio, though. My bad. How was the audio overall? Did it work? Was it okay? Or did something shut off and it sound, you weren't able to hear him at all? Not bad. It was good. I could hear him okay. Audio is doubled. Well, Hakuna, I think that's just always there for you, I am sorry the audio is doubled. 1.4 billion, chat. What do we make of that? That is a lot. I mean, it's a lot of money, but that's the way the game is played. And hey, that's the smoothest we've ever gotten in and out of the mobile setup this entire time. Yeah, considering we didn't know the setup, and obviously it was too late for me to order anything. I went to multiple camera and tech shops in Liverpool, and they had nothing that I needed. No offense to them. But I basically figured out a way for us to create a mobile setup with my phone and my earphones. So obviously, if I had a week in access to an Amazon that could deliver stuff on time, I'd be able to get a much better setup. And let's say I'm in this position doing this again next year, I will have a much better on the road setup. But yeah, we do have the ability to go on the road, and that's what I wanted, so that we can go and kind of interview these managers that are all over the place. We'll check in on Group C here. We've got a tight one between France and Manchester United in the Champions League. They made sales. Yeah, I mean, it was net 1.1 billion. I guess it was net 1.1 billion.
Let's go.
A let's go from Florian Grippon as Team France continues its march to put pressure on Team Indonesia. Big Champions League match for Team Indonesia here. On the road, 2-1 highlight, and it might be a highlight for the other team here. Nope. Oh, Team Indonesia leaving the 4-2-3-1 behind. We're in a double support inside forward 4-2-4 situation now. Rocket Marley, thank you for the 18 months. It's subs like that allow us to upgrade the technical level of the streams. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy your continued lack of ads, man. Thanks for bringing uninterrupted coverage. Dude, of course. I mean, when I saw this tournament, I was surprised the main broadcast wasn't doing something the whole time, but I understand it. I mean, it's such a huge production with a lot more people to kind of have it going that entire time, but I am more than happy to do this. How's the first FM World Cup developing? I don't know. Phil Peachy, Kyle in. What do you guys think of the first FM World Cup? I'd love to hear from you. Are Jack and Tom done for? Likely, yes. Yeah. Oh. Oof. This is a very important win. This moves Team Indonesia into 21st in the Champions League standings. So right now they are at least going through to the playoff, but it is going to be very difficult for them to reach the top 8. Team Poland, on the other hand, continues to absolutely wax teams that they're playing in the Champions League. You know, obviously, that's what they do. Checking in on Team England, one of 2 Team England representatives in this tournament, one in Group C, one in Group D. And speaking of Group D, that's where we're going to head next. This is a nice result. Ooh, Team England was a little nervous right now. They were a little nervous. If we look at that score, they were losing after their trip to Bulgaria. And you see the look on RDF's face here. They produce a huge 4.26 XG and a 4-goal win to win 5-2 on aggregate. But they were down 2-1 after their road trip to Bulgaria, and they have to make the Champions League group stage.
You okay, young boys?
Oh, that's not bad. I mean, it's not great, but they have PAOK, Young Boys, Juventus, Bayern, Newcastle, Prague, Napoli, City. That is, I mean, as far as Champions League group stage, that's not bad. Let's see what they have to say.
PAOK and Young Boys, we've got to win.
What's big team we've got at home? See, this is okay.
Bayern at home, that's doable. Newcastle at home is doable.
Pot 3, Newcastle at home is a tough draw.
We win away. Young Boys, we're England. That's 6, hopefully. Juventus away, we just say a loss. Bayern, I think we can get a point. That's 7. Newcastle, maybe a win, actually. That's 10. Slavia away, that's 13.
Yeah, City away to end it's tough.
We can get 15, 16 points, probably.
And how much do you need to get?
Try to do the...
Be 16 or 17. Sorry, it's bubble.
No, the top 24, sorry.
Oh, top 24, like 9.
We're
qualifying, yeah.
Yeah, I know we're qualifying, yeah.
But there's so many.
Let's check it on Team Malaysia, the team that I'm maybe thinking is the favorite to get through. They're playing in the Champions League on the road against Punic. Let's just check the other 2 teams that we want to keep track of where they're where they're at in the Champions League, because this Group D, there's 4 teams that are all involved, all involved at once here. Oh, whoa. Champions League playoff is getting dicey here for Team Lithuania. They simply cannot get knocked out of this Champions League playoff. They are losing. They won 3-2 at PAOK, but they are losing 1-0 at home. We're riding along with Team Lithuania here in the Champions League playoff, and a big goal for Ibrahima Sissoko for Lithuania. Team Lithuania, given the fact that they had the extra 5 points to count on, technically kind of in first place coming into today, but all of these teams within 5 points of each other in Group D. 4 teams within 5 points. It's going to probably be the most dramatic group today to watch.
How are ya?
But it'll become a lot less dramatic if Team Lithuania fails to make it to the Champions League group stage. You just have to get to that Champions League group stage. But 3 rounds of playoffs, anything can happen.
Of course.
Just saying to them all as well, we're going live from 4 p.m. till 8 p.m.
Okay.
We're going to be in there.
Okay.
So like, we've got roving mics. So if you cheer, we can literally run out and be like, what's going on? What's going on? So it should be like.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, but everything will end in that last session anyway, won't it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Should be good fun.
during that briefing, is there any?
Oh, there it is.
No, like we'll
Kalma for Team Lithuania. They're obviously talking to people on the FIFA E team about the broadcast, but that is a very nice breath of relief for Team Lithuania. Now a 3-0 lead here for Malaysia on the road in what I believe is the first leg, and the only team we don't have an update about is Team Peru, and they are playing against Apoel. We believe all of these are the Champions League playoff, assuming all these teams are on similar pace here.
El que estaba metiendo ahí presión a la defensa.
Hapoel's not a bad draw in this stage.
Sí. Michi tiene amarilla con cuidado.
A recap of the drama. Basically, what happened was, so two things happened in Group D. One, RDF had a board. Oh, that should have been a goal. RDF was not given the 8 points for his manager score yesterday. Because you get a point, you get points based off of your manager grade. It's not usually a big deal because it's either a B or an A, so it's either 8 or 10 points. But he was given a 0 because there was a board takeover and the API didn't work. So he was awarded afterwards those 8 points for his manager position. And then the second controversy was that in Croatia, if you win the league and the cup, there is no Super Cup. Basically. Ooh, there's the goal for Team Peru. A win on the road in the first leg of the playoff is all you ask for. Roberto Mia trying to guide his team to the Champions League group stage all 3 seasons. That would make him the only manager in this group to never play in the Europa League, which in itself is an accomplishment for the only South American representative. Yeah, but they basically found out that if you win the league and the cup, there is no Super Cup in Croatia, which means RDF lost in the cup, but then won the Super Cup. But what they basically did is they went and awarded, Lithuania and Malaysia. I think that was on. And the teams that, offside. The teams that didn't play a Super Cup, they awarded them the 5 points, essentially saying that they'd won the Super Cup because they didn't have the opportunity to play it. And that was something that bothered RDF. Although I think that was the right decision by the people. He was also upset about the time allowed, but I also think that was the right decision by the people. Because, this is the first tournament they're ever doing. The 9 hours was a good guess as to what would be a good amount of time pressure to force you to finish the save. The reason that they extended the time was because an entire group was struggling to meet the time, the entire Brighton group, because there's just a lot more matches and stuff going on in the Premier League. Also, love this formation. I've loved this formation the entire time. And again, the only team to make it to the Champions League group stage all 3 times, as long as they can get through Apoel right here on this occasion. Oh, they scored a 3rd goal. Never mind. It's 6-3 on aggregate. They are going to be fine, and it looks like we're going to go 4 for 4 in teams making it to the Champions League group stage, yeah. Nobody is out yet, exactly. But no, the reason that they extended the time was because the entire group was struggling with it, and so they basically were acknowledging that they gotten the time wrong. But RDF was upset about the time extension. But, I think that was the one thing RDF really should have been upset about. The one thing that made sense for him to be upset about was the manager points, but then they gave him to him, so we're all good. Who's RDF? He's England's manager in Group D, RDF Tactics. His name's Aaron, but he's a creator whose name is RDF Tactics, and so I just call him RDF. I've never really called him Aaron. My apologies. We'll head over to Group A and just make sure that our Norwegian team here is taking care of business in this second leg of the Champions League. They've got a 5-0 lead. We're going to look in on Team Saudi Arabia. They have a Champions League final coming up that we're definitely going to pay attention to, Arsenal Brighton predictions. Wait, are there matches today? Oh, yeah, there are matches today. Arsenal Brighton predictions. Arsenal's probably going to win. I'll give you an Arsenal 3-1. Well, Al-Ittihad did just score 1 goal, so Norway's lead has been cut down to 4 on the road here in Saudi Arabia. That would be a true crushing defeat if they managed to lose this after winning the first leg 5-0. What does RDF stand for? I actually have no idea. I forgot it was Saturday. I honestly had no frame of reference for what day it is anymore. I just exist in the context of the Football Manager World Cup. That is the only context in which I exist. The Club World Cup is now? They were making it sound like it was way later in the future, but the Club World Cup is now? Germany's about to play against Roma in the Club World Cup. Oh my goodness, we're tuning in live.
Das ist lustig, wenn du dann irgendwann Hochdeutsch lernst. Also ich habe dann nach der Schule habe ich FSJ in Österreich gemacht.
Draft will go live a little after 10 tomorrow. 10 a.m. I mean.
Euch nachgeschlagen haben, nichts gefunden haben. Da habe ich dann gecheckt, okay, ich muss das abgewöhnen.
Remember, if you're attending in person tomorrow, you can't attend the draft. You'll just you can get in like 12:15, 12:30 for the actual competition. Dude, they made it sound like this was way later, but this is Club World Cup. We haven't really seen the draw. I thought the Club World Cup was like in the winter for some reason.
Die restlichen Leute sind alle eigentlich on point. Heute brauchen wir alles, was wir kriegen können.
But yeah, look, Germany's won consecutive Asian Champions Leagues. They've won every point possible. We're expecting the Club World Cup to be the first point where they're going to drop points. The entirety of Group A is going to be decided in the Club World Cup. I mean, this is it. This is literally, this is it.
Keine Ex-Klubberer bei der AS Rom, das ist auch schon mal gut.
Guter früher Start.
Jawohl.
It's group stages, right? I'm actually woefully unfamiliar with the new Club World Cup format. I've never played it in Football Manager because it's only in the game this year and I just haven't played it.
Momentum sieht gut aus, aber es heißt immer nichts, weil da reicht eine Aktion von irgendeinem Spieler oder so ein Eckball mit Indica. Den können wir fast.
I love Club World Cup right now because it's what's going to shake up Group A right here.
Aber Ecke? Ecken sind wir auch stark.
Ecke. Ah, schade. 15 minutes in.
I think that means Norway's doing all right in their Champions League final. I heard another Yatta! So Norway's going to end up in the Club World Cup with a Champions League win. I think, don't know, can't take my word for that 100%. I think they'll be able to play in the Club World Cup because they won that Champions League. There's a goal for Team Germany. A goal for Germany against Roma at the Club World Cup. Surely Germany doesn't go win this too. If they do, they deserve to be there on Sunday. Still just 5 points ahead of Team Turkey. But obviously there are tougher opponents than Roma lurking in this Club World Cup. Oh, it's another... Rui Patricio with the save.
Aber wie wir hier bisher dominieren.
1,6 XG zu 0. Kein Momentum auf unserer Seite.
Yes!
He's off. No, not every team is... not every team is using the 4-2-4 all-out attack, Jake, and I don't appreciate your sassy tone. I don't know why it annoys me. It shouldn't annoy me. 4-2-4 is obviously one of the best tactics in the game. No, you're good, Jake. I really don't know why it annoys me. It's obviously one of the best tactics in the game. I would say the majority of the managers in this tournament have switched to it at some point, when they're chasing a match. We watched Belgium switch into a 4-2-4 in the last 10 minutes. But what I've really appreciated about this event is that there has been a lot of clear separation in ability levels. Like there is apparently the ability over the course of this tournament to create a skill gap. My main concern about Football Manager is an esport. Look at that for Team Germany. A 2-0 lead against Roma in the Club World Cup. Oh, baby, Team Germany's cooking. Are they playing Bayern? We've got multiple Club World Cups going on Club World Cup matches going on. They are playing against Bayern. Their group is Bayern and both Turkey and Germany are in the Club World Cup. Group A is about to get settled right here. Where's the skill gap been noticeable? I mean, you'd have to go back and watch all of the tape to really see, but certain teams have just been able to do so much better than other teams. Oh my goodness. Turkey is beating Bayern. These teams are so good. Team Turkey is literally beating... Chad, I'm going to need you to help me because I got to focus on these matches, but explain where have you guys seen the skill gap? Because there has definitely been a big variety of points that teams have been able to accumulate. But Team Turkey in Season 3 in Japan is beating Bayern Munich at the Club World Cup. And that means that right now, this is a result that they need. I'm looking at the group right now. We've got Team Germany up 2-0, but Team Turkey's already played 3 matches at the Club World Cup. Oh, and we've just picked up on it.
Wichtig. Also wenn wir die Gruppe überstehen, gibt es 3 Punkte fürs Weiterkommen und dann für jede weitere Runde auch 3 Punkte und wenn wir das Finale gewinnen sollten, gibt es 10 Punkte. Also wirklich crazy.
Is it a skill gap or teams just getting luckier? I mean, it is, I would say, a combination of those. I think what's happened more often is teams getting unlucky. I think Team England's obviously gotten unlucky. Oh my goodness. Germany is only playing its first match of the Club World Cup. Chat, this is, I cannot even begin to stress how important these 5 minutes are. Team Turkey right now is through on goal difference over Fluminense from Brazil. If Bayern scores again and takes the lead, Team Turkey is out of the Club World Cup. That's the situation. You can see the table in the top right. We could talk about the efficacy of this tournament later, but one of the best teams in the tournament, Team Turkey, competing for the lead in Group A, has to hold on to this draw for the last 5 minutes. Oh, it's a highlight. Oh, Bayern has scored! Bayern has scored! It's offside! It's offside! It's a highlight. It's a highlight. It's a highlight. Oh. Corner. Last act of the game. Jafer Arslan and Team Turkey needed a result against Bayern Munich in Group A, and they got it. 3 teams finish on 5 points. They finish second on goal difference and are headed to the knockouts of the Club World Cup. I mean, I guess it depends if Fluminense had piled on a bunch more goals, but I don't think they did. Team Turkey advances by 2 on goal difference to the Club World Cup knockouts. Absolutely unreal for Team Turkey. We see the teams that advanced: Chelsea, River Plate, Inter, Barcelona, Benfica, Urawa Reds have advanced. That was a tough group for Team Turkey, but they got through it. See, that's some bad luck for Team Turkey, but they've just powered through. Oh. Club World Cup now. The second match for Team Germany is against Ajax. Congratulations to Norway on their Asian Champions League win. We are still waiting on Team Saudi Arabia losing in the Asian Champions League final. You can see Al-Hazmi, the assistant coach. He's in the background. This is not a good spot for Team Saudi Arabia. They're down 2 goals here. They're down 3-1. We will listen in before coming over to the Club World Cup match. But Mohamed Alem, who won the Asian Champions League last year at home against El Ittihad, lost 2-0 on the road. That's exactly the same thing that Belgium did. He's won the league every year. He's won the Super Cup every year. Mohamed Alem has fallen out of contention because of his inability to win the All Japan Cup and the League Cup during the course of the league play, which has been befuddling, but he did win the Asian Champions League last year. Team Saudi Arabia is wearing it right now. They did win on a last-second goal in the Asian Champions League last year. It was one of the most exciting moments of the tournament so far. We'll listen to see when they come back to play, and we'll watch the German national team take on Ajax at this Club World Cup. They have already beaten Roma 2-0. They have, I don't know if they're aware of it or not, but Turkey is through to the knockouts of the Club World Cup, which means Germany has to make it through to the knockouts of the Club World Cup. Turtle Live, thank you. Turtle Lives Matter, thank you for the Prime. Thank you for supporting the stream, and I hope you enjoy the bacon, the emotes, and the ad-free experience, dude. I appreciate it. Anyone doing well with the target man? I mean, a lot of the teams that are in Group B were using Evan Ferguson as a really wonderful, like, big, meaty lad up top, kind of Lelujo style. Yes, Norway won the Asian Champions League. They won the first leg 5-0, and I heard a yata in there smiling when we went over. So I'm assuming that they've bagged that Asian Champions League. Internacional, the team from Brazil, is actually beating Roma right now. Norway's Club World Cup draw, Chelsea, Leipzig, and Auckland. Oh, that is so brutal. Chelsea and Leipzig. Oh. I'm assuming they lost. We didn't hear anything. Yeah. Oh, that's tough for Team Saudi Arabia. They won the Asian Champions League last year. 4 of them won the Asian Champions League last year. Oh, here we go with Team Germany. In the Club World Cup against Ajax. Man, I could not play at this angle. There's a goal for Team Germany. Up 1-0, 70 minutes to play. That's 6 points against Ajax and Roma. This team is so freaking good at Football Manager, dude. I thought somebody told me the draw for Norway in the Club World Cup. That not happen? Oh, it's a red card for Ajax. That means that this is looking a little, I'd be a lot more comfortable if I was Germany. They have almost 4 XG. Ajax is 0.34 right now. Who's the guy sitting with the German team? He's a German FM streamer. Team Germany has beaten Ajax 1-0 and is very likely through to the knockouts of the Club World Cup, joining a Turkey team that advanced thanks to a draw against actual Bayern Munich. And that brings us, I just wanted to see the Club World Cup draw. They have Benfica. Oh, that's a pretty good draw. That's a pretty good draw for Turkey to maybe get an extra round. Remember, each round that you advance, that's more points that you're able to put together. So Turkey and Germany, this is a duel of titans that we are witnessing right now. Belgium lost the Asian Champions League, so they have only won 1 of 2. Saudi Arabia, Norway, and Belgium have all only won 1 of 2 Asian Champions Leagues so far over the course of this event. And that means the only teams that went 2 for 2 in the Asian Champions League are Germany and Turkey. Of course, everybody's going to get to play in the Club World Cup, but those are the 2 teams that have a chance to win in Group A. We're going to catch up on every other group. We just want to make sure that we don't miss any of the action between those 2 teams, because those are the 2 teams that can make the big difference here. I always love to see a giant Tom FM when you click on over. Perfect. Hot start for Poland, a perfect start, dare I say, in the league. Checking in on Indonesia. They got off to a slow start, 2 points in their first 3 matches in the league. Very disappointing Champions League performance that could get them in some trouble. They are still, at this moment, not top of the league, which is obviously concerning for them. And Team England, with a draw in one of their first 4 league matches, that has certainly spiced things up. Team India still doing bits in the transfer market, as we see. We go to Group B, checking in on Team South Africa. They are up against it because they just got a red card playing against Mönchengladbach in the Champions League. But of course, there is some margin for error when you're talking about Champions League play. We look at Team Spain. That is a very concerning-looking group table we just saw. 19 points from 12 matches. They are 9 points off the top of the league for a team that won the league last season. They need to do it again. They've already been knocked out of the League Cup, and all of a sudden Spain feels like they are fading, even though they were second in the league. How's Team Peru doing? Very much in it. We're going to get to Group D in a second. They have advanced, or at least we think they've advanced. They had a multi-goal lead on the road against Apoel. They are about to enter the home leg against Apoel as we speak. And this is Champions League against Slovan Bratislava. This actually looks like the Champions League playoff for Lithuania, so they're playing at a bit of a slower pace, but they got through the Champions League third qualifying round after just a bit of nerves. But remember, there are 4 teams that can win Group D. England, Malaysia, Lithuania, and Peru are all within 5 points of each other. So it really just comes down to what they're able to deliver on the final day. We know England's already in the Champions League group stage. This is the second leg of the playoff, we believe, for Malaysia, and this is the second leg of the playoff, we believe, for Peru that they're getting ready for right now. It's already an early lead against Slovan Bratislava for Team Lithuania, as all of these teams made it to the Champions League group stage last year. There's another goal for Lithuania. If they don't make it this year, it'll be incredibly, incredibly disappointing. And that brings us back to the intense Club World Cup drama. Germany's got a third group stage match against Internacional from Brazil. Turkey is just a little bit ahead of them. That is Cafer Arslan, the lead manager for Turkey. He is currently looking through a couple of potential transfers, I guess. Maybe chilling out in the summer. We expect all 5 of these teams in Group A to be participating in the Club World Cup. They have all won the Asian Champions League at least once. But since Belgium was eliminated from the Asian Champions League, they're playing LA Galaxy here in the Club World Cup, which that just offers up a bunch of extra points. Now, to break down exactly what the point totals are here, advancing to the next round in each Club World Cup round gives you 3 points. So getting out of that group stage is going to go ahead and give them 3 points. You'll be able to stack up those 3 points every single time. Now, if you do win a Club World Cup, that is 10 points. That's the second highest earning single match that you can play in the entire game outside of a Champions League. The Champions League final is a 15-point swing. Of course, that is not going to be able to make the difference in this tournament. But advancing out of the group stage, huge freaking deal for Germany because every single round you advance is 3 points in this competition. I just want to say you're doing an amazing job. I appreciate it. Hopefully you can and should be a participation in the next iteration of the event. I mean, I'd love to play, but I'll be honest, I am having a ton of fun doing this too. And I feel like I almost feel bad for a lot of the players because they're not able to track kind of the draw. Like we get to see, like all of the cool stuff that happens, basically. We get to see all of the fun, cool stuff that happens. But the people that are playing in the tournament, they don't get to see all of the cool stuff that happens. They come over to me and they're like, what happened? All right, we'll ride along with Germany.
Ja, das ist wieder die bessere Mannschaft hier. Guck mal, ich bin hier von so einem Influencer erwähnt worden. Ich habe alles erreicht im Leben. Seit heute Morgen folgt mir der offizielle Football-Manager.
Hab ich auch gesehen.
Da war ich stolz drauf.
Und dann wurde sich beschwert, dass du im White Mode hast.
Das
Yes. Jawohl,
Alter. Das ist immer so. Aber ich
das kann ich aber auch.
They're gonna win their group. I can't express in the English language how impressive Turkey and Germany are, like what they're doing. This is their third season managing in Japan, and they are, drawing Bayern, beating Roma, finishing top of their Club World Cup group. Like, it's crazy.
Porto, das Spiel so weiter läuft.
Aus City hat Porto gewonnen.
Ja, Porto hat ein Tor gemacht gegen die. Porto ist deutlich schwieriger. Aber auch
Except India, that's true. India is watching the stream live because they said the reason they're watching it is because they want to keep up with what's happening. They're winning 2-0.
Ist mal geirrt, ich staune.
War es sehr, sehr später. Bei den Ecken sieht man es ja nicht. Da kann alles sein.
Oh, there's talk from the admins about making the saves available to the public. Can I give information about it? Can I get some information about that? I can text Natasha. She's the person I would imagine responded to that post if there was that post. Hello, Team India. Yes, chat, say hi to Team India.
Also ich denke immer, du musst voll reingehen. Andererseits bei der Europameisterschaft mal gesehen, wenn die Deutschen im anderen Turnierbaum gelandet wären, könnten wir gleichzeitig morgen Europameister und Welt.
Oh, you're saying Indonesia's playing against Real? I mean, I thought they already played against Real.
Der Türke schaut sich wie der Stürmer an.
Random question, have you played Kingdom Come Deliverance? Yes, I have actually played that game.
Ja, die haben auch Stürmer, haben sie auch nicht so gut wie wir. Da haben wir auch deutlich bessere.
I'll just ask.
Aber der Klassiker. Aber schaust du jetzt ja eigentlich, brauchst du irgendwas Defensives, dann fällt wieder so ein Stürmer für den
Will saves be made
available? Ich denke mal, wenn du gute Innenverteidiger
schön, also
der ist bei Kopf gemacht?
Abseits, ja, aber ich glaube, es war Abseits. Ich habe es nicht gesehen, wo es Abseits war, wahrscheinlich passiert. Schade.
How do I have nameplates in all the time?
Die haben nur Güler vorne. Hatten die nicht.
What do you need nameplates?
Aber der war ja verletzt.
Und Tabakovic?
Tabakovic hatten sie.
Söldert Boniface von Percy Dovbik. Ein von Al-Hilal, aber noch ohne Angebot.
Dovbik ist auch stark.
I mean, it's 2.9 XG to no shots right now.
Okay, ich bin mega gespannt.
They're not just winning these games; they're trashing. They're like trashing them.
Ja, wir schauen sowieso nur auf uns selber, aber auch.
Indonesia actually kind of choked at the start of today? Definitely felt the pressure a little bit. Got 2 points in their first 3 league matches and did not win any of their first 4 Champions League matches. They seem to have righted the ship though. When we click over.
Also wir haben jetzt schon.
I think we can let I'm not sure. I think they're going to win. No way he's looking at Evan Ferguson right now. There's no way he's looking at Evan. They're really sizing up some insane transfers. Dovbeek. Let's watch him try this. Jafer Arslan for Turkey here. He's going 5 million up front, 12 million. He's maxing that's clever. He's maxing the sell-on percentage too because he's not going to turn around and sell him over the course of the save. Player names in the game. On my save, it's when a player has the ball. Oh yeah, you can turn it on in the settings. That's the Team Germany. We were watching Team Germany. They have all of the player names on all the time. They play like really zoomed out, almost data analyst view with all the player names on. Looks weird to me, but if that's what you want. No, what we talked about, very simple solution Dr. Benji came up with is you can't add... They asked the chairman to try and endorse the deal, but it didn't work. They want like a star striker. Is you limit the installments that can be offered to the time of the competition. So like if you're playing 3 years, you can only offer You can only offer installments that pay out over that period of time. If you offer installments that go past that, then it's illegal. It doesn't bother me that they're able to do this now, though. Everybody's able to do the same thing. Give points for financial management. Yeah, but my issue with that is then you'd have people, you'd have to get that exactly right, and it'd be very hard to get exactly right. You know what I mean? It'd be very, very hard to get that exactly right. Because then you'd have people doing the math like, oh, can I take a hit on my financial management, but is it worth it to get Artem Dovbeek in? You know? And I don't like the idea of people having to do that math because that's not Football Manager. I think it's much smarter to just basically say, hey, you can't put installments in that are going to go past the time that you're playing. I think that's way easier to balance. That's a very hard line. It's very obvious, and it just prevents people using gimmicky payouts. They got it accepted.
Çok daha iyi olur aslında da.
Nothing to stop you abusing international caps? I mean, yeah, there's nothing to stop you doing that, in the game normally. Best would be full draft mode. Now, I'm going to be honest. I don't think the draft mode, the way the Streamer Showdown did it, which is the format for the last 4, I don't think that helps you figure out who the best player at Football Manager is. I'm going to be honest. I think this format for the group stage is the best way anybody's ever cooked up to allow people to compete at Football Manager. 3 full seasons. You all start at the exact same point. You all have the exact same parameters. Who can achieve the most? And I'm not saying a shot at Kev. Kev's an excellent draft mode player. He's obviously the best draft mode player. But I think this format's the best way to figure out who's the best at FM. And then once you boil it down to the last 4, testing players in the draft mode in a way that can make it super hype as a final event is great. But there's a lot less RNG in my opinion in this. Somebody asked, is there skill gap or is it luck? I mean, there's so many different little things you can do in Football Manager to increase your luck. Now, in any sport, luck is going to be part of it, right? Literally in any sport, luck is a part of that equation, right? It doesn't matter if it's, I mean, if Ghana shoots the ball 1.5 feet further to the right of Luis Suarez has no control over that, right? But the entirety of Uruguay isn't able to advance to the next round there. But because he shot it in that particular spot, Luis Suarez, that's a terrible example, right? A better example would be in basketball when you see the ball hit the rim and then come in, or they review it and somebody's in by, a centimeter or something. Luck is always going to be a part of any competition, but I think that there is not a single tactic that everybody's using in this tournament that clearly breaks the game. There are clearly tactics that are better than others. That's the same as in real life, I guess. And it could be maybe a little more balanced, but it's really an impossible job for the people that make Football Manager to try and have it like be somehow perfectly balanced, because real life isn't perfectly balanced, right? And if you actually knew what the absolute, the winning formula was with all the tactics on the face of the earth, you'd probably be somebody beating up on Pep in the Premier League right now. Number Wang, thank you for the 2 months. But I was concerned. I was concerned coming into the tournament that you wouldn't see, like, a skill gap. Or that it would be, I don't know. We know they're about to play against Benfica. That's why we've been kind of hanging out here. Oh, my goodness. They're losing to Porto. We're going to tune in with Germany right now. This is their knockout match. I didn't know Germany had flown straight into their knockout match while Turkey was kind of taking a break.
Come on. Ja, wichtig.
I'm assuming it's 2 legs in the knockouts. I don't know, though. It might just be 1. They're down 2-1. This could open the door for Team Turkey. It is a single leg in the Club World Cup knockout. There's a goal for Team Germany. They have drawn level with Porto in the Club World Cup knockouts. Just to keep you up to date here, they have a 5-point lead over Turkey in this group. These 2 teams have been flying. They put together basically every point they possibly could, and this is the round of 16 in the Club World Cup. If they win this, then they put an incredible amount of pressure on Turkey. If they lose this, then Turkey has an opportunity.
Bisschen 2 Tage am Cruisen und dann kommt Porto. Ja. Geht direkt voll rein hier.
Of course, Turkey, just because, there's beautiful symmetry sometimes, they're playing against Benfica. They're waiting to kick off. Is Indo doing well? Actually started horribly today, but they're recovering. It doesn't cost them any points yet.
Jawohl. Wichtig, aber.
I think real coaches try ideas in Football Manager. Not really. Maybe sometimes, but I don't think regularly.
Oh, das ist viel zu knapp, Mann.
Komm, jetzt ist wieder. Aber Momentum war gerade komplett wieder bei uns.
So Germany hasn't done the daily challenge? Yeah, but I'm just working under the assumption that they will, right? It'd be stupid of them not to. They definitely have the resources to accomplish the daily challenge.
Ausdauertechnisch sind wir besser da. Pipe und Evan Nielsen sind schon wieder. Ich glaube, die zweite Reihe von denen ist nicht.
65th minute, 2-2, round of 16 of the Club World Cup.
Keine Ahnung.
Kann ich mir vorstellen.
No points lost for Team England in Group D yet. Sven Goli, the German manager who has put together every single point he could possibly accumulate.
Das ist jetzt schon K.O.-Spiel, so das Streamer, das heißt...
Das ist eine gute Nachricht.
Das heißt, leave it or take it.
Ten minutes left now. It looks like Germany's highlight. This is a highlight that's starting with Team Germany here in the 87th minute. 2-2. Oh, it's a goal for Team Germany. From down 2-1 to up 3-2 in the round of 16 at the Club World Cup. They might just make it impossible for them to be beaten in this group. They might just make it impossible.
5 minutes.
One of the biggest goals of the tournament so far that might go a very long way to determining which team represents Group A in the final day. Team Germany, 3. Porto, 2. Quarterfinals of the Club World Cup on the way. Svengoli cooks up a goal in the nick of time. The daily challenge is they have to sell a player for $2.5 million to a top league European club.
We found the
At least $2.5 million.
stage.
Who'd they get? Chelsea. And I mean, it's like watching two heavyweights go back and forth. Now we know that Team Turkey is up next. Soxwood, thank you so much for the 2 months, dude. I appreciate it. I didn't know he was their record signing. So that was a smack from Doan. I mean, this is just an epic. I'm going to remember this battle for a long time. This is just an epic back and forth. You had Turkey drawing Bayern to get out of the group stage. Then Germany responds. The Asian Champions League's going back and forth. It's almost like they're playing on the same pace as well. It's this and that, and then this, and then that, and then this, and then that, and they're always winning. Bloke, thank you for the 25 months. It's good to see you. But Leander, I'm not bothered. I mean, I've said this obviously a couple times before. I'm not bothered by the way that they're playing the game right now. Everybody has the same rule set. My fix is you can't put installments or payouts that go beyond the. You can't put installments or payouts that go beyond the game session, right? Actually, my favorite group's been Group B because league position still like really matters in Group B, you know? That's probably been my favorite group. But Group A, dude. Group A in the mornings, if you get up early enough to watch Group A, they reward you. It gets wild. Schaefer Arslan's going full Rocky mode for the match with Benfica. I think he's waiting for his assistant coach to come back. They're going after, they're offering out Kim Mente or something. Something's going on there for Germany. Schaefer Arslan in his Eminem era. This way of playing can't be fun. It's got to be stressful. I mean, dude, bright lights, people like me shouting, people walking around interviewing you, press conference at the end of each day. Your entire federation is watching you. Your federation's tweeting about you. Random people are tweeting about your performance in Football Manager for the first time. Oh, they're going to take a break before the Benfica match? Oh, come on. Turkey's taking a break before the Benfica match. Shout out, by the way, to Belgium, who have already qualified for the knockouts of the Club World Cup. Somehow, Saudi Arabia always seems to be playing a Japanese League Cup match. We've got Team Norway looking at a deal, perhaps, for Oscar Bob to come in. The match against Chelsea is coming up for Germany. I am going to use this window, since we have one match that we're really focused on, to go grab my lunch, because I think things are just going to be heating up from here. So I'm going to go eat lunch. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Enjoy Germany FM World Cup, Club World Cup, quarterfinal, the full Germany watch-along.
Okay, cool. Finde ich gut.
Sehr komfortabel. Ja. Besser geht's nicht.
Elfmeterschießen, wenn die gefragt werden, ob er jetzt beim Elfmeterschießen ob er vorlegen wollte oder nicht, ist immer besser vorzulegen. So machen wir es auch. Ja, die machen jetzt eine Pause, da lese ich gerade. Pause. Also.
Ihr könnt den Stand dann auch eine Pause einlegen.
Dann stehen wir auf der Terrasse, wer zuerst.
Genau, steht gegenüber auf der Terrasse.
Stehen wir auf der Terrasse, wer zuerst Bremst verliert. Ne?
Ja, genau. Achso, na, deswegen sind wir auch hier.
Der Spruch hat mir gar nicht. Dienstag im Stream erwarte ich neue Chips und Dippe.
Ja, von der FIFA noch kommt ein kleines Anfängervideo zu machen auf dem Kanal.
Cool. Cool.
Da gibt es dann auch Tipps und Tricks.
Cool. Also machst du selber oder interviewst du Leute und fragst, was du gibst?
Nee, ich so selber.
Also sagst du dann praktisch, wie man es nicht macht. Du es normal machst und eigentlich genau das Gegenteil von mir.
So,
So.
Zeig einfach kurz
Oh! Hi guys! Zealand viewers, how are you doing? Zealand macht Pause und lässt unseren Stream laufen. I hope you're not too disappointed, as we have not a single lone player here in our squad.
So Jungs, wieder das wichtigste Spiel. Schon wieder das wichtigste
Now the
Spiel.
most important game in the history of Germany and Marinos. Quarterfinal of the World
Chelsea.
Cup. Club World Cup against Chelsea. Let's go.
I believe.
Let's go! Komm! Chelsea starting with... Ja! Dorn! Dorn!
Der 65 Millionen Mann.
Der 65 Millionen Mann. Rizzo Doan. Oh, wie gut kann man in ein Spiel starten? Oh, schön. Kolke. Wirtz. Kunku, Cancelo. Schön verteidigt, schön verteidigt.
Gutes Ding.
Ja!
Yes,
Chris
yes,
Ramos.
Vamos,
Der hat sich die Tore für die wichtigen Spiele aufgehoben.
5. Minute, 2-0.
Also nicht vorbei, da muss man aufpassen. Chelsea ist fucking gefährlich.
Chelsea.
Das ist so gefährlich.
They can park the bus with players.
Oh ja.
Gelenkbus. Was heißt Gelenkbus auf Englisch?
We can do it.
Sumaru.
Oh, das Ding ist drin.
Leck mich am Arsch. Leck mich am Arsch. Ja.
Ja.
Follow Swan FM on Twitter.
Einfach Chelsea. Wer ist Chelsea?
So geil, so geil.
Geil. Ich leg mich jetzt in den Liegestuhl.
Ja.
Easy win.
Das Beste wäre jetzt Club-WM gewinnen. Also so ein bisschen. Und dann hochgehen auf die Terrasse und das Mittagessen.
Ja, und dann
nicht zu früh vorher, ne? Hier, das geht noch was.
Hier ist und dann so die Club-WM-Trophäe auf den Tisch stellen.
Viertelfinale.
Viertelfinale.
Steht schon.
Ist schon durch, das Geld kommt zu spät.
Er ist noch nicht vorbei, ja. Noch nicht den Tag vom Abend so.
Ja, man muss auch gucken, ne? Guck dir die XG an.
Ja, genau. Das ist nicht
very,
so, dass
very
wir...
even game XG-wise, but Stone Cold Killers Germany are back. Doan, Ramos and Fujita.
Oh ja.
Das ist geil.
Ja!
Das ist es.
Gehen aber auch alle jetzt rein.
Das geht wirklich alles rein.
eine Chance.
Das heißt, jetzt können wir Ramos ein bisschen schonen, jetzt können wir Majolo ein bisschen schonen hier.
Viertelfinale Club-WM-Spieler schonen gegen Chelsea. Let's go.
Die besten Jungs auswechseln.
So.
Also zum
Sven is subbing players so that they are fit for the next round.
Yeah.
Quarterfinal against Chelsea.
Unsere zweite Reihe ist halt auch noch auf dem Niveau, dass es
Let's go, ey.
eigentlich kein Problem sein sollte.
Go! Und danach verkaufen wir die Spieler an Chelsea und machen die Challenge damit.
Das wär's, ja. Judo brauchen wir auf jeden Fall auch noch.
Das ist
auch wieder ein Statement.
Masterclass.
Wo ich vorhin auch meinte, das 4-0 hat gefehlt. Wir hatten 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, jetzt war das 4-0.
Stimmt, ja. Habt ihr noch Spaß?
Was kommt im Halbfinale?
Ich nehme Wetten an.
Geil. Ganz stark.
Das ist crazy, wirklich. Das ist crazy.
Ich glaube, wenn man hier 4 Saisons spielen müsste in der Gruppenphase, dann würde die nächste Saison wahrscheinlich Club-WM aussimulieren mittlerweile.
Bayern 7-1. Was sagst du?
Ich meine, wenn es 4 Saisons gäbe in der Gruppenphase, dann würde die nächste Saison...
Jetzt müssen wir gegen Bayern, ne? Nix spielt Bayern.
Oh, Bayern next. Bayern next. They won the Champions League in that save. So.
Die Türken haben gegen die Bayern 2-2 gespielt in der Gruppenphase. Das heißt,
Ja, okay.
ihr schlagt sie.
Okay, Turkey drew. 2-2?
Ja.
Okay. 2-2 against Bayern in the group stage.
Nie zu früh freuen, aber keine Ahnung, ich believe auf jeden Fall unsere Leute.
Gamer Pro, welcome.
Was meinst du, wie die Türken da oben zittern? Aber da kommen gerade
Natürlich, die Sonne wird immer heißer, die Sonne wird immer heißer.
Danke, das ist geil. Bin ich jetzt in dem Alter, wo mir das angeboten wird.
Ja.
Die Woche kommt zuerst.
Ja, das reicht, wir können noch eine Woche bleiben, glaube ich. Das reicht.
Ja, es gibt ja Reis bestimmt bald wieder, ausnahmsweise.
Ja, von mir aus gerne, ich mach das.
Ich komme auch nicht klar. Erstmal ein Reisvorrat kaufen.
Ich glaube, zu Hause brauchst du erstmal einen Monat keinen Reis.
Einen Monat Kartoffeln auf die 1.
Kartoffeln gibt es ja jeden Morgen.
Ja, stimmt.
Da könnte echt ein Video machen. Ranking-Video.
Ja.
Schon eine dabei. Content.
Mach das.
TikTok. Ein Terry sich einen TikTok-Account.
Das wär's so.
Nicht beim Weltmeistertitel TikTok-Account.
Bei irgendwas musst du schon noch dir einfallen lassen.
Ja,
so
echt.
beim
Sven hat ja schon das Tattoo.
TikTok-Account.
Ja, irgendwie was Besonderes. So. Eine Glatze.
Schade, das reicht doch nicht, das Angebot.
Schneller als mir lieb ist.
Wie ist der Club hier? Das war Gil Vicente. Können wir den vielleicht
Das
noch
ja gestern gelesen im Chat bei der Pressekonferenz. Bastos. Hier looks like Bastos.
Ich lese die ganze Zeit nur Tuchel.
Was lustig ist, weil die es über Sven sagen und über mich auch. Das ist so lustig. Wahrscheinlich Tuchel bei Mainz, Tuchel bei Bayern oder was? 15 Jahre dazwischen. Team Turkey drew Bayern to get out the group stage. Okay, very well.
Halbfinale,
ja. Was ist das andere Halbfinale?
Kann ich dann gleich mal gucken. Ich will jetzt kurz noch ein paar Spieler irgendwie anbieten,
Ja.
damit wir die andere Challenge noch kriegen.
Genau, wenn wir im Finale verlieren und die Türken das Finale gewinnen, dann sind die Türken vor uns, ja. Also wenn einer ins Finale kommt, dann sollte er es auch gewinnen.
10 Punkte für den Sieg. Ne?
Ja. Und für eine Runde weiter gibt es 3. So, das heißt, du hast dann 7 Punkte dazwischen und dann.
Ja, B gegen Brasilianer.
Okay.
So, ich vergessen, wen ich noch anbieten wollte. Twente, hier wer ist noch so ein Verein, der da immer kaufen wollte?
Utrecht.
Utrecht, ja, die ist auch noch so eine Kategorie, die sich da interessieren könnte.
Ja, das ist Halbfinale.
Das ist Halbfinale, wenn du das gewinnst, bist du eigentlich durch.
An wen haben die Türken ihren Spieler verkauft? Wisst ihr das?
Irgendwie italienische Seite vorhin. Udinese oder so.
Ah, okay.
Irgendwie nach Italien wegen der Hin.
So, gucken wir gleich mal. Tatsächlich, ja, anderes Halbfinale ist Leipzig gegen Flamengo. Das heißt, wenn wir gegen die Bayern gewinnen, haben wir richtig gute Karten.
Eigentlich unter uns.
Das ist schon krass, Alter. Hoffentlich schaffen wir das. Das wäre so big.
Wer spielt bei den Bayern vorne? Okay, noch?
Wahrscheinlich. Schauen wir mal. Boah, Alter. Okay, Sané, Stach, Upamecano.
Sané, Coman ist halt super
die
schnelle,
sind schon stark, aber
super schnelle Flanke. Es ist so
da
lustig,
liegt ein Angebot vor von Ali, vielleicht wechselt er noch.
Es ist so lustig, ne? Upamecano spielt immer auf der 6 im FM.
Ja, stimmt.
Das ist so witzig. Aber Kim Min-jae und De Ligt sind, glaube ich, nicht so mega schnell. Kimmich habe ich nicht gesehen.
Das ist schon nach Saudi-Arabien, oder? Das ist doch oft. Zumindest in Mainz selbst am Anfang.
2,5 Millionen Euro Liverbird. Falls du auf die Währung von der Challenge abzielst. Ja, das sollte auch zählen, Cooper mit Rückleihe, weil du kriegst ja das Geld trotzdem direkt. Das sind ja 2 getrennte Deals, der Verkauf und die Rückleihe.
Das geht.
Ich glaube, die FIFA meckert bald, wenn hier die ganzen Sponsorenwänden zustellt.
So, der ist zufrieden. Dann muss man den.
Jatta! Zu dem musst du mal gehen mit deinem Jatta-Trikot.
Eigentlich schon, ne? Ja.
So, alles grün, alles grün. Jungs, seid ihr bereit für die Bayern?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Ready to go. Bayern gegen Deutschland. Klingt irgendwie nach 30-jähriger Krieg.
klingt, als müsste Sarah Connor die Nationalhymne singen.
So, Fans. King Charles
Okay,
nach
komm.
oben.
Yes! Ja, so ein
King
Fuß, bitte.
Charles nach oben. Das Momentum ist weiß. Wer ist weiß? Die Bayern oder wir?
Das sind die
Das
Bayern.
verstehe ich nicht.
Das müssen die Bayern sein. Wir müssen unten sein mit Blau. Die sind gerade ganz schön in der Vorhand. Die sind natürlich auch verdammt stark, ne?
Unser Ball, ja, unser Ball, unser Ball.
Ja, wenn wir Chelsea Bayern
Schön.
rauskommen, das wäre einfach unglaublich, aber es ist schon...
Schön, 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 schön.
Ja. Oh, Ecke, das können wir, das können wir. Stach ist natürlich auch ein guter Kopfballspieler. Das darf man nicht machen. Kaspar gewinnt da gegen Kane.
Das ist Kane, der nimmt unseren Innenverteidiger auf jeden Fall nicht weg, weil er den Ball an der Linie bekommt.
Die stehen ja so eng.
Ja. Krass, ne? Komm, Nübel, schenk uns ein. Komm, Nübel. Oh, 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 oh. Ja!
Oh!
Yes!
Geiles Ding!
Yes! Oh, Alter, ist das wichtig.
Meins! Komm. Die beiden sind's einfach.
Ramos, Königstransfer.
Die passen immer so hinten rum, das ist richtig gut.
Ja, Mann! Ja! Das gibt's nicht, ey.
Natürlich die Ecke, der Klassiker.
Und wieder Gaspar. Wieder Gaspar. Wieder Gaspar.
No way. Komm.
Beide
We are
Innenverteidiger
going the whole way.
Beide Innenverteidiger jetzt Geld geholt. Hoffen wir mal, dass da keiner verdient hat. Kommen wir mal eine Halbzeit gleich.
Das wäre ja.
Alter Schwabe.
Was ist hier los?
Fuck, Mann.
Gegen wen ist City raus? Dann gegen Leipzig oder was?
Ich hab nicht geguckt.
Nein, 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 nein.
Come on, so gefährlich.
Fuck. Der macht dann,
Ein Dürfen.
Boah. Oh, Jungs, Alter, das ist wieder viel zu viel.
Schön, dass du jetzt hörst.
City ist gegen Flamengo raus. Die Türken machen Pause, die warten, was wir machen.
Ja.
Boah,
Die sitzen auf der Dachterrasse, gucken unseren Stream und zittern. Das hat ja echt gut geklappt, mit einem Poloshirt durch die Tage zu kommen. Jetzt fange ich an zu schwitzen.
Wir holen jetzt auf jeden Fall schon mal Standards raus. Wir können eigentlich auch schon ein bisschen Zeit runterzunehmen. Oh, Rechtsverteidiger.
Ich finde es so geil, dass die Norweger immer noch eine gute Zeit haben. Das ist so cool. Das ist so cool.
Schiene macht uns stolz.
Crunch Time langsam.
Crunch Time, 20 minutes to go.
Jungs, Alter.
Bayern mit deutlich mehr XG, aber das ist auch zu erwarten in so einem Spiel.
Bayern wird hier enttäuscht.
Bayern wird hier geswont.
Geswont.
Bayern wird geswont.
Das ist ja im Duden.
Jugendwort des Jahres.
Wenn ich das Jugendwort des Jahres kreiere, dann kann ich von dieser Erde scheiden. Also dann habe ich alles erreicht.
Geswont werden oder Beikraut.
Scheiße, jetzt gerade gewechselt und dann kommt noch die Verletzung. Jetzt haben wir keine
Okay,
Wechsel
10
mehr.
Minuten to go.
So, jetzt muss ich kurz überlegen, wie machen wir das? Das ist natürlich richtig ärgerlich. Wir können natürlich, wenn da...
Und noch 10 Minuten zu spielen.
Der kann das. Zumindest kann Ito halt hier die Verteidigung gut machen. So muss halt hier Kawaba als einzelner Sechser wahrscheinlich das spielen. Also wirklich viel anders können wir das gar nicht gestalten. Muss so gehen, muss so gehen. Das ist natürlich richtig unglücklich. Puh. Vor allem ist auch der, den wir gerade eingewechselt hatten, ne? Also, ich glaub,
Oh,
trotzdem
Chat.
mal-
Das ist jetzt richtig Crunch Time. FM at its best or worst. We'll see. Ja, und jetzt Konter. Highlight vorbei, okay.
Hoffentlich keine Highlights mehr, keine Highlights mehr, keine Highlights mehr, keine Highlights mehr.
Durchlaufen. Go, go, go.
Nothing to see here, nothing to see.
Go on.
5 Minuten.
Go on.
3,
3,
2,
1.
Yes!
Oh mein
Yes!
Gott.
Das ist geil, Mann.
Jungs.
Jetzt haben wir Bayern richtig FM'd.
Ich wollte gerade sagen,
Yeah! We kicked out Chelsea, we kicked out Bayern.
We are in the final of the Club World Cup.
We even lost a
And
player.
we play against Leipzig or Flamengo from Brazil. So City out, Real out, everyone out. Wow. And we won against Chelsea and now against Bayern Munich, who won the Champions League in Europe.
Well,
Leipzig.
this is basically it then. If you win this,
Yeah, but if you don't win it, and Turkey wins, they.
do we know how they're getting on? 'Cause they're not here.
They're pausing and waiting what we do.
Really?
We are in their minds.
That's amazing.
We are
I
in their
love
minds.
that.
Yeah, we are in their minds. They're sitting upstairs in the sun and
watching you.
Watching you. And
Oh, that's
I think if
amazing.
you win it, they go straight to the airport. They should.
Press Conference Mode.
Ich habe Adrenalin.
Ja.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
Unfassbar, ey. Unfassbar.
Oh, ich muss mich bewegen.
Ich kann nicht mehr.
Der Mann ist finished.
Ich auch, ey, ich auch.
Und das war jetzt die erste Partie, die mal also wirklich glücklich war. Von der Art und Weise.
Ja. Aber das haben wir uns auch verdient, dass
Ja,
wir jetzt
voll,
mal so ein Ding haben.
wirklich. Dann halt auch noch ein Mann weniger mit der Verletzung. Gutes Drehbuch.
Kein Problem.
Besser geht's nicht. Ich glaube auch, dass wenn das absichtlich macht, der hat eigentlich locker da irgendwie 4-0 gewinnen können, aber der wollte noch mal ein bisschen für uns Content bringen. Harry bucht die Tickets für die Gegner.
Aber es gibt keine Möglichkeit mehr vorbeizuziehen dann, oder? Wenn die das jetzt
Ja doch, CL können wir noch verkacken.
Genau.
Die nächste.
Jahr.
Simuliert ihr ja schon.
Ja,
Simulier doch einfach mal das Finale.
Ja, genau.
Also ist halt leider immer das Risiko noch da.
Ich glaube, simulieren, klicken und dann zum Acen gehen.
Ja. Ich auch mal was trauen hier.
Hier rum in meinem Liegestuhl.
Unfassbar.
Das Spiel ist gespeichert nach dem Spiel. Ne?
Ja, ich kann auch nochmal. Boah, unglaublich, unglaublich. Den würden wir, wenn dann wirklich.
Ja, die Türken twittern schon, you're incredibly lucky.
Da kommt auch gestern, haben wir doch bei der Champions League so ein Ding
We won in the quarterfinal against Chelsea, in the semi-final against Bayern Munich, and now we have to play against Leipzig in the grand final.
Oh, amazing. Congratulations.
All right, chat. Oh.
Dann noch einer verlieren.
So, did you guys miss me? I had a wonderful lunch. Thank you so much for asking. They're in the final. Actually, funny thing is, I ran into the German assistant coach on the way back to this desk. So yes, I now know that they are in the final. We need to make sure that we stay up to date with everything else that's happening. The Turkish team is still on a break, I believe.
Kannst du ja mal nachgucken. Also wir machen das Spiel noch und danach können wir essen gehen.
Das Finale noch?
Könnt ihr jetzt nicht machen, das Finale. Nicht voll warten zu lassen.
Dude, the results these teams are getting are crazy. I mean, I feel like the big teams are rotating a little bit when it comes to this Club World Cup, obviously. Because we've got Team Belgium, who lost the Asian Champions League final in a penalty shootout with PSG right now. And, of course, we have the German team, Basically, here's the situation. Either Germany wins this and they're completely uncatchable, or they lose it and Turkey has to win it. That's the situation that we're sitting in right now. We stop complaining and get back to the competition. I mean, like, there's always just going to be that conversation. I know there were a few people talking about it, and it's not like a bad conversation to have. But there is a difference between... They said, yeah, maybe after the competition, Sway. They were like, they don't. Oh, look at that, Norway with a goal against RB Leipzig, as they're trying to advance themselves out of the Club World Cup. We'll watch along with that. Yeah, like there's always going to be conversations about this in strategy games, right? I mean, to be honest, there's conversations about this, like types of exploits in. There's conversations about those types of exploits in like PvP games as well. It's not just strategy games like a Hearthstone or something. But I think it's impossible to have an esport without having those types of conversations. It's important to have them, but you can also overdo it. Yeah. Now, the way to approach the conversation is definitely not by calling somebody Jimmy Savile. Yeah, that is definitely not the way to approach that conversation. Anytime somebody takes that kind of step with it and is being super aggressive with it, then they're just kind of a person that's, you know, miserable with their own life, and they're just going to like taking it out on other people, typically. Right, but if you want, like, if you're having a productive kind of conversation about, you know, whether a game is broken or whether there's just metas within the game, what they're trying to insinuate is basically that the tactic they're using is somehow scummy because it's similar to another tactic that's on FM Arena. Yeah, what's up?
I just spoke to South Africa.
Okay, hold on.
They bought someone for 200.
South Africa bought somebody for 290 million. Okay.
They just told me they tried to get Saliba in. Do you know what the price of that was?
350.
770 million. What's he doing? I'm going to pour them a shit. I'm going to break them monitors.
It's the last season, baby. Can you figure out it's the last season? Yeah, I was going to say, also, first off, every single tactic's on FM Arena. And you know what is amazing? When I won both of my streamer showdowns, the tactic I used was one of the top ones on FM Arena with like 3 roles changed. And nobody ever cared. Because you know what? FM Arena, while it is awesome, also just has a lot of the best tactics in it. Whether you, like... That's just how it works. All right, let's go over to Team Germany. They are in the Club World Cup final, which is unbelievable, by the way. Club World Cup final, Team Germany, trying to become the first winners of the Club World Cup in Football Manager World Cup history.
Brilliant. Okay.
So if you win it, I think we're sorted.
They're doing well. They're happy. It's chaos. Good morning, chat. How are we?
Just heard a giant yell.
YouTube or Twitch?
I want to make sure that that's not Turkey.
Good morning. It's chaos everywhere.
Yes!
Oh, Germany's taken the lead. Germany has taken the lead in the Club World Cup final. The yell was Team Belgium. Oh, they're offside. The yell was Team Belgium. They've won a penalty shootout over PSG. They are advancing in the Club World Cup. Unbelievable performances in Group A. It's because people play to win. I mean, like you. Ben is salty.
Ein Wechselzeitpunkt. Und Jalo verdient seine gelbe Karte, das hasse ich auch immer.
So far, so good today?
Yeah.
Aside
from
lost
that,
yet?
perfect.
You haven't. They've never lost.
I don't look at
They've not lost in 3 days.
We don't look at the league games anymore. So
this is a really bad.
Just got my tickets for tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Nice. Oh, that nearly went in.
Crossbar.
That nearly went in. So we've got a lot of Club World Cup nonsense going on right now. Imagine if FIFA banned inverted fullbacks next season. Yeah, and it's always evolving too. I think the idea that there's literally only one tactic you can win with. I mean, I think the existence of this tournament has kind of disproven that. I mean, the incredible amount of success that Indonesia had. All the like, if there's only one meta tactic, how has Indonesia won like 1 billion trophies playing a different tactic than the one Germany's playing? You know what I mean? I think that is a great sign for the fact that the types of debates we're having around the tactics in the FM World Cup are more normal esports and less Football Manager can't be an
Das ist
esport.
das Finale. Wenn wir
That's
das
what I
gewinnen,
think.
haben wir
That's
10
like my
Punkte im
personal
Sack.
opinion.
Und dann können die Türken uns eigentlich nicht
Why are streamers allowed to go up to the teams and disturb them while they play the game? We asked the teams beforehand. At least I do personally. Like on day one, I went around and I'm like, hey, is it okay? Yeah, every single team said yes. I was like, hey, is it okay if I kind of come around, interview you, whatever? 0-0, Club World Cup final. Goes the goal for Team Germany. They have the lead in the Club World Cup final. This would be an unbelievable performance.
Unbelievable. So win on my birthday tomorrow, please. I've got so much money on you.
Team Germany in the Club World Cup final.
I'll take it against everyone.
In a memorable group race, trying to put themselves beyond reproach here. It would require a Herculean, stunning bottle for Team Germany to not advance from this group if they win this Club World Cup, and that probably should have been a goal for Leipzig right there. Wow. What a miss from Sheshko. 2-0.
Easy. Too easy for Germany.
As unbelievable as it is to imagine, Germany is now 15 minutes away from winning the Club World Cup in Season 3 out of Japan.
This is the most important game so far. Look at him. How can we not love it?
Oh, man. All right. Let's get another one on the defense. In the semi-final against Bayern, we had an injury.
What was that?
Oh boy. Card attack. It's offside.
Yeah, that's it. They're going to win the Club World Cup.
We did it.
So relaxed.
Das ist so krass.
Das ist so krass.
Was machen wir denn für eine Trophäe? Willst du den Mülleimer hochheben? Den Stuhl hatten wir schon zweimal. Jetzt brauchen wir den Mülleimer.
Holy. You know what we didn't consider, chat, about the Club World Cup is what if Germany just wins it? Then what happens?
Yes! Champions of the world!
We figured getting out of the group stage was probably going to be the standard here, but they've gone on and won the entire thing. They are the Club World Cup champions, the first ever Club World Cup champions in the history of the FM World Cup at all. They've raised the bin.
We are coming.
Damn.
Holy shit.
Damn. That was cold. Turkey currently at their lunch break, on a break, and they said, enjoy your meal. We're the champions of the Club World Cup. What's up? That was ice cold. Ice cold from the Germans. They're good, and they know it. Damn. Norway are through from the group. Nice. Looks like Portugal is on break. I think I saw the Portuguese assistant manager walking by. Celebration coming from the Netherlands. Oh, the Netherlands. Oh, that is huge from Team Netherlands. They win a penalty shootout. We'll listen to the celebration here on tape delay.
3 saves. Je was niet. Kom op, Karim.
They win a penalty shootout to advance over Chelsea in the League Cup. Remember, Spain and Portugal are already out of the League Cup. That is a monster result.
Yeah, and we're still through.
Monster result there. We haven't watched Korea all day, so we'll check in on them. They've got Champions League against Lille. But a huge result for the Netherlands. They are currently in second in this group right now because Spain really struggling, down in 6th in the league, 8 points off the top of the league. They're really struggling in the Champions League as well. It looks like they might be in the Champions League playoff. Incredibly uncharacteristic. They just loaded up 10 points right at the beginning of the stream today. but it has been a super disappointing tournament for them. They're out of the Carabao Cup already. Just a really tough spot to be in. Team South Africa, currently in third in the league, just 2 points off the top of the table. That's perfectly reasonable at this point in the season. Team South Korea, Jae Young-hyu, the lead coach on the right there, still feels like he can barely watch. They lost their first match in the Champions League, so it's important to pick up the 3 points here for Team South Korea. If they want to have any chance, and it's a very, 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 very slim chance, they have to win the Champions League, no holds barred. They have to win literally everything they're playing in. But fortunately for them, we haven't seen them get knocked out of anything yet, so that is still, at least for the moment, on the table. And Newcastle away for Netherlands in the next round of the League Cup. We'll check in on Group C. We know Indonesia was struggling a little bit earlier. They might be on their lunch break right now. They are. And so we will zip over to Team France, where we get a nice look at their schedule while they take their lunch break. They have won their 3 of their first 4 Champions League matches, so they got to be feeling good about that. And obviously, they are flying through all of the different cups, so no slip-ups yet for Team France. Team Portugal is at their desk, and they... Sorry, brother, I know you told me to text me, but I don't want to interrupt you for something so minor. Oh, there we go. I can see the date. Okay, they're on October 11th, so they are progressing at a solid pace through the season. We head over to Team England, and that's where Dr. Benji's visiting with Jack.
I'm spreading some news about what happened with South Africa earlier. They bought Victor Osimhen for 245 million, which obviously should have gone to 290. Chat, you might have thought, 290 million, that's a lot of money. They had a deal with Saliba, signed, ready to go, before the board stopped it. Guesses? How much?
How much are they going to sign Saliba for?
Yeah. 320. It was 20 million too much, and the board went, nah. Oh, that's terrible.
Well, we tried to sign Messi.
No, how much do you think? How much do you think?
540 million.
770 million. What are you doing? What are you doing?
The game's the game. Go to Miles. Miles is here somewhere.
The Dutch, by the way. Yeah. Sorry, viewers, you can still hear me. The Dutch, who were like really against what they were doing. Yeah. They've now spent collectively 2.2 billion. So, so it's just like.
Is it making a mockery of it at this point? I mean, ours is
not
reasonable.
Not a mockery. It's.
How much do you think we signed Badiashile for? We had no transfer budget. Yeah, oh, yeah, you know.
Yes, I do know. 92. But show me the breakdown.
Have you seen our wage budget?
Show me the breakdown.
Do you want to see our finances of what we've got left to spend?
Show me the.
This is our money for January.
But the best bit is about South Africa. They've not even stopped the table. It's crumbling.
How do we show the exact breakdown?
Clauses.
No.
Yeah. Have you played before?
No.
Out.
Oh yeah.
I've been doing this with Brian all morning, so I know where to go.
I don't see anything wrong with this. He gets 50% of the money himself when we sell him.
No, I think when you have a Premier League save, that's where you get like the ridiculous money that you're able to spend, because the amount of money Premier League teams make is just hilarious. All right, we know that Team England here in Group D is in the Champions League group stage. We know now that Malaysia is in the Champions League group stage. They played their way through Djurgårdens in order to make it in. Here is the draw for Team Malaysia. They've got Arsenal, Tottenham, Porto, Real Madrid. Then it gets a little easier with Salzburg and Genk, then Napoli, and then PSG. That is smelling like a Champions League playoff spot right there for Team Malaysia. That is going to be very, very difficult to navigate. We are going to check in now with Team Lithuania. They've been handling a bit of transfer business. They just got back from their lunch break. We're fairly certain last time we were watching they were winning pretty comfortably in the Champions League. Yeah, they beat Slovan Bratislava. So they're in the Champions League group stage, and we are fairly certain that that Team Peru here is also in the Champions League group stage, and then we will jump over to check on Norway. Yes, they beat Astana, it seems, at least 2 goals at home. So let's go over to Team Norway. Down 1-0 to Boca in the first knockout round of the Club World Cup. Howdy. Joined by Lelucho. What's going on?
Germany have basically wrapped up their group, haven't they?
Yeah, they
So
did.
they're pretty much untouchable unless something disastrous happens.
They are pretty much uncatchable, I would say, yeah.
And have you seen South Africa's attempted transfer?
Yes. Ben's probably telling people outside of the event now what
He
South
should.
Africa's attempted transfer.
They've promised to try again in January because they didn't think to offer a player exchange. So I've said, same terms, add a player, they might get it through. If I see a £770 million transfer this weekend, I'm going to be the happiest I've been in my life.
Well, it's
going to be better than when my kids were born.
Make your argument for why this should stay a part of the FM World Cup in the next iteration.
Because it's part of football. It's Chelsea are doing it in real life. So if you start taking out elements of real football and elements of the game, where do you stop? Are we going to say, well, yeah, you also have to do a 4-4-2 because a 4-3-3 is too good? Oh no, you're not allowed to do training because some of you are better at training than others. If it's something you can do in the game, you do it in the game. The onus should be on the game to stop you doing it if you feel like it's gone too far over the line, rather than players not doing it. But just as Chelsea are showing in real life, the game's probably got it right. It's just there's not as many absolutely bonkers clubs out there as we do.
South Africa being one of those bonkers clubs.
They should be in Chelsea.
They are. Any other takeaways from your journey around the floor so far?
Well, apparently Indonesia could be fired, is what I've heard this morning. Indonesia are close to the sack, even though they're in the lead in their group. I'm trying to find the story. They're not there to ask them. They're on their lunch.
No, they are, but apparently they started their. Last time I looked at the league, they were only 2 points off the top, so I don't know. But they didn't win any of their first 4 Champions League matches, so they might be in the Champions League playoff. So it could be getting a little uncomfortable.
Interesting. Okay, because that's basically the only hope that anyone else in that group has got. I think if Indonesia somehow drop the ball, but
and it wouldn't be a proper Football Manager tournament with that one massive bottle, would it?
yeah, I think we need it. I'm a little bit disappointed we might go through the whole thing with no one getting sacked. Arguably, the players in it are too good. We need to get some rubbish players next year. Get Ben playing next year. We need to see someone fired.
I'll see you on the TV crew in a few hours, Kev. Oh, man. Back in with Norway here in the 73rd minute. They are losing 1-0 in the Club World Cup first knockout round. Tristan, thank you for the 27 months, brother. Thank you for supporting the stream. Hope you enjoy your lack of ads. Daily challenge for Group B is to get 20 goal contributions from somebody born 2005 or after that you signed. That is the challenge there in Group B. Now we're getting into the real wild attacking tactics here, as one must. Glam Drink, thank you for the prime, dude. Yeah, this is the official Football Manager, FIFA Football Manager World Cup. The first ever.
Klarer ikke å skape noen ting, da.
Did you know FM's made it as an esport when people start complaining about metas in the game? Yeah, when it's not so obvious that something's broken that we get to debate and complain about game metas, that's when you know it's going well. Oh, that should have gone in, dude. Hey, the knockouts of the Club World Cup. Obviously, they would have loved to have won it, but Norway has been eliminated. They made it out of the group stage. That's a good effort there from Norway. Definitely a good effort there from Norway. What is going on? You know, we're just going to watch the last 5 minutes here for Belgium.
T'écoutes quoi comme genre de musique, toi? Louis Capaldi. Ouais. Je t'écoute de tout? Okay.
This is against Seattle Sounders in the quarterfinal of the FM. Wait, they're on a chance to get to the semifinals of the Club World Cup here.
Vraiment de tout, de tout, de tout.
Belgium does that. Is
Okay.
Jean-Francois Leclerc. They lost in the Asian Champions League. They have only won one of 2 Asian Champions Leagues, but they are in the quarterfinals of the FM World Cup, but they are now only up 2-1. And a goal for Seattle Sounders. This is a match they got to think they can win here. They've outshot them 15-2. And to get Seattle Sounders in the quarterfinal of the Club World Cup, I mean, seriously. Can't lose to the Americans. I would know. No, I know they won. We were already saying they won the penalty shootout against PSG. We were watching, I think, the final when that happened. But that is a monster result for Team Belgium. They're basically already out of it because they didn't win that Asian Champions League. They're playing for third, and they just got a red card as well. Wow. This match has turned. He's got subs left. Also, you're saying Peru is in the Europa League. I gotta check up on that. We're gonna go check up on. I thought I saw the Champions League logo, the thing I was looking at. Who's out currently? Belgium lost the Asian Champions League final, so they're definitely out. It's down to Turkey and Germany. Very likely Turkey is out as well because Germany won the Asian. Germany won the Club World Cup. You can't do better than that. You just can't do better than Germany. Literally won the Club World Cup. Like Turkey, doesn't even have the opportunity to wildly overachieve and catch them. The only difference between Germany and Turkey is that Turkey failed its daily challenge on day one. It was a draw against the rival in the league that cost them the daily challenge. And unbelievably, a league draw in the first season might be the finest defined margins that knocks them out.
Voilà, je vais pas faire plus que ça. C'est déjà beaucoup en soi. C'est une blague. C'est vraiment une blague. Putain. Pardon.
A 2-0 lead against Seattle Sounders has evaporated for Team Belgium.
Bah, on va peut-être aller manger, hein.
He calls it a joke. Yes. I mean, you get an American team in the quarterfinal, you got to think it's the easiest thing ever, but now he's down a man going to extra time.
J'ai pas envie de parquer le bus. Je suis sûr que si on parque le bus tout le long, on va se prendre une douille. Donc celle que déjà, il rentre.
Yeah, no, Turkey has to win the Club World Cup now and then hope that Germany drops a crumb of a point somewhere. I would argue the game needs to become more difficult. I mean, I remind you that we are watching literally the best players in the world at this, at this game. That's the idea, at least, of something like the FM World Cup. That probably should have been a goal for Team Belgium there. Oh boy. Yeah, it's hard to make the assessment that a game needs to be made more difficult when you're watching people that have spent hundreds and hundreds of saves testing the tactics and strategies they're using that you're watching right now.
No comment. Someone behind me say, it's easy win at 2-0. And you see the result.
Somebody said it's an easy win at 2-0.
Easy win.
Yes. At 2-0, he say, easy win. Easy win.
Oh,
I'm really afraid. Non, là je joue plus pour gagner là, mais. Non.
Oh, 119. S'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît.
Oh. Madone. Ah non, Nakosula. Tu vas aux toilettes. Nakosula. Non, non, je veux pas. Ce serait chouette que le streamateur soit sur nous à ce moment-là. Ils entendent Nakosula. Ils disent pas quelle langue celui-là. C'est du japonais. À mon avis, c'est du japonais. Come and see.
What was that? I mean, they're going to a penalty shootout, but what the hell was that? Oh, no way. That was Team Saudi Arabia playing against Barcelona. And dude, Team Saudi Arabia is playing against Barcelona in the Club World Cup quarterfinal. I didn't know they were on that type of run. This would explain the celebration. Oh, my boy, Mohamed. They've been pulling out wild results the entire tournament. They lose the Japanese League Cup and then beat Bayern. Sure. Why not?
كذب كذب يا ديفيس كذب بيمقصها بيمينه هو ايسر مره 18
Mohamed Alem, Saudi Arabia, bottom of the group. But they have provided some memorable moments. They've won the Asian Champions League. Obviously, that's how they got to the Club World Cup. They're in the Club World Cup quarterfinal. They're playing against Bayern.
لا ان شاء الله بنتين احسن من
هذا ان شاء الله هذا
اكيد اكيد بس فاسد لون محبسيات وشوف حظوظنا هناك.
Them and Belgium to penalties. I think they realize that there's Belgium into penalties as well. We know Norway's out in the round of 16. Belgium and Saudi Arabia made it to the quarterfinals of the Club World Cup, and they're trying to progress. Now, what are you upset about, Ben?
They've signed Philippe for 462 million. I don't know.
Well, that's half the price of what they were paying before. Yeah, they got a bargain. Yeah. They signed Saliba for 462 million. That's cheap.
I said, oh, easy win. We get a red card.
Win in Rome. Win in the Prem. Yeah, win in Liverpool, sure.
Oh, Seattle went there.
We get here now.
I can't wait for the show today. It's going to be great. Yeah. They apparently South Africa signed Saliba for nearly 500 million.
It's a little chin. He will miss.
Yes!
There's a penalty shootout going on, Ben. I'm focused.
Oh God.
What is the shootout, by the way? It's 1-1 after 3.
I'm less stressed to be in front of your game.
Come on, miss. Yes!
Please.
C'est quoi, demi-finale?
Semi-finals, inshallah, for Saudi Arabia, baby. They are there. Penalty shootout win over Bayern Munich for Team Saudi Arabia.
Semi-final World Cup.
The Club World Cup. What a ridiculous penalty shootout, but Mohamed Alem has been providing those ridiculous moments in Group A. Team Saudi Arabia could still win. They have beaten Bayern Season 3 out of Japan. That is insane. Oh, what a performance there. We'll go up to live, see what's going on with them, and now we will come back over and watch that penalty shootout for Belgium. They're giving their team talk, and it is time. The assistant manager, Van der Heiden's in front. Jean Leclerc is in the back, and Seattle has missed the opening penalty. This is to get to the Club World Cup semifinal for Belgium.
Yes.
Jean-Francois Leclerc trying to beat the American team that is also unbelievably in the Club World Cup quarterfinal.
Yes. Yes. J'ai regardé, j'aurais pas dû. Allez, Suzuki. Oh,
Suzuki. Tanaka.
Oh, good pen. Good pen.
No. Come on.
Down to the last penalty. They have to score this one. Seattle does to stay alive. If they do score it, then Belgium can score to win. They blew the 2-0 lead, got a red card, and barely survived an American team, but they are going to the Club World Cup semifinal, which incredibly means that 4 of the 5 teams are in the Club World Cup semifinal. Give me a sec. Yeah. I mean, right now for audio, all I have is a headset. Do you have like a microphone that could connect to the computer?
I'll ask her if we can just get it.
It can literally be wired. As long as it's USB, I can just plug it straight in.
Okay. Anything else you might think of that you might need?
No, that'd be it. I mean, you said just like 10 minutes. We'll just probably talk about the tournament and that'll be it. Yeah. Thanks. No, thank you. I mean, okay. Yeah, we do have a guest stopping by the stream in about an hour and a half. And it ain't nobody. Oh. Anyways, and it's not Arsene Wenger. But it's also not Miles Jacobson. It's not Messi. But, you know, to some people it might be. Oh, now Saudi Arabia is playing against Real Madrid. Of course they are. The Club World Cup semifinal. Team Saudi Arabia leads Real Madrid in the Club World Cup semifinal. What a performance from Mohamed Alem. They are not going to win this group, but they might be able to win a trophy that will last a lifetime here. They can't win the All Japan Cup or the Japanese League Cup to save their lives, but they might win this Club World Cup. They've already won the Asian Champions League. They beat Bayern on penalties. They are leading Real Madrid. Mohamed Alem, one of the great enigmas of this tournament. Some of the best and some of the worst results. It looks like they'll be playing PSG in the final, looking at the other result, if they, of course, can hang on, and that is a big if. I mean, they're playing Real Madrid for crying out loud. They just hit the post. 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 He was in the press conference last night. He said, you know, look, we're just going to give it everything. We've enjoyed being here. It's been a privilege to be here. And we're going to show up tomorrow, and we're going to give it absolutely everything. And this is what that looks like right here. He's got an all-supporting second line in a 4-2-3-1. Advanced playmaker on support, winger on support, inside forward on support. And it's working. That's a counter-attacking, counter-punching situation. I think he's got a pressing forward up there. Double wingback on support. It's a very supportive team overall. Just one player on attack here. He's playing on cautious. For all of you guys that, you know, think you have to be on attacking for the tactic to be very good, he's beating Real Madrid and out-XGing Real Madrid on cautious. Oh, no! Offside. Offside. No! It's 1-1. It's a set-piece goal for Rudiger and Real Madrid. The Turkish are back. All right, we'll hop over there. But there's a highlight. But there's a highlight for Saudi Arabia. Oh, he's hit the post.
ايش قاعد تسوي كذاب؟
Oh, it's cruel and unusual. It is cruel and unusual. 2 set-piece goals that he has no tactical control over. A long free kick to take the lead in the semis. I'm not going to lie, chat. I have proximity on this one. I just heard the loudest scream. There it is! There it is for Team Saudi Arabia in the 94th minute. I was hoping that scream was them. Oh my goodness. In the 94th minute, it's Team Saudi Arabia to draw level with Real Madrid in the Club World Cup semi-final. Oh, Turkey's going to penalties with Benfica. Oh, come on. How are we possibly supposed to be able to keep up with all this? Turkey has to win this game 3-3. They're in a penalty shootout with Benfica. Turkey does have a chance still to get to the Final Four, but they have to win this game. Oh, and a penalty is saved for the Turks. Turkey has to stop one of Benfica's next two penalties, needs to score that one. Oh, and now everything has to go right for Turkey. We've got extra time coming for Saudi Arabia. They have to score. They do. Turkey needs to save this. They has to save this. The representative of the Turkish FA there consoling Cefer Arslan as the team has been knocked out in the round of 16 of the Club World Cup. And across, in the other cubicle across the way, Team Saudi Arabia has scored to come from behind again against Real Madrid. They got scored on while we were watching the penalties in Turkey, and they just scored to equalize. It is 3-3, and so Real Madrid just scored again. What the hell is going on? It's 4-3. Surely not a third time for Team Saudi Arabia. Surely. Mohamed Alim. He's come from behind twice already in this game. What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? Or is he finally out of tricks? Oh! Oh my goodness, Saudi Arabia's out in soul-crushing fashion in the semi-final of the Club World Cup, but what a run from Team Saudi Arabia. Extra time with Real Madrid. They'd already beaten Bayern Munich, and they really deserved to win that in regulation. 2 set-piece goals, including a 40-yard free kick to send that to extra time in the first place. Heartbreak for Saudi Arabia. Heartbreak for Turkey. If you have a moment, maybe just a second, to find Cefer Arslan on Twitter and send him like just a message of encouragement, or Instagram, or wherever you could find it, because this kid has managed his heart out in this tournament. And it is very likely this group is over. It is very likely Germany will be the one advancing to the final day. But to have losing in the Club World Cup round of 16 be what ends your run, Cefer Arslan is one of the best managers in this tournament. I think that was very, very clear. And came up short in a penalty shootout against Benfica. You know, I just feel terrible for him. I feel terrible for him because he had one of the best tournaments out there. He's just going up against a German team that did everything right and got all the fortune, and very well might be the best team in the world. And he may be, the second best manager in the world. We don't really, it's just how the cookie crumbles. What a performance. I mean, he's won everything he could possibly win in his continent, just couldn't win the Club World Cup. We didn't get to watch much of that Benfica match, but now Real Madrid's also taking another soul here. We'll watch along with Belgium. But it was an incredible tournament, an incredible performance from Cefer Arslan, from the entire Turkish team. But it looks like, unless something crazy happens to Germany, domestically or continentally, it looks like the race is over, and it will be Germany going to the final on Sunday. But yeah, definitely I'd send some love Cefer Arslan's way, because that's just such a tough way to go.
Eh ben, chapeau, hein. Chapeau nos amis saoudiens. Hein. Ils sont en finale alors? Ouais. Après, s'ils ont battu le Real, ils vont battre tout le monde. Hein. Je pense exactement à Salva, oui. C'est le plus grand coach existant sur Terre. Hop là. Alors, Tanaka, Mia, Nets. Ouais. Voilà. J'ai donné les consignes.
Belgium looking for 2-goal second-half comeback, but they just got one. They just got one. Could Belgium become a second Club World Cup winner out of this group?
Allez.
Moi, j'ai dit, on va jouer avec les deux.
On a le believe. Il faut y croire, hein, là, j'ai pas l'air, mais j'y crois, là. Oh, j'ai cru j'ai flashé, j'ai cru que c'était en commentaire seul qu'on avait marqué, c'est ça qui nous
They need a goal. They've got 30 minutes to find it.
Là, c'est le moment de refaire jouer la magie. Christophe Mahé. Ah non, punaise. J'avais pas envie de voir ça. On va faire rentrer Ogawa. Et je vais faire rentrer.
Ah, il a marqué.
Putain, pardon, ils ont marqué.
Yeah, the coach of the Turkish team started his press. He just said c'est fini. They are down 2 goals with 20 minutes to go to Real Madrid. Unless I hear a huge scream to my right, we're going to go look at Group D, mainly just because I wanted to find out they are in the Europa League. Oh, my goodness. It's like Peru's gone backwards over the last couple of days. We've got to figure out what happened. They are in the Europa League. I didn't think whoever said that in chat was lying to me or anything, but they were in the Champions League, obviously. They were in Champions League qualifying, and yet they must have fallen at the final hurdle of Champions League qualifying. And that very likely ends Peru's chase for the title in this league. Oh, that match against Astana, that was Europa League. You're right. They lost the final qualifier. They lost to Applewell. Oh. They had the 1-0 lead on the road, and I figured it was just over after seeing that. Applewell came back and tied it, and then they lost at home. Applewell? Oh, that's crushing. You can see the look on Roberto Mia's face. They have to win the Europa League. There's really no other choice. They're going to be getting less points for advancing in each round. They have to win the Europa League and then hope that nobody else goes particularly far in the Champions League. If everybody goes out in the playoffs or maybe even the round of 16 and they go and win the entire Europa League, they might be able to switch it. But that is a soul-crushing turn of events for Team Peru, who led this group after day one, the only South American representative. If you believe it or not, the only year that he doesn't make it to the Champions League group stage is the final year. That's the only one. But we're gonna, they've fallen out of the picture unless they can make that Europa League run right now. So the teams we have to watch: Team England, Team Malaysia, and Team Lithuania, that all made it to the Champions League group stage and have that opportunity with this entire group all within a few points of each other to try and make a run. These are two representatives of the Malaysian FA here. These aren't the managers for Team Malaysia, so they're just looking at something there. The only active team we see in this group right now in the top 3 is Team Lithuania. Ow. My shoe is too tight. We're going to rectify that since I'm going to be here a while.
Išleidom pirmą sezoną, išleidom 19 milijonų, gavom beveik 8. Antrą sezoną 27 išleidom ir uždirbom 26, tai beveik 0. Ir čia išleidom 75 milijonus, gavom 19. 75 milijonų eurų.
Who do they get? Gonzalo Guedes? That's a good grab. They're talking transfers right now. Let's go take a look at Group B, I'm sure. Group B is always a provider of consistent drama because of the battle for the league positions. Let's check in on Team South Africa. Actually, I saw them walk by a little bit ago. They were going to lunch. We will head to Team Spain, and we're going to look for maybe a feisty little league table right before. They were looking at their schedule. Goodness gracious. Spain. It's been their second season. They were maybe the best team in this group, not maybe. In their third season, they have just fallen back down. They're struggling in the Champions League. We knew they were already out of the League Cup, but it is just a brutal day for Team Spain after pulling themselves into second to try and compete with Team South Africa. Team Portugal is also still on their break, and it looks like Team Netherlands is also taking lunch right now as well. This is lunchtime for this group. That's Dek Yong Hwang, who is the assistant coach for South Korea, ushering the team through this match at Everton. We'll take a look at Group C, and there we should be able to find Team Indonesia, the favorite to advance out of this group with a 24-point lead going into the final day. But they, as Dr. Benji said, were not maybe potentially in a sack race. I wouldn't go that far, but they were definitely a team that was struggling for, I don't want to say relevance, but a team that was struggling for, relevance is the wrong word, a foothold. They're very relevant. That'll help. Just need one goal at a time. I think Team France is back. Okay, cool. They're back. They're playing Benfica. We might come back to that match. That's definitely one of the biggest matches that you have being played at any point. Team England's taking their break at the moment. Team India's assistant manager, Meta, up at the screen right now. We'll go ahead and watch along with Team France in their match against Benfica. They only have a 2-point lead over them in the league right now. I got to go grab a chair while we do this.
Attends, mais Whipper, tu l'as mis en pointe?
Je l'ai mis à gauche. À gauche.
Il a combien de têtes, Whipper?
Whipper, c'est qu'il est grand.
Ah, ok, ouais, donc.
Et il a 16 de l'étendue verticale.
C'est broken, ça, il a raison. Les ballons au second poteau, ça va être terrible. Oh là là là. Les ballons au second poteau, ça va être terrible. Ah, ça c'est fort, ça. Ah, ça c'est très très fort. Beto Whipper.
J'ai bien fait de le mettre à gauche.
Ouais, là c'est bien vu. Mais même, est-ce qu'il faudrait peut-être pas pour les matchs de Champions League jouer comme ça en fait?
Dans ma tête, je me suis dit, on va tester.
Ouais, les matchs.
Encore Whipper.
Oh, ça vaut pas. Ouais, Whipper, je pense qu'il va falloir y penser en Champions. Allez, pitié, un coup franc encore. Allez. Whipper.
Fort le capitaine. Le mec, il a la caméra dans les mains, il attend la moindre réaction de ma part, t'auras rien. Commencer à avoir des fatigués.
Ouais, Beto Whipper, ouais, ils ont mouillé le maillot. Ils ont mouillé le maillot. Non, la Venise rigole, j'aime pas ça.
On n'a pas du d'Orwell et Sugo ici carrément. Et après j'aimerais bien garder Stash.
Ouais, Fidalgo, ouais, c'est bon, t'as fait jouer Fidalgo parce qu'il dirait qu'il a mis du temps de jeu. Lui. Non, globalement, ils n'existent pas. Globalement, là, même, oui, ok, carton jaune, blablabla, mais ils n'existent absolument pas dans le match, c'est fort. Ils n'existent absolument pas. Ouais, il va rater sa passe, il va faire un truc. C'est sûr, il est sur de la merde. On est sur toutes les récupérations de balles.
Vamos. Ya está, José. Sí. Seguimos. Vamos a jugar tranquilito, tranquilito.
Oh, yeah, I was muted. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, I think this works. Does this work? No. Test. Sweet. Test. Hello. Hello. Bless America. What the hell? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get this audio thing set up for the guests that we're going to have on later. Test. There we go. Now we have sound. Except I can't hear them, which is a problem.
Mira. Chavalito, primer gol. El bueno de Jack. El bueno de Jack.
Yeah, that's a problem. I know the sound is tweaking. I'm the one tweaking it. Oh. No, I just it's not like the primary listening audio.
Imposible que haga, ¿no? O sea, si hace 92
I don't know
puntos,
why.
me cago en todo.
Vamos a ganar en primera selección con más seguimiento.
At least Spain won. I can't hear them, but at least they won. Ah, Portugal's back. They got Premier League. Ooh, League Cup for South Korea. Hello. 5-0. Okay, now I can hear him. And you can't. Sweet. I think I fixed it. I think I'm all set up now, which is perfect. Except it totally won't work because there's a ridiculous amount of echo on these mics. Like if I turn both of these on, do you hear like a crazy echo? I need this is an audience participation live audio system setup. Such is the way. No echo here. Zero echo. Perfect. Then it works. Just checking. Didn't want to potentially run into that issue later. But South Korea picking up a nice League Cup win. Again, they need to have a literally perfect day, and part of that is actually being able to win that League Cup match. So that's very exciting for them. Is that Norway looking at Sergio Gomez from Manchester City? That is Norway looking at Sergio Gomez from Manchester City. Germany still hammering their different moves. Let's see, maybe we can jump over to Group D. Oh, yes, Champions League, Group D, Lithuania against Ajax. These are look, if one of these teams can find a way to finish in the top 8 of the Champions League group stage, they just get an automatic 5 extra points because they've made it to the round of 16. They get an automatic point boost, and that could be huge. Oh, yeah! For Team Lithuania. Dude. Ivaris Nekludia and Butgevicius, the assistant coach on the left. This is a road match, too. It's one of their 4 road matches in the Champions League, so that sucks. That sucks. The draft starts at 10:15. Doors open 12:15 to 12:30. That's what we were told a few days ago. Oh, that has to be in the net, dude. That has to be in the net. Why did Lithuania stay there in first place? Because there is a weird thing going on in Croatia with the Super Cup, where if you win the league and the cup, there is no Super Cup in Croatia. And that means that there wasn't an opportunity to get 5 points for Lithuania. They weren't the only team. But it means that they are due 5 extra points that hadn't been tallied yet as of the table last night. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So in their total math, which was correct, they're top of the league, by 2 points. But it really, that's almost neither here nor there, given the number of points that are up for grabs here. But a 2-0 loss at Ajax is probably going to... I would imagine it might sink their hopes of making top 8. This is the first Champions League match that they're playing, though, which it is... It's kind of one. They probably should be a little further along than that. Team England still on their break. We're getting into some Champions League registration here with Team Malaysia. Team Peru's got a long road back to relevance in this group after not making it to the Champions League group stage. Who's your biggest surprise so far? It honestly might be the team we're looking at right now. I mean, if you'd asked me if I thought Indonesia was going to be good, I probably would have told you that I thought they were going to be good. They had the largest open qualifier for this tournament. Indonesia is a huge Football Manager community. I don't know if I've ever really heard of, Football Manager in Lithuania. I was surprised that the Lithuanian FA sent the team. And they didn't have an open qualifier. Ivaris was selected after an application process to represent Lithuania in this tournament. And all of those things, individually, you'd be like, well, maybe they have a bit more of a long shot. But they've clearly performed, very well. Not only have they hung with these teams, but they've matched them every step of the way, and they have a chance to get to the last 4. They have every chance to get to the last 4. Do I hate Turkish people? Why would I hate Turkish people? I have a fabulous relationship with the Turkish team. They gifted me a shirt yesterday. They're like the nicest people on the face of the earth. Do you love your editors? I do, Gadget. I do love my editors. Thank you for asking. It's because you like turkey for Thanksgiving? Ah. Oh, that's a red card. Hello. That's a red card. That's a double head and hands there for Team Lithuania as a red card in the Champions League. It's enough to get your blood boiling right there. That is enough to get your blood boiling. Did you get a second mic? I mean, she gave me a second headset, and it took a little finagling, but I did get it into a position where it is like able to work. So, yeah, it does work. Do, 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 do. Do you think you get a surprise FM25 announcement? Yeah, I think that'll probably happen. Probably tomorrow. You have the audience. You got the big stage, literally and figuratively. They're going for Kefren Taram here. We'll watch this negotiation. Somebody bought Taram for 100 million. I think it was Team South Africa that bought Taram for 100 million. They're going 10 million and then 50 million after 50 appearances. So you're not going to make it to 50 appearances. That makes complete sense. Declan Rice got a red card. Nice. 100 million, baby. The Moises Caicedo compared to Kefren Taram. Moises has 9 pace. Did I just see that? I mean, yes, it's in Portuguese, so I don't know he has 9 of in that sense. Let's watch Team Spain. It's been a tough day for them. Let's see if they can turn this result around at least. Hey, guys, look. I'm Dr. Benji. Look at that. Look at me. I've stolen his lanyard. I'm just going to hide it from him. I'll never figure out where it is. Ben? I know. Oh. Just that type of day for Spain right there. Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Millions of families suffer every year, including Spain. Spain is suffering right now. They are definitely in the pile of suffering. No doubt at all. They are in the pile of suffering. Team Indonesia, what are you up to? Winning, apparently. They're top of the league. They're only top of the league by a point, but they are top of the league. Reports of their demise were greatly exaggerated. What we really need to see is the Champions League. Ben, what are your... I've actually changed my mind about the installment stuff, 9 stamina. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the Portuguese order of attributes just throwing me off. They look young. Well, you can tell you exactly how old he is. Iksan Taufik. Damn, if you pull it up on mobile, then it... if you pull it up on mobile, then it tells you. Hold on. I can get there. I'll get there. Participants. It has ages on here. But apparently only on the mobile app. I couldn't tell you why. Could ask him directly. True. Hey, man, how old are you? I can text him. Load it up right now. What they give you to eat? It's like a stir fry today. Solid B. When's the mobile FM World Cup? Hey, let's see if this sticks first, okay? You mobile freaks. Let's make sure that the actual Football Manager World Cup is up and running before we start talking mobile games. Are you allowed to cheese the game with transfers? Yes. Yeah, you are. I mean, like, you mean offer giant installments that expire after? Yes. Everybody was aware of that going into it, but yes. They're talking about, you know, the Lelujo and Ben have been debating the efficacy of that. It is an ongoing debate in the Football Manager community. I have to specify computer now. I saw Tom's Gritty, dude. It is terrible. Has someone won their group already? Nobody has officially won their group. There's plenty of points to be won and lost. Germany is 99 plus percentile confirmed as the winner of Group A. They won the Club World Cup. Nobody else won the Club World Cup. I think they would literally need to lose the league, lose all the cups, lose the Asian Champions League. And that's not going to happen, but it still mathematically could happen if, like, somebody accidentally spills water on the German computer. Both German managers have strokes simultaneously due to some sort of toxic exposure in their hotel room, right? But outside of that, and obviously hoping that doesn't happen, they will be in the final on Sunday. The other three groups are still up for grabs, though. No, okay. Look, people are coming up with a lot of, like, rules that I would consider dumb for, like, the Football Manager World Cup. But here's look, you want people to actually be able to play Football Manager. So you don't want, like, the three, you know, you can only do 3 transfers per window. No, you got to be. Chelsea's doing 25 transfers a window, right? You want to let people actually play FM. I think the only change that I would make is to limit installments to, you can't have installments that go past, like, you can't have installments that go past the end date of the tournament. Like, you just can't do it. You shouldn't be able to do it. You shouldn't be able to have installments that go past the end of the tournament. But you don't want to limit people from being able to play the game. That's where I think we cross a line. And I don't think they'd ever do that. Yeah, Lithuania got their points back, yeah. I just hope France fails. They were cocky in the press conference. That's fair. Every good sporting event needs heroes and villains. If you're French, you're rooting for them. Do. Oh no, France. What you be doing, France? Scoring a goal. Oh no. Portuguese Cup. Oh, this is actually a huge match here. We'll ride along with Indonesia. Portuguese Cup. If they lose this, that could open something up. How about limiting cash amount installments to like 50% of total value? No, I think just limiting installments to the period that you're playing. So like the final year, you can't use installments. The first year, you can use installments that last 2 years if you want to. I think the real gray area where a conversation needs to be had, somebody brought up, is like a 50% sell-on clause or something. I could go either way. I feel like I feel like I could be convinced in either direction. I feel like I could be convinced in either direction. What like the right decision is, you know? Oh, this just got real interesting here. Team Indonesia down 1-0 at home in the Portuguese Cup. They've won the Portuguese Cup each of the last 2 years. They've won the Portuguese League Cup each of the last 2 years, but they have been sputtering in the early part of the season, particularly in the Champions League. Showed some signs of kind of failure in the league as well that they've overturned just a little bit, but they are losing right now. Oh, that's... this could really open a door for Poland and France if Team Indonesia let slip in the Portuguese Cup. And this is a pretty early round, too. Yeah, Turkey's ahead of Germany in the group because the points haven't been updated yet. Only one team from each group. They go from 20 to 4. But that's okay. I mean, we've had 3 days of all 20 competitors being able to compete. We've talked about it a ton, but this is a fabulous format overall. I love it. Oh my goodness. Big goal back for Team Indonesia, but you can tell Iksan's feeling the pressure here. 58th minute, it's 2-1 against Porto. They had that 24-point lead coming into today. It turned into that's a penalty. Maybe it's under review. This could be a huge. It's a penalty for Team Indonesia. A quick fire double for Team Indonesia, and they are right back in it, tied at 2 apiece, trying to avoid a catastrophe in the cup. And that is excellent faith in the tactic. He's lowered that mentality right back down to positive. Calma. Down 2-0 in the cup. Indonesia holds its nerve. Feeling the pressure being asked his age? I didn't text him. It's probably a weird question to ask. Hey, man, how old are you? That's a huge, huge win for Team Indonesia. What's up? Oh, I have no idea where it is. Yeah. No, you're fine. I know the FIFA people are like right on the other side of that curtain in front of that bay of. They'll know where they are. That's a huge sigh of relief from Team Indonesia. Absolutely massive sigh of relief. We head over and look at what Team France is up to. Just playing a league match at the moment. Team England is back. They are seated and ready to go. Team India is back up and running as well. Champions League, RB Leipzig and South Korea. Dek Young Hwang, the assistant manager, leading the way right now for Team South Korea. Jae Ryung-hyu, the winner of the South Korea qualifier, back there in the background. The Man City in 11th. We did just see that Portugal is in second. Team Portugal in second on December 20th. Of course, the concerns with Spain and their performances over the last couple of matches, over the last, the entire season. Oh, goodness. Team South Africa is now 4 points off the top of the league right now. They don't seem too worried about it. Obviously, only 11 matches into the season, but considering they finished second and then finished first with 87 and then 91 points, you figure that they're hoping to put together another point total like that, but they are certainly not on pace for it. They need to pick up the pace in order to get to that type of point total. Things a little more chilled out now in Group A. Team Turkey obviously having to adapt to the new reality that they are well off the pace that Germany has set with a Club World Cup win, while Team Turkey defeated in the round of 16. Team Belgium and Team Saudi Arabia losing to Real Madrid in the semifinals of that Club World Cup, and Norway also losing in the round of 16 to the Club World Cup in their bid to try and make a really stunning comeback, which, let's be honest, it's just really not going to happen. We'll check in on Group D, then we get a look at the schedule for Team England. They have beaten Young Boys and PAOK Thessaloniki in the Champions League. This is England's chance to get a team into the Final Four. Aaron Falloon, known as RDF Tactics, if he can get his... Oh, Terry is literally in the building. Right, there he is. Well, he's just checking in on Team England, obviously. There's a lot of pundits at the tournament. I'm not going to unveil them, but John Terry is not the only one. He's just checking in on Team England's save so far. Yeah, no, I mean, it's for the broadcast today and tomorrow. But yeah, John Terry's just checking in on Team England. But there are a couple of pundits from the professional football world. So the next match is against Juventus, by the way. But that start, getting 6 points from PAOK and Young Boys, they have a chance to get that top 8. We'll just listen in to John Terry talking to Team England here. It's just cool.
I was like, the game's gone, and then we managed to score the 93rd and the 95th, and we just lost our heads. We lost our heads. But it was him that he believed in it, so I was just going to let it. Like,
No, sorry, I had it muted there for a little bit, but John Terry was talking about...
Get it back like that. Or
sometimes you show up at the field, because RDF was talking about it in the game, you show up, sometimes it's just not your day, and he's like, yeah, sometimes in coaching or playing, you show up and you're like, no matter what you're going to do, this is going to be a tough day, basically.
Sometimes it's difficult, sometimes you pause the game and you have to kind of talk to yourself and find out what the best option is. I think if it was a home game, it would have been more, let's just go for it again.
You've got fans behind you and all of that.
Yeah. But yeah. It gets a bit difficult sometimes.
Listen, I'm fully behind you. If you boys need any advice,
absolutely.
I wish you guys well, though.
Thank you.
Thanks for the insights.
Thanks for speaking to us. Thank you.
Let's get a picture before you go together, yeah? Oh, guys. Perfect.
Team England with England legend John Terry.
Yeah, my head's gone. There's actually no way. My head's gone. Head's gone. We've won the tournament. I said, in my head, we've won the tournament.
That's it, man. That's what you can do it.
You like the attention from John Terry now? Well, imagine if they're able to make it to the final day on Sunday at a home World Cup, what all of that is going to feel like for Team England. That's what's on the table for RDF Tactics at the moment, and one of potentially their main competition for that spot, right to their right, Team Malaysia, up against that back wall over there. I wouldn't call him a legend. 21st best Premier League defender in Premier League history. Found the Arsenal fan. God, I was looking for you everywhere. Has John Terry visited the other England managers? I don't know. Might be worth looking. See if he stops by the other England team. I don't know, but they are in 4th. He just reached in and pressed resign for Jack. There you go. I'm just trying to figure out where Team Malaysia is like at in terms of where they're going.
Bagi tahu Zealand, tengok kita punya Arsenal game later. This is League match first.
I think I just heard my name. Did you guys hear my name? I know you're not normally listening for my name the way that I'm listening for my name because it's my name, but I swear I just heard my name. All right. I just wanted to see where they were at in their Champions League schedule. So they haven't played their Champions League match yet. Oh, they have that Arsenal match. Okay. So I think they have this match and then they kick off their Champions League schedule. But the pace of play for Malaysia is a little slow right now. They're definitely taking their time, kind of tinkering around with everything. We know Team Lithuania's pace of play is definitely better. They're definitely moving it at a more respectable clip at the moment, which is going to allow them to be a little more comfortable towards perhaps the end of the season. But remember, I guess, something to keep in mind that I wasn't keeping in mind, that you do not have to deal with transfers after this season. You just have to finish the competitive part of the season. There's nothing for you to do once you reach the end of the competitive part of the season. So you might as well take up all of the time. Yeah. You had a chance to watch the format up close. How do you think you would fare in this competition? I don't think I'd get last. I am also very certain that I would not win. That is because, I mean, a lot of the people here, everybody, like I said, that I've spoken to about their preparation for this tournament has just played. Big goal for Team Peru here. Oh, I just borked it. My bad. Team Peru in the lead against Borussia Mönchengladbach in the Europa League group stage. Of course, they need to win the Europa League after failing to make the Champions League group stage in order to win this group. They are capable of that. They can play like they did on day one. But yeah, I mean, they spent, I think Jack said he was basically sick of testing tactics. He'd run so many tests. And so, no, I mean, these guys are on a different level from where I'm at right now. I would have to practice a lot if I was competing in this to be ready to play against these guys. I don't think I'd finish last, though. I think that I'd probably finish last in Group C. I think Group C I would finish last in. I think I could probably avoid last in every other group, but that's me like being confident. I don't know. Try doing the same challenge as them? Hell no, dude. Like I said, these dudes trained and ran test after test after test after test to be able to get up to this level and do this. I could tell you for a fact that if I don't do that before I do that challenge, I will do worse than almost all of them. You're a natural talent. I've played a ton of Football Manager. It's not the same as being able to do what these guys are doing.
Bien. No. Anúlalo. Sí, tiene que ser. Vamos, vamos.
It was offside. Oh my, it was offside.
Qué victoria.
It was offside, dude. It was offside. Yo. And that's a big. Yeah, Borussia Mönchengladbach is going to be one of the harder teams you have to play in the Europa League. So winning that type of match is how you end up getting in the top 8. For sure, that is how you end up getting in the top 8. Wild match going on for Malaysia right now, but we'll check in with the Brighton group, and we will check in with Team Netherlands, the team that, at least in terms of its start so far this season and its $1.4 billion transfer spend, has maybe the best chance of unseating South Africa. especially considering they are still in the League Cup and they are now in line to win 4 of 4 in the Champions League group stage, which is going to set them up particularly well here. They have access to FM tools like Genie Scout. I mean, like, they can't use editors and stuff, obviously. Duh. This is like the Football Manager World Cup here. But Genie Scout's just like looking up players. Yeah, I mean, they can go home to their hotel room and look up any player they want's current ability and attributes. There's no attribute masking. They all have they have this computer in their hotel room as well. They go back to their hotel room and they just look at players. Yeah, I mean, like they don't attempt to regulate it. They basically encourage it. It's the reason attribute masking is off, though, because they don't want it to feel like, people are just having to memorize what players they like and what players they don't like, kind of going into the tournament like a flashcard game or something. Man, I tell you, Team Spain is really struggling. 2-2 at Aston Villa. They're outside of the top 7 right now. After winning the league last season, an inexplicable hiccup here for Team Spain.
Buena.
Where is this located? We are in Liverpool. At least I'm in Liverpool. Everybody else is a hologram. I think they're Philadelphia, maybe. There's oh, wow. 96th minute winner for Team Spain. That's the sort of thing they're going to need to happen until they can figure out how to get their form back. Because it was a yikes and a half there. All right, we'll hang out with Team England.
On extra time. That would have been good if they got...
Hey, you go to the bathroom real quick.
Now then, you all right?
What's the...
Is it still 1-1?
Yeah, but you heard about the red card thing that happened?
Yeah.
It's when you're going against City, you know you've got to be perfect.
Yeah.
And it's taken away for stuff like that.
We saw John Terry knee sliding when he had the news.
We know what you mean, though. Like, when you go against Indonesia, you've got to be perfect.
Yeah, I can relate.
Yeah.
Euro is pretty close to getting the games. So this is now Porto, Tom. This is a lock-in moment.
Oh. It's our first game against them this season as well. In the league, at least.
Yeah, we didn't play them in the Super Cup.
Yeah.
Last year we did. We battered them. Our record over them is better than
Oh my
Benfica.
God, this actually is huge. If they win this, they'll go a point behind us.
And we lose the unbeaten, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're going for Porto's record of 58 games unbeaten.
Yeah.
Also, I've not paid attention to any of the mentoring groups throughout this whole thing. I just hit ask to assistant, and the assistant, do you do a good job?
Yeah, I'm solid on it.
We've got elections. What if our board rating drops because of elections?
That would just be the tip of the iceberg, wouldn't it?
Don't think it's going to cost us.
No. We can blame it on that, though.
What is our board ranking? B.
And it's because of the wage budget. Has anyone actually left the club yet?
No. We got a bit back. I mean...
So we need...
Trincao Cellon. Braganza, 300... We might as well just take it.
Yeah, just take it.
I've got the bug there where I've hit Cellon. Get 1.1 million for the Cellon on the
Good.
guy.
Good.
Sometimes the sell bit bugs out. You kind of saw it there. I click sell it, just close.
Who's that guy there? Everton. Oh yeah, 1 point.
Pull
yeah,
the levers. Pull the
it.
levers.
Economic levers are being pulled all over the shop.
We're close. We're getting there.
We need like another couple million.
2 million and we're good. We are running out of levers. I will say, Mateus Fernandez.
Talk to the agent, see what's happening, or any interest? No. What about a
intermediary?
Yeah. I don't understand what's happening. Every time I do this, it's like, yeah, we've got like 5 clubs interested every time.
Never works for me.
There's a few players wanted though. If you go back on the B team.
But they all have really low values down here. It's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, okay.
It's something like they've got good wages. Although Tangolo's not left. I've not lost.
Okay.
Tanny's not left.
How much has he been sold for?
Not enough.
Okay.
But it's a little bit of wonky, you know?
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia really want Turam. Can you go and talk to their delegate over there and tell their FA to interfere and just stop signing players for us?
I agree.
Lucas Perrin. This is corruption. This is an inside job.
It is actually. These are really, really low bids as well.
They are not, like, Perry's leaving on a free.
We're still perfect today. We're still going good.
We've not lost, but Indonesia aren't losing enough either.
Catching up with Mohamed Alem, talking about that Real Madrid match, chat, for Team Saudi Arabia, and he just said, oh, the team got really tired. It was really hard to overcome how tired they got. I was joking. Yeah, we're all in the same place.
I just want someone to get sacked in this building.
Somebody gets sacked in this building. Believe it or not, I don't think that is going to happen. It will happen. Like, if you hold 10 iterations of this tournament, it's going to happen to one person, and that one person will live on in infamy. Kind of like how in CSGO, you just think of Summit walking into the Molotov. Took me a second to get the name. The challenge saves being made available for the public, but I don't know. I'm surprised so many people are interested. Oh, look at this. Look at this from Team Netherlands. They are 6 points clear after 11 league matches. Ooh. 6 points clear after 11 league matches? Yeah, you'll take that. Yeah, you'll take that. Seeing so many other teams struggle to be able to grab hold of the top of the league, among them South Africa. They've been running in a pack of about 4 near the top of the league. Spain's running in like 7th. We take a look at Team Portugal. They are in 2nd. This last time we saw, they are now in 3rd. Oh my goodness. Look at Liverpool in this league table for Portugal. They won the league, mind you. They won the league last season, but they are 11 points behind a Liverpool team that has won 15 of their 17 matches in the Premier League. I mean, they have 46 points right now. You have to imagine they're going to come back down to earth at some point, but that is some tough luck if you're sitting there and you're Team Portugal and now they're losing again here to Tottenham. Liverpool's on fire. They're already out of the League Cup, and this might be really difficult for Liga and Portugal if Liverpool continue to run away and they hit a little dump in form. How many hours left today? We got about 6 hours, 6.5 for some groups of action left until we have decided everything. Which doesn't sound like a lot of time, honestly, all things considered. Who would have thought spending 1.4 billion will put you 6 points clear at the top? Look, they have 30 of 33 possible points. I don't care how much money you spend in Football Manager. That's not easy to do. And when you hear 1.4 billion, you think you get 1.4 billion worth of players. But if you remember when we went over there and interviewed them, the players they've actually brought in are probably worth like 300 to 400 million. Like, obviously, that's a big transfer window. The reason that the value is so ridiculously high is because they're doing it almost all in installments. And so, like, it's not like they're bringing in, the Galacticos World Best 11 with 1.4 billion. It's like they're bringing in, obviously, really good players, but the ability to bring in all of them, they're throwing a ridiculous amount of installments in there. So the number is obviously inflated in terms of the actual ability they're getting. They still obviously spent a boatload of money and brought in, like, 6 very good players. The teams must be tired. I mean, I'm sure. I'm tired, and I'm not playing. I mean, it's just competing nonstop. The pressure. And imagine the teams in the Premier League as well. Every single match. Like, if you're in Group D or Group C, a lot of the league matches you're playing, and in Group A, a lot of the league matches you're playing, you can kind of take off. You can take a breather. But in this Premier League group and Group B, literally every single match you're playing just feels like life or death. Yeah, but signing 1.4 billion sounds better than 300 million. Yeah, I know. I'm explaining it for people that maybe weren't around and didn't see the signings that they made, or I'm just explaining it, maybe even just for the sake of explaining it. Oh, halftime between Team Malaysia and Arsenal in Group D. If they can get any points in a road match against Arsenal, that's huge. If they might be able to creep themselves into top 8 in the Champions League. I thought scouting players was part of their 3-hour window challenge. I mean, if you think about it, it's impossible for scouting players to be a part of that challenge because you're basically asking somebody with like no prior knowledge of the Football Manager database to play Football Manager. It's like when you start a save, you already know who Benjamin Šeško is. You know what I mean? But if you're going to compete in the Football Manager World Cup, then you know who the top 500 Benjamin Šeškos are, the top 1,000 Benjamin Šeškos. You have Football Manager on your phone. You have Football Manager on your laptop. You have Football Manager on your desktop. You have Football Manager on your PlayStation 5. And you're supposed to not, like, scout it. Oh! I thought that was a goal. No, they can't scan they can't scan their specific game, but they can scan players in general. Yeah, but they can't open their game save file. That is locked locally on their computer in this arena. I thought you were talking about scanning, like, you know, just players.
Come on, guys. Dengar tak ni, tepuk ni. Alamak, go free mistake macam tu.
This is what Team Malaysia does, though. They've been getting good results, but they've not been able to cash them in. Oh, nice tackle. 1-1 at Arsenal. Can they use the website FM Inside if they want to? Sure. They can do whatever they want. They can check if a -9 player is 180 or 150. No, because the save file is locked locally here, but they can check if a player is -9. Because that's something that you can just know. That's readily publicly available information about the game. Anything that is like readily publicly available outside of their specific save file, they can totally know. Like anyone else can totally know. It'd be impossible to regulate it otherwise. Tough luck here for Team Malaysia, by the way. What does -9 mean? It's potential ability range of 180 to 150 potentially. Can they watch Save Your Saves? Now that was outlawed. Actually, you have found the one thing that they did outlaw there. Cannot watch Save Your Save. It was judged too helpful by the International Court of Sport. I don't know what to tell you. It was.
Against Arsenal. Okay, Robinson. Goal!
Team Malaysia should have a goal here. This is their first Champions League match. They are a bit slow on the pace of play today. 6 hours to finish up the rest of the season.
10 more minutes. One more. Oh. Tentu ya. Whoosh. Pedih ni guys. Mana Yaman.
Hello, just got back from Arsenal Brighton. Anything much happened so far? Yeah, I mean, all the drama in Group A is played out. Looks like Malaysia's going to lose this one, down 2 goals now at Arsenal, but they gave it the real college try. Let's tune in with a Lithuanian Champions League match. Looks like they're playing Copenhagen in Croatia. Copenhagen's in the white and has a chance. Oh! Mamma mia, papa pia. Team Lithuania, remember, right next to Team Malaysia and Team England.
Oh.
Team England with a couple of Champions League wins. Now Lithuania stacking up a Champions League win. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Team Lithuania, and we are going to come in and watch Team England now. Champions League match day 3. They've got 6 points in their first 2 against PAOK Thessaloniki and Young Boys. This is a whole new level going to Juventus.
He's got the same issue.
Yeah.
Lunch was alright. It's just good to get a break. Plus, it's really sunny up here in Liverpool now, so it's actually quite nice being outside.
I haven't been outside in days with the sun up.
Our tactic's been absolutely smashing it lately, but we need to tweak things. It's just, we can tweak things for the system without changing that new thing we've done.
Hi, Zealand and chat. How's Indonesia doing? Polish guy just found an error with their points. They should have got 5 more for yesterday. Okay, so Poland should be at 211. They still would be in third, still just 1 point behind France instead of 6. That's good on from the Polish guys. Indonesia seems to be doing fine. They were losing 2-0 in the cup, but they turned it around and got through. Their real struggles the Champions League. They might end up in the Champions League playoff, but I haven't seen the table in a while. So the Lithuanian Ivaras Nick Duda has been a sensational press conference every single time. All right. If Team England is able to win this match, then they are flying towards the top 8. If they are able to draw it, they are putting themselves in position for a top 8. We'll go check on Team Malaysia and make sure that they didn't just pull a surprise come from behind win. No, I don't think they did.
Injury.
But if it's going to happen, AM, obviously.
Yeah, literally. What's going on?
I think Vidovic just got hurt. Szczesny's in goal for Juventus. Pour one out for my boy.
That wasn't really his fault.
No, it wasn't.
The right back was just.
Yeah, that's what I thought was the right back.
Team England survives it. Love to see a big result from Team England here. It would be a fun storyline to have a home team in the Final Four.
That's actually good.
There we go.
Sucked him in. Good play though. Great chance. Oh, here we go.
They have 2 wins, 2 draw, and 1 loss. Okay, so they've won 2, or sorry, they've won 1 match basically since we looked.
God damn it, man. Come on. This is better though. Much better. We're actually matching Juve away for chance creation at least. That's actually pretty solid for a first half. If we got a draw here, that would be more than good.
Let me tell you about Rocco. No. Let me tell you about Rocco.
What?
Boys, we can do this. I know we can.
What?
Somehow. You know when you don't want to change something, but you feel like you can change something, it can affect the game.
Sometimes games like this, it's like actually better to look at. Don't change if we lose. Don't change if we go behind. Oh, hello.
Set piece.
Oh my God! Off the line.
And again, a highlight.
Oh.
Where was the defender again?
Here comes Juventus.
Can we get tied? Somebody.
Team England on its heels.
Oh, good defending.
Huh? I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it.
He's gonna berate?
I'm not.
I would encourage. Yeah, there it is. Worked on all of them. Oh, of course it worked on all of them. It's encourage. Spot Vitinha in.
Transition counter-attacking opportunities.
Juventus has out-XG'd them. I mean, Juventus is still a whole cut above the teams that they've been able to put together in Group D. This is only Season 3 at Dinamo Zagreb.
And like headers from corners and stuff. Tell you what, a 0-0 is actually a really good result.
That's right. Second yellow card is right. 4 minutes until there's a 0-0 at Juventus. And that puts England in serious contention for a top 8 finish of the Champions League group. That is a big result for Team England.
Ooh, encourage. Okay.
Yeah, encourage is what I normally do.
Team England picking up a result, trying to put the pressure on. One of the teams in the running to win in Group D.
It's 3 points. Oh, how was the injury? That's right. It's not ideal, but it could be worse.
Nice. Team Indonesia loading up for Croatian League match. Lithuania loading up for Croatian League match. We're going to check Europa League matches played. A win against Astana, a loss against Monaco, and a win against München Gladbach. Peru definitely has the opportunity to try and get itself into the top 8. That chance is there. We haven't checked in really on Switzerland almost all day. Just want to see what the Swiss national team is up to. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, Yannick Hauser. Yannick. It's been a struggle for Team Switzerland. They are second in the group. They are 12 points off the top. They won the league pretty comfortably last year. But Team Switzerland struggling with the Croatian League this time around. Definitely not having a rip-roaring good time out there. Taça de Portugal Sporting with Team France on the road. This is a big Champions League result, it looks like. Oh, my goodness. Team Indonesia has pulled its team all the way up towards the top 8 here. With a 5-0 scoreline, Team Indonesia is in the 8th position out of 8 with 1 match left to play. So that we, maybe counted Team Indonesia out just a little bit too early for our own liking. But Team France does have a huge match in the Portuguese Cup. Anytime you're playing in a cup against Porto or Benfica, it is a big match in this group because you do not want to lose any points in the cup. We saw England struggle their way through a situation like this earlier. We saw Indonesia struggle their way through a situation like this earlier, and now it is Team France. Gary, thank you so much for the Prime, dude. I appreciate the support on the stream and enjoy your lack of ads. Courtesy of Jeff Bezos, no less. Apparently, you guys are saying that this is the team that knocked them out of the cup yesterday. Philos, thank you so much for the Prime as well, dude. Assistant manager at the wheel. Yeah, the press conference. There it is.
Oh
yes.
A couple of early goals would really settle the nerves here for Team France. You can tell that Florian Grippon and his assistant Joel in the background are tense about this one. It's one of those matches where if you win it, that's what you were supposed to do, but it is definitely losable. Kum Select, thank you so much for the Prime. And Don Haggy, thank you so much for the 6 months. Hey, how you doing? Thank you guys for supporting the stream. How long does it take everyone to finish the season? It takes me longer than... nobody's run out of time yet. South Korea, nobody's had to simulate any games. People have had to simulate portions of the off season, but pace of play has been it's been a driving factor and a concern, but nobody's been like, oh, I'm in February, there's no way I'm going to finish. That hasn't happened. Oh!
Oh! Regarde les actions qu'on a. C'est une dinguerie.
Wicked, thank you for the 3 months in advance, dude. What's the yelling going on? What is happening?
Non, mais partout, c'est une dinguerie. C'est qui l'action là? C'est lui, c'est pas les tirer.
Yes!
Yes!
Sounds like Team France has scored.
Non, c'est trop une dinguerie partout.
Who's yelling? Where are all these screams coming from?
Là, on y est. Là, on y est. Là, on y est. On va peut-être enfin les passer en coupe.
It was Jack. RDF came back from 1 down in the Croatian Cup. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Sounds like RDF. I was literally hunting through every single thing, and he looked pretty chill. France has scored a third goal, and they have taken a 3-1 lead against Porto. They have avenged their demons in the Portuguese Cup. We're joined by Statman Dave.
I've actually got a football manager related.
Oh, you have a football manager related question. Okay. Well, not against these guys, to be honest. These guys have spent so much time testing tactics. I feel like I'm learning stuff. But what's going on?
Right.
What's up?
A question, which the audience may already know this.
Okay.
The player instruction.
Yeah.
Hold up the ball when put onto the attacking midfield line. What's that doing to the match engine? That's them keeping it within the attacking midfield line and recycling possession in that area.
Yeah, so hold up the ball is basically the player either making the decision to turn and go up the field or stop and like play with their back towards the goal, basically.
So
yeah.
it's good for retaining possession in the final
Yes,
third?
yeah. So what you'll typically see, you're probably seeing them put that on like attacking midfielders.
Yeah.
That's because they don't want their attacking midfielder to try and run through the middle of the park. Like in real life, that's usually just not going to work unless you have like a Messi or something. And so
This is what I needed.
Yeah, what you want them to do is they pick it up kind of between the lines, and then they wait for your shape to shift from defensive to
So, for
attacking.
example, I'm looking at a tactic
Right,
here.
because-
There's a wing back on attack on the right. So they're
Right.
basically they're utilizing the space in between the lines. They're then going to turn. They're going to play forward, allow that wing back to overlap, and then there's your attacking shape. This is why.
Flip. Yeah, no, look at that.
That looks great.
Now he looks so much better.
Cheers,
That's football manager. A lot of it is you have a defensive shape and an attacking shape,
Yep.
and when you get caught out
In
of it,
between.
you're in trouble. That's how you end up in a lot of trouble. So hold up the ball is a good way to prevent that.
Sensational. Cheers, Zealand.
Yes, gotcha.
Great stream. I'll be back later.
Okay, I'll see you. Always nice to be amongst friends, you know. All right, chat. Let's get serious now. Come on. Team France with a nice win. We're going to go check in on RDF, make sure that he's still breathing, make sure that he feels all right. Yeah, I think, they're top of the league. It just needed to survive in the Croatian Cup, right? It was getting a little perilous. Hey, let's go. Team South Korea. Top of the league by 5 points. Slow and steady to the top. Might not win the race, but it'll earn you some respect. They are top of the league by 5 points right now under JRicky. Oh, what's going on? Oh, we have one more question. Okay, hold on. I'll put the South Koreans away for a second. Okay.
One last question. Right?
Yeah, what's up?
So, I've seen the player role cut inside on fullback a lot.
Yeah.
Why is that working in the match engine this season?
Why is cutting inside from the fullbacks working? So basically every tactic you're going to look at least that we've seen, all the fullbacks are on attack.
Yeah.
So cutting inside keeps them from running towards the corner flag and has them kind of like push into the box.
So in a sense, a lot of people are basically playing inverted wingbacks, but without the role inverted wingback.
Yeah.
And they're not...
Football Manager's full of a bunch of stupid sounding stuff like that. Inverted wingbacks actually replace defensive midfielders most of the time. So they cut inside earlier. Fullback and attack that has they're going to look to cut inside is going to kind of cut inside later.
Hold the width a lot longer.
Yeah.
So a little bit like from a football perspective, like when Joao Cancelo used to play for Man City against teams like Wolves, he would stay super high and super wide on the left. He'd receive on the left as like the nominal winger, then he'd cut inside.
Yeah.
So a little bit like that.
I mean, that's obviously more your realm than mine in terms of exactly what Cancelo used to do. But the way you described it sounds more like that. They also are not afraid to combine that with inside forwards because typically they're kind of cutting inside at different times. So you'll see them work together with inside forwards.
Kind of there's a lot of sit narrow on the inside.
This is like Indonesia's tactic. They have two fullbacks in attack, two inside forwards on support. And I'm pretty sure that they have that cut in on their fullbacks as well. It doesn't sacrifice the width necessarily, but it just means that there's nobody holding the width when you're in your final form. Like when the Pokemon is fully evolved, it's a party in the box.
See a Raichu's. You got to forget Pikachu sometimes. You have to move on.
You have to move on. Cheers. Oh. That is Indonesia's formation, though, by the way. Congratulations to Team South Korea. Top of the freaking Premier League. I mean, that's something that a lot of being top of the Premier League consistently usually takes me like 4 or 5 years in a save. And teams are struggling with that. Portugal obviously won the Premier League in season 2. I wouldn't count them out because, they've got that big come from behind move. Champions League result going the way of Spain right here. They're going to basically need to win that because it looks like they're not going to win the league. And of course we have, look at this. I thought we were looking at Netherlands. We're actually looking at South Africa. Team South Africa has jumped up to the top of the league after 14 matches played, and they are leading Ipswich Town 3-0 right here.
Oh, they're actually back. What?
Why'd they pick up these teams? Did they sponsor the competition? As far as I know, they didn't sponsor the competition. The competition committee decided that they were the 4 teams they'd chosen, and they reached out to ask if they wanted to partner with it. And then, if they probably picked a few different teams, and those teams maybe said they didn't want to partner with it. But like Sporting and Dinamo Zagreb, like they've sent representatives to the tournament and everything. But these clubs were not unveiled until the first morning of the competition, who exactly these managers would be managing. But everybody in Group B is using Brighton. And Team South Africa. Something's going on with RDF. We're just going to go ahead and find out what. Oh, they're playing Barcelona in the Champions League. It's 1-1. I'm assuming Barcelona. I don't know what's just happened, but we're tuning in live.
Come on, how much?
That was it. It's a penalty. It's a penalty shout, and it's a penalty awarded. Team England at home against Bayern.
Jorginho.
2-1. Jorginho scores it for Team England in Group D, and they have a 2-1 lead against Bayern in the Champions League. They've got a chance to finish top 8 in the Champions League group stage in Season 3. This is the sort of thing that can create some separation for Team England. We are waiting for one of these 3 teams that's left in Lithuania, Malaysia, or England to finish top 8. If they can finish top 8, you get an automatic 5 extra points for advancing around in the Champions League, and then of course you are seeded for the round of 16. It is a monster advantage if you can get into the top 8. They got the draw away against Juventus, now playing against Bayern. If they can actually manage to win this game, they'd have 10 points from 4 matches, and they'd be in an all-time position. All-time position.
It's got to be. Oh, that's a touch. What that? What just done? Oh, what just happened?
He's just kicked into his own goal. He's volleyed it into his own net. Man has literally volleyed it into his own net from the edge of the box.
Clip that, put it on the Football Manager Reddit right now. That is the most Football Manager thing I've ever seen, and one of the most important pivotal moments of the Football Manager World Cup. That is why top-level Football Manager is always going to be a bit like professional poker.
What was
Because sometimes
What was that?
that happens.
Imagine if we don't
That was Alien
The beauty of the game. The beauty of the game. You are not going to see a stupider goal and a bigger moment in the entire tournament. Check his bank account. Check his bank account. There is no way that just happened.
Great finish, to be fair. Like, great finish.
Yeah, excellent. What? But he's got to be expressive. Go and express yourself. I don't know what I've just seen. I don't know
Hey,
what I've just seen.
come look at this goal.
What have I just seen?
This is an own goal that England just scored, winning 2-1 against Bayern.
He's celebrating! He's celebrating! He's celebrating!
He's losing his mind.
He's coming off. That's it. I'm done. He's like, he's got an own goal. He's fun of celebrating.
Yeah, there's 4 teams within 4 points of each other. This is Champions League,
Oh my god!
He's losing his mind.
Brother, you're off,
I just
man.
knew you'd enjoy it.
You're off.
seeing
I'm
that.
sorry. I know it's gonna make the team worse, but I can't live with that.
He 7 points in the first 3. He had like both his pot 4s right away, and then drew away against Juventus. So he's got a shot at top 8.
I'm not even angry. I'm
if he can
just
beat Bayern, he's got a
confused.
great shot at top 8. But of course, if his team's scoring worldies against him,
Penny ref?
it's going to be hard.
Have a shot, G.
But,
J5.
but yeah, it's whoever makes top 8 might actually do it. You get like an extra 5 points for that. But
imagine if this is 2-1.
know,
That's the equalising goal.
No, I mean, we were watching. Yeah, so they should do it. Yeah, clearly.
Come on.
Yeah, no.
You can do it, man.
the assistant manager for Team Germany, who are all but guaranteed through as long as they can take care of the rest of their business today in competitions that they have all already won comfortably.
Don't lose the game, man. No.
An 89th minute highlight here for Bayern. Yeah. Oh my goodness. No, I love the no and then the yes. Here goes Team England. Anyone care to come with him? Anyone care to come with him? Here goes Team England. Here goes Team England. Here goes Team England.
Okay, we're overdoing it a bit, lads. Oh my life. Oh no, still
just cross the ball for goodness. There we go.
Oh, it's a good spot.
Hard and low. Hard and low.
He's screaming hard and low.
Penny, ref.
Oh, it's a goal for England! In the 90th minute, they take the lead against Bayern.
Come on, Vitti! I was just like, no, it's VAR. Yes! VAR ruined football, man.
It might be coming home for Team England. They have taken the lead against Bayern. And 10 points from 4 matches would be a huge start on the way to a top 4 or top 8 finish in the Champions League.
At their end. We've got the possession. He's time wasting, I assume.
He's time wasting.
This is a 4th goal. Oh, that's fine. Have another go.
Oh, what?
Okay, that's the highlight.
How is that not a highlight?
That's another highlight. It's in their end again.
Kill the game, please. Why is there so many highlights?
Stop taking corners. Sit on it.
It was Samu, was what it was, Samu.
It was. It's always Samu. Okay, keep the possession. Good. Oh,
no.
Yes.
Love the Jorginho sightings here.
What's happening?
Maxence Lacroix.
No.
They've got Castiles back there.
Just go forward, go.
There we go. Yes.
Yes.
Go on.
Oh, good ball.
Bell, Joe, smash it.
Square
in the box.
Okay.
Oh.
It's fine. The highlight's over. We've got 2 minutes. No more highlights, please. Come on.
Team England, the braggadocious duo of RDF Tactics and second yellow card, have beaten Bayern and are on the way to a potential top 8 Champions League group stage finish that would likely sink Peru's chances of qualifying. Sitting right next to that, of course, is Team Malaysia. Sitting right next to that on the other side is Team Lithuania. They'll know the Champions League success is happening right next to them. The question is, how are they going to respond to it? It looks like Lithuania lost its match against Atalanta in the Champions League. We're going to sim forward here and see what happened. Looks like there were not a lot of highlights. Oh, that was halftime there. But Team Lithuania matching up in their 3rd match in the Champions League. They lost one of their first 2, won one of their first 2. So this is the 3rd match at home against Atalanta, is the type of match they definitely should be capable of winning. It looks like Ivaras Nekliudia knows that, but we'll watch this last highlight here. Did they score this in the 94th? Oh, highlight's still going. It's fine. This is definitely a match they would not have thought they were going to lose. Oh! You can hear RDF in the background. And they've lost it 2-1, so it's going to be difficult for a top 8 finish from Lithuania. But, of course, they did make the Champions League round of 16 last time out. We'll see if Malaysia has played Champions League recently. I don't believe they have. They had that one match up against Arsenal. But I don't think they've played champion. Oh.
Don't
think they've played Champions League in a little while. So you just said Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank is here. He is another one of the commentators that's part of the coverage of the event. So Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank is also here. Had a match to officiate in the J3 today. Hopefully it went well, dude. Or I missed the past 5 hours. Chat, catch him up on your favorite moment that you've seen so far today. I try and find the next crazy thing that's happening. And I really do feel bad for Team Spain. They were so good yesterday. Oh, baby. The Netherlands is 8 points clear at the top of the league. The Netherlands is 8 points clear at the top of the league. They are throwing the gauntlet down, but we've got a Champions League match here for Team South Africa. RDF's a goal. Yeah, well, I mean, that was, hey, Team England beat Bayern 3-2. Wow, great performance in the Champions League so far from Team South Africa. 14 points from 6. Only one team from each group goes through, so you're going to have to say goodbye to 16 teams today.
I don't think it's power.
Okay, it's fine. I'll officiate it.
Team England, they didn't beat Bayern 4-1. They beat him 3-2. Don't act like I wasn't watching. What are you saying? Don't act like I wasn't watching. Well, they're playing this on replays only, and they just took the lead. It's some would say it might be even too easy. What would happen if it's a tie on points? I honestly don't know. I don't know what the tiebreaker system is. I mean, there's so many different places you can pick up points. A tie would be crazy, but obviously, I'm sure they have a tiebreaker. It's probably just like total goals scored or something, or maybe like total goal difference, because they are calculating that. We've seen those stats. Let's check on where Korea is in the league. That's another league win for Team South Korea. Jae-ryung-hyu showing his chops in the league here.
잠깐 우리 그 브리핑 다음이 언제지? 아마 3월 15일. 5시 전까지 이거 두 번째 브리핑까지 가시죠.
Yep, top of the league by 4 points. Is that Crystal Palace in second?
쫓아요 이 자식들. 잘하는.
That's exactly what they're pointing out to. Crystal Palace is in second place. They're providing the chase right now. They're 7 points clear of any team that should reasonably be up there. That's a great spot to be in, to be perfectly honest. Checking up on Team South, or they're not. Yeah, all the South teams are in Group B. We're checking on Team Indonesia. I believe they are done with their Champions League group stage play. They have a very quick pace of play. We know that. That's exactly how they work. Right. Miles Jacobson in the building. Just said hey to him. Oh, this will probably be their last match, right? See if we can see a table here. They probably have it. Do they have it up? No, but I know if they win this last match, they're top 8. So Indonesia has managed to grab a top 8 finish, which is huge for Team Indonesia because it was really looking like they weren't going to grab a top 8 finish. But they are top. Remember, reports of their demise, greatly exaggerated. England has a top 8 finish. I don't know what's going on with Florian Grippon, but his team is up 4-1, so whatever it is, it can't be that bad. Team Poland is back at the helm. We haven't kept up with them much, but they're, of course, right next to Team France in points, and they are trying to hunt down Team Indonesia. So Team Indonesia making it into the top 8 and getting that extra 5 points. That is bad news. We've got Tom looking at Ivory Coast's schedule, so only productive things happening there for Team England. We've got Champions League group stage matches of massive importance going on in Group D. In Group B, it is the dog days of the season, December, in the Premier League. They have 3 different teams top of the league, Netherlands, South Africa, and South Korea. Spain in second place after a treble yesterday, Europa League, FA Cup League. They have really, really struggled in the Premier League. They're 17th in their Champions League group, which is a real struggle. And this is 28th of E&E. Somebody that speaks Spanish, what's that an abbreviation for? Any ACL news? Who didn't win it in Group A? Saudi Arabia and Belgium lost the Asian Champions League this time around. But in Group A, that was a drama, early in the day. This is what they do. The Club World Cup's already happened. And Germany won the Club World Cup. Turkey lost in the round of 16. That basically settles it. Shout out to Belgium and Saudi Arabia for making the Club World Cup semifinals. It's January. Okay, so they are definitely going to go to the Champions League playoff with Spain. That is brutal. That is exactly where they definitely didn't want to be. They're going to have an extra match, and Portugal has fallen to 4th. They're also already out of the League Cup, and so is Spain, which means the Netherlands, who dropped a catastrophic amount of cash. I mean, they're not the only ones. Everybody spent a ton of money, but they dropped a ton of cash. They are the team that seems to be threatening South Africa's supremacy. If the Netherlands can go on and win everything, they've won the Super Cup. They're still in the League Cup, or the Carabao Cup, I guess as I should say. They are rocking along in the Champions League. If they can win everything, that puts the pressure on South Africa to be perfect. We know that's what the Netherlands is looking for, and we know South Africa knows that they needed to match that. But, of course, South Africa's built itself a 24-point cushion on top of the Netherlands at this point. So if South Africa is able to avoid an early collapse in a cup, if they are able to avoid, right, that's what South Africa's been very good at, by the way. There have been no early cup eliminations from South Africa. FA Cup in day one, they got knocked out fairly early. But there's been no second or third round cup eliminations like we saw from the Netherlands in the League Cup yesterday, like we saw from Portugal and Spain today. That is why South Africa's picked up so many, 2 points at a time, advancing through each round of each of the cups. Losing in the semifinals of a cup is a heck of a lot better than losing in the third round when it comes to the scoring system. And obviously in, real life as well, they are top of the league. And if they, if they can avoid an early exit and win 2 or 3 trophies this season, they will win this league. But the Netherlands, of the 3 teams in that chasing pack, seems to be the one that is going to apply the most serious pressure. Huge shout out to South Korea. They seem to be putting together a massive season the way they've been performing so far. In Group C, there are really 3 teams that are still in it. Team England is still trying to compete at a high level. They do have a very good team, but is it good enough? A wild 4-2-4. Here for Poland. We've seen them breaking out the 4-2-3-1 as well. They've been leaning into those 2 tactics, obviously, over the course of the day. France and Indonesia have had very similar tactical approaches throughout the course of this season. They've both been in the 4-2-3-1 camp. But it looks like Team Indonesia is agonizing over a particular transfer for Diogo Jota. We'll listen in.
Belum gajinya.
9 juta. Duitnya kan masih ada.
Splendor, thank you so much for the Prime, by the way. Ah, yes, thank you for the update. We can head over to Group D and check out Malaysia. They're on a bit of a different pace than everybody else. They're playing Tottenham in the Champions League. Hugely important match for Team Malaysia. They know that Team England's starting to lay down the law in the Champions League. Can Team Malaysia keep pace? They've been running that narrow 4-3-3 to devastating effect, and that probably should have been a goal.
Come on.
Anthony Robinson, the American, picking up the injury. They're agonizing about Liverpool's wage offer at 100%. Ah, thank you. Stand-up moment of the day. For me, it's Team Saudi Arabia against Real Madrid in the Club World Cup semi-final. This is the most fun I had watching a match, but that Team England match against Bayern was also wild. Some mad scientist stuff here from Noor Kamarudin, the manager for Malaysia. Tottenham's in white. Team Malaysia is in the blue unis.
Dah macam tengok game betul tu lah. Okay. Hotel. Apa tu? Hati. Apa macam tu? Kau nak kena tak salah shoot, tak ada shoot. Dia shoot macam itu Apa ni titik? Purna boleh main kanan, boleh kan? Tak, dia 15 lah. Restoration.
When I was thinking a job offer from a big club, no, you can't take it. The challenge is to play at the one club you're at. And if you get fired, you get fired. That's the challenge. Oh, I'm stuck in a stretch, chat.
What's wrong with you? Mana kau?
Chad, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to go grab a Coca-Cola. We'll see what happens with Indonesia here.
Apa tak ada anak ni?
Pandai pula dia main defensif. Dia bench midfield. Main defensif.
Smith dia baru sembuh. Kita leka habis. Gimana? Come on.
I'm here. "15 minutes left to go here." I thought that was going in. I don't know if you take a draw here. So you got so close that you probably take a draw if you're Team Malaysia. Even though this is one of your 4 home matches, it is a big 6 English team. Imagine accidentally accepting a move to another team. Jack has entered the chat. Checking to see if anybody else is in Europe right now out of the big 3.5. It's a real shame Peru didn't make it to the Champions League group stage. That's just crazy that they didn't. Their uniform's pretty immaculate. Yes, Team Malaysia brought the drip to Liverpool with them. This has been a one-way street for Tottenham.
Come on guys. Mana highlight kita?
We need to win. We need to win.
No, why would they ban anything? You know, if you're trying to find the best person at Football Manager, why would you ban a part of Football Manager? Oh boy, 90th minute highlight here. And they have the ball. There's Lamine Yamal. They're amazing signing with Dinamo Zagreb.
Pasir di tengah.
Oh, highlight instantly after the change. I am Jose Mourinho type.
Come on, guys. Must win game, guys. One.
Cross.
Oh, that should have been it. That should have been it. Has my view on the FM meta changed? Actually, it has. I figured at this tournament we would unearth one tactic that was just clearly better than all of the other tactics, but I don't think we've done that. I think we've seen ridiculous amounts of success from people using... And when I say, I guess I should separate from tactics and shapes. I figured there was going to be one shape that would rule them all. But we've seen a lot of different shapes in this tournament. Obviously, most managers have a 4-2-3-1 as one of the tactics that they can go to. But we've seen people put up truly ridiculous numbers out of a lot of different shapes. That's been cool. I figured there was probably one shape to rule them all. The whole tactic being the specific instructions, obviously, it's so hard to determine exactly what would be the right one. But what do you think of Coates turning into prime Drogba for the sporting teams? I mean, people have like seriously good set piece tactics. Oh my goodness. This is like a non-stop highlight for Malaysia. Come on. Team Malaysia, brother. Team Malaysia with another draw against a big European. Maybe. Don't jinx it, Z. Don't jinx it. Okay, good. Another draw against a big European team for Team Malaysia. They just need to find a way to turn one of them into a win at some point. Team Peru is taking on Servette in the Europa League. They were definitely looking for a top 8 finish there. Had to check in on Team Poland. They were pretty high in their Champions League group. We're expecting them to be involved in it right at the end. Champions League match for Team India against Real Madrid. They're confident that they can go on and win the Champions League this year as well. It will very likely not be enough to get them through, but of course, you never know. It's the first time we've ever had a competition like this. What kind of changes can happen on the final day? League Cup match for Team South Korea. League Cup match for Team South Africa. This is hugely important. They have survived at Crystal Palace. That is the type of cup consistency that we have come to expect from Team South Africa. That's the reason they're on top of the group. They do not get knocked out early in these cup competitions. They are through to the next round in the League Cup in December, which means that they are through to likely the quarterfinal, if I remember right, of the League Cup. Big league match coming up for Team Portugal as they're taking on Chelsea. We've got a big league match for Team Netherlands as they host Tottenham Hotspur. The League Cup for Team South Korea as well. Just breezing through Group A, make sure that nothing ridiculous or weird is happening. Nobody looks particularly unbelievably depressed here. Team Germany is picking up the result that it needs. And we are setting ourselves up for what is going to be a very dramatic back half of the season as teams are starting to get themselves into the January transfer window. Team South Korea, we haven't hung out with you in a while. Let's watch this League Cup match. Team South Korea is going to do anything. They have to be literally perfect. And they are in line for a big season right now. They're top of the league.
나이스. 카요데가 줬는데 테리 받았나? 그러면 딱 이렇게 줘서 이렇게 받은 거네요. 캐스. 제가 이거 빼줬죠. 시티 아직 0대0. 캐스 올라오게. 제발 그러지만 않았으면 좋겠어요. 억가 경기가 토너먼트에서만 안 나왔으면 좋겠어요. 저희가 지금 문자로 막 빨리 돌리는 것 같아도 딴 팀은 진짜 훨씬 빨라요. 남아공 4점 차 1등. 남아공이 1등 할 것 같네요. 남아공이
How much time is left today? They have 5 hours. Most groups have more than 5
아니
hours
희망을
left.
버리지 맙시다. 아 예.
Group A has a little less than 5 hours left.
이거 진짜 어떻게 살짝만 미끄러져서 하면
All business from Team South Korea today. We've got the Team South Korea hoodie out for Jae-ryung-hee. It's getting a little cold in here.
자 이제 점유율을 좀 가져가려고. 얘기한 대로 마인드치를 내렸어.
I believe, Mambat, I think those times are... I thought it was 2 and 5 for the semifinals, but the threads are on point. Honestly, they have been for basically every team. The FA is breaking out the official esports uniforms, just awesome. And a great performance here in the League Cup against Chelsea for Team South Korea. I mean, what a performance. They're rocking Matis Tel, Alexander Isak. They've got Savio. We remember watching them buy. They're starting Coyote also. I can't get over the fact they're starting Michael Coyote. How's Turkey doing? They're not already eliminated. They've had an unbelievable tournament, but they lost in the round of 16 in the Club World Cup, and that virtually knocks them out. We did our normal thing today where we spent the morning kind of watching Group A, and then we've spent the rest of the day, or we're going to spend most of the rest of the day kind of watching elsewhere. But I do believe Group A is going to be able to compete in the Asian Champions League one more time, and they should have no time pressure because almost all of those teams are very, very, very comfortable in the league. Yeah. No, the draft is all 4 teams out of the same player pool, and you don't like redraft for the final. All 4 teams draft their teams. You play a home and away in the semifinal. You play a home and away in the final, basically. That's the way that it works. You take a look at where Team France is at. They drew Barcelona in the Champions League, beat PSV, beat Stuttgart. They beat Arsenal. So this is definitely a season where Team France is headed to the top 8 of the Champions League group to try and defend their Champions League title. No disappointments in the cups as well. They have advanced in the League Cup. They have advanced in the Portuguese Cup. So Team France is definitely on the way to trying to put pressure on Team Indonesia. It is tough to lead from the front, but that's what Iksan Taufik is trying to do. Assistant manager away for the moment as he manages a match in the league. Came into this with a 24-point lead, which means as long as they can avoid an early cup elimination, an early Champions League exit, I'm talking round of 16, that would still count. They will be fine, but Poland and France are both waiting in the wings to try and surprise them. We had a look at where Poland is right now. They are almost certainly going to go through as part of the top 8 as well to go straight into the Champions League round of 16. They're comfortably ahead in the league. They are advancing in both of the cups as well. Semifinal of the League Cup, quarterfinal of the Portuguese Cup. The season, as of yet, no drama for Team Portugal, the champion, or Team Poland. The last 2 Champions League matches should pass without any real pressure. We see Team England is closing in on the start of February, which means they will have their Champions League round of 16 set up and ready to go. We see that in the Champions League phase, they actually managed to beat Slovan Bratislava 11-0, which is insane. They have conceded 2 goals in the entirety of January and 3 goals, it would seem, back to the beginning of December. This is a team that, of course, we saw last season was cooking. Honestly, if you are an England fan, you've got to feel a bit robbed that they got knocked out when they did in the Champions League last year. And really, the disappointment for this team is their underperformance in that first season. They broke stride with Indonesia, and even though they've built a real super team, they are still in 4th, and they're kind of hard stuck in 4th given the ability level of the other teams involved here. Team Indonesia, of course, in last place in the group, but that is a very, very difficult group to be anything other than last place in. Team England in Group D, losing at home against Newcastle in the Champions League. This is something they can stomach and still finish top 8. I'll be perfectly honest. They can take this right on the jaw and finish top 8 because they got 10 points from their first 4 matches. They will be in 8th after this result with 3 matches left to go. Oh, they've scored in the 90th minute. You can see the reaction from RDF Tactics to that one because it's just a wasted goal there. And they lose 4-3 at home. Only 1.34 XG for Newcastle there, but 4 goals. That is tough. We tune in now live with Team Lithuania in a Champions League match. 4th Champions League match of 8. And it is not one of the easier ones. But it is one of the 4 home games. Oh, there's a goal for Team Lithuania.
Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah, but if you sim it 50 years in the future and you do the scouting thing, there's no way they're going to finish it in 9 hours. is basically the point. I think part of the argument, they had like a player vote actually on whether they should have attribute masking on or off, and the players said basically if you want us to be able to finish in time, then you should not have player attribute masking on, because then it will take much longer to complete the whole thing, and the audience also wouldn't know anyway either. That's a very good point. Like I understand obviously that would be a way to further test it, but the goal is to test it in a way you can do in a couple of days that is also exciting. And I feel like the length of time required, you probably need 2 days per season. I don't know. I mean, I guess it would work, but I think it's just also...
Šok, labai gerai. Išneškit tą kamuolį, nu dieve tu mano. Klasika.
We had to play 3 seasons, so really this season is the first season that we're seeing the kind of ridiculous bank-breaking type transfer stuff. Oh, that's bad luck for Team Lithuania there. They've gone behind after taking the lead against AC Milan. They've got to make sure. That sucks. I don't really think it sucks. I think the format of this tournament's been the best formatted Football Manager tournament we've ever seen. It's also the inaugural one. So I mean, I think one of the improvements, honestly, that I would like to have for this event is having an API feed of of literally just the competitions page and the transfer activity page, so you can see the transfers that have happened and you can see where teams are in the competition. Oh, Miles Jacobson visiting Lithuania, nice. Yeah, but the fact that they can do the crazy installment stuff doesn't bother me that much. Dr. Benji came up with a good solution for it already. I'm sure they'll discuss it like in the competition committee after this tournament, where you just can only use installments for the length that you're playing. So in the first season, you can use installments over the next 2 years. That's going to be a penalty. But like in the third year, you can't use installments anymore because it wouldn't affect, it wouldn't affect you over the course of the time that you're there. There's no way to prevent 50% sell-on clauses and stuff. You can include that, but those don't weight transfers nearly as much as installments. So I'm fine with that. But I'm not everybody can do the same thing with the installments. So everybody's playing in the same groups with the same teams. So I don't think that anybody's getting like an unfair advantage with it. I don't think it's ruining anything at all. It is something that, like, if I was king of the world, next year's edition, I would include Ben's rule, but I'm not king of the world, so. Indonesia's out of the Portuguese Cup. Oh, the door is swinging. The door is swinging. You hear that? The door is swinging open right now. Indonesia. I'm guessing this was the Portuguese Cup match. We'll watch it live here. Extra time in the Portuguese Cup against Estoril Praia.
Gak bisa. Makanya tadi gue sisain.
I'm the king of Old Zealand. I don't need to be king of the world. Fair enough. Estoril de Amadora. Where's Estoril Praia? Where's Estoril Praia? Why do I think it's Estoril Praia?
Ya elah. Yang di penalti nih, coy.
It's near Lisbon. Yeah, it was Greenwood. I didn't know they had Greenwood. Honestly, though, in an esports tournament, where you're trying to do everything that you can to win, if they're able to get a good deal on them, I don't necessarily blame them for it. I mean, there's $150,000 on the line. I feel like you cannot like Mason Greenwood and also sign him in the Football Manager World Cup. Yeah. It's a posh place full of rich people. Estoril Praia. This is Estrella de Amadora. FIFA.gg is the website you're looking for, by the way. But yeah, I didn't know they had Greenwood. So it's a penalty shootout? Oh, no. Penalties in the Portuguese Cup. What was it, the quarterfinal? Do you guys know? Wait, okay, so these penalties were not live, so we'll go ahead and pause this and come back to it, but apparently there are penalties happening for the Netherlands as well. They've already won one penalty shootout in the League Cup. They're down to another penalty shootout in the League Cup, and it's one save apiece. Oh, this is so huge for the Netherlands. They need a perfect season to put pressure on South Africa. They are dominating the Premier League right now. They've had a ridiculously hard League Cup draw. They won their last round on penalties as well, and they're trying to win this round on penalties.
Redemption.
Adiwahi.
Redemption.
Got it. He apparently missed in the last shootout. Amador is the hood of Praia. Cool. I mean, I'm learning things. I appreciate that. I mean, it's Ward Prowse. That one's going in. God, this is just so huge. Because this has, at latest, this is like the quarterfinal. So they'd be leaving a lot of points on the table. They don't need me to tell them. Jean Neves. All right, they have to score this. They could be the chosen team here, trying to win back-to-back penalty shootouts in the League Cup against Big Seven teams. They've had to play 3 of the Big Seven in 3 consecutive matches in the League Cup. Oh, big penalty by Konate. Second opportunity to win it here on a miss from Newcastle. Big Seven, I'm including Newcastle. It's a Football Manager thing. It's not as much a thing in real life yet. Yeah. There's a penalty shootout going on.
Penalty. What a penalty.
Oh.
Again.
Come on.
Come on, man.
All right, this is the third opportunity for Team Netherlands to pick up the win here in the League Cup. He saved it. He saved it.
We won penalties.
He saved it. Team Netherlands is still going back-to-back penalty shootouts in the League Cup. And they are trying to put that pressure on Team South Africa. We will see if Team South Africa starts to feel it. Also, unbelievable stuff from Team Spain. They've been from 7th to 9th in the Premier League the whole time. They are now in 2nd in the Premier League. They are trying to pull it out of the fire. That could put them back in contention. If they can win the Premier League, they are still alive. But it is an incredible run from Team Netherlands. They're in the semifinals of the League Cup. They are still in the Champions League going into the last 8, and they are top of the Premier League by 8 freaking points.
Okay.
Team Portugal in a battle.
Now Fulham.
Indonesia. Wait, Indonesia's in penalties again? No, they're not.
Alles ja. En dan Fulham doet gewoon zijn ding.
I do want to watch them.
Fulham doet gewoon zijn ding.
I didn't mute. Oh, my bad. I didn't mute him there. Here, we'll watch the rest of Indonesia's penalty shootout now.
Apa?
5 kan? Kan ini masih 8 besar. Setiap next round-nya kan
Right down to the drawing board. All business from Team Indonesia. No over-the-top reactions. It's certainly not over. They made it to the Portuguese Cup quarterfinal, but that is the first time that Indonesia has dropped any points at all in a Portuguese Cup competition. They were 4 for 4 on League Cup and Portuguese Cup up to that point. I think they've got League Cup coming up after that. In chat, we've got a special guest joining us that you probably you might recognize him. I don't know. Just maybe.
Not long time retired.
It's been a long time retired. Yeah, John Terry is here at the Football Manager World Cup. I saw you hanging out with the England team. What do you make of all this? I mean, for Football Manager of all things.
You know what? Actually blown away. I used to play this growing up. I used to play this with friends. We used to play it on the way to games at Chelsea with other players. So it's like mind-blowing to walk into the room and see people like really competing against each other.
Yeah, it feels weird to me as somebody who's obviously played it a lot too, to see all the guys in like the official England gear and everything, and they're all jumping up and down and screaming. What did you think when they like contacted you to be a part of the Football Manager World Cup?
Well, you know what? Excited because I'm coming here from someone that's played it and experienced it. Like Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank's here as well, and I remember being on the bus playing this, and he said to me, "What's this? I've never played it." And just then we had the same conversation like 20 years later, mate. What's this today that we're at? And I'm like, "Mate, I used to play this when you were sitting next to me. You should have shown an interest." But no, all good though. Listen, it's great to be here. I'm a big fan of the game. Played it against my brother and teammates and stuff. So just excited to see the level it's gone to. I mean, the guys still send it to me every year, so I get it kind of free every year from the guys, which is pretty cool as well.
No, do you remember from back in the day? Like obviously, you said Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank was playing it. Who was the most obsessed with Football Manager on the team bus?
You know what? Probably me. Yeah, probably me. I just love the idea of like the coaching. That obviously as the game developed and stuff, you started building the stadiums, and like a bug went through the team. Do you send them home? Do you keep them in? Do you upset them? Just experiencing all of that, it become really real life. And that's what, like even sitting with the guys a minute ago, they're picking their formation and their teams, and it's like these guys are proper managers. But surely within it, there's got to be some potential managers to come into not only the Premier League but the leagues in the future for sure.
So you're kind of here scouting for the next the future big managers.
I'm not scouting for Chelsea here.
No, so the next U18 manager of Chelsea is going to be sitting here or something. Now, well, I mean, you've had a little time. I've seen you've been walking around here for an hour or two. You can't say the England teams, but any other team that you maybe run into that you feel like might be a favorite for this competition, or have you been caught up on what's going on yet?
I've been caught up. I've not got around to everyone yet, but my main focus was England from the start. So
Right.
I've kind of gone in and give them a few points. I think they've
Oh, well, what was the advice you gave?
No advice. It was nothing. If they qualify, it was all me. If not, it's all on them. I mean, it's
I understand.
pretty much what a manager does, don't they? They kind of take all the credit. But no, I'm going to get round the groups. I know England are in a pretty tight group at the moment. It's pretty tight between the teams. So going to have a chance once things relax, get round and see everyone and see what the tactics are moving forward.
Well, I appreciate that. And is this your first time on Twitch, or have you ever streamed before?
No, my first time, so my debut.
It's an honor. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Stop,
Yeah.
man. Thank you. My kids will probably be watching.
Well, is there anything you want to say to the people that have been watching the tournament? They're definitely surprised to see you just kind of walk in after 30 hours of just watching me watch games.
Well, sorry to interrupt your show as well. I've kind of walked in and just hijacked it a little bit.
You're fine. I mean, there's just always something going on. It's
No, but just listen, thanks for having me. Hopefully, we'll maybe come on, we'll maybe do another one or get another one locked in. But thanks for having me. A big hello to everyone and enjoy the game.
Oh, cool. I appreciate it, man, and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Thanks very much. Good to see you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you too. Appreciate John Terry stopping by. Of course, very cool to have some legends of the game around for this inaugural Football Manager World Cup. That is obviously cool to hear. I didn't know that he had played the game, chat. I didn't know he'd played the game. He says he was the most obsessed with the game of anybody on his old teams. That's sick. They still send him the game every year. Really, really cool. Yeah, and also, clearly, really nice guy. Really happy to have him here, and it just it adds kind of a gravitas to the whole event. It really brings it around, because it's one thing to have just kind of the Football Manager world here, but the football world is here, which is just super, super, super cool. And appreciate him being a real nice guy. I didn't debate it, wanting to stop by for a little bit. Didn't Abele play FM before the World? Yeah, no. Look, a lot of players play the game. Like I have the podcast with Julian Gressel, whatever, and we talked about that. Like Luis Suarez plays the game all the time. Antoine Griezmann's famous for being super into it. It's Jose Mourinho plays Football Manager. Like, it is pretty pervasive in the football world, but to have the football world kind of embrace Football Manager as publicly as it is right now is also very, very neat. So that is, that was really cool. Obviously very cool. Used to play with that guy on FIFA all the time growing up. So how freaking cool was that? Hope you guys enjoyed catching up with John Terry for a few minutes. Right. Where were we? Oh, Spain. Champions League. Is this Champions League knockouts? It might be at the pace that they play at. All right, here, come here. Who's on the phone? This is my son, Jake. Hey, what's up, Jake? How you doing? Oh, I'm good. I'm a little tired. I think I've been in this chair for like 30 hours, but it's been exciting though. Your dad's a pretty cool guy. I was working with him earlier. He's a better cameraman than I am, that's for sure. He's got the real camera. I got the little fake cameras. Made me feel really insignificant, honestly. But do you have any Football Manager tips for me? I've never played the game. That's fair enough. No, that's actually a good tip. Your tip for me is to touch some grass, and I'll definitely do that. All right, I'm giving you back to your dad now. See ya. See, feeling insecure. Yeah, that was the joke, but no, he was standing right on the other side of the computer, FaceTiming somebody, and he was going, "Yeah, he's streaming right here," and I was like, "I'll just grab the phone." It's fun to be able to do stuff like that. Sade never played Football Manager though. He just watches the videos. Okay, trying to reorient myself. Things are really picking up. The broadcast is going to start in like 23 minutes. People are really getting in here for what is going to be an incredibly exciting last couple of hours, but we are going to keep it locked right here for Football Manager World Cup Red Zone coverage. Team Portugal up 2-0 in their match. Team Netherlands have been breezing everything. We've been keeping track of that. A big defeat queuing up for Team South Korea. It's a draw that knocks them down to second in the league. That's going to be a little hard to stomach. We're going to head over to Group D. We know there's big Champions League matches on the horizon. In this group, we're watching England, we're watching Malaysia, we're watching Lithuania. Oh, hell yeah. Team Peru.
Vamos, Peru.
Roberto Milla rocking a fabulous top there.
Listo. Vamos.
Vamos.
Ganamos el partido.
A dark horse going into the weekend.
A 13 puntos nos ponemos en líder.
I think at this point, I'm going to go Team England. I really liked what I've seen from Team England in the Champions League. I think you got to put them in the dark horse category based off of the way they've been able to perform so far. But the dark horse in the fashion sense, Roberto Milla, top of the group after day one. Heartbreak not to be in the Champions League group stage. They still have an outside shot if they can get to the final of the Europa League, maybe win it. They might be able to rub enough points together to pull off a stunning come-from-behind situation. Big moment for Team Malaysia. Malaysia up 1-0 at Porto. Hello, Dr. Benji. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I hid that a while ago. I thought it was going to be more exciting. Ben came looking for his thing, but way later than I thought. I feel like you actually. I feel like he actually needs it now because they're about to start doing the TV stuff. So I gave it back to him. Thought that was going to be a lot more fun when I hid that earlier. All right. Oh, it's a goal for Porto inside the first 20 minutes. It's 1-1. Remember, Malaysia has turned out 2 draws. Wait. Yeah, Malaysia's turned out a draw and a loss in their opening 2 matches. They've been very competitive, but they played 2 of the best teams they have to play on their entire schedule. So the opportunities to pick up points are now, and Malaysia is definitely not out of it in terms of getting a top 8 finish, but they probably need to win this match if they want to put pressure on that top 8.
Form dia dah hilang.
Speaking to Jimmy Floyd, asked him if he'll come back to Cardiff to be manager. No, they only told me about John Terry. They said, you know, like 2 hours ago, they're like, would you want John Terry to come on the stream? And I was like, you know, which I feel like is the natural human response to that question. Porto, looking like a chance for Porto. Handled by Team Malaysia. They're trying to scrap their way into halftime here. How did South Africa get to 205 points? They probably completed the daily challenge and won the Super Cup. No, they lost the Super Cup. Don't know where the other 5 points came from. Could be advancing a few rounds in the League Cup. Actually, it's probably advancing 5 rounds in the League Cup. That's probably what it is. How do you travel so much and look like no jet lag and tiredness at all? My brother told me something a long time ago. Not that long ago, but it feels like a long time ago. Where I said, yeah, I'm just going to start, you know, like I'm going to wait until it settles down a bit until we get, like, to get ahead on YouTube videos again. And he looked at me and he was like, you're never going to be less busy than this. And I was like, damn, you're right. He's like, you're never going to be less busy than this. Like, if you achieve what you're going to, like, if what you want to achieve, you're never going to be less busy than this. I was like, wow, I guess I just have to figure out how to exist in a world where I'm this busy. So I figured out a way to rearrange my sleep schedule so that even though I travel all the time, the way I sleep, make sure that I'm only tired for one day, and then it's gone. Oh, they're behind 2-1. It's another blown lead for Team Malaysia in Europe. It's getting brutal out here. Yeah, no, I mean, depending on where I'm flying, I come up with a sleep plan to make sure that after one day, I have no jet lag. My sleep, like when I fly over to Western Europe, that plan is I stay up late the night before I leave. I then sleep in late. I then stay up through the flight. And once I get to the hotel, I get early check-in. I take a nap for 3 or 4 hours. I then wake up and stay awake until the end of the day. And then you go to sleep at the right time and wake up at the right time because you're tired. That's my plan just for that. It's actually really not that brutal. You have a whole schedule, basically? Yeah, I mean, I haven't worked out. I mean, the number of times that I come to Europe over the course of a year. Let's watch on with Lithuania here. It looks like Malaysia is losing at Porto, but Lithuania is winning their match. They really need to win their match. They can't get grouped in the Champions League here. This is match day 5, and they need the 3 points. Lithuania's fumbled too many chances in the Champions League. They need to pick up these 3 points right here. Indonesia win the Portuguese League Cup. Good, that's anticipated. That was the flight from U.S. to Liverpool? It was all right. The drive, it was to Manchester, though, so the drive was a little long, and then I couldn't check into the hotel for a few hours because there was an issue with the reservation. So I just walked around. Oh, that should have been a goal. They're playing against Galatasaray. It might be on the road, but this is one of the matches that they needed to be 3 points. How was that not a goal? It was offside. 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 Now, the concern here for Lithuania is not finishing top 8. The concern is finishing top 24 so they can get into the knockouts. How long is the flight? It's like 6.5 hours of airtime.
No.
The same distance to Southern California from New York. It's not that bad. Oh, you're grooving, Lelujo. You are grooving. Thought it was way longer. I mean, New York, you got to remember, the United States is like this. Florida being down here and New York being up here. It's literally like leaning in to whisper something in Europe's ear.
Hello.
That's how I look at it. Hi, how are you?
Very good.
Are you excited? Oh, nice goal for Lithuania. Are you excited to be a part of a broadcast that includes Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank and John Terry?
Yes. We're live in 15 minutes. Tell me everything I need to know.
Oh,
I've seen any. I've been away
okay.
for 3 hours.
Fair enough. Well, then just ask me any question.
Who's top of each group?
Germany is going to win Group A unless they fumble it in a way that would be historic. They would need to lose the league or something, which is not going to happen. They won the Club World Cup, which is pretty amazing. Turkey lost in the round of 16 on penalties, so it was very painful. But they did draw Bayern to get to the knockouts, which was really, they had to do that. Saudi Arabia and Belgium were both a lot of fun. They made the Club World Cup semifinals. They both lost to Real Madrid. Saudi Arabia in extra time. Group B, Spain started horribly. Your favorite boys from Spain. But they're on the comeback now. They were like 7th to 9th in the league for a while, but now they're in 2nd. They're not playing as fast, so we're thinking that might be the reason why. They're out of the League Cup. Portugal's out of the League Cup really early, so we think both of them probably can't win the group because they got knocked out of the League Cup really early. The Netherlands, on the other hand, I don't know if you'd heard this. You might not have heard this, so I'm about to make your day. Spent $1.4 billion.
I have spoken to them because I love them. They've promised me another billion by the end of the day.
Yeah, okay. Another billion in January. Kev just made some unsettling noises while I was telling him that. Yeah, okay, but they spent 1.4. They're top of the league by 8 points. They have won back-to-back penalty shootouts in the League Cup because they've had this ridiculously difficult draw for some reason. Shout out to Lithuania for winning 3-0, by the way. And yeah, they look like the main threat for South Africa. But South Africa completed the purchase of Saliba for just under $500 million. No, they did. And they are in first by 2 points, so it's a lot closer, but they're still in the League Cup. Like, everything's still good for South Africa, so if they don't slip, it's
this
theirs.
This completely reframes everything I did in the network game. I am nowhere near as bad as I'm
Yeah, but in the network game, you were just assuming correctly that we weren't going to play more into the future. This is at least guaranteed. Group C, Indonesia started really slow. They didn't win any of their first 3 league games. They won one of their first 4 Champions League games. They have since rebounded. They're top of the league by like a point or two, but they did lose in the Portuguese Cup. So they're out, which means there's France and Poland are still perfect. So there's points that can be picked up there. So that group could definitely accordion up. And of course, Team England is winning everything. I'm sure they're going to lose in the round of 16 and it's going to be over. But they are winning everything. Group D is a lot of fun. There was 4 teams within 5 points. But then Team Peru, that's what we're watching right now. Team Peru, which had made the Champions League group stage the previous 2, got FM'd by Applewell and ended up in the Europa League in the final playoff, which was a huge choke from them.
I think I dropped in on them just as
no, and they were very sad. No, but if I'm doing the math, and because they're all within 5 points, if they win the Europa League and all these other teams go out in the Champions League playoff or something, they can totally still go, but they have to be perfect from here on out. And Lithuania is not going to get top 8 in Champions League group stage. They're trying to just make it, which this win helps a lot, actually, because they only had 1 win in their first 4. Then Team England actually looks like they might get top 8. They got 10 points in their first 4, including a win against... Chat, who did they beat? Who did England beat? RDF was doing backflips. Who did they... I forgot who they beat. Bayern.
Why they are relying on Zealand for information, because he actually gets to watch the tournament.
yeah, I'm the only one
I've been in
watching the tournament
since 11 a.m. I have no idea what's going on.
They have production meetings and stuff. I have cookies to eat, Cokes to drink, and games to watch. So I'm like, every good broadcast has a stats guy that's feeding stats into people's ears. That is basically what my job is. I'm like the stats geek behind the scenes here. They're in the production meetings and stuff. It's not like they are here. They're just not, I'm literally clicking through streams for 10 hours. But yeah, Lithuania, fine. Malaysia is also they're not going to get top 8. They have a really hard Champions League group. I think they'll get to the knockouts. If they don't, they're definitely not going to win the group, so they have to. But yeah, Lithuania and Malaysia are struggling to make it to the knockouts, and Team England has a good shot at top 8, so they could really kind of take control of the group a little bit with that. Nobody's been eliminated from the cup or anything.
So I have to put you on the spot right now.
Yeah.
Who are our 4 finalists?
Germany, South Africa. I'm still not going to bet against Indonesia, even though they've looked really shaky today. And I think Team England right now, based off the first half of that Champions League group stage, has the best chance? Like if I was making odds.
What a final that would be as well. Oh, what a final four. Let's make it happen. Right.
But that's the overview of everything that's
Thank you
happened.
very much for my update.
Of course.
Statsman, as apparently we're calling you now.
I got you. Oh, and South Korea's top of the league. I just think that's fun.
Good.
Yeah.
Good on you, South Korea.
Yeah. No, they're doing the thing.
Bye, everybody.
See you later, homie. Oh, Kev definitely could have a career in broadcasting. He's actually been sensational covering this event. He's more natural on camera than he is like in person. I don't know how to explain it. Do 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 do. So shout out to Team Lithuania for being able to pick up that win in the Champions League. We'll go over and check on Team Malaysia, not in any Champions League action right now. Team England is, so we will tune in live. They are playing match day 7. They've got 13 points to their name. They won their match day 6. I don't know who it was against, but this match is a spicy one against Napoli. If they are able to get a result in this match, that top 8 is fully in play on the final day. But they probably, I'm going to be honest, probably need to win this. They probably need to win this. They probably need to win this because their last match is Bayern.
Victor Osimhen, of course.
But now they're losing. Oh, but they've scored to equalize.
Yeah, we beat Slavia 2-0. It was just one of those crap games. Oh, no, 2-1, wasn't it? Yes! Come on, come on, come on.
Team England with 2 goals right before the half. Amad Diallo on the back post. And they have the lead. A top 8 finish might be on the cards for Team England. And a home team might have the inside track to try and get itself to a Final Four finish.
That was 2 goals in the first half stoppage time.
I literally can't. I'm about to do it. I'm shaking, bro. No, they pulled one back. They've equalised.
They've had 3 shots. 2 of them have been in. We're still the better side.
They can't lose this. If they draw it, it's possible. But winning it would go a very long way.
Still in the top. Enough, but...
Come on, boys!
Oh, it should be such a crap result.
Oh, they scored. They scored. Napoli went 3-2 up.
Oh my god.
4 shots, 3 goals.
4 shots, 3 goals. The second yellow card's pointed out. That'll knock them into the playoff. That means all 3 teams' best case scenarios would be playoff. Team England leaving it all out there in the Champions League group stage, but it is not to be in the top 8 of the Champions League. They have to beat Bayern to make it. They have to beat Bayern in order to make it to the top 8 of the Champions League. Of course, the other 2 teams worried about just getting there in the first place. We'll go over and check in on Group C. We know that Indonesia's been struggling. They've won the League Cup. They're 23 matches into the league season and 5 points clear of Porto. That was a concern for them at one point, but it is no longer a concern for them. They are running and running and running. France and Poland both need to be perfect to put pressure on. Poland playing its final Champions League group stage match. France hustling their way around this league, just running laps around everybody. As far as we're aware, they're still in both cups as well with an opportunity to win. What's up? Yeah, what do you need?
Help us out with the question link again for the press conference.
Oh yeah, I just figured I'd be around for that. I'm around for anything. They said they want to come around for like the TV stuff too. They can drop by and do that. Thank you so much for bringing John by. That was really cool. I think a lot of people really enjoyed that.
I'm just glad that we managed to pull through because at the time was like, okay, he has to be on broadcast.
No, I know. I figured I'd keep it short because I figured it was all over. No, but I did appreciate that. Yeah.
But yeah, just if you could share the question link with the chat like you did yesterday.
Oh, right, that question link.
Yeah, that
okay.
would help me a lot, especially for the community questions for today's press conference. probably going to be intense.
Yeah. Well, you want the when you say question link, you want the link to ask questions in the press conference?
Yeah, the one that I sent also yesterday.
I thought that was for questions about like the tournament.
But it's more for the press conference.
Okay, cool. I'll link that then.
Thank you so much.
Of course. All right, chat. I am going to. They've reminded me to put the question link that we had yesterday at the top of the chat at the top of the chat again, because I may or may not have, but definitely did not put it at the top of the chat today. So I'm going to do that now. This is for questions at the press conference and also questions that you may have about the tournament in general. That is the link right here. Right here, brother. So I can go ahead and pin that now. Already got it. I've got mad pinning skills, bruv. Mad pinning skills. Okay, we're locking back in with what's happening in Group C. Whoa. Poland, France, and Indonesia, the leaders out front. Those are the three teams that have a legitimate chance. We're getting a visit from the Netherlands manager with Team England right now. We'll listen in.
We're also first in the Champions League group, 18 points from 6 games.
Good.
Nice.
Yeah, but
That makes our 16 look really shit.
South Africa's doing
So we got 21. We got 21 at the end.
No, we didn't, because there's only 18 points on offer, Tom.
No, it's not. It's 20, 23.
Oh, yeah, we got 22.
Oh, 25 points off, we got 22 then, yeah.
That's our end. I think they're doing
No,
a madness
24
with Dynamite. They've been
Yeah.
fine in the group stage of Champions League. I think they're going to get the top 8. I mean,
John's walking over to me again, I think.
look at this. This is just... we're just winning everything. It's just a bit... We just have to get lucky in the knockouts.
To be completely fair, we're doing the same thing at this point.
Yeah.
But for us, it's still like we're still competing Chelsea.
Yeah, well, because
Arsenal.
we're like a level ahead of Benfica and Porto now, I feel like.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like
Whereas you can't really do that in the
we
Premier
lost
League.
2 games, we drew 1, and we're only 5 points clear. Like,
that's crazy. Yeah.
RDF just beat Man City. That's 5 points.
Nice.
14.
Well, we don't watch. We don't celebrate Tim Potness.
But I saw they updated our scores. We're already second now, but South Africa's just doing the exact same thing as we are.
Yeah.
That's the tricky thing with the format, isn't it?
Like, we've been perfect today, but everyone else is doing the same. Like, it's tough.
We've done the double, Tom. Good job.
If I would do a double, I would be so happy. But well, not this season, but
yeah.
Right, we've got Benfica again now in the other cup semi-final.
Oh, God, yeah.
So get ready for that.
Okay.
That's the same squad.
I love I walk by everywhere. Like I just went to the Saudis, and it's like, yeah, it's fun here. The Germans actually won the Club World Cup.
Yeah,
we heard that.
Well, at least no one can catch them now, pretty much.
No, they're done. They won.
It just
But,
removes all the
everyone's
drama.
Just basically chill.
Yeah.
So there isn't happening much, and then our group is just tense.
I think they look at
everyone's asking everyone like, "Where are you? What's happening?"
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the strength of the Brighton as a team. I think there's like, when you're in England, you're just never guaranteed to win the league.
No, exactly. Well, cities like I don't know what they're doing, but we
Was
beat them 6-0 and 5-1.
Was it Portugal where?
And they're like 7th.
Was
That's
it
crazy.
Portugal who had City or Spain who had like had Mbappe go to Man City? And
Yeah.
save?
Yeah, Portugal, yeah.
Portugal having Mbappe and Haaland to do it feels very unfair.
And still, they won the league yesterday, and we didn't. So,
Wow.
That's mad, isn't it?
So I guess Mbappe couldn't.
because our City didn't have Mbappe, but they kept winning. So,
How's Vieira injured? 2 to 4 weeks.
I'm head back, see how my assistant is doing. Because we are having not counted.
Getting news from
You come back, you've
RDF
lost
stream.
out on
There's some
Aberdeen.
huge drama going on in RDF stream, and we are going to go take you through what happened.
I know. I Divine Chicken Wing. No, it wasn't you. Cry About Here. I know. That I say that as myself, especially the cup. It's work. It's the only thing. Wants to, man.
What's up?
That might be a stun for, man.
You're doing what?
We'll get top 16.
I don't want no, sorry. I don't want top 16, man. When the opportunity's there, take it. That's 2 seasons now in the Champions League. The opportunity's right there, man.
It's like, oh, you're about to qualify. Should be a shame if you just didn't.
Group D, that group over there is good. There's 4 teams within 5 points of each other. So
Yeah,
it's good. That
then
group's gonna be
both
really
right backs, one right back's done, the other
Probably
one is
South Africa,
hurt.
Probably Indonesia in the other two. That's the idea right now.
Nonsense. Every single game. Just
South Africa's
nonsense.
got asymmetrical.
Every
That's
single
fun.
time we play a match in this
Norway
game,
had
it's
the
just
5
nonsense.
back. I don't
How
know
could
if
this
you ever
ability
saw
be
their
2
tactics.
stars, but then roll ability?
But they.
Yeah, it's
Malaysia's
mad,
got
like, how
like
on
a
earth
narrow
can you be that bad?
4-3-3 going on. Peru has like a 4.
I guess it's just register and kind of decks and loads of points.
One of those. I was worried that everybody was just going to show up with 4 2-4s and just run. Yeah, 4 2-4s or 4 2-3-1s. But there's been, people have had a lot of tactics coming out and everything. Which is really cool.
I had some other tactic, but I was scared to use it, so that's why I went for 4-2-3-1.
Yeah.
We believe. We believe.
No, I know. It's,
We believe we'll get something against Manchester City away.
Yeah.
Or even Holland.
Yeah, man, I can't do it,
look,
man.
you did.
I'm not
good
sitting there
job.
watching
It
that
was just those
nonsense
stupid
again.
cups.
Haaland just hurt me, man.
There's those stupid cups.
Yes! Oh my God! Yes! 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 Yes!
Also, the thing is, there's something comforting.
We just beat City away. What has just happened? Where does that leave us in the group? Where does that leave us in the group?
We need to know.
They were just freaky.
Oh, one goal!
By one goal. And it was Napoli.
By Napoli!
Yeah, that's.
Now we scored, we beat City, but before we qualified, but Napoli got through by 1 goal difference.
And we lost 2 Napoli at
That's
home.
a ton of points, but that Club World Cup
by 1 goal.
That was really good.
Oh.
You're just winning anyways.
We just beat City, but done the job impossible.
Didn't get top 8 and
16 goal difference.
Who we just lost to.
And we just lost to Napoli. And look at the game as well. Look at the state of that game.
The cheering was to beat City away.
Yeah.
It worked. I mean, until Real Madrid kept scoring like the free kick and everything.
What's it?
That happens, man.
Well, we got 9th in the Champions
No,
League
so
group,
you
so now we
have-
don't get the extra round.
We have to do playoffs to get extra points
was
to
that
go
the second
through.
goal? That was the free kick.
Yeah. The opportunity is still there, but I know the game's going to give us a very difficult team.
Oh, that must have been.
You're
Okay,
negative, you're positive.
the second goal was crazy.
You've got to be more positive.
Yeah.
So I was talking to the manager of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed Alem.
Juve, Bayern, Atletico, Borussia, any of
He was
those.
talking about how he had more different tactics that he wanted to use, but when he got here, he said he got a little scared. He was like, I just wanted to use the 4-2-3-1. But I saw what happened. They've missed out on the Champions League knockouts. The Champions League top 8 by 1 goal.
But it was also still important to win that game because otherwise then we could have got PSG,
Oh, yeah,
Real
no,
Madrid.
absolutely. Yeah, being in the top 16 is still important, but
Literally on points, on level on points, but by 1 goal. Because the game just cheesed us against them. We literally just lost against them. Oh my God.
Absolute insanity for he simmed the game, right? I was catching up with Mohammed, but he simmed the game. Bro, he literally simmed the game. That's crazy. And 1-4-3. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're trying to keep up with Lithuania. Big match for Lithuania. We'll see if they can get a result against Luzern here. How's Norway done today? Actually, pretty well. They made the Club World Cup knockouts. They won the Asian Champions League, which is how they ended up in there. And they've oh wow.
Moffice.
So this win against Luzern is going to make things a lot more comfortable for Team Lithuania to get themselves into, to get themselves into the top 24 so that they can make the Champions League playoff. This is the goal right here.
Nice.
He didn't want to see Holland, but I got to respect that, honestly. You got to respect that. Team Lithuania takes a 2-goal lead in their Champions League group stage match. Match day 6 of 8 here for Team Lithuania. And that means they're probably going to win that fairly comfortably. We're going to see if we can find a Malaysian Champions League match, perhaps. Because they are a little bit further behind Malaysia when it comes to getting along in the season. But again, I don't think pace of play is going to be too much of a problem. You don't have to worry about transfers. You don't have to worry about simulating afterwards. Their Brazilian team? No. Football Manager is actually not sold in Brazil. It's illegal to sell in Brazil. Fun fact of the day. But how impressive is it? It's looking increasingly likely that Team England might have a representative on the final day. Redev, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for supporting the stream, dude. Enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes, and enjoy the lack of ads for the rest of this wonderful tournament. Yeah, but Brazilian. Well, I know Brazilians play it anyways. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to out any Brazilians. The Brazilian authorities going to track you down after that message, dude. You're doomed. Survival not guaranteed. Checking in on Spain. If they have managed to turn this all the way around and put themselves top of the league, they can still contend. The Netherlands having an absolute barnstorm of a season. They've entered into January. South Korea hoodie up for Jae Ryung-hyu. He is trying to deal with a bit of a setback in the league, a red card and a 1-0 deficit. This is an interpretive tactic. We'll watch along while Zealand attempts to go grab a cookie without getting stopped by anybody. We'll see if it works this time.
엔딩이 지금 나왔나? 엔딩 원래 나와 있던 거죠? 맞아요. 3. 다시 엔딩. 아 이렇게. 어쩌면 괜찮을지도. 아니요. 할 줄 아는 게 없으니까. 살짝 비대칭으로.
Success. I just ran like I had purpose that time.
중앙 외식으로.
Jack's trying to get John Terry to do the Champions League draw.
Meant to come to us at some point and then he hasn't made it. So I feel like if there's a time now, it has to be now. Badiashile is out for 4 weeks. If we do a cup draw where the actual footballer doing the ceremony is actually here, it'd be the greatest thing ever. Oh, that's so funny. We'll make him ceremonially hit the start draw button. He has to roleplay as John Terry, it's true. Jack, is John still around? Because we're in the Champions League quarter-final and in-game John Terry is doing the draw. We've not hit player of it, it'd be quite funny. Yeah.
What? How?
It's very serious, chat.
How is RDF already in the set?
The timing couldn't be better. John Terry has to roleplay as John Terry.
What? Meanwhile, how is RDF already in the Champions League knockouts? The second leg. Did he just sim the first leg? Like, what is happening here?
Come and do the draw with us.
I don't know how, but it's working.
Doing a Champions League draw with you. Do you want to go and see
Need
that?
me now?
Yeah.
I just brought a bit of luck. We
Yeah,
just
you
got
did.
two
Yeah,
goals.
thank you,
man.
thank you.
You never lose it.
I know.
I've never had it, so I wouldn't know.
Good first half. Really good first half. They even had a shot.
Come on,
Samu
we're
has
better,
been
man.
the-
We're better than this, man. Come on, we're better. We are better. Come on.
I'm so confused at the pace of play of Team England, but they are in the Champions League playoff round, second leg against Fenerbahce, which is an excellent draw for Team England. They lost the first leg 1-0. There's 30 minutes left to go in this match. Those are all of the things that we know. Team England trying desperately to hang on to a 2-1 lead on aggregate.
And then it just says goal kick.
Yes!
Come on. 2 goals.
Come on, that's got to be game done, man. That's game done, man. That's game done.
Oh, it was Samu.
Samu.
And in the meantime,
Tom, I've not really seen who's in the draw, to be fair.
John Terry has hit the start draw button, pretending to be ceremony host John Terry in the game for Team England.
2 shots against.
We're living in an alternate universe here.
They can. They're just struggling. They can do it. The first time.
Hey, Team England's about to win. What's up?
God damn it, man. They've got one back.
I'm not worried.
Certainly, well, I say got back into it. Oh my god.
No
What
way!
do they like?
As in,
what
2
do they
shots.
want to talk about?
The game's done it again.
They don't know.
The game's done
Okay.
it again.
There's no guidance. That's fun.
I mean, this is insane.
Okay.
have to get fourth
Well,
goal.
everybody else just kind of asks
can't
me
believe that.
what's happening. I'm. What's happening?
What can we do? We've
Yeah.
done everything we
Okay.
can possibly do at this point, other than fresh legs now, which do. This is insane. At least when we went out to Salzburg last year,
If
it
they
was like
want
they were just good.
some granular type stuff, we can. Yeah, I mean, people are always asking what's happening in terms of like who's going to make it out of the group, but we can talk about some of the teams that are probably like Saudi Arabia's.
Yes, Georgie!
They had a really crazy Club World Cup run.
Just put him on.
We're making it hard for
celebrating
ourselves, but
all
we're gonna
over
get
the
it.
place, and these,
4.1.
we can just talk about
to
specific
0.28.
teams.
Oh.
If you have one team, They had, but then they had a.
Come on, 15 minutes left.
Yeah.
Give them
A
nothing.
weird team, and then.
Yes, game done.
Yeah.
We've gone through the Champions League.
No, they
Solo
just
again.
started winning games.
What, man? 4.6.
I'll be ready when you come back over.
Oh,
Yeah.
why
I
did
can-
it do
I
that?
can talk about anything in this tournament.
Oh, see, and now it does this. Of course it does.
In my head, I'm so like.
Fresh legs.
Okay. I've been filling airtime for 30 hours, so I got you. Yeah. So.
Come on, man. 3 years of
Congratulations to
trying
Team
pass
England.
this
Sorry, I was
stage,
doing
man.
a TV briefing
3
there.
years of trying.
That was Guy that scored as well.
Sub and sub. Fresh legs. Fresh, thank you, man. Fresh legs. I don't do that. I never change it like that. Fresh legs, thank you.
Oh. Look at that. Imagine if we hadn't have gone through with that. One with Real Madrid. That was 10 minutes in. I can't believe it gave them those 2 goals.
So, unbelievably, Team England has managed to play its way into the Champions League round of 16 at a truly ridiculous pace of play. We now go to Team Malaysia, who are, I mean, this is their 4th Champions League group stage match. Gives you an idea of how far apart, Team England and Team Malaysia are in terms of pace of play. Team Malaysia is going to use all of its time. Team England just is not going to use all of the time they have allotted for today. To each their own. Nobody really knows what the best strategy is when it comes to this stuff. Team England in the Champions League round of 16, and Team Malaysia has the lead against Real Madrid. This is not the match you would have circled as one that they were going to win in this group stage. They've had a very, very difficult draw with the first couple of matches. They really could use, 3 points to hang up in this situation.
Come on, put minus kat sana.
Damn fly. Get in my face.
Ui, last yang qualify memang kena menang ni.
Oof. And while Malaysia's doing that, we're getting word the Team Indonesia has reached its Champions League knockout matches. This is huge. They've got Liverpool in the round of 16, which is just an absolutely massive match. We'll keep the audio on for that and see if Team Malaysia can complete the upset of Real Madrid to put 3 points up in the Champions League group stage. Lamine Yamal's gotten a red card, naturally. Just the most football manager sentence I've ever heard. Lamine Yamal has gotten a red card for Team Malaysia against Real Madrid in the 57th minute. Things heating up in Group D. Teams all over the place. You've got RDF headed to the Champions League round of 16. You've got Team Malaysia halfway through the Champions League group stage. Team Lithuania is in late December. And they're vacationing through that kind of winter break that they have in Croatia right now. Malaysia right now hanging on to it. Indonesia is still in their pre-match mode. Team Malaysia. Oh, they've won the ball back here. They've given it away. And they've won the ball back again. What an absolute tease of a highlight here for Team Malaysia. And they've got a goal against Real Madrid, a man down to make it 3-1. Team Malaysia cooking with the sauce. How do you like that one? How do you like that one?
Time wasting baru start second half, guys.
They've been close to big wins in the past. They look every bit like a team that will be able to put together a serious run at this. I'm sorry, I got the time wrong. It was in the first half. It's 3-1. Team Malaysia, 45 minutes to go. A man down against Real Madrid. And now they've got an injury. Niakate has picked up an injury. It's going bad to worse right now as Lithuania simulates its way into January. We are going to zip over and check on Team Indonesia. We know they've got their Champions League going. They still haven't kicked it off. We're waiting for Champions League for Poland. We're waiting for Champions League for France to see who's going to be able to get this done. France is close. They're on the 14th of February. They should be basically right up to Champions League. Team England should be right up to Champions League as well. Haven't gotten word on what they're playing there yet. We had to go live with Poland here. But Champions League is starting to arrive in Group C, which is going to be huge. Champions League is really going to determine almost everything. The adjustments for the Niakate injury coming in for Team Malaysia. Malaysia needed this one. This is going to be their first Champions League group stage win in 4 matches if they can hang on to it. And they've got easier matches coming up. Jack's got Napoli in the round of 16. Thank you very much.
Almost. 5 minutes. 80 kita start yang miskin. Yang separuh tu lah, tak payah lulus. Let's cooking, guys. Looking good. Laju ke boleh?
Well, Team Malaysia's getting it done. Team Indonesia has kicked off its Champions League round of 16 quest against Liverpool. Absolutely brutal draw in the round of 16. They were a seeded team. That means Liverpool was not a seeded team. And they drew against them anyways, which is crazy. Portuguese league match coming up for France. All the other matches still puttering around. Puttering. Team Malaysia's made it all the way to the 76th minute with a 3-1 lead and a man down. Just brilliant management. Truly brilliant management here from Team Malaysia, and it sounds like RDF is loading up his tactic to play against AC Milan in the Champions League round of 16. This is a real sorting hat round. The playoff round is one thing. Being able to get through that. We figured at least one, probably multiple of these teams are going to have a good shot to get through that. Obviously, Team England's already done it. You can make the quarterfinals. That might actually legitimately be the result that makes the difference and sends you to the final on Sunday, and they will know that. They've already gotten up to it, feeling very comfortable in the cup and the league, clearly. Oh, my goodness. I mean, Malaysia has gotten a red card in 2 separate injuries. They have 2 subs available and 1 stoppage left in this situation. They're going to use Manu Kone, it looks like, for an injured Eric Smith. I mean, a red card and 2 separate injuries. And they're still up 3-1 against Real Madrid in the 81st minute. This is how you deliver in your pot 1 home match.
Bahagialah. Dia ni apa? Dia sakit apa?
Match kicking off for RDF. We'll have that up while we have Malaysia's audio up.
Siapa kat sini yang nampak macam
FM definitely doing Malaysia dirty. Oh, it is a goal for Team England. They've got the home leg first against AC Milan. Leonardo Leto, and Rocco Simic tapping in a rebound. This is the performance in the European competitions that could carry Team England all the way to the Final Four. They've scored again. Team England has made it 2-0. Van Ewijk, or whatever it is, and Sola, they've just gotten it into the wide areas and whipped it in low and hard, as RDF always says, over and over as Malaysia agonizes over their changes after multiple injuries. These 2 teams seated right next to each other. Malaysia trying to duel its way through the Champions League group stages. Team England already in the Champions League round of 16 knockouts. 3-0, a penalty for Jorginho. Team England. This might be the run that can make all of the difference. 3-0 over AC Milan for Team England.
Oh. 85 always. Always always.
Meanwhile, Team Malaysia. Team England's conceded 1. It is now 3-1. It is a highlight. Certainly not for Team Malaysia to make it 4-1. Oh! It was a Malaysian highlight. They've done absolutely brilliantly to kill this game off against Real Madrid. It's 3 points for Team Malaysia. They're celebrating their 10-man win over Real Madrid. 60 minutes of play. They had a huge 3 points for Malaysia. 60 minutes in, it's 3-1, Team England in the lead.
Round of 16.
All right, okay, calm. First leg. Yeah.
No. Ah!
A second goal for AC Milan, and things have turned for Team England in this situation. They thought they had it. They were feeling comfortable. They were feeling cozy. We got to check in on Indonesia and how they did against Liverpool. And oh my goodness, it's 2-2 in Indonesia's tie with Liverpool. We're going to try and fast forward this on a little tape delay. Oh, a third goal for Team Indonesia. They take a 3-2 lead, and it sounds like Team England has conceded a third. A 3-0 lead is evaporated in the Champions League round of 16. It's the first time that Team England has made it to the round of 16. They got knocked out in the playoff last time. Season 3 in Group D, taking another twist and another turn. It looked like England was set for a quarterfinal berth, and they have scored in the 87th minute. Absolutely monstrous for Team England. We'll watch the goal real quick. A slip through for Rolheiser that's going to put Team England up 4-3. We go back to check out Team Malaysia, see how the rest of this went. There's one more highlight, and it was a goal for Team Liverpool, or for Liverpool, but it was disallowed, and that means Indonesia is going to pick up the win. But AC Milan scored again, and Team England blew a 3-0 lead to go 4-4 in the Champions League round of 16, going to the second leg now. It is going to be all to play for in Italy, and it's spacebar smashing time in frustration as we get our debrief from Team Malaysia and a break from Team Lithuania.
Yeah, we got a lead there.
Team England's pace of play has been astounding to get to this Champions League knockout stage. Team Indonesia is now currently in a break after a 1-goal victory in their first leg against Liverpool. We are currently in kind of a holding pattern for Team France. Team Poland, we're going to try and catch up live here.
It just falls, yeah, in one game.
And we'll bring it up to Group B. We see Team South Korea in a 2-2 match with a highlight here. They've scored a goal, Simon Adingra, to put Team South Korea ahead 3-2. That is a quick fire double for Team South Korea to go from down 2-1 to up 3-2. Of course, they need everything to go right today, but so far, everything is going right for Team South Korea. They are doing enough. A big result coming in here for Team Portugal, 3-0. They are second in the league, and they are currently beating Liverpool to pull within 4 points of the top of the league, which is huge. If they lost that match, they were going to be in trouble. This is certainly a Champions League this is a Champions League round of 16 match for Team Spain. They are going to need to win this Champions League if they are going to want to have a chance, and they are off to a good start with an opening goal against RB Leipzig. We go over to Team South Africa. They are in January. They're closing in on Champions League action, potentially a League Cup final. We don't know if they've actually been able to make it through the semifinal up to this point. But England, brutal, blew a 3-0 lead, blew a 4-3 lead. It's a second goal for Team Spain. They started so poorly. They were in the bottom half of the league after their treble yesterday, but they are slowly pulling it back. They're already out of the League Cup, so they've got FA Cup, they've got Premier League, and they've got Champions League to play for. They won 2 Super Cups in the offseason, so they have a sneaky 10 points to their credit that they gained on South Africa, the European Super Cup, and they also won the Europe-South America Challenge. They lost the Community Shield, but of course so did South Africa, so that gives Spain the opportunity to backdoor some serious pressure on Team South Africa. We get a look at Team Portugal's schedule. They have already beaten Real San Sebastian 3-0 in the first leg of their Champions League round of 16 as we are entering that portion of the evening where these teams are in the Champions League. Match in hand and a 1-point lead at the top of the league for Team Netherlands. They are also losing in their match against Aston Villa right now, and we're going to lock in on that because this is hugely important. They have to win the league. Team Spain maintains its lead over there, and we know the second leg is going to be coming soon for Team England in Group D. Don't worry, we are not going to miss that, chat. We are going to be right on top of that. Because that pace of play might have caught us by surprise once. It is not going to catch us by surprise again. I will be there. Mark my words. I will be there. How's Germany doing today? They've all but cinched the group. Played exceptionally well and won the Club World Cup.
Deze 16 long shots kan hij misschien nog wat leuks doen.
We haven't gotten any word on necessarily is Team France and their performance so far in the Champions League. We're assuming that they have played at least one Champions League knockout match. Maybe that assumption is faulty, but we have not heard any updates of Team France faltering at all. We go back to Team Netherlands in a match that is now 2-2. They'll obviously be hoping to win this match against a 9th place team. No, we left the audio on because we wanted to see if anything was happening. That's why I figured they'd scored. Knockouts kick early March if you get top 8, I think. Second Champions League leg coming up for Portugal. Spain dominating in the home leg of their Champions League match. It is now 3-0 in their favor. Absolutely cooking it. Oh, something cool is about to happen. We're going to stay on this stream right here. I promise you it's going to be neat. It's probably going to blow Rowan's mind.
Doe het gewoon. Wedstrijd 1. What the fuck?
Hoe ook meteen.
Oh, they're losing 3-2.
Ja.
Jullie komen het advies gebruiken, toch?
Ja, toch?
Zeker.
Alles goed?
Zeker.
Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank joining the Dutch team.
Ja, we zijn aan het winnen, maar deze wedstrijd niet.
Nee.
Je moet eerste, je staat vierde. Ja, we staan eerste. Je staat eerste.
We staan eerst op dit moment.
Ja.
En Champions League gaat goed. Cups gaan heel goed. We staan in de finale van de Carabao Cup. Dus,
Oké. Maar Villa uit, ja, het is een lastige wedstrijd. Die 2 achter helaas op dit moment. En hoe zit het met die Zuid-Afrikanen?
ja, we staan er ook goed voor nog. Maar we zetten er wel druk op.
Zet druk op.
Heb je na deze pottijd nog iets kort met Jimmy opgenomen?
Ja, kan nu wel.
Ja?
Ja?
Yeah, I think he's simulating the match just because he's too nervous to watch them. Fair enough. Oh, they scored the equalizer. Team Netherlands grabs a late point at Aston Villa. That's a nice result for them. The 3-0 still holding there. Oh, my goodness, it's 3-0 again to Team Portugal. They are headed screaming into the Champions League quarterfinal, trying to do their part. Team South Africa still working its way towards that Champions League round of 16 setup. There's a Champions League tie coming up here. This is the final Champions League group stage match for Team South Korea. We believe that they are already firmly within the top 8 of the Champions League, and so this is going to have basically no effect. We think the Team RDF, Team England with RDF Tactics is not, they're in a little break so that they're not going to be playing Europe immediately. And there's a bit of a debrief happening there right now. Team Malaysia's hammering it right along. Team Peru assessing maybe potential transfers. They are going to have to raise their pace of play, though. They have a little over 4 hours to complete their season. We look at Team Switzerland, led by the youngest manager in this field, 18-year-old Yannick Hauser. How many guests are there? John Terry, Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. I think there's a few others. I don't know. Kind of hard to see. Kind of just in a cubby. I can't see into any of the things. Called Diogo Jota for the Portuguese team. Yeah, to provide some inspiration. It's been a tough day for Team Switzerland. They are currently sitting second in the Swiss or in the Croatian league. So they are definitely really out of contention for just about anything so far at this point in the season. Yeah, I think Portugal's all right. They're winning 8-0 on aggregate against Real San Sebastian. And we see that Team South Africa is now 6 points clear at the top of the league. They have picked up steam like a train, just rolling right on downhill. Enzo Bento, he feels the pressure of these moments, but he has been able to push right through them. He also has the added pressure of having to listen to me talk on the other side of this wall about everything else that's going on, even in his group, all day long, and he is still sustaining that success. Vacation time, it seems. Vacationing the final Champions League group matches, and I think he's vacationing straight to that FA Cup match. That is what Team Netherlands is doing. We've seen a lot of strategic vacationing to save time. Team Portugal in second in the league, but they're 7 points back with Liverpool having a match in hand. It's absolutely insane what that Liverpool team has been able to put together. It looks like Team Portugal, if they don't win the league, they do not really have a chance, and so they're going to need a really miraculous late run in order to take that league title, or else Team Portugal does not have a spot.
챌린지는 컴온! 아 제발. 오케이.
Double celebration with the VAR.
Are you done, Roger?
We're not done yet.
I don't know if South Korea needs this at all. I'd be surprised if they did, given the way that their results have gone so far in the Champions League. They've looked very good. They've looked very comfortable.
발레바 들어왔네? 그러네. 언제 왔냐?
This Group B going to continue. Oh, no, he's Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank's from the Portuguese team.
Jorge Silva.
Jorge Silva, talvez.
Nuno Gomes.
Fari.
No.
Oh, the Milan match is 0-0 at halftime. That's where we're headed. Love Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, but we got to check out Team England in the Champions League round of 16. Second half. One shot
No shots for us,
in
but
that first
one shot
half.
there. So it's like
I get the
they're playing
feeling
just
that
as badly as we
RDF
are.
is
We-
about
we
to
can make changes.
explode here either way. It is simmering right now for Aaron Falloon, manager for Team England in Group D. If they can win this tie, there's a real possibility that could send them to the final on Sunday, and he knows it.
Yeah, they got possession.
No
They've done
away
nothing
goals
with it.
do not count.
We've done anything when getting back into possession either, but like there's a chance.
Part
for
of the
something to
ability to to win this sort of tournament is the ability to handle this kind of pressure, and it is intense. There are more than six figures on the line.
happen. That boring away game can sometimes be brilliant because you would just get like a random corner goal.
The pride of your nation. You got freaking John Terry standing behind you. You've got cameramen in your face every 5 seconds. You've got me and an entire live TV crew and everything. All of you, everybody on Twitter.
It feels written in the script, doesn't it?
It is very, very real pressure on all of these managers. It has to be dealt with. Clear decisions have to be made.
Yeah, the time wasting keeping the ball, but the thing is it's 4-4, so they won't go through if we draw 0-0, right?
After 3 seasons, it might all come down to this 40-minute stretch. It's literally one shot in the whole game. They just got a second shot.
Is that red card?
Red card for AC Milan. 30 minutes left to play. Red card for AC Milan.
10-man OP. 10-man OP in this game. 10-man OP in this game.
Oh shit, come on. The thing is, they're not. If we go to extra time, they've got 10 men for extra time as well, and we'll be able to do fresh legs.
15 minutes left to play.
Ah!
It's coming though. I'm feeling it.
You missed a clear card.
10 minutes left to play.
No!
It's a
Yo!
It's a goal for Team England.
Come on! San
At
Siro.
AC Milan. Team England takes the lead
You do you.
with
You know how to shut us
12 minutes left to play. They have a 1-0 lead to
Samu,
get to the
please,
Champions
hold
League
at the back.
quarterfinal.
Samu, please hold it at the back, Samu.
Stoppage. Needs to be small amounts. 5 minutes. Clears the ball to safety. Love to see it.
Team England! They've done it! They're going to the
That's a break
Champions
right there,
League
chat. We're going on a
quarterfinal.
break. We're going on a break. Oh my.
They have gone to the Champions League quarterfinal. He's held his nerve. They've done it. Team Lithuania and Team Malaysia will know what's up. It's a Champions League quarterfinal berth. That's 5 more points. Stack them up for Team England in Group D. When the lights are brightest, when the pressure's the highest, they have managed to, in such an unorthodox way, vacationing matches and everything, they have managed to get their team to the Champions League quarterfinals with a gutsy 1-0 win at AC Milan. He can hardly believe it. That might be the result that sends England through to the Final Four.
Put the pressure on! Hey, chat, we'll be back. We'll be back, yeah? In about 15 minutes or so. I just need a cup of tea. I need to sit down. My legs are just too weak right now. I'll see you guys in a sec, yeah?
And Team RDF, Team second yellow card, Team England is going to the Champions League quarterfinals. That might be not only amazing, that might be the most English thing I've ever heard. He does that, and then it's time for a cup of tea. Time for a cuppa. He just danced out of the room, by the way. Like, literally just danced his way straight out of the room. Team Malaysia and, of course, Team Lithuania will know what's happening. That result might have just sunk Team Peru. They need to go win everything, and then the points are going to be just so stupidly close, I don't even know. But a win in the Europa League counts for 10 points, and you get 3 points for each round you advance in the Europa League. But, of course, they've already stacked up 10 points for getting to the quarterfinal of the Champions League over with Team England. I think if Peru wins the Europa League outright, they still would finish ahead of Team England. I think it'd be unbelievably close. But that is a huge result for Team England. Is RDF a favorite? I wouldn't say he's a favorite for the entire tournament, but he is definitely, after that result, a favorite in Group D. Has to be a favorite there in Group D. We're going to look in on France, right? You know, my spidey senses are telling me a European match is coming here. Oh, no. Oh, no. What is that? Oh, what is that for France? It's the sound of the construction of a bottle factory. It's a defeat in penalties to SL Benfica. It's a defeat in penalties to Benfica for Team France. They have bottled a cup again in Portugal. They've missed it. They cannot believe it. The League Cup in Portugal goes away from Team France, and you can tell that for Florian Grippon and for Joel, they know that spells doom. You're not going to get too many openings against Team Indonesia. You're just not going to get too many openings on Team Indonesia. They're already behind by 19 points coming into today. They needed everything, and they're not going to get it. They've lost a cup for the second year in a row in Portugal. Florian Grippon can't believe it. Obviously, penalties in the final to the second best team in the league, typically over the time period. You know, it's to be expected, but now there is literally no debate. They have to win the Champions League. Team Indonesia has been on vacation for quite a while. They've been on break for near 20 minutes here, maybe grabbing some food or something. But that is just so deflating for Team France. We have not seen any similar level of deflation from Team Poland as of yet. I believe they took a brief look at their schedule. They do have the Portuguese League Cup final coming up against Benfica, so the same hurdle that France just fell on is coming up for Poland. The two teams trying to chase Indonesia. Will one of them be able to actually apply full pressure? Poland has a chance to do that with the League Cup coming up next. Patrick Samirski and his assistant coach there on the right, they are in position. They are in position. France has gotten out of the way. If Poland wins everything, they have a chance to try and take it from Indonesia. Indonesia has already dropped the cup in the quarterfinal. That's left it open, but it looks like Poland's headed maybe for a little bit of a break, or at least Morka, the assistant coach, is going to take over for that one league match in the middle. We're getting an interview with Jack right now.
A bit more flexibility, I think, over.
Talking about the formations and stuff. Team India is currently second in the league. Now, they've won the league each of the first two seasons. Would be really stunned if they ended up losing it. They do have a 21 goal difference advantage, so you really don't expect them to actually lose the league. They'll probably get that turned around and have a very respectable 3 league wins in 3. Team South Korea losing at home in the league, obviously not where you want to be. Transfer negotiations for Rooney Bargi here in January. Oh my goodness, Manchester United with a 4-0 advantage on Team Portugal. This is not the result they can stomach. Trying to chase down a league title they desperately need in order to win this group. And if they don't win the league, I can tell you right now, they're not going to get out of this group. The group is too good. There are too many strong results. Team Spain, we just got to look at the league table there. They are currently sitting in third. They are not going to win the league either, which is going to make it incredibly difficult for them to win this group. They did pick up a free 10 points from those extra 2 Super Cups that they got to play in. They're going to hand those 10 points back if they manage to finish in second. If they finish in third, they'll only get 36 points compared to the 50 points we're expecting to come in for Team South Africa. Oh, Team South Korea with an excellent response. They have now jumped out to a 3-1 lead over Newcastle. Malaysia apparently playing in Europe, so we will head back over to check them out against RB Salzburg, and that's a goal for Team Malaysia. They've, of course, they are literally sitting, if you are looking at the booth, just to the left of Team England. So they've heard all the commotion. They know exactly what's going on. It's impossible for them not to know what's going on. Noor Kamarudin, the head coach for Team Malaysia on the right, his assistant Abash on the left, the FA representative for Team Malaysia, one of multiple they have at this event, standing in between them. They all know how important this is. 4 points from the first 4 Champions League matches for Team Malaysia. They've played some very, very good teams. Now they get into the easier part of their Champions League schedule. It is not out of the question for them to win all 4 of these matches and then finish in the top 8. That is something they could do, but obviously if you're going to win all 4 matches, you got to win the first one. At home against Salzburg is where you got to pick up the win. Noor Kamarudin's strategy of trying to click away the danger, it does work. You can literally, you can hear it.
Nice.
Come on.
Baik, menang. Kita belum negotiate. Ni home.
Oh, wow, a red card. That's a second red card in the Champions League for Team Malaysia. They can't believe their luck. Football Manager's fighting back. This is in the second half, I believe. Is that 57th? I've been fooled before. My bad. Team England on a break. Team Lithuania has been on an extended break. They okay. Nice long meal. Going for a walk. Going for a stroll. They're out of the... I believe they're done with Champions League group stage. They're into the playoff round. They're going to have to do what Team England has done to try and keep pace with them. If they do make it to the Champions League quarterfinal, they would be ahead of Team England by 2 points. Everything else being equal, as long as they achieve the daily challenge, there would be a 2-point advantage for Team Lithuania over Team England. So Team England is far from safe. Malaysia make FM dirty. Yeah, with 3 injuries and 2 red cards in like the last 2 games here, but they are winning, and they just won against Real Madrid with the same team. Noor Kamarudin continues to click away the danger.
Defense kita meyakinkan. Come on guys. Defense kita meyakinkan guys.
A couple teams have been using ultra narrow tactics in this tournament. The Salzburg's apparently in the top 8 of the Champions League right now, and they're once again hanging on. Look, if you want to kill off a match, I think what we've clearly established is this 4-3-2 narrow that they've employed to kill off matches is obviously very effective. Malaysia hanging on. They didn't give up. They were playing this for 60 minutes against Real Madrid and didn't give up a goal either. They just got an injury, bro. What? No, wait. Did they? I think. Yeah, they got another slight injury or something. I don't even know. Then they put an already injured guy on their bench. Belio's off for Rocco Simic. Eric Smith and Rocco Simic in. What a save. Livakovic with the strong hands. This win would put them at 7 points from 5 matches. If they can win their last 3, they would be at 16, and they are winnable games. They had all their hard games early.
No.
Of course, remember Team England missed out on top 8 in the Champions League by 1 goal on goal difference after a stunning simmed win against Man City.
Defend. Okay.
But remember, Team Malaysia 1 point behind Team England entering this final day. They are right next to each other. A single point. They're doing it again. This formation's doing just a tremendous job of seeing out matches. 2 pressing forwards on support has been a revelation. I've literally never tried that before. But that is genius.
Lepas ni next game kita main 10 orang je. Kalau 10 orang boleh menang, kita main 10 orang kan.
Oh, there's so many highlights. The goalkeeper's up. Headed out for a corner. The goalkeeper's coming back up.
Bawah je. Gol! Shoot! No keeper tu.
He could have shot it.
Habis lah, ref apa ni?
Dah lama weh.
Clear.
Go! Team Malaysia has picked up back-to-back wins in the Champions League group stage after a sputtering start against a brutal schedule. They are still keeping the dream of a top 8 finish alive with a win at home against Salzburg in spite of multiple red cards. They have overcome back-to-back red cards. Team France reeling still from their loss in the League Cup. They're trying to find a way to make it work anyways. That would be awesome, obviously, if they could win everything and maybe put a little pressure on. Obviously, it's not like they've lost points to Indonesia. They've actually gained 4 points on Indonesia through the League Cup, but they could have gained 9 points on Indonesia through the League Cup, but they failed to do that by losing that penalty shootout. This is the League Cup final for Team Poland. We haven't ridden along with them, I don't think, all day, but here we go with Patrick Samirski and the assistant coach on the right, Morka, who's doing the talking right now. Patrick Samirski, as usual, all business in the League Cup final. Poland has to win this. If they do, they gain 9 points. They gain a whole 9 points on Team Indonesia, who got knocked out in the quarterfinals of this competition. Or they got knocked out of the quarterfinals of the Taça de Portugal. So they stay with Indonesia here, and of course they can pick the points up in the Taça de Portugal. It just depends on how you conceptualize it in your mind. Did I know Team India signed Messi? No, but that is awesome. I love that for a final day move from Team India.
No I co? Ale dwójeczka!
Oh, look at Team Poland. Comfortable in the League Cup final.
Tak jest. Gabigol. Łatwo, nie?
Jeszcze nie.
Łatwo.
Łatwo to będzie jak skończymy.
Ekstra. 2-0 do przerwy.
Both France and Poland knew they had a chance, but they knew they had to be virtually perfect. That's a lot of pressure, obviously. Poland's been rocking a 4-2-4 with a staggered front. This is different, obviously, than what we've seen from Germany, where they've used 2 support wingers. Poland using 1 attacking winger out of a similar formation. Obviously not found the same success that Germany has. Although it's not too far away.
Tak, no, masz rację. Sprawdzaliśmy wczoraj.
Sejwan właśnie jakąś setkę obroni, bo mu skoczyło 0,5.
These people are insanely good, but still have 0 power against FMing? Yes. But I mean, winger positionally, not winger role-wise. My bad, Polska. The name checks out.
Jakbyśmy mieli dużo pieniędzy w pierwszym sezonie, to jeszcze może to byłby jakiś pomysł.
Tak.
Ale tak.
Let's go. My team's Portugal. Let's go, Daniel. Hey, Danny's been really impressive.
Dobrze, że
He just
wcześniej, bo to jakieś zamieszki będą.
No, dobrze.
The Liverpool in Danny's league, like in Danny's save, is just incredibly good right now. Incredibly good. The Polish Mountain. Hey, they're doing it right now. They are an immovable object in this group. They're marching forward against the tide. Team Poland, 15 minutes from hoisting a League Cup title that they need to win to keep the pressure on Team Indonesia, who is out of the Portuguese Cup. Second round of the Champions League round of 16 coming up for Team Indonesia as Team France takes out its anger in the league.
Adama Traore wchodzi jeszcze ładuje gola.
This is a fun group. It's an interesting group. Not fun for these three teams. They're sweating it a little bit, but Team Poland has won the League Cup. That's job one done. Even a smile from Patrick Samirski. Team Poland is marching on. They have won what France could not today. They have won the Portuguese League Cup, which puts them ahead of France. Well, actually, they're still behind France because they didn't get to win the European Super Cup, but they are back level with France in pursuit of Indonesia. That is the situation right now. They needed to win it. They won it. Poland is very much still alive in this competition. Very much still alive in this competition. Indonesia, we're waiting. It should just be moments now. A great look at the competition screen here for Team South Korea. They are not safely in the top 8 for Champions League. That'll come down to the last match day. They are second in the league, 1 point behind Liverpool and 1 point ahead of Crystal Palace. They are in the League Cup final against Newcastle. Tremendous League Cup performance over 3 seasons for this South Korean team. But look at this, 2-0 at Liverpool in the Champions League from Team South Korea. JRicky delivering result after result after result today. It's been a little bit more all business instead of the chaos that's been happening over the last couple of days. But this result would put them top 8 in the Champions League and comfortably through to the round of 16 and an extra 5 points for the road, as long as they can hang on to it at Liverpool, which is just a huge result overall. Ooh. Team Netherlands is winning in the League Cup semifinal, as you'd expect, against Bournemouth. That is a result that they desperately need. We update on Team Spain here. They are, that's Jose Sanchez, the manager. They had a real opportunity to threaten South Africa today. The league has kind of slipped away from them with 10 matches to go. They are still going in the FA Cup. They are out of the League Cup, which was just a brutal loss for them, but they're still going in the Champions League as well. They have advanced through to the next round over RB Leipzig. Of course, so has Portugal. They are headed to the quarterfinals. This is a look at what's coming up for Team South Africa, the leaders in the group. They've got the League Cup final against Arsenal coming up. That is an opportunity to pick up massive points. They also have Champions League round of 16 beckoning later. We'll see who they get in the FA Cup. It's Norwich. That is a match they should win. If they get a tough draw, that could obviously throw a curveball into things. But this is a team first in the Premier League. They are, trying to lead from the front here. That is not always the easiest thing to do. Not always the easiest thing to do, but they are doing it. Team South Korea 2-2 against Liverpool. That is right now enough to keep them in it. There is a highlight with a minute to go for Team South Korea.
Okay!
Team South Korea has won at Liverpool. Is it on?
Okay!
It is onside.
This is
Hold on a sec.
나이스.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
정말 대단했다.
I'll be here. Just wave at me. I'm the easy one to get. Yeah. That's
방심하지
fine.
말자.
Yeah, just grab me.
방심하지 말자. 미안합니다. 우리 그럼 챔스 몇이죠?
All right, we're going to need to pull up the official stream because I think we're going to appear on it at some point here in the near future. But shout out to Team South Korea for that result. The official stream has just started. They're breaking down tactics. They're breaking down results. All that fun stuff. It is a very cool official stream. And like I said, I'll be on it, I think, soon. But yeah, good result. They are top 8. Congratulations, Team South Korea has the opportunity to win the quadruple just for fun, and that could definitely launch them out of last place in the group, which would definitely be a result for pride for Team South Korea. But the way that the other southern team, South Africa, is playing, I just don't think that South Korea has a snowball's chance in hell of being able to catch up to South Africa at this point. But they are putting together a very, very good, very respectable season. This is Champions League's second leg, 1-0 lead for Team Indonesia. This is your group leader in Group C. They've got about a 20-point advantage over the other teams right now, but they're out of the Portuguese Cup. So other teams are going to gain on them in the Portuguese Cup. Not enough points to overtake them, but if they slip up in the Champions League, anything could happen. This is the Champions League round of 16. They got a tough draw against Liverpool. They have a 1-goal lead. Oh, that's a goal, own goal, but a goal for Team Indonesia to make it 4-2. That will ease the nerves a little bit going into this game. But they showed a little chink in their armor with that loss in the Portuguese Cup quarterfinal. Like maybe Poland or France would be able to catch up to them. Oh, that's another goal for Team Indonesia. Absolutely fantastic stuff for Team Indonesia there. Quick 2-0 lead. Asteria, thank you for the 2 months. Moomin, thank you for the 3 months. Fun tournament, hope you're enjoying it. I am. I'm enjoying it now more that you subscribed. Thank you for supporting the stream. Slacked and using my Prime for ages. I appreciate you dropping it now. Good result for Team Indonesia, unless that really flips. They have a 3-goal lead. This is Champions League knockouts, a good draw against Benfica for Team France, trying to defend their Champions League title that, based off the way Indonesia's playing, they're definitely going to need to win and hope that Indonesia does not get through literally another round. Poland's going to have their Champions League knockouts coming up as well. We're headed over to Group D. We're going to look at Malaysia, who's setting up for a domestic match. Team Lithuania has finally returned. They're only on December 31st. They have 2 more Champions League group stage matches left to play as well. So their pace of play is right on par, basically, with Malaysia so far in this tournament. Maywu, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate you supporting the stream as well. Those are the teams we're watching. We're trying to keep track of right now. Those are the results that matter. Team France has taken the lead 2-0 against Benfica on the road. So that's looking like it might be curtains early for them. A big result, 1-0 at home for the Netherlands right now that they're holding on to against Arsenal. They're only a point ahead of Chelsea in the league. That league race has certainly accordioned. Basically have to win every league match left if you're Team Portugal. Right now they are winning at home against Fulham. Team Spain, the league basically out of the question. They're 12 points down with 10 matches to go. It'd be an absolute miracle. Team South Africa, this is the calmest they've looked in all 3 days. They're acting like the Terminator at the top of the group. They are smothering any chance that any other team might have. If they can go win that League Cup, it'll be a serious announcement of what they're all about. And of course, in Group A, we had such a dramatic start to the day, but it is just that casual stroll through the Japanese league that these teams have mastered so well. Looking at that sweet little back 5 man down business here for Belgium. 3 minutes into a match, but these teams have all been winning the league really comfortably, and it's time for your boy to make the TV appearance here. Oh.
Management, how people go about their business. Like I heard the story about when Van Dijk was pre-signing for Liverpool. A few other clubs were interested, but Klopp was FaceTiming him, was going to visit him over a weekend, visiting the family. I think it's all of those little personal touches, and I think even more so for those smaller clubs and smaller countries, probably find it a little bit difficult. But I think if you go the extra mile and make a person feel that they're really wanted and showing them what the football club means to you, I think it's a natural and a really organic sell as well. And it's really surprising. Not many football clubs do it, go above and beyond. And I think it's a real basic thing that a lot of top football clubs get wrong.
Yeah, and we're seeing some of the tactical breakdown from Dave there a minute ago, and all the different formations that people can play in this game. You know, and the game is going that way, isn't it? It's getting more tactical, more technical all the time. Yeah, I'm sure it's only a matter of time before we'll see you in one of these big jobs. Obviously, you've been in massive positions already, but if you were managing here in this tournament, and you wanted to imprint the John Terry philosophy onto a team, what would it look like? Because we know what you were as a player, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're a defensive manager. You know, can you tell us what that looks like for you?
Yeah, in terms of formation, I would be 4-3-3 for me, with more of a holder. So very similar to how we kind of got our success at Chelsea. I think when you have success, it kind of sticks with you. I'm not saying I'm completely rigid and would only go that way. Of course, I'd be very flexible within that. But I think it's very important in today's game to try and not concede goals. I see fullbacks trying to be wingers and midfielders trying to be attackers. For me, it's those 4 or that 5 at the back is key and crucial to you in your season, I think. And like we did at Chelsea, we conceded 15 goals in one season. Pretty much won you the league, regardless of what we've done going forward. Now, naturally, a lot of teams have got goals in the side, whether that's from midfield. We had Frank, we had Didier, we had goals from Duffer, from Robin, from Joe Cole, all of these players as well to add to that. But that would be me. I think when I went into management and coaching, well, as an assistant coach, I thought I would be a little bit more reserved and be a little bit more defensive. But as I went into the dugout and you feel the emotions of the pressures of it, late on in games, I would much rather go and lose a game 2-1 than sit there and draw 1-1 at home, especially for me. And that's very dependent on opposition, on personnel, on managers and performances and league results at that time as well. But I would much rather, in front of my home fans, go for a game and throw strikers on and try and win the game late on. I think fans want to see that. Now that can slap you in the face as well at times. I've had that done, where you go and lose the game 2-1 and people go, why don't you just sit on the draw and take the point and move on? I think, which is different, I was very defensive, of course, but in terms of my managerial, I'd be quite attacking, I think.
Yeah, and obviously that's one of the pressures that this particular challenge comes with it in Group D. A lot of the challenges actually are in teams in leagues where they're expected to win. We actually had Mata, who's part of the staff at Dinamo Zagreb, and I asked him what would happen if a manager of Dinamo finished second in the league. And he was like, it wouldn't be very good for them. That pressure is there. Yeah. Then conversely, you've got the Brighton challenge, where not expected to win the league, quite frankly, maybe pushing into the European spots. Like, you spent so much of your career at the very top of leagues, either winning them or competing for them. Like, is it an adjustment when you're moving into coaching and managing to understand that you're not always necessarily going to be in those positions? You might be in a different challenge and you'll be having different kind of objectives to get.
Absolutely, and faced that when I went to Aston Villa, actually, as assistant coach. So naturally, I was used to winning. Now, when I went into coaching, that wasn't the case every weekend at Aston Villa. We won some games, but we lost probably more than we won in the first couple of seasons, and that's difficult to take initially. But also, you have to understand how these players are feeling. So at Chelsea, you'd win, you'd get 2 days off, and you kind of stroll in Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning, having a weekend in Portugal. And other times, you're actually, you're questioning. I'm questioning the manager, of going, I think the lads need a rest here. Why don't we give them 2 days off? Now, that's very easy for an assistant manager to say that. When Dean Smith says, I've got our answer to the board upstairs, if I go giving the players 2 days off, I get questions from the owners, from the CEO. There's a backlash of this.
Yeah.
And as assistant manager, you don't really think about stuff like that. But all of that comes into the context and the players and the mindset of the players who are not playing and all of that. So you have a big role and responsibility to play, but it's also how you go in and then pick them players up on a Monday morning, or whether you get them in Sunday morning. Is it a kind of telling off? Is it a kind of get together? Do we all go out for dinner and have a few beers together, which actually worked in one part of the career as well? So there's many ways to skin a cat. I think you have to really understand that situation at that particular time.
Yeah, and obviously we've got assistant managers here in this tournament as well, and they're working out when can they get involved, when can they sort of imprint their own philosophy on the manager, when do they take a step back. But it's great stuff. We look forward to asking some more stuff later. But someone who is with us in Liverpool is a massive name in the football manager scene, is our very own Zealand, all the way from America, not competing. I know he would have liked to be, but he's been giving us some great coverage across our last few days in Liverpool, and I believe Zealand is with Chelsea.
Someone who is really known in this game, and that's why I have him right here, because he's the expert, right? There has been a lot going on the Japanese side this morning.
Oh, there has. They've been the main entertainment in the morning sessions because all of the action seems to happen towards the beginning part of the season. First, you get the knockouts of the Asian Champions League, which all of these teams have been involved in. In fact, every single one of these teams in their opening 3 seasons has managed to beat a Saudi side at least once in the Asian Champions League final. For the Team Saudi Arabia, they won it last minute last year, but this morning was particularly special because of the Club World Cup Chelsea.
And what has been really successful for this Japanese side? What formation do they have to play? What style? What goes into it?
No, we've seen multiple teams playing with a back 5, which is really interesting because we haven't seen that in a lot of the other groups. So clearly the team here in Japan definitely suits a back 5 position. Now, we saw Belgium make it all the way to the Club World Cup semi-final, only losing to Real Madrid, but beating PSG in penalties using a back 5 tactic in this particular group.
A back 5, okay. What comes to my mind, Do the fullbacks, are they up and down, or is it a low block?
Oh, the fullbacks are flying. They are absolutely flying. It's a back three, technically, if you're on offense. But when you look at it, you have your 2 fullbacks, you have your 3 center backs, and that is a system that Norway has also used for devastating different successes. But the fullbacks on this team in Japan, they have been the main focus for every one of these tactics. Even Team Germany, which has picked up every single point it could possibly pick up. The only team in this whole tournament has been using really attacking fullbacks the entire time.
Zealand, a group that has been really successful, I want to go ahead and walk over, is Germany. And they were very confident during the press conference saying that no one else in this group is like them. Please, do you remember that moment? Recall that moment when you said no one here has what it takes to win.
I don't need to remember that moment. This is our attitude, how we went in the tournament, and yeah, it proved to be true.
Does your team have that same exact confidence? You obviously show that confidence, but does your team play with that confidence?
I think so. We just finished like completely unbeatable season. We haven't lost a single game. We even won the Club World Cup with a Japanese team. I think that says more than any word. I think we're confident of winning the entire thing. We can do it.
I did realize that you're playing a 4-2-4. What went into that? Why did you decide to just play with 2 midfielders and 4 attacking?
So in the very first season, we started off with a 4-2-3-1, where we played more focused through the middle. And then we were thinking about which player we could add or remove from the tactic to get it working even better. And then we identified our 10 as like the only good 10 in the entire squad. So we decided to replace him and go more for like a wing-focused play. So we focused more on this 4-2-4 and more wing play. So we removed the 10 player and added an additional striker. So now we're playing with 2 like physical strikers and lots of crossing, and it worked out really well for us. So yeah.
You're playing with 2 physical strikers. Zealand, how do you like that?
Well, it's worked out. It's worked out a lot because they've been able to contend with those kind of direct balls against teams that might have more quality through the middle, and that can compensate for the lack of midfielders. But my question to you guys is: at some point in a Football Manager save, especially when you're playing in a league like Japan, you go into a Club World Cup and you have to play, the real big dogs. At what point did you know you could hang with those types of teams?
I think like our biggest difficulty was basically getting players who can compete on the highest level, especially physically. Like also the central defenders. I think like most central defenders in the Japanese leagues, they are either good at jumping or are fast, but not both at the same time. And I think if you want to compete like with the highest level of strikers, like a Harry Kane or someone like him, you have to get some central defenders who can compete in like those one-on-ones against those strikers. And we managed to get 2 in our clubs with Thiago Jallo, like our star transfer in the central defense, and they handled the strikers really well. And then with that defense in place, we were able just to get like lots of chances in the offense. And then finally we got like 1 or 2 goals at least each game, and then yeah, we managed to win those games.
So in this Japanese league, what you're saying is playing with 2 strikers, physicality, and having that type of physique to hold off players, it's what has been successful.
Yes, for sure. So like football is still a game for like top athletes. So if you have athletes who are just physically way better than the opponents, you're just gonna do well. And especially in the Japanese league, there's like lots of players who are good at one thing but not good at everything in that regard. So if you get a player who can jump the same height as the opponents but is like faster, or like way faster, he's just gonna win every single one-on-one. And we just tried to create these one-on-ones in each game, and it worked out really well. We scored so many goals in the league. It's just very, very impressive, I think.
All right, Spencer, well, you heard basically stick what you're good at, stick with what you're good at, and delete the rest, right? All right, Spencer, back to you.
Thanks, Chelsea. Yeah, they've been very impressive, the Germans, and it's looking like that they're going to sail through that group. But what is it about? I mean, they've just been describing it them. He's talking about play identification, physical attributes. But this is against AI, essentially. It's a completely different kettle of fish if you get through to the draft tomorrow, where you're going up against other experts in the game, right?
But the basics do still work. I mean, if you just have to be a little bit more reactive when you're playing against another human player. But if you've got physical players playing high pressing, high intensity tactics, they are the ones that tend to work in all formats of the game.
Yeah, it's been an amazing group stage from the Germans. Benji, what is it they've done that's particularly impressed you?
Their consistency and also their confidence is really nice to see. We've seen it in the press conferences.
they were doing a Club World Cup Championship final earlier today, and it was feet up football on the desk. They were so relaxed, so chilled out about it, but also understanding the importance, the celebrating towards the end. Okay, they've talked a big game and they've walked the walk.
Yeah, well, they certainly have been doing that. One team that haven't been able to be as relaxed, or one nation, I should say, that have struggled a little bit more is the Saudi guys, Saudi Arabia. I know Will's had a bit of a bromance with those guys. He's with Dave, and we're going to learn more about the Saudi Arabian situation.
So I brought you here, Will, because these are your guys. Yeah. You've been supporting them through the tournament. They're a team that you've built a friendship with, but they've had some failings. Obviously, Football Manager is a game that sometimes it does spit you out. Saudi, they've built a team, they've built a squad. There's some signings in there from Europe that I quite like, the likes of Ronnie Lopez, Emre Moore, 2 players that can really create things and make things happen. But it's just not been enough for Saudi in this tournament.
Labrador, German Shepherd, good dogs. Do you know what my favourite dog is, Dave?
Go on.
The underdog. And Saudi Arabia have been absolutely fantastic all tournament. They've made some massive wins along the way, but they've just not got the points on the board. And that's what the tournament's been so great about, because you can play your game, but there's points on the board for so many different challenges, isn't there?
There is. I think tactically, maybe not as developed as other teams. We're seeing a different way of playing. We're seeing wingers, we're seeing advanced playmakers. Do you think that's been an issue for them at all?
Look, every day I go over, I just walk up to them, I put my thumbs up or thumbs down. I'll be honest with you, it's been a lot of thumbs down from the lads while I've been going over there. But you know, they got so far in the Club World Championship as well, which is like, for this side to be going up against European teams, they've done so well. But this is the top level of football management, isn't it? This is the best in the world, and that's sadly where they've sort of fallen off.
How'd I do, chat? I do all right? How's everything going? Anybody seen any streams? Any great natural? Let's go. Underdressed? Yeah, I mean, they didn't. I didn't know I was going to be doing it at all. So this is like a nice plain shirt. That was basically the only thing I had. Yeah, John Terry came by the stream earlier. He's a great guy. Something just happened. Was it RDF? Poland versus Chelsea. Was that the yell I heard? That was so loud, I thought it was next to me. Oh, they do have a 2-1 lead there. They do have a 2-1 lead in the Champions League round of 16, but they've given up a penalty, and it's 2-2. So they take a draw home in the Champions League there for Team Poland. Getting back into the flow here. We've got Team France waiting on their second leg. We've got Team Indonesia headed to the Champions League quarterfinal. We've got Team England sizing up their Champions League quarterfinal. We know that's going to be a big moment for them. We've got Team Malaysia playing in the Champions League in a match they definitely should be winning here. They are the team in the peach, and they've got a corner.
Come on.
I have no idea what's happening. Please sort out the chaos. I just heard some yelling and figured I'd go investigating. We've got a Champions League match here for Team Lithuania. They're in their last 2 Champions League group stage matches. Probably need to win at least one of them to be safely in the 24. So there is some pressure here. There is some pressure. Obviously hearing some yelling. Something happened. Oh, just closed Jack's stream. Better than accidentally resigning, though, so, you know, we'll take it. Indonesia drew Man City. God, they are machines, man. Heard Vamos is Spanish. I figured. I don't know. That is the first place I went. Oh, we've got Team South Africa loading up their League Cup final. Team South Africa is loading into their League Cup final. We've got a Champions League quarterfinal for Team Portugal, a tournament they absolutely have to win. Team Malaysia needs to win this match, and they haven't scored. It's a draw for Team Malaysia, or it looks like, unless I'm assuming that's what they're saying in Malay. Oh, there it is. They've got the ball. Team Malaysia. Oh, how did that not go in? How did that not go in for Team Malaysia? I literally don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it was Team Peru. Oh, I think it might have been Team Peru. They've got themselves in the lead 2-1 against Ferencvaros. I'm assuming that we are looking at Europa League. Obviously we're looking at Europa League action. I don't know if it's knockouts or league. I don't know where they're at. Team Lithuania seems firmly entrenched in the playoff positions right now in 16th. We go to Malaysia. There is a highlight. That's the end of the match. Malaysia is, as I keep doing, Malaysia is going to be in the Champions League playoff. There is no way for them to play their way into the top 8, which means we are not going to have a team reach the top 8 out of this division. We are going to head over to Brighton and check out the Champions League quarterfinal for Team Portugal. Lika, Danny Almeida, engineered a brilliant season yesterday, but he's not quite been able to bring home enough total trophies. If I accidentally close one more stream, just go ahead and end me now. Team Netherlands currently top of the league by 2 points. Going into a league match, they got less than 10 league matches left there. It is Team South. Enzo Bento can hardly watch. Team South Africa has the lead in the second half against Arsenal in the League Cup final. We'll head there as the final 15 minutes are playing out for Team Portugal. Here we are, riding along. Team South Africa trying to get max points in the League Cup.
I'm telling you, my heart is actually racing.
Oh, they drew to play against Man City. Unbelievably brutal draw for Team Indonesia in the Champions League. Yes! That's a goal for Team South Africa. 2-0 in the League Cup final with 25 minutes to play. Goal stands. One of the more creative main tactics we have seen over the course of this tournament. Definitely.
Oh, Jesus, Lord help me. Thank you.
Enzo Bento is somebody, much like RDF, that has felt the intensity of the pressure throughout this event, and he has managed to deal with it. Said at certain points in January yesterday, he just had to step away from the setup for a little while. He was feeling it too much, but he is now feeling the release for Team South Africa with 15 minutes to go. It's 3-0.
Guess who got the assist? My South African boy.
Now, we head over to Group D. It might be time for something. I don't know what it's time for. It's time for a highlight here for Indonesia, or for Team Lithuania that might be able to win them this match here in the Champions League group stage. Oh, it does! What a goal by Liberato Kakache from New Zealand. Team Lithuania hangs up 3 points there to keep a slim hope alive of a top 8 finish on the very last kick of the match.
We just beat Atletico Madrid.
Game winner.
Oh, they are guaranteed to be in the top 24 now. There's no funny business. There's no tomfoolery. They have a slim opportunity to jump themselves into the top 8. It is slim because of that goal. David De Gea, apparently they're getting offers for David De Gea. What's all this then for Team Malaysia as they're getting through that December break that happens in Croatia? And Team England continues its path towards a Champions League quarterfinal. Meanwhile, a delay here for Peru is I think they've won that match. Peru is still dangerous in this competition, but it looks like they might end up 2-2 against Ferencváros at home, which means they're going to have to win in Hungary in the Europa League, or no, this is Europa League group stage. Yeah, they're still looking okay for top 8. They're just probably going to need at least a draw in their final match to be safe. But yes, Lithuania is clinched in the spot that they are supposed to be in. Champions League draw here for France.
Do we make the Champions League draw?
Who will attend it? Antonio Conte. If it was John Terry or Jimmy Esselbank?
Yes, I made them.
Yeah. Yes, but if they were here, you could call them.
He was explaining what work the space did earlier. Call them over to put that in there. Headed over to Group B, and it's Team South Africa that's about to get interviewed by the main broadcast, so be sure to have that up on another monitor so you can check that out. Jack lost his goalkeeper. That happens, man. That happens. We don't know what's up with the Dutch European run. We know they floored it through the quarterfinal, but it looks like the home leg in the quarterfinal for Team Portugal has gone awry here. It is 0-0, which means they're going to have to pick up a win on the road in order to advance. We'll see if we can find any European matches. Oh, this is certainly a League Cup final. This has got to be a League Cup final against Fulham here. A chance to pick up max points. Netherlands has to do this if they're going to keep the pressure on South Africa, and they are losing. They are behind 1-0 here. This could be huge for South Africa if the Netherlands fails to win the League Cup. This would create serious breathing room in their Champions League results. It's 2-0 Fulham. Oh, my.
Okay, top.
They got one back. He's playing commentary only. We've seen multiple managers do this, some because of nerves, some for time efficiency, some for superstitious reasons at this point. But it is still 2-1 to Fulham as we hit halftime. Team Netherlands in need of 2 goals to win this League Cup final.
Ja, die speelt wel vaker heel slecht. We gaan maar echt gewoon Pavlovic brengen. Misschien Frimpong nu brengen? Laat uit.
Jack's putting a striker in goal. I mean,
Niet te veel wisselen.
I do want to look at that. Seems to be going well now that Tom is standing in the corner. Did he not have a keeper on the bench?
I'll be honest, chat, my head is now gone. It hadn't gone already, it has gone now.
Savio.
You had John Terry?
Yeah.
Champions League draw?
Yeah. It's not a good time to talk about the Champions League.
Okay, I will go.
I'm sorry.
Our keeper got injured mid-game, and we'd made all our subs.
We hadn't made all our
we've
subs,
got
but we'd
Beto
used...
in goal.
Mid-game?
Yeah.
So we've got an outfield player in goal, which in Football Manager is a death sentence.
And now we're losing massively because of it.
This first leg?
Voetbal speelt echt een draak van de wedstrijd.
They've had 6 shots and scored 5.
Well, that's a good checkup with Team England there. It's still 2-1 in the 72nd minute here in the League Cup. All sub breaks had been used. His goalkeeper got injured, outfield player in goal, and the vanquishing of Team England in the Champions League round of 16 once again. just absolutely no European luck for Team England at all. They were right there, dominating the league again. Now they need a goal here. Team Netherlands needs a goal. They need a goal here. They have to have a goal here, or else they'll drop 5 points to Team South Africa, and there's just not enough opportunities for them to make up points elsewhere. This would cancel out the advantage they got from the Community Shield. Oh, they've scored. Oh, what a big goal for Team Netherlands. A huge goal for Team Netherlands that keeps their hopes alive and tries to keep the pressure on Team South Africa.
De finale heeft verlenging, toch?
Trying to keep the pressure on Team South Africa.
Even terug naar de...
Ja, hij speelt het beste dus.
Even terugzetten waar het op stond. Oké. We kunnen nog niet wisselen. Ai. Oh, positief.
Of course, it's extra time in the League Cup final.
Ik denk, dit moeten we maar doen. Kan het tegen... nog een sub, dus dat is veel. Nee, we hebben er nu 6. Dit is 6.
Team South Africa in a tight one with Manchester City.
Beyond the lobby.
Rood, zeg maar.
오, 됐다!
Tactic tweaks are done, so we are back with Netherlands, but it's always worth clicking over to the South Korean stream to say what's going on. I hear Poland is also in their second leg against Chelsea. We're going to try and get over there as soon as possible to figure out what's happening. Team Netherlands has scored. Savio has scored in the 101st minute. It is 3-2. Team Netherlands in the league Cup final.
And now we're up.
They are doing it just enough.
What's going on here?
RDF's got his Champions League game going. We are going to assume that result is going. Poland, obviously RDF is a group leader at the moment, so that is where we are going to follow along. Real Madrid has gotten a red card early in their home match. What an opportunity for seriously. If he can get to the Champions League semifinal, it is going to be near impossible for these other teams to match that kind of result. That is an extra 5 points stacked on top of it. If he can hit the daily challenge and everything else, this will be his group. If he can get through Real Madrid at this point, and they've gotten an early red card, 11th minute, Vinicius Jr., who's also going to miss the second leg. We go check on Poland. They are nearing halftime at 0-0, 2-2 on aggregate. The Polish team utterly desperate to get to the Champions League quarterfinal against their arch rival Chelsea. John Terry has joined the French stream to do the draw. That seems to be his purpose around here. We appreciated him stopping by this stream earlier, not to do a draw, but just to hang out and chat for a little while. Team Netherlands wins the League Cup and keeps the pressure on Team South Africa with what is a perfect season brewing for the Dutch. They've won it at the death.
It's because it goes from
second.
Yeah.
We go back to Team England. Currently the group leaders, based off the current point calculation, they are playing way ahead of everybody else right now. Lithuania and Malaysia, the two teams they're mainly contending with. Oh, it's a goal for Real Madrid, even though they're down a man. XG is near even. Team England has a slight advantage at 1.27. It was Bellingham that scored in the 60th minute for Real Madrid here.
Fresh legs will matter more here, though, because they've been running around way more.
That's right there from Matt, the assistant manager with the good points. His fresh legs will matter more.
God, if we could get past Real Madrid and get Celtic in the next round, which we would. Vinicius Mendy for the next leg.
Oh, it's a goal! It's a goal for Team England, and they have an opportunity. They have an opportunity to get to the semi-final if they can win at home.
Fresh legs, you again. Fresh legs, you again.
It's all about the fresh legs. 10 minutes of fresh legs. Go on, 2. Just another one. Corner, come on, nice set piece goal or something. Make it happen. I believe.
No, don't get it. Just take the draw.
Yeah, a draw would be insane.
Take the draw.
Yes! Oh, Team England has scored in the 93rd minute at the Bernabeu against 10-man Real Madrid.
What is going on? Oh, the Bernabeu, 93rd minute go at the Bernabeu. Oh my God.
Might it be
I
coming
can't
home?
take this no
One
more.
of Team England's two representatives is running for the top of the league. It's a corner. Maxence Lacroix heads it home, and Team England.
I can't do a Salzburg second leg. We can't have a Salzburg second leg.
Back to Real Madrid.
They are obviously far from out of the woods, as Aaron has pointed out. Team Malaysia can do nothing but smile as they're sitting next to it. Noor Kamarudin knows what's going to be expected of him over the course of this tournament. Team Lithuania losing currently to Real Madrid at the same time that Team England is beating Real Madrid, but that's no worry. Team Lithuania is headed to the Champions League playoff. They will have the exact same opportunity that Team England has had to try and advance themselves to a Champions League quarterfinal, which is where England is right now. If you're Team Peru, it's terrible news that Team England keeps marching on. That's robbing them of an opportunity. Team Poland. We go back to see what has happened for Team Poland. We will watch it on tape delay.
Chociaż nie, Adama na tych, rzeczywiście na tych lepszych przeciwników, on może nie być optymalny. No, chyba Fatawo. Dobrze Chelsea się broni.
0-0, 2-2 on aggregate. Second leg in the round of 16. Poland cannot lose here, or it will not have enough points to advance. They just have to win this game, and that's not even just me saying that. They literally have to win this game.
4 minuty.
Extra time. It's extra time for Team Poland. There is literally no other option. They're looking around, clicking at players, and they are into extra time. They are it'll be mathematically impossible for them to accumulate enough points. Mathematically impossible for them to accumulate enough points if they do not get through this round, because Indonesia is already through. Second half of extra time. Representative of the Polish FA in the background there, Patrick Samirski on the left.
Zero cameras are pointing to you. So
A ten Morita? Albo Cimika?
ostatnio wprowadzimy kogoś na
9, 8.
A little encourage from Patrick Samirski.
Niemożliwe to jest, nie? Niemożliwe to jest, czat. Niemożliwe to jest. O!
Team Poland!
Bye bye Chelsea!
Team Poland has scored. They have scored against Chelsea in the 120th minute, and they are alive. Exhale. Team Poland still putting the pressure on Team Indonesia, trying to have that perfect season, trying to win all of the trophies they can to put the pedal to the metal. Quarterfinals of the Champions League for Team Poland.
Nie będzie karny.
Massive, massive result. Real Madrid is out of the tournament as well. If we're looking at that bracket right now, Real Madrid is out, but there is really no easy draw. AC Milan or Atletico Madrid, maybe, but that is a huge win for Team Poland. Team Indonesia, oh my, they are a machine. 2-0 at home in the first half of the tie against Manchester City. How can you beat this Indonesian team? It's 3-0. Iksan continues to deliver. This is a gaudy scoreline for Team Indonesia. They did the same thing against Real Madrid, remember, in the quarterfinals yesterday, but they lost the final in penalties. But they beat Real Madrid in the quarterfinals yesterday, 5-0. They're doing it to Manchester City now, Team Indonesia, 3-0 up on Man City inside 30 minutes. They are absolute demons on the virtual pitch. Now, granted, they did lose the Portuguese Cup, and they obviously have not won the Champions League. They did not win it last year. But Iksan is a name that I think will reverberate through the Football Manager community for a long time. He's headed into the second half. We've got a ton of big stuff going on in the Brighton group. That's what we're checking up on. It's extra time between Portugal and Atalanta. Team Portugal on the road as well in this extra time. Just got to take a big, deep breath in and a big exhale out. Jose Sanchez hammering through the rest of this simulation here for Spain. We believe they are still in Europe as well. FA Cup match coming up for Team Netherlands. John Terry is with Team Portugal here in extra time. Oh, that's huge for Team Portugal. Lika, not one for the big celebrations, but he has taken the lead in extra time in the quarterfinal. You hear the celebration from Team South Korea. They are in the League Cup final, trying to win themselves a trophy here. Team South Korea, been one of the fan favorites in the entire tournament. There are big matches all over the place in this Brighton group. Absolutely monster matches all over the place. We're checking up on Team Indonesia, still 3-0 against Manchester City. We're checking up on Group D here. Here we go over to RDF. They picked up an injury. Maxence Lacroix out for a month. RDF obviously not too pleased with that. They've got the second leg against Real Madrid coming up.
It's whatever Carvalho taught him. Only the bad words. How do you understand?
So they're talking about John Terry's ability to speak Portuguese. Team Netherlands still top of the league here. Team South Korea with a 2-0 lead in the League Cup. What a performance here for Team South Korea. The League Cup already been won by Team South Africa, by Team Netherlands in this round. It will not be won by Spain. It will not be won by Portugal. They both got knocked out, but you're trying to stack trophies, and that's a third goal for Team South Korea. They are cooking. We go back, and my goodness, Atalanta scored. It's 2-2 on the day, 2-2 on aggregate. And 10 minutes left to play. Team Lithuania is headed towards Champions League playoff territory. That's what they've got coming up next. Transfer is still the business of the day for Team Malaysia, trying to stay focused on what they're doing best. Team Poland, of course, into the next round of their matchup. Team France, of course, into the quarterfinals of the Champions League. That's 3 teams into the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Team England in Group C, very likely out of it after losing at least 5-1 at home. Team Spain has been on an absolute tear. Look at that schedule. They haven't lost a match since the 20th of December. They're currently all the way down quarterfinals of the Champions League. They have Barcelona. They also have an FA Cup semifinal, and they do have the opportunity to pull out a treble, which would be just monstrous. But of course, Team South Africa is setting the tone, but they're losing. No, they're up 6-1. I just couldn't see the 6. I thought it was a 0. It's a penalty shootout. We'll ride along with it live with Team Portugal in the Champions League. Wait, I don't want to ride along with it live yet because, of course, we want to make sure that Team South Korea is going to win the League Cup. They are. JRicky is going to win the League Cup, and he is still in line for a perfect season, trying to go for the quadruple that is available to him, and he definitely has the chance to do it. Spain have been on an absolute shredder, but is it too little too late after dropping out of the League Cup? They're not going to be able to win the league, even though they're cooking. They're not going to be able to win the league. The Real Madrid match has kicked off, so we have multiple matches here that are right on the line. We're going to leave the Portuguese penalty shootout up, and we're going to have audio for both. I don't know what else to do. Champions League quarterfinal second leg with a 2-1 advantage over Real Madrid. They are at home, but Real Madrid has 11 players this time. They have no Vinicius. They've gone with a narrow 4-3-3. This season, RDF's been riding with that 4-2-3-1.
Come on, boys.
Oh, that was a chance, bro.
Team England has the lead against Real Madrid. They're hitting the Calma. It's 3-1. We go look at the Portuguese penalty shootout. It is underway. It is currently 2-1 to Team Portugal. We'll leave the audio on for RDF, and we will watch the shootout for Portugal, which they lead now 3-1 to try and get to the Champions League semi-finals.
It can do all sorts of crazy shit second half, and they're going to throw bodies.
Real Madrid down 2 goals against Team England. Team England is doing the business here, trying to bring it home, trying to put Team England on the big stage on Sunday. Mira, thank you for the 6 months.
Okay. That's fine.
There it is. Team Portugal is headed to a Champions League semifinal. Team South Korea, they've won, I would assume, the cup. They have. There it is. Confirmation. Team South Korea, League Cup champions. We head back over to Team England.
They get a goal, but like.
It is 3-2 on aggregate with 15 minutes to go. This is the max pressure situation here. This is the max pressure situation. It does not get bigger than this. To make it to an improbable Champions League semifinal in Group D. They're the first team to make the Champions League quarterfinal in this group. They hadn't been past the Champions League playoff up until this season. This is the run that could win them the group.
Semi-final! Let's go! Champions League semi-final! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
They are on a tear. Aaron Falloon, the manager of Team England, has taken it to the Champions League semi-final. They've beaten Real Madrid 3-2. And he is letting them hear about it. Now, what you have to deal with if you're Team Malaysia and Team Lithuania, who just went over to congratulate him there, Ivaras Nekludia went over to dap up Aaron. He cooked. And Team England is cooking. And Team Malaysia is headed into their Champions League match against Napoli. They probably don't have a chance to finish in the top 8. They're very firmly entrenched, so they're not going to, they're not going to be moving that much. They're just waiting kind of for their Champions League playoff stuff. We haven't had any cup updates from France. We haven't had any cup updates from Poland. We see the second leg here for Team England down 4 goals because of that goalkeeper injury fiasco they had in Europe earlier. A win against Benfica in the Portuguese Premier League for Team Indonesia as they keep just checking things off the list. A quarterly update for Team Portugal happening, and now an FA Cup match for Team South Korea, a league match for Team Spain. Of course, they need to at least try and get into second. It's very unlikely, losing 10 points in the league, that they'll be able to gain the ground on South Africa. Of course, they know that. Team South Africa, you want to talk about defending the league title. They are 12 points clear with 10 matches to go. Like the Terminator, they're just marching forward towards what they hope is a top-of-the-table finish, and winning the league is a big part of that in the Premier League here, as it is difficult to do. Spain won it last time, and they're not in position. Portugal won it last time, and they're not in position. And now it's a league battle for the Netherlands. I'll be frank here. They're battling Chelsea at the top of the league. This is a huge match against Chelsea. They're losing 1-0. They have a match in hand on Chelsea, but this will put Chelsea top of the league. Indonesia's on top right now. They lost the cup, the Portuguese Cup in the quarterfinal, but that's not enough. And France did drop the League Cup final. Poland's won the League Cup, and they're still alive. They scored like 120th minute in extra time to knock out Chelsea, so they're moving in the quarters. But this would be a very annoying 3 points to give up in a 6-pointer at the top of the league here for Team Netherlands. Five minutes to go. Change is coming for Team Netherlands to try and reel this in. This is a win on the road against Liverpool that South Africa seems to be putting together as well. They are really, really good. Oh, he's praying to the FM gods. It does catch on eventually.
Sorry, the game's back in. I feel like that was enough. I feel like they've heard our call. They've heard our call.
If we don't win now, it's because you cut me off early.
That's okay. I can live with that.
Oh, can you?
Team Indonesia kicking off its second leg, getting to halftime up 3-0 on aggregate. We go check in on an Oyayang Team Netherlands, that means they dropped a 6-pointer against Chelsea that is going to really liven up the league race for them. This is a dominant win for Team South Korea in the FA Cup. Team Indonesia, it would be a real surprise if they slipped up here with a 3-goal lead and 40 minutes to play in Manchester, trying to squeak their way into another Champions League semifinal for the second straight season. Those rounds are so important to advance through. So important to advance through. It's Champions League there for Malaysia. Team England, got to figure out who they're going to draw, and this is the draw now for Team Lithuania. They are one of the seeded teams for this draw.
Ir plyn mes gauname.
That's a hell of a time for their stream to die, but their stream has died, so we'll wait until it's not dead. Oh, it's back.
Arba reikia laimėti čempioną.
Come on.
Oh, they're in the unseeded teams. They could get Arsenal, Liverpool.
No, Arsenal. Lambo, no.
They're rooting for Arsenal to go off the board. Ajax just went up next.
Liverpool.
Stacey attacking the World Cup and sabotage. Oh, Feyenoord went off the board. They're going to get a hard team. They're going to get a hard team. It's Atletico Madrid, Arsenal, or Liverpool.
Okay.
Well, they got Arsenal off the board.
Arba Liverpoolis, arba Madrid Atletico.
They'll take Atletico Madrid.
Прошел. Атлетико, прошел. Yes.
Oh, they got Atletico Madrid. That is a tie that they definitely feel like they could win. Obviously, they would have wanted Feyenoord instead, but Team Lithuania at least has a puncher's chance in the playoff. Team Malaysia lagging behind a little bit timing-wise. Looks like we just got a nice look at the stage here in the Europa League. Team Peru still has one group stage match left to play in the Europa League. I would assume that they, at this point, have now played it. They did. They lost. And where does that leave them? No, Peru. Oh, they finished 9th on goal difference, same as England in the Champions League, so they have to go through the Europa League playoff. Disaster for Team Peru. Absolutely utter disaster there. They've lost it on the final day. That result against Fenerbahce has come back to haunt them. We go to Group C. We've got 3 teams tracking through the Champions League quarterfinal. Team England needs 3 goals in the final 15 minutes. Tom is seated on the ground back there. He can't believe it. They have just not won a European knockout match, and that has been the huge issue in the first season and the second season. I mean, just look at this. They've out-XG'd them 3.5-1. They've clearly built a team that's way better than Napoli. But for the 3rd consecutive year in Europe, Team England in Group B is just, or Group C is just not going to be able to win a European tie. The other 3 teams that are in this chasing pack are in the quarterfinals. Team Indonesia is through with a 4-0 win over Man City. They take on Bayern in the semis. No rest for the weary. They've beaten Liverpool and Man City already. It is going to be a slog for Indonesia, but they are starting to get to a point where they're going to be able to press their way straight through any potential challenge. They're not going to give enough points leeway to Poland and France to be able to close the gap at the top of the group. But those teams are both pulling away from England, an England team that simply cannot score in the Champions League. Jack can hardly watch. We'll watch the final demise of Team England here.
Everything that could go wrong went wrong. And it's just a meme. It's funny. It's not funny, but... yeah. Fingers crossed the wall.
I've thrown everyone forward.
Yep. Yep, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
He'd thrown everybody forward to try to put pressure on them. And for Team England,
I don't know what to say.
In Group C,
Look at that.
it is a 3rd straight round of 16 exit.
One shot on target.
I know. We needed 4 goals. We got an XG of 4, Tom.
How many shots do we have in total?
Peak pain. peak pain. Absolutely peak pain. There's no other way to describe it. At a certain point, Football Manager just doesn't want you to win. We take a look at Team South Africa. They are in the Champions League round of 16 at long last. They are up 2-0 on the road against Manchester United, and they continue their march towards destiny, it would seem. Most calm and comfortable they seem to have looked over the course of this entire tournament. They pulled away late with big results at the end of the stream yesterday, and they have just continued to just fly away. They've added points on Spain. They've added points on Portugal. Neither of those teams is going to be able to win the league. The real only threat to overtake them is this team, the team from the Netherlands, which has a 4-1 lead at Atalanta to kick off its Champions League knockout campaign. They've also won the League Cup thanks to multiple penalty shootouts and a late goal. Oh, just stretching it out. We head over to Group D to take a look at everything that's happened so far. Couple of goals here for Team Malaysia as Stacey is starting to lay claim to some of my internet connection. Oh, horror. Spain in the Champions League quarterfinals. Oh, thank you. But Malaysia is up 2-0 over Napoli, so that's very exciting for them, obviously. Lithuania powering its way to another league title. Obviously, you've got to win that, or else it's super-duper turbo over. Team England going on break after being eliminated from Europe one more time. What's that?
They want me to talk to you.
Okay. Where are we going?
Do you know what's going on with Malaysia?
I do, yeah. Okay, just flag me and tell me where I'm supposed to go walk. Oh, I can stay here? Oh.
You're still working, right? What are you going to say?
Yeah, I'm still streaming, but this stream's kind of just been people come in, people come out. Here, I'll throw the, we can, my desk is not very clean, obviously. Let me just put up something that's entertaining to watch. Yeah, so Malaysia, their pace of play is way behind England. So they're still in the Champions League group stage. They're probably going to be in the Champions League playoff, which, the new format, the 24. So they're gonna go in the playoff, and they're gonna draw. They're beating Napoli right now, so they're probably going to be seeded in the playoff. I think like from 9 to whatever it is, like 9 to 17 or whatever. The problem for Malaysia is that they're 1 point behind England, which, assuming that they get the same manager grade, which is going to be an A, and assuming they do the daily challenge, and assuming that nobody bottles the cup, which nobody has yet, Malaysia has to go farther in the Champions League than England, which means they're probably cooked. They know that, though. I mean, they're sitting right now. It's hard not to know what's going on. They know, but they're upbeat about it. But they're going to have to deliver like a run.
Vale. Buena.
I mean, it's not necessarily it's not like their strategy was to not win. It's just there is now no other option.
Venga, hombre, vamos.
Playing faster, you kind of know. Now you know.
Yes.
Like before it was like, we might need to make a deep run.
Cuartos,
But
campo
going into
del
it, it was
Barça.
like, maybe the quarterfinals is enough. Yeah. But England's playing the fastest of anyone in that group. So Malaysia and Lithuania are the two teams with like a chance. And now they know that England's in the
What about Premier League? First?
No.
Second.
Now you're sitting.
Going
it's not
to
like
have 100 points.
Vale, Buonanotte lesionado, posible lesión en el pie.
Winning the
Escucha,
final of
metemos a
I
Vardy.
think the reason that England's gone so fast
no se canse por la
is Aaron has been too nervous to watch a lot of the matches. I mean, like literally. Yeah, and so he watches the
Valde,
matches.
mira el Barça cómo está,
Because he just
¿Has visto cómo está el Barça, no?
take it. Where Malaysia and Lithuania have taken a lot of time
Vamos a
to
ver.
figure out transfers.
Yo, a
Lithuania's
esta
always
altura
played
del
a little
partido, como
slower, they
vamos,
watch their highlights really slowly.
no quiero perder tiempo, el 0-1 es muy bueno.
No, but England, like Aaron,
Estamos muy cansados, vamos a ver si
is
podemos
under
meter
so
algún
much pressure.
jugador.
He's about to explode, and so his way of coping with the nerves is
Va
I'm
de
going to
cis
get
pa'
through this
dentro.
as quickly as possible.
Cayó de fuera,
And
Des.
it's worth it.
O Bellerín.
Las cosas de los ex, José.
¿Qué?
I'm setting up for another TV spot, chat.
Des.
Looking like Spain's going to be able to take care of business here in the Champions League. Of course, Without a Champions League quarterfinal, Spain without a league title is not really going to have much of a chance, chat. But we're going to pull up the TV broadcast, and I think we're going to get some Zealandception going on here. They are currently at Team Malaysia. So should I pretend to be more indisposed?
Is it easy to interrupt you when you're streaming? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Yeah, you can literally, yeah, I'll just keep talking. All right. All right, chat, we're just going to get back to it. We're going to hop on the broadcast at some point, which will be a whole host of fun. Yeah, Malaysia's still getting the right result. There you go. Oh, wow. Team England's playing the Champions League semifinal. We'll watch it live. They've taken the lead in the Champions League semifinal. If Team England...
They're up
2-0, chat.
The first goal was ridiculous. They just passed it straight to our player in the box. And he went round the goalkeeper.
And then Dilit's got it on goal.
2 shots, 2 goals. Team England, team of destiny.
I mean, we are mugging them off now. This is finally a bit of luck going our way.
Keep this up, man. Don't do no dumbness, please, boys.
Oh, now they're pushing. This reminds me so much of the German teams.
Pele!
It's 3-0.
I can't do this.
3-0.
What?
Yeah.
Team England.
We're saving all the
It must be said.
4-0 in the semi-final. What is going
They
on?
are beating Bayern he said
Bro,
it.
it's 4-0 against Bayern, cuz.
Words have escaped me.
We're winning 4-0 against Bayern, cuz.
I think I left some cold energy here. That's why I think when I see it, we're cooking.
We've had
First
3
leg, yeah?
we've had 3 shots on target, scored 4 goals.
Wow.
Points for management are your board rating, which for most of these guys is an A, and for a few of these guys is a B.
How have we scored 4 goals off that?
Wow. And the XG's quite close as well.
Yes. We've had so many games the other way this season
Yeah,
like
but
that.
fuming.
Newcastle did this exact thing to us.
Gonna get out so you can be in the picture.
Boys, we gotta keep this up, please. Clean sheet, man. Don't mess this up for us, please. Do not mess this up for us, man. Clean sheet, please.
I think the TV people are going to show up in a few minutes, but Papa Squat, Team England's taking care of business.
Well, chat is past the point of limbs. That's the thing. It's beyond
this
limbs.
Team England's taking care of business.
It's gone past limbs. It's back to
they
calm
are.
again.
It's really so. This group all came down to today, and they are
which would most likely be
running through to the Champions League final right now. Why could you guys not do that?
It's 5!
Yeah, so
It's 5-0, by the way.
I would say we've just had a bad dose of bad luck.
It's not limbs,
In the
it's
grand
organs.
scheme of it. Like, we can't control a keeper getting injured mid-game after we've made all our stoppages because of other injuries in the game, and then Beto has to go in goal and playing with 10 men, and they just...
You know, what was the choice behind going with Beto to be the goalkeeper?
I think he was the biggest man on the pitch because we've also got injuries to our 2 starting centre-backs as well, so they couldn't play the game. So that was frustrating. So that was why he was on.
You're going to be resting second leg.
Imagine that. Just play the meme tactic from yesterday.
Yeah, you guys actually put together arguably the best
never
league
see anything
performance
like
of
this
any
ever
team
again.
in your
Exactly,
group.
chat.
Do you feel like that should have mattered more when it came to the scoring?
We'd like to think so.
if
You know,
we
we're
win the
about to do
Champions League, I am
back-to-back
retiring
invincible
from this game.
seasons as Centurions with 100 points. The maximum point you can get is
Oh, yeah, I've got tomorrow.
102. We got 100 last season. We're on track for 100 this season as well. Invincible in all domestic competition for 2 years. It's just Europe where we just get that little bit of bad luck, and there we go.
Did we do fresh legs?
I'll take, yeah.
If there's something that you would have changed about what you've done in this tournament, what would you change?
I'll take 6.
I like it, it's brave.
I'll take 6.
Not the RNG, just like something.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think, because there's not a whole lot we would have changed, really, thinking about it. It's just, you know, penalties in the first season in the Cup, to lose that one. We lost Porto in the Cup in the first season. That was the only game that season we didn't score a goal. You know, potentially we could have tweaked some tactics in that game a little more proactively to score a goal in that game. But that's like the one area where it's been bad for us, essentially. You know, you can pin it down to a couple of individual games, and that's the reason we are so far behind, because you get so many points in the Champions League. Every round you progress in the Champions League is like winning a cup final. You get the same points, right? And so because other teams have had deep runs and we've been arguably unlucky in those games. That's the reason we're so far behind.
Does it make you happy or frustrated to see Team England succeeding on the other side?
Oh no, I'm buzzing for them. You know, we're one collective team, right? We're supporting each other. You know, they've given us tips, we've given them tips, we're working together, and I'll get out of the way now.
They've got to really prepare. Is there something that they can do to beat Bayern Munich? At this point, I'm throwing men behind the ball. I think 5-0 is a dangerous, dangerous scoreline on Football Manager.
What are you talking about?
I agree, actually, but he's got to go away. He's got to go to Germany.
Got to go to Germany. You've got to get the job done over there in Bavaria. These things happen in Football Manager.
I mean, if that happens, that would be one of the most ridiculous things. I might get a Brighton tattoo if that happens.
I've seen. Right, is that official? Is that a promise?
Moving on, Spen. What were we talking
Well,
about?
wouldn't it be Dynamo anyway?
Yeah, well, I'll just get a tattoo then.
Live.
Really want a tattoo.
5-0 is the most dangerous scoreline in Football Manager. Statman Dave. What am I
I don't know if it's the most dangerous.
I've just seen it before. I've been there where you start these games and you're like 20 minutes in, you're 2-0 down. And then you survive until the 60th, 70th minute, and then the goals start to rain in. You try everything. You throw 5 at the back, 4 in midfield, no strike. It is very. I think it's very dangerous. You got to slow the tempo down in this game for me. 2 defensive midfielders, just calm it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to see some fireworks in that group, sure. There's a lot still to come, and there's still a number of teams that can win it. But if he gets his hand on that trophy, Champions League trophy of Dinamo Zagreb, I think his name is in the draft already, and it's going to be.
I would say, Spen, he's about to play it. I think he's gone straight through his league game. It's coming up next. So
okay, well, we're going to get back to that. Chelsea's with Zealand now. We're going to throw to that and then try and join Aaron's game in the Champions League if we can.
What are you seeing? Thank
Malaysia,
you, Spencer. I'm here with top streamer,
making noise
New
on
Zealand.
that side. You have
Zealand,
Malaysia
sorry.
clapping.
What are
They
you
seem a
seeing?
little positive.
Malaysia.
No, Malaysia's always
England's
positive.
making noise
I'll give
on
them a
that
lot of
side.
credit
You
for
have
that,
Malaysia,
but
they're
under a
clapping.
lot of pressure
They
now.
seem a
England's
little
pace
positive.
of play has been exceptional. They're
Malaysia's
already,
always
up to
I'll
the
give them a lot
Champions
of
League
credit for
semi-final.
that,
They
but
haven't
they're under a
gone
lot of
through
pressure
a
now.
non-vacation
England's
to
pace of
league
play
match
has
in a
been
long time. They're
exceptional.
just
They're
simming through the
already,
entire
up to the
league.
Champions
But
League
Malaysia
semi-final. They
is
haven't
about to get
gone
into
through
Champions League knockouts in the
non-vacation to
first
league
place.
match
And
in
they're
a long
watching
time. They're just
England,
simming through
and they're
the
a
entire
point
league.
behind them, so
But
they know what they
Malaysia
have
is
to do.
about to get
If England
into
goes and
Champions
wins
League
the
knockouts in the
Champions
first
League
place,
now,
and they're watching
Malaysia,
England, and they're a
they're
point
out of
behind
luck,
them, so they
basically.
know what
But
they
if
have
England
to do.
loses
If
it, then
England
Malaysia
goes and
still
wins
has an
the
open door.
Champions League
It's the same
now,
thing for Lithuania,
Malaysia,
except if they
they're out
can
of luck,
match what
basically. But
England
if
does,
England
they're
loses
good.
it, then
But when you're
Malaysia still
watching
has
this
an
team,
open door.
Team
It's the same thing for
England go
Lithuania,
to the
except
final
if they
with
can match
Dynamo
what
Zagreb in
England
the
does,
third
they're
season.
good. But when
How are you
you're
supposed to
watching
react to
this
that?
Team England go to the final with Dynamo Zagreb in the third season?
I
How are you
think
supposed to react to
that
that?
it was designed to benefit them, but it has ended up backfiring because Team England's like a snowball rolling downhill and just picking up
benefit them, but
well,
it has ended up backfiring because Team England's like a snowball rolling downhill and just picking up.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, why are they playing so quick? Because I mean, just looking at Aaron and him
well, first of all, it's hot in here. You
screaming,
can't blame him
then
that much.
you
But
have
I
his
think,
partner
honestly, that
sweating.
RDF,
It's
as I'd call him, Aaron,
well, first of all, it's
he's
hot in
going
here. You can't
through
blame
the
him that
matches
much,
so
but
quickly because
I
he's so
think,
nervous. I mean, the
honestly,
pressure,
that
the
RDF,
build-up of the
as I'd
pressure,
call him,
particularly
Aaron,
in that group, you've got
he's
4
going
teams within
through
5
the
points.
matches so
It's
quickly
intense,
because he's
and
so
he almost
nervous.
can't
I mean,
bear
the
to
pressure,
watch.
the
And
build-up of
sometimes
the
he's put his
pressure,
face down on
particularly
his
in that
desk.
group, you've got 4
But to
teams
his
within
credit,
5
when it's
points.
mattered most,
It's
he's been able to
intense,
make the
and he
right
almost can't
decisions.
bear
I mean,
to
they just beat
watch.
Bayern
Sometimes he's put
5-0.
his face
How
down
can
on
you
his
complain
desk.
about anything?
But to his credit, when it's mattered most, he's been able to make the right decisions. And I mean, they just beat Bayern 5-0. How can you complain about anything they've done?
All right, well, we'll see how this all plays out. The next match is on the way. I'm
course.
throwing it over to you, Spence.
Yes, it is. We're going to pick up that Champions League game we were talking about. It is Aaron of England's second leg. 5-0.
Sorry, that was probably really disorienting. I realized that. I should have muted my mic. That's my bad. Let's go check out that England second leg, shall we?
Half time, still 5-0.
Yeah, okay. England's going to be in the Champions League final. We'll be sure to go ahead and watch that. It is a Champions League round of 16 match for playoff match. Look at Team Lithuania. Look, the only danger for Team England. The only danger for Team England is if Team Lithuania goes to the Champions League final, matches whatever England's doing, they will win the league, and that would be the biggest heartbreaker of all time. Champions League match against PSG for, I hope for their sake this is a group stage match, and it is for Team Malaysia. We are going to try and get a quick update on everything happening in Group C. It is Champions League for France. We knew that was happening. They're up 3-1 against Juventus in their home leg. We don't think Poland has made it yet because France has been a little ahead of them. It's Champions League semifinal for Indonesia. and India and England, of course, already out of it. We take a look at the second Champions League tie coming up for Team South Africa. They've got a multi-goal lead on aggregate in that match. We believe that Spain has managed to play its way into the Champions League final, maybe. I can confirm based off the audio in the room that England has gone to the Champions League final. We'll show you that celebration right here live. Obviously, it's going to be a lit one. Here you go.
And we'll hopefully get the injuries cleared essentially for the final. And I'm saying before the final because we have 3 minutes of normal time.
Champions League final, boys, we've done it! Champions League final, boys, we've done it! Champions League final! The champion! Come on! Did you do it? You're in the final. In the final, we made it to the final. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Ah, Jimmy.
Well done. Well done. Well done.
When is it?
About a month away.
May? Sorry.
I think we got John Terry and Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank hanging out with Team England here.
Champion. What just happened?
I can't believe we've done that first leg.
Just an unbelievable first leg at 5-0. Malaysia, of course, literally sitting right next to that. Team Lithuania sitting right next to that on the other side. They know what must be done. Now, in Lithuania's pocket right now, they have the fact that if they can match what England's doing, they will win the group. But it is obviously incredibly difficult to make a Champions League final season 3 with Dinamo Zagreb. We will see if they can do it. They have a 3-1 lead in the Champions League knockouts. This is the Champions League playoff against Atletico Madrid. Second leg for Team Lithuania. They lose this, they are out. Mathematically confirmed. Oh my goodness, a turnover, and it's a quick-fire double for Atletico Madrid, and Team Lithuania are only 1 goal to the good. It's clinching time. It's clinching time. They had a 3-0 lead 3 minutes ago. They've got all the TV attention right next to them on Team England. They've got to stay locked in here. This is as intense as the pressure could possibly get. Huge nerves in the subs they're bringing on. 10 minutes to play here for Team Lithuania. They have out XG'd Atletico Madrid as well in this game, so they're getting FM to begin with, and it is a highlight. It's a free kick for Atletico Madrid. Oh, it's hit the post. But Ivaris Nikludia saying, we're all good, trying to get his team to back-to-back Champions League round of 16s, which is an incredible feat for Team Lithuania. They've done it. Lithuania is still alive. The pressure is still on. He shrugs it off. Team Malaysia, of course, in their final Champions League group stage match, taking on PSG. Now we head over to the Brighton group. We expect there to be plenty of drama happening here. Team South Africa trying to cinch things up. They are absolutely rocking Manchester United. Oh, Barcelona's beating Team South Korea, but they've got 1 goal back. Team South Korea's got 1 goal back. They have 45 minutes to try and forge a comeback here in the Champions League knockouts. It's a 2nd goal for Team South Korea. It's 3-2 on aggregate. They trying to deliver a perfect quadruple season in Season 3 here, Team South Korea. Team South Africa's playing a little too well for Team South Korea to probably catch them in advance. 1 personal instruction taken off there by Team South Korea. He's in there. He's thinking. The XG has been massive in favor of Team South Korea in this game. Verts. Oh, they've turned it over. Oh, but they've won it back. Purvis Estupiñán. It's Tell. Jae Ryung-hyu in the Champions League for the first time in this 3-season run. They need 1 goal. What does he have in way of changes? League matches going on. Team Portugal seem destined for second. They have Lamine Yamal trying to run laps there. Home match for Team Netherlands against Liverpool. Netherlands is kind of bottling this. I just saw they were 4 points off the top of the league with a match in hand. They cannot afford to drop any more points. because Team South Africa is assuredly out front. Team South Korea.
제발 가야 돼 얘들아 제발.
10 minutes to go.
야 경기 이렇게 잘하고 질 거야 돼? 야
Stoppage time.
5분.
Oh. Team South Korea is out of the Champions League. 3-2 and a dominant XG performance. I know it is always a bitter pill to swallow when you end up in that position. Team Netherlands, I said they needed the win. They're getting it. Team Portugal has slipped all the way to third in the league. They needed to win the league, so that's a tough spot to be in. Second leg of the quarterfinal coming up for Team Spain. Yeah, these teams have unbelievable quality. Just couldn't quite put it together. Team Poland. Team France. Are they going to have an opportunity to catch up to Team Indonesia? Of course, the Group D here has been really the main attraction in terms of how close it's been. Now that run all the way to the Champions League final surely means that Team Peru is going to be eliminated. They can still try and make a run and win the Europa League, but that run all the way to the Champions League final, given the point advantage that Team England already had, there's just no way Team Peru is going to be able to make up that kind of point difference. So we are down to 3 teams that have the opportunity to win. Malaysia's path to victory is a narrow one, that is for sure. They're probably going to have to win the Champions League. Team Lithuania just has to match what Team England has done, which is make the Champions League final. They are in the Champions League round of 16. They've already made it through the playoff round. We bring it back to Group B to check up on the Netherlands, to make sure that they were able to win that last match. They were. A huge 3 points for Team Netherlands to keep themselves in the hunt for a league title that would keep just a little bit of pressure on Team South Africa, who came in with a 20-point lead on the final day because of their cup consistency. They've won the League Cup again. They are still boogieing in the FA Cup quarterfinal on the road against Newcastle. We have a 2-0 lead for Team Spain in the Champions League quarterfinal against Barcelona. That shot's just danced wide, and then there's, Team Portugal over here. They're probably not going to be able to win the league. Same with Spain, which means they're going to ship 10 points to South Africa, who's almost definitely going to win the league. Last time we looked, they were in the lead by 12 points. And we are, of course, waiting for what will be the loudest moment in the history of this building, which is the Champions League final for Team England. If they win that, the only thing that could stop them is a Champions League final win from Team Lithuania. If Team England wins, the only thing that could stop them is Team Lithuania winning the Champions League final, and we know how freaking hard that is to do in 3 seasons out at Dinamo Zagreb. Meanwhile, Team Indonesia had that 19-point advantage very early in the day against Team France. Team France now entering into its second leg of the Champions League quarterfinal at Juventus with a 2-goal lead. Florian Ripon can hardly watch. France likely needs to repeat as a Champions League winner, and they need Team Indonesia's inevitable march to end like it did yesterday. Turkey lost in the Club World Cup round of 16, won the Asian Champions League again, but unfortunately for them, Germany won the Club World Cup in unbelievable fashion and is set to win Group A. Indonesia, they're playing against Bayern and got a late equalizer away. So they were away against Bayern, so that means Indonesia is coming into a second leg against Bayern Munich. And there's your equalizer. Okay. Joel, the assistant manager for France. A team that has managed to keep itself in it. India and England both mathematically eliminated. They have no chance to advance at this point. We can start bringing that phrase into the equation. Mathematical elimination.
Mais ça dépend en fait ton adjoint. Si ton adjoint il fait très bien, il n'y a pas de problème. Mais l'adjoint des fois il fait
It's all going to come down to that second leg for Team Indonesia against Bayern. If they don't get that and
Non,
France
en fait, si on
win
gagne
the
la Ligue des
Champions
Champions, c'est
League,
15
they
points,
could
plus les
actually
points de
knock
qualif
Indonesia
qu'il faut aller
off.
en finale. Faut que eux, je crois si
That is
en fait,
within
je sais
the
pas, ça
realm
se
of
passe. En fait, le
possibility.
truc, c'est qu'il y a un flou.
That is the same
Je sais pas c'est comment
situation,
si
I believe, for Team Poland.
je sais pas c'est comment est-ce qu'ils sont fait
Because
éliminer
Team
en
Poland
Coupe de
won the
Portugal.
League Cup, and so they put themselves in a
Mais oui,
position
moi,
where they
les
gained that
qualifs,
5
c'est
points that
magique.
France did on Indonesia. As long as they can win the Portuguese Cup as well. So there is still a mathematical opportunity
Mais en tout
for
cas,
France
gros, ils
and
là,
for
là,
Poland.
bon, on a gagné le match aller.
But it has
mais
to
là,
be
ils
a
existent pas.
Champions League. Oh, a goal for Juventus. It's going to put the pressure on Team France here.
Mais frère, ils ont pas d'action.
Oh, it's
Bah
going to
oui,
put
ils
the
ont pas
pressure on
d'action,
Team
gros.
France.
Mais frère, on a 7 tirs, mais ils n'existent pas. Bien sûr, ils n'existent pas. Ils n'existent pas. Comment
Team
ça, pas
Spain
parler? Je
advancing.
t'entends là-bas.
Champions League semi-final burgeoning.
Quoi, mais Joël, il y a combien là?
Oh, the goal was
Vous me dites, mais
disallowed.
Joël,
Fair enough. The goal
vous me
was
dites,
disallowed. That's what
but, il y a
Joel's
combien,
laughing
là?
about.
Attends, je m'arrête juste pour vous. Le chat, il y a combien?
This
Quel game sort?
is
Il y a 0-0.
Champions League quarterfinal first leg
on se calme.
for Team Portugal.
Dites-moi.
Trying to bring home a consolation
0-0,
Champions League title.
Mais là, ils n'ont pas d'action. Clairement, là, ils n'ont pas d'action. Tu vois, ils n'ont pas d'action. Attends, peut-être remporter. Ils nous bouffent dans le jeu aérien.
Daar is het. Daar is het dan, mate. Daar is het. Yes.
Officieel.
Come officieel.
Campeones, campeones.
It's official. Team Germany has made it mathematically impossible for them to be knocked off. They've won the cup, and your update on Group A is we're getting a nice song from Team Germany. They are advancing to the final on Sunday. A hard-fought second from Turkey that impressed just about everybody that watched. But they have completed their run with a 9-1 aggregate win in the Japanese Cup.
And now this is the second match.
A really tough fall for Turkey. They gave it an unbelievable go. They won almost everything and made the knockouts of the Club World Cup, but Germany was literal perfection. They've gotten every single point that you could possibly get. There was literally no way to finish ahead of them.
Ouais. N'oublie pas qu'on a Ben Seguir, au cas où.
Team Malaysia still somehow stuck in this final Champions League match against PSG. I feel like they've been in it for 20 minutes. It feels like I'm watching me. This is the Croatian Cup against Rijeka, which of course Team England needs to win. They're winning at 3-0. Didn't expect anything different. They haven't even allowed a shot, but it's nice to confirm that it's gone through. Team France 10 minutes away from a Champions League semi-final appearance, which will keep the pressure on Indonesia.
C'est pas bon, on reste tel quel. Non, en fait, le problème, moi,
Portuguese Cup match for Team England.
Mais
Nice.
on prend un but, on se pisse dessus. On va attendre la fin de cette
A
action.
break for
avant
Team
de faire
South
quoi que ce
Africa.
soit. On va gentiment attendre la fin de cette action. Avec...
Team Spain, it looks like they are very definitely into the Champions League semi-final.
Tu vas prendre. C'était gros, la vie de ma mère. Toi, ce jeu il est dangereux. Vous voyez ce que je
Yes,
dis?
Team Spain have made it to the Champions League semi-final.
On joue trop bas.
We check on Team Portugal.
Ils sont devant nos cages.
0-0 in the 77th minute at home against Arsenal.
Attends.
Back to Team France. Oh, it's 3-2. Getting a little nervy here. Getting a little nervy for Joel. He's on the controls, the assistant manager for Florian Ripon. No, I leave the sound of a channel on. As I'm sure a lot of you have figured out, I leave the sound on the channel on. So if anything happens there, we want to go back. But we want to also keep up to date with everything else. So Team France still alive in this tournament mathematically. Where they win in the Champions League quarterfinal. They are still kicking in the Football Manager World Cup. We're expecting Poland. Maybe they've already played the first leg here and we just missed it. We don't know. We're expecting Poland to have their Champions League tie coming up soon. It's not on the schedule yet in that Champions League quarterfinal. They're moving just a bit slower than France is at the moment. Of course, Team England is awaiting Team England is awaiting their Champions League final. They're playing the second leg of the Cup up 3-0. After the first leg, it would take an utter disaster to lose that. Dinamo Zagreb Oh my goodness, they drew. Oh my goodness, Team Lithuania drew PSG in the round of 16. This is pivotal in Group D. If Lithuania loses, they are out. PSG's in the darker uniforms here. Team Lithuania has drawn PSG in the round of 16 of the Champions League. They have to advance because of England's run to the final, and that's a miss. You can see it. The entire tournament has come down to these tactical decisions for Team Lithuania. They have a 2-point lead at the start of the day against Team England because at the start of the day they were posthumously awarded a Super Cup victory. Which means if they match everything Team England does, Team Lithuania is the winner of the group. But that's obviously incredibly hard to do, especially if England wins their next game. Oh, that was a chance. This is the home leg as well. They didn't die. I'm just using the word for fun. Indonesia with a huge second leg against Bayern coming up. They are 1-1 after the first leg. A loss in that second leg would open the door so wide for Poland and France. A win in that match might just shut it. But it's still 0-0 for Team Lithuania. We're going to go make sure that we have that match up for Team Indonesia. They are up 1-0 in the 33rd minute. Oh, looks like it's going to be a penalty. It looks like it's going to be a penalty for PSG. It is a penalty for PSG. Ivaras Nekludia has got to overcome a penalty given to PSG in this situation. Oh. Lost the Champions League final in penalties last time, trying to make it back to the Champions League final, Indonesia. Oh, it's 3-1. Oh. And that was a harder high five than usual. A missed chance for Team Lithuania, still in the hunt in Group D. Lithuania does not want to have to go and win. They do not want to have to go and win in Paris. What is happening?
Oh.
RDF again? What is it, the final? So I don't think it's RDF. Team Lithuania still in the same spot. Oh my goodness, it's 3-3. It's 3-3 on aggregate for Team Indonesia. We're going there live because that is a second leg. Team Lithuania is a first leg. Both have huge ramifications for the tops of groups. Whatever that yelling was about, I don't know what it was about. But there was a huge explosion. We just couldn't find out where it was. Am I losing my mind? Where is this? Oh, that was RDF. Okay, that was RDF. Sorry. Back to Indonesia. Extra time. We're locking in. If Indonesia loses this and France and Poland win the Champions League, based off my calculations, it is possible for both Poland and France to finish ahead of Indonesia. That's what's at stake in this extra time. Bayern's the dark color. This is as high pressure as Football Manager has ever been. Oh, there you go, Jota. Oh, there's a goal! Gyökeres for Team Indonesia, but was it off? It might have been. It was offside. Crisp high five revoked. Standings, don't trust that the standings are updated live. They try to update them as fast as they can. Oh, penalties would be almost too much to take here. He's going to, bold move here from Iksan. He's gone with the 4-2-4. They have a total goal difference and total goals for. There's as a tie break, I would imagine, because they are calculating that. Oh my goodness, it's a highlight for Bayern.
Because she runs away from the ball.
It's a highlight for Bayern! It's a goal for Bayern! And Team Indonesia is it on! It's off! Oh my goodness. Indonesia dodges the bullet like Keanu Reeves. And we're going to penalties. Exhale. Sorry, Keanu. My bad. I always said Keanu as a kid. You got the point, chat. Did you or did you not get the point?
Bismillah ya. Al-Fatihah dulu guys. Kita berdoa bersama dulu guys. Al-Fatihah sebelum
Peak Kikano Reeves, seriously.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin arrahmanirrahim. Maliki yawmiddin.
Team Malaysia. Remember, they got here late. Them and Team South Africa, two teams that might be able to win groups, had visa issues and got here during the first day of competition and had to play after. If they win this penalty shootout, it's very likely they will be the team representing this group. If they don't, it's open season for a Champions League final. Unbelievable late on this shootout. The old click the goalkeeper move. He's trying it. It's still perfect.
Aduh, Jota lagi. Nice.
Woodrow goes up. Oh, it's saved! It's saved by Team Indonesia. If they score this penalty, they're going to the final. Team Indonesia. Click the keeper. It works. They're going to the Champions League final on a penalty shootout. And they probably won Group C.
Alhamdulillah. Ya bisa ya final yuk. Bentar belum selesai. Ya udah ini tinggal satu pertandingan doang. Iya, istirahat dulu aja.
The biggest celebration we've gotten out of Indonesia. Now the other two teams, Poland and France, need to win both cups and win the Champions League. I don't know if France can win it. It's so close. My math isn't sure. Poland, if they win literally everything, and Indonesia loses the Champions League final, they might be able to make it up. Maybe. I don't know. They might have just clinched it. I don't know. There's smoke coming out of my ears. But that penalty shootout might have just clinched it for Indonesia. It'd be too close to call. It depends on, like, manager points and stuff for Poland. The Mbappe celebration, it was cold. We get a look at the league. Oh, Team Portugal down in fourth now. They're 5 points out of second and 12 points off the top of the league. They're down 1-0 on aggregate to Arsenal going into the second leg of their Champions League. It's just not been Portugal's day. It's not been Spain's day. They have a chance to salvage it with a Champions League title. Team South Korea is top of the league right now. They're just grabbing a snack, maybe. I don't even know what they're looking for here. Oh, yeah, it's, what is this?
Deodorant.
Oh, thank you. Deodorant. Perfect. They're getting like a swag bag or something. Ooh, Team Netherlands. Oh, Team Netherlands. Oh, Team Netherlands. They've scored and gotten one back here, but Team Netherlands cannot afford to go out in the Champions League quarterfinal. Scored again. Oh, how about that against Bayern from Team Netherlands? They're playing on that only commentary. It always throws me off.
Want nu willen we die 2-2 even vasthouden. Savio is kapot, speelt het niet super goed. Stand doen we dit.
Het team staat nu ook veel beter met deze opstelling.
Highlight here for Team Spain. Oh, probably should have been a goal there for Spain. They're desperate to try and get in position. Team Netherlands, the second closest team to my desk. I can definitely hear my voice echoing back to them. What happened to Saudi Arabia? Semifinals of the Club World Cup. Don't know what's happened to them in the league season, but we haven't really been tracking Group A because after the Club World Cup, it's kind of been settled.
Ja, maar ik bedoel, ik had niet verwacht dat die basis ging staan. Ik dacht, die kopen hem gewoon als wisselkeeper of zo.
Als ze het scoren opeens, dat is tegen.
Team South Africa, 13 points clear at the top of the league. They're trying to make the group as uninteresting as possible. Lithuania's first leg was 2-2. Oh, my goodness. And we're waiting for the second leg for Team Lithuania. 2-2 with PSG trying to catch up to Team England. Trying to catch up to Team England. Oh, it's 3-2 Bayern. Team Netherlands has to win that second leg at home against Bayern in order to have any chance at all. It would have to be a really significant fumble in the FA Cup and the Champions League for Team South Africa if Team Netherlands is going to be able to pick up enough points. But it's still possible for Netherlands to catch South Africa. They just literally have to win everything. We're going extra time here between Brighton and Man City. That must be an FA Cup match that's there. We've got Arsenal against Team Portugal, second leg. Team Portugal down 1-0 and on the road. Lithuania's ahead of England. Yeah, the standings are not fully up to date. They update them as fast as they can. Deep breath in through the nose. Of course, Malaysia also has a chance to surpass them, but they're going to have to absolutely cook. Team Lithuania tied with PSG in the Champions League round of 16. Of course, Team Lithuania was ahead of England right at the start of the day. Okay, so if all things are equal, if Lithuania is able to replicate what Team England has done, they will win the group.
Best wel waarderen, moet ik zeggen. Ik zie nog 45 minuten, Savio. Ja, maar hij speelde net ook al niet.
Man, South Africa's been making it look really easy today. That group could have been super uncomfortable the same way Indonesia's has been. But South Africa has just not even blinked. They have not blinked. Champions League semifinal for France is hitting. First leg on the road. France has to be perfect. With Indonesia making it all the way to the Champions League final, there is simply no other option now for Team France. You got to win everything left. The Portuguese League, the Portuguese Cup, and the Champions League, and it still might not be enough. Depending on where those points land, it'll be all within a couple. I believe Indonesia is out of reach. Is winning that Champions League final. It's only 15 points. I don't think there's anywhere else that France is going to be able to cover that gap.
Ils ont trois actions, c'est dangereux. 2 actions, 3 actions, c'est pas bon. Si on peut marquer là, c'est trop bien, mais on change d'attaque. On va voir, mais je crois. Notre tactique est.
Technically.
Non, je pense que j'ai remonté d'un cran. En fait, notre équipe, le milieu risque de. Allez, il faut qu'on change. Faut pas qu'on reste comme ça.
They are the kings of the Champions League, though. The only team that has actually won a Champions League title in the entirety of this FM World Cup.
Remonte la ligne d'un cran. On est trop. En fait.
And they are ahead 1-0 at Atletico, or at AC Milan, pardon me, as we await Poland and wherever they happen to be headed. They have Arsenal coming up. That's the next match. Back to France.
Like you did?
Yeah, like this.
Yes.
Okay.
Ouais, ça serait. Pour le faire un peu de réussite. Dommage. Tu vois, on a des occasions, tu vois, voilà. On a des occasions alors qu'on prenait un bouillon de dingue. Voilà, pressing. Tu vois.
Oh, that's beautiful from Trincao.
Yesterday or 2 days ago to our
We're still waiting for Team England to come back to try and play their final, the second leg of the Champions League round of 16. I'll have to wait for Lithuania as they're going to go ahead and take a break and grab some food.
Dommage. Ouais, c'est bien 2-0 chez eux. Mais c'est trop les matchs où ils vont avoir
Champions League. This is where things could go wrong for Team South Africa. They're taking on PSG in the Champions League. It sounds like we've got another goal for Team France. 3-0 at San Siro. That is a result and a half for France. They look like they are dead set on making it to a Champions League final. We will see if Poland is able to join them with a result against Arsenal. Then we would have 3 Champions League finalists instead of 2 the previous round out of this group. Of course, we could also have that from India. We do not know where India has ended up in the Champions League. We know that they were in the Champions League. We take a look at their results. They have a matchup against PSG in the round of 16. That was their next match, and it looks like they lost it. So Team India unable to get out of the round of 16 in any one of their Champions League runs each of the last 2 years, which is, that's how you end up at the bottom of the group. That is the difference, and you can see the reaction there from Team India. They wanted that last one magical run. We'll come back over and take a look at the group leaders. South Africa trying to cement their status as group winners.
Champions League quarterfinal, I think. It's still early days. It's not like cup finals or anything. Still have a while to go.
So this is, was it them that they wanted me to talk? Was it South Africa you guys wanted me to talk to? You guys in the quarterfinals? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Quarterfinals and then what else?
Right now it's quarterfinals.
Anything? Huh?
Right now it's Champions League quarterfinals.
Champions League quarterfinals. Did you change anything at all? I love the excitement.
Honestly, it's pretty much.
Help me out. I'm literally a blonde.
You need.
Yeah.
They're also in the FA Cup semifinal as we're seeing the schedule there right now. We are in penalties. We don't know what round of the FA Cup for Team Spain.
Otra vez.
And they've lost it.
Otra vez los penaltis. 3 veces ya, tío. 3 veces, tío. 3 veces los penaltis.
3.1 XG to 1.32, and Team Spain did not score. That was the semifinal of the FA Cup. You heard them just say a heartbreaking day for Spain when they were expected to be the closest pressure for Team South Africa. On the flippity flip of that, we've got Team Netherlands. They are lining up for what is going to be a really important Champions League match. They're down 1 on aggregate, and they need to win. If you want to advance out of this group, and you're the Netherlands, you're Rowan van Leeuwen, you have to win this game. And he is feeling the pressure here. Koopmeiners just got hurt. The assistant, Renzo, cannot take it.
Oh my god, dang.
Oh, it was a red card. Oh, it wasn't an injury.
Fuck this game, man.
assistant manager Renzo Omrosing with a hot take from the back row. They need to win by 1 goal to force extra time. They need to win by multiple goals to win, and they are now down a man at home against Bayern in the quarterfinal. If they do not win this, it is virtually guaranteed South Africa will win Group B. They are the team that is top of the league that has a chance. The only team that's top of the league and surviving in the Champions League and surviving in the FA Cup that can do this.
Respect, man. Respect het spel.
An avid watcher of the stream, Rowan van Leeuwen. Goes by Sir Rowan in the chat if you ever see him around. I remember when he sent the original message saying he was putting in for the Dutch qualifiers. He ended up winning the Dutch qualifiers. Came all the way here, and in this group, he was one of the last 2 teams alive with a chance to make it out. But they need 2 goals here. He's got to cook up whatever he can. That result, along with Spain getting knocked out of the FA, a skull for Arsenal as Portugal's in extra time in their Champions League knockout match. If they go out there, I don't believe there's enough points left for Portugal. They're not going to win the league. It's desperation tinker time. Everybody's been in that spot. It is desperation tinker time, but really you just don't want the time to run out. Team Portugal also not quite in desperation tinker time, but down a goal, trying to find a way to make everything okay again. Oh my goodness, Team Poland. Team Poland has turned it around. Team Poland has turned it around. They were losing on aggregate to Arsenal, and they are now winning. They were down 2-1. They were down 2-1 after the away leg. They are up 3-1. Poland, they have been somewhat comeback kings in Europe. This is their Champions League quarterfinal, and they have scored again. It's 4-1. Got to play at a bit of a pace now because they only have a little less than 2 hours to wrap up play. Indonesia's taking a break before the UCL final. That is exactly what Team England's decided to do as well. Team Lithuania is back. Oh, they're out. Oh, it's huge news for Team England. It's absolutely massive news for Team England as we leave Poland. Oh, that goal was disallowed. Team Lithuania is down 5-2 on aggregate with 40 minutes to play. They're going to bow out in the Champions League round of 16. That will not be enough. The 5 points for the quarter, semi, and final, that's 15 points England will get that Lithuania will not get, and there is no way for Lithuania to make those points up anywhere else. Aivaras Nekliuda is toasted in the Champions League unless there's an absolute miracle coming. It's Villarreal in the Champions League for Malaysia. This is a result that could clinch it for England. To be entirely honest with you, this could clinch it right here. This is Champions League knockouts for Malaysia. If Malaysia goes out, then it's done. We're going to make sure, obviously, that they're out of the Champions League here, but it does look like, based off the look on Sarowan's face, that the Netherlands has exited the Champions League in the quarterfinal. They have exited the Champions League in the quarterfinal. And that is very likely, I say, it for Group B. Team South Africa in a commanding position. You have to win your group to advance to the next round. And Team Poland has won. We can confirm that Team Poland has won. Big advantage for Team France to try and get to that Champions League final as well. We will lock in with Malaysia. They are winning 2-1 at Villarreal. They can put the pressure on Team England. They are the team that if they deliver a magical run can produce one of the most memorable moments in Football Manager World Cup history. Of course, this is the first Football Manager World Cup. The Polish comeback to get to the Champions League semifinal. They have been chasing European glory since they got here. Is South Africa actually out of the Champions League? Have I not put that together yet? I thought they were still in. Yeah, I think they're going into a Champions League match right now. Team Malaysia up 2-1, 6-1 on aggregate in this Champions League playoff. They will be in the Champions League round of 16. They will be a team that is still alive. Team Lithuania needs a remarkable 3-goal turnaround. This isn't a bad start, though. They've got somebody in on goal. Maybe a penalty shout. Nope, a chance for a good low cross that doesn't come.
Yeah, they took.
Nah, but it's not the final. They're gonna take it at the end of the season anyway.
Again?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they took it and put it online like 2 hours ago.
Oh, maybe they're taking it. Yeah. Don't worry.
They're just logistical tournament administration stuff. All right. Team Malaysia is into the Champions League round of 16. Team England is suited up for a Champions League final that if it wins, as long as Lithuania goes out, they will confirm a victory in Group D. That is the possibility alive now for Team England. For Team South Africa, they have an opportunity to continue in the Champions League. They have not won a European trophy in this competition. It is 1-1 on aggregate. Team South Africa's in the orange. A monster chance, but he was offside. Absolute mammoth chance. The draft would be tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. This is looking like a highlight maybe for South Africa. Takes it. Team Spain's pulled itself back into second in the league. It's an FA Cup semi-final for Team Portugal. Chance to try and win some silverware. They're up 2-0 at halftime. Team Netherlands in the FA Cup semi-final, up 2-1 at home against Brentford, trying to send themselves to an FA Cup final. That is a trophy they are trying to repeat as winners of. And then there is Team South Korea. Team South Africa. Second leg of the quarterfinal. It's 1-1, and it's a goal for Team PSG, not Team South Africa. And it's 2-1 on aggregate. PSG is the home team. Might there just be enough points out there if South Africa go out in a Champions League quarterfinal? Might there just be enough points out there for a team like Portugal, for a team like Spain? I don't think so with South Africa winning the league, but you never know what can happen over the last month of a season. South Africa can really put a stake in it if they're able to win this game. Get that extra 5 points and keep that momentum going. Oh, but it's another goal there for Team South Africa right out of the half. That's a team talk right there. Amused, thank you so much for the 5 months, brother. Appreciate you supporting the stream. Got to make sure we're not missing something somewhere else. We know Team Malaysia's puttering along. We know Team Lithuania looks like a team that has just been knocked out. They were consecutive Champions League round of 16s. They are done. Looks like they're ripping a vacation on to the Croatian Cup semifinal. Doing what they can to finish where they can. Now it's Team Malaysia. With their team set, they're flying through it. They've got Atletico Madrid in the Champions League round of 16. Group D is down to 2 teams that mathematically have a chance to win. Peru's out. Lithuania's out. We started with 4. We're down to 2. If Malaysia can win against Atletico Madrid, that would force a Champions League quarterfinal, and maybe England will have to play. Maybe England's waiting to play that Champions League quarterfinal to see what happens. Team Portugal advances to the FA Cup final with a win on the road. Team Netherlands advances to an FA Cup final. But though the only points they can get left are the league and the FA Cup final, and we're back. We'll ride along with Team South Africa trying to advance in the Champions League here.
To be honest, I think you guys already won. But
I know it's going on in Portugal and Spain.
yeah, out of the Champions League, okay.
Oh my, yeah. What's the player, man? The footballer, man. Come on.
Oh! RDF is starting now. Well, we're going to head over there, obviously. That is a Champions League final for Team England. We can confirm, basically, that as long as everything else stays equal, our understanding is that if England wins this, they win the group. If they lose, the door is open for Malaysia.
Make edges of seats for.
Trying to become just the second team to win a Champions League in this entire competition's history.
Good start. We're hitting the woodwork, we're shooting. It's not like we're getting
Well, they're a very good team.
Free kick.
Oh, don't worry, boys. Don't worry. Heads up.
It's a goal
Heads up, boys.
for
Heads
Warren
up.
Zaire-Emery. PSG has the lead.
1-1. Come on.
Oh my God.
Come on. 1-1, man. Heads up, boys. Broheiser again.
Told you, I'm feeling Broheiser.
Oh.
Offside. Hey.
Halftime, 1-1. Champions League final. PSG and Team England on the line. Malaysia has a vested interest in this. Malaysia's absolutely laying the wood on Atletico Madrid right now. They're up 3-0 in the home leg of their round of 16. Malaysia's looking dangerous. England wants to win this for peace of mind.
How have they been this bad against us?
Big second half from Team England.
They've had nothing really.
Come on, boys. Don't let Mbappe do his thing, man. Don't let Mbappe do his thing.
Yeah, good shout.
All right, we'll use this quick pause to check on Team South Africa. They are in extra time in their Champions League quarterfinal. "15 minutes left. 10 minutes left." They just hit the bar, as you heard. XG is dead even.
It's looking awfully like extra time, but we've done it extra time before. Mbappe's absolutely gone.
3 yellow cards.
He's so tired. That's perfect.
Extra time it is.
Extra time.
Extra time it is. We check on Team South Africa. They are winning. Team South Africa has taken the lead against PSG in their Champions League quarter final. A result that would absolutely confirm them as the winners of Group B. But I think it's offside. I think it's offside. Enzo thinks it's offside. It's disallowed. We continue. Extra time, he's still assessing things. Team Malaysia. It looked like they picked up an absolutely massive result. They did, 3-0 for Team Malaysia, so they're doing what they can. But they need England to lose. All else being equal, what we understand right now is that England wins no matter what happens if they win this match. Unless Malaysia was a recipient of one of those 5-point rewards, we don't know if they were or not.
They got injured. Ale's gone. They should be able to bring us up.
It's just screaming penalties, isn't it? PSG has scored in the 104th minute of the Champions League final. And he's about to cook something up. So here we go. We're going to take a peek at what's happening with South Africa. They have won. They're in the Champions League semifinal. And it looks like, considering they've won the League Cup, they're going to win the league. They're still in the FA Cup. They're in the semifinals of the Champions League. It looks like South Africa is going to win Group B. We have confirmed Germany has already won Group A. Here we go. Changes are done. 5 minutes left for Team England to try and win the Champions League final. They've lost it. It looks as though they've lost it. They have. PSG beats Team England in the Champions League final, but a magical run from Aaron Falloon. And second yellow card as the assistant for Team England that likely puts them in the final on Sunday. Likely puts them in the Champions League final. Or, in the tournament final. Their only thing that could upset it is Malaysia. Team Malaysia. They got A.
Thank you, people. I'm proud of that, man.
They got an A. That is what they're celebrating. They got an A.
Let's go, man.
That gives them 10 points instead of 8. No, he's right. It's over to everybody else, and the everybody else it's over to is Team Malaysia, who's been sitting next to him the whole time. And they dominated Atletico Madrid in their Champions League round of 16. I'll be honest, they're looking dangerous. My cam is gone. Oh. Oops. Hi, how are you? I was missing. I had disappeared just for a second. Malaysia on the road against Atletico Madrid. They won the home leg 3-0 at home. And they nearly scored there again. As long as Malaysia's alive in the Champions League, they have a chance to win. They have to win the Champions League. It would be one of the most clutch things you've ever seen. But they have to win it. No other team in this group mathematically has a chance to catch England. It is just Malaysia in Group D. And that's a second leg, so all of the drama's sitting there. Indonesia's breaking before the Champions League final. It's a Portuguese Cup match against Porto for Team Poland. France and Poland both need Indonesia to lose their Champions League final. Coverage finished for Team England. Looks like they are done in Group B. Hey, what's up? I think I know what's happening in Group C, but what am I missing potentially?
What happened because of tie?
I don't know. I would assume it's total goal difference.
So the scenario is if Indonesia loses the final and France wins, they tied on points. If that's the case, they expose both of the squads.
Oh, that's awesome. What happens with Poland if they win and Indonesia? But they did win the League Cup and France lost the League Cup.
Yeah, but I think they might be really good. Well, I think they will be just.
Well, didn't they get an extra 5 points? The guy petitioned and said they should have 5 more points yesterday. That's what my chat told me. I don't know. That's just what they told me.
Sampai lah highlight kita. Let's go guys.
Interesting. Okay. Well, now I know it.
Good.
But this is all, of course, if Indonesia loses. If they win.
That's the only thing.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, they lost it last time. All right, getting an update from FM Guru, the French FM streamer, about the head-to-head stuff. This is a penalty review. Oh, my goodness, it's a penalty for Atletico Madrid, and it's been scored by Victor Gyökeres, and it is 3-2 on aggregate. England can clinch without a shadow of a doubt if Atletico Madrid beats Team Malaysia here. Thank you so much for the Prime Glass. But apparently, talking about the tiebreaker, it is not goal difference. They export the squads and play 1v1. And apparently people are doing the math, and they think that if Indonesia lose and France win out everything, Cup and Champions League, that it could be a tie. That's what it's looking like. It could be a tie. Of course, the extra 5-point thing for Poland, we have no idea where Poland might end up in that. But if there is a tie, they literally export the squads and play 1v1. That's the tiebreaker. That is possible. It is possible. Team Malaysia, we're riding along with them. This is the group drama here. This is the group drama. It's a highlight. Team Malaysia with the 1-goal lead. There's a huge goal for Team Malaysia. It's 4-2 on aggregate to Team Malaysia. They're delivering on the road in Madrid. This highlight looks like Atletico Madrid, and they've scored to pull a goal back, and it's 4-3. Oh, my goodness. What a group. 3 different teams in this group making it to the Champions League round of 16. We figured whoever could get past that might be the group winner. Lithuania fell in the round of 16 to PSG. That is a brutal draw. Malaysia getting a draw that they definitely can win. They beat Atletico Madrid 3-0 at home. We'll see what changes Noor Kamarudin has cooked up. Indonesia is back. Apparently, they are ready to play their Champions League final. If Indonesia wins it, they will be confirmed as the champions of Group C, the winners of Group C, and headed with Germany and with South Africa into Sunday's final. And that would leave just Group D left to be determined. Champions League final, of course, is Real Madrid. They've got to break the voodoo. Team Malaysia loves a good tactic tweak here. Now keep in mind, Team Malaysia only has an hour and 40 minutes to get through the rest of this. They don't have to worry about any of the league stuff. They will want to worry about the Croatian Cup because losing that could put them in a whole heap of trouble. They have an hour and 45 minutes, so there's plenty of time considering they're not really going to play any league matches. Of course, they'll have to sprint into the Champions League final if they're able to get there, but they can take the time they need. It's the 80th minute here as we await Indonesia's Champions League final. Should be a Champions League semifinal lurking somewhere for Portugal. Or for Poland, pardon me. Can't see it on the schedule right now, so it's not coming up right around the corner. We know France has a Champions League final they're waiting for. Team Malaysia trying to make the Champions League quarterfinals for the first time. They're alive. It's alive. They are alive. Team Malaysia, quarterfinals. We are joined by RDF, the hero, who clutched up in that Champions League final run. Congrats, brother. Carrying the flag for Dinamo Zagreb and carrying the flag for England in a home Football Manager World Cup.
This is the first time.
Spain up 2-0 in a Champions League semi-final. It would be a consolation prize for Spain, but that is huge against Real Madrid. Malaysia, all vibes. They are into the Champions League quarterfinal. They are putting the pressure on. We are waiting for Indonesia's Champions League final. They are setting their tactics up. We'll ride along with them.
Tapi masuknya di cadangan Trinca.
Masuk cadangan.
Karena cayo. Cancelo. Nanti aja babak 2 Cancelo kalau kalah. Di Beda.
Apa Fresnada ya?
Where's France's Champions League final? Are they going to wait, or are they going to play them at the same time? In the meantime, while they set that tactic up, Team Spain's still going. Team South Africa unstoppable right now. Got FA Cup finals galore potentially. Team Netherlands trying to finally win a stubborn Premier League that they've nearly won twice already.
Vinicius nggak ada sih.
Now, I think Germany will end up with way more points than Turkey because they went way farther in the Club World Cup. No, I mean, so Jack, you're asking about the, I guess, the way the tournament works?
Emang defense-nya kalau itu set piece ini kalau set piece.
So they're waiting for 1,000 viewers on the YouTube channel? Oh, the content creators are going to content create. My RDF isn't anywhere near me anymore. He's doing a media tour right now, undeservedly so. They have an hour. They have an hour 30 minutes left. That's most important time pressure for Malaysia because they're going into their Champions League quarterfinal, which is going to be against. They don't know yet. It has not been drawn yet. They're setting up that. Yeah, they're setting that up. All right, here we go. Team Indonesia. If they win Group C. If they lose, we are in for a spicy slice of salami in Group C's final rundown. Both Poland and France, I believe, will have an opportunity to win. No, I know Joel's a content creator, the assistant manager for France. Oh, it's a highlight. It's Real Madrid on a throw-in here, and it's wide. Team Indonesia, they've won the Europa League. They won the quad on the opening day to throw down the gauntlet and pick up 117 points. They lost in the Champions League final on penalties. That's the only reason this is still up for debate here in Group C. And France won it comfortably. Team Indonesia to win the group. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, it's a goal for Team Indonesia in the Champions League final. Team Indonesia has the lead in the Champions League final, and France will have heard that. They will know. But it's Real Madrid. They're never to be trifled with. They're never dead. And while we leave that audio on, we will at least check on Spain. It looks like they are going to win against Real Madrid in their Champions League semifinal. Oh, nearly. Here comes Indonesia on a highlight. And the ball's fumbled out of play. We have Malaysia obviously contending in the Champions League. Looks like they're looking at the Croatian league match. Okay, fair enough. A goal for Real Madrid. It's 1-1. Oh, there it is. It might have been off. It looked like he might have been off. It is disallowed. Malaysia has Porto in the quarters. Oh my goodness, what a draw for Team Malaysia. That is a match that you've got to think is winnable to get to a Champions League semifinal. I mean, it's Champions League quarter. Anything can happen. There'll be a ton of pressure. Oh, it at the post for Team Indonesia. Second half, Indonesia wins. They win the group. Oh, it's a corner for Real Madrid. After a couple of highlights for Indonesia, don't you just know that's how it works? We got to check on the other Champions League in this group. It is France against PSG in the Champions League final. Of course, what happens in this match determines whether that matters at all or not. Oh, it's a turnover! It's a goal for Team Indonesia. Is it off? It's off. That's a second disallowed goal in the Champions League final for Team Indonesia. It's 92nd minute. This is the goal that could win it for them. Oh! They've missed it. All the screams are coming from Group B. I don't know what's going on in Group B, to be perfectly honest with you. I have no clue. But we are in extra time. I'll try to find out.
Ya udah, siapa mau diganti? 2 orang doang. 4 doang tuh. JRicky ganti. Monterisi sih ganti cancel ya. Mendingan Fresnada sih. Iya. Mendingan. Terus Quadrago. Ini aja deh takut merah. Morita ganti siapa? Cayo. Galo. Bisa. Lagi nih Julman mau ganti nggak? Quadrago Kone. Jangan di Petro aja diganti. Tinggal berapa sih?
They just won 6-0 away at Man City. Fair play. Big win for Team Spain over Real Madrid. We know that. All right, Champions League extra time. We're full screen. Indonesia, obviously unlucky. They've dominated Real Madrid in this final. They've got to find the one little tweak, or not tweak, that's going to let them win this game. The other Champions League final going on right next to them for Team France is at halftime. Champions League semifinal. Poland is losing 1-0 on the road. All of it hangs on whether Real Madrid can score this goal. Rodrigo, I think he was off. I think he was offside. It's disallowed. Oh my goodness. 3 disallowed goals in this match. 2 for Indonesia. We continue. 104th, 105th minute now. Multiple Champions League finals on at the same time. Oh, it's taken away! It's Chan Uzun for Indonesia. That might be the goal that sends them to the final. Team Indonesia. So many back and forths in this match. France will likely know that that's happened. They've got to stay focused and try and win their match. Subs coming at 60th minute there. Team Poland still alive for a chance, maybe. But we're with Team Indonesia all the way here. Nice! Oh, it's a goal! João Cancelo! And it's good. Team Indonesia is going to go to that final on Sunday. They've done it. They not only got all the way back to the Champions League final for a second straight season, they've only gone on and won it. There was such a small window available to beat this Indonesian team. They started slow today. They lost the Portuguese Cup in the quarterfinal, but you had to be almost perfect. France can win the Champions League twice if it wants to. They will not beat Indonesia. Indonesia is playing in the final on Sunday.
Lagu kemenangan guys. Mau banget ini iklan, cuk. Juara guys. Lagu kemenangan guys.
Oh, they're putting on the song.
Champions League. Champion is Indonesia guys. Setelah kita
You got to give it to them.
memainkan laga
The champions and the champions of Group C.
guys. Thank you udah nonton.
The last team to get here, visa issues the whole way. They've won the Champions League with Sporting out of Group C. They've done it. It's the second Champions League winner. Team France will have realized that's what's going on, and they are also losing here. They brought out the whole victory song. We go in, tune in with Malaysia, the last match that has anything to do with who will be on the final day. All teams have been eliminated except for 5. In Group A, Germany. In Group B, South Africa. In Group C, Indonesia. And in Group D, England or Malaysia. Malaysia leads 1-0 at Porto in the Champions League quarterfinal. Every other team is out. And as such, we will stay locked in on Malaysia's Champions League tie.
Biasa kita buat gabungan. Biar dia stay lah. Biar stay cover belakang from the tropas.
Group B's got to be locked mathematically. Spain can't win the league. Portugal basically can't win the league. And they also lost in the League Cup, which South Africa won. I'd be stunned if it's not locked mathematically. I believe I can be this good at FM. I mean, you know, like even if Spain goes and wins the Champions League and South Africa leaves in the semifinal, that was 20 points. But South Africa had a 20-point lead and won the League Cup, and Spain didn't. And Spain's not going to win the league. This would be a huge result. A win on the road in the Champions League quarterfinal for Team Malaysia. Oh, highlight for Porto. Ball's gone wide. Team Malaysia also focus on the time pressure, right? They've got an hour and 23 minutes to finish their run in. And the rules are the rules here.
Let's do this, guys.
That's a huge win for Team Malaysia. They're like the Grim Reaper slowly sneaking up behind Team England. They're keeping it alive.
Get in, son.
They're keeping it alive. And while they load up to the second match, we will go check out the Champions League final for Team France. They won it last time, and even if they win it again, they won't win the group. But it'll still be cool. And damn impressive.
Ouf! C'est possible, frère. Tiens les actions qu'on a.
Oh my goodness, it's a highlight. Oh my goodness, it's a highlight.
Frère. Qui peut jouer en pointe devant chez nous? Personne, putain.
Team Poland also eliminated by that win from Team Indonesia. They're trying to push on and win a Champions League in spite of it. Here's the highlight.
Putain!
What a performance from Team France at this tournament.
No.
2 Champions League finals and a Champions League win. That's the same as Team Indonesia. They just couldn't win as many domestic cups, and it is over for Team France. and Florian Ripon. The manager in the background, Joel in the foreground. They have been a mainstay entertainment at this tournament. Fabulous effort from Team France. They can hold their heads high. They did really, really wonderfully. But they were up against Team Indonesia, and they were the best in Group C. 30 hours of Football Manager competition over 3 days. And it was well fought all the way to the end, but they could not score against PSG. Team Indonesia continues their celebratory round. Group A, about to wrap things up in about 30 minutes. They're just, putting the, dotting their I's, crossing their T's. Team South Africa headed into a Champions League semifinal that if they win, maybe even that small mathematical possibility of them not being able to win something, that would be out. Team South Korea still in first in the league, which would be a sensational result, obviously. It'd be very impressive to hang up that league title. That's something the Netherlands is playing for as well, but we believe, based off our calculations here at this little table in the corner, that it is all Team South Africa. I believe it's mathematically impossible for anybody to catch them. No, the world isn't in full agreement yet, but that's my thought. Team Malaysia enters a Champions League semifinal, quarterfinal. No, South Korea's having fun. They're just letting it go, and they're playing well. They're playing really well. They got knocked out in the Champions League, which obviously hurts, but winning the Premier League is winning the Premier League.
Macam biasa, kita stop the engine. Come on.
If Malaysia wins, they keep the dream alive. If they lose, Team England has qualified for the final.
Come on, Gabi goal. Come on.
I mean, this is it.
Bagi bagus satu.
This is it.
This is
They have a 1-0 lead from the first leg on the road in Portugal. Porto's in the blue. Porto's in the light colors. Sorry, Dinamo's in the blue. My bad. So this is a highlight for Team Malaysia, it seems. Lithuania bowing out in the Champions League round of 16. Peru with the shocker couldn't make it to the Champions League. And there's not enough points left in the Europa League for them to get a result. Porto has scored. Nico Gonzalez has scored it for Porto. One highlight apiece so far. But Porto out of that 4-3-3 has a goal. What are the margins? Malaysia has to win the Champions League. If they don't, England has won the group.
Come on.
It is 1-1 on aggregate. The tensions are high for Noor Kamarudin and his assistant Abash. But this is literally it. It is all down to this. No, I like that it's one. I think the league portion should eliminate the vast majority of teams, and then the final couple should be in the cauldron. But this is the real test. This is the idea of like having a small playoff at the end of a league season, basically. Now, FIFA spared no expense with this tournament. This place is immaculate. The production level of the full TV show that like Spin is heading is just incredible. It's actually incredible. No, there's no chance of a 1v1 playoff. No. This is a chance for Porto. Is he on? Is he on? I thought he was off. He's offside. Team Malaysia still level with Porto here in the Champions League quarterfinal. The money will keep coming for future tournaments? I don't know. It's the first time anybody's ever shined a light on Football Manager like this, but this tournament is awesome.
orang yang paling kuat mental dalam tim kita, Evin. Jackson Evin.
Come on, guys. Okay, you're back. Goal!
Oh, that was scary. Oh, it's a turnover. It's a goal for Team Malaysia, and they have the lead 2-1 on aggregate. But it's looked like it might be a highlight for Porto, but it looks like it might be a highlight now for Team Malaysia to try and make this a little comfortable. Oh, that was close. Team Malaysia's keeping this alive as long as they can.
Let's go, Zagreb. Let's go, Dynamo.
It's a corner for Malaysia. Oh, I thought that was in. Noor and Abash, they thought that was in.
Keep it up.
They have been listening to what Team England's been doing all day. This is Porto. Oh my goodness, Porto scored. I couldn't even tell you what just happened.
Ada mistake tu. Serius, ada mistake.
It's a turnover by the center back. He's passed it right to the other team. It's a catastrophic turnover, and there's 20 minutes left, and it's tied at 2. I don't know if Team England knows the stakes, but if they did, they'd be on pins and needles.
Tadi mistake by Vicky. Mistake by Vicky.
Bukannya dua kau punya hal.
Bukan dia baru bagi issue lah. Dan fuck we shoot terus. Tapi still seri at home. Cuma
Chat, I gotta go do an interview for the main. I'm gonna leave you on with Malaysia Live. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got you.
Bengofi dia kalau betul-betul nak Bono ada.
Sorry, I'm on.
Bukan, dia tak perform.
Oh, yeah.
Dia nervous. Tak. Bono nervous.
Huh? Nervous.
Bengofi okay. Okay dengan Gofi.
Sorry about that, chat. All right, I'm going now. We're with Team Malaysia. Enjoy it. You're going to get the raw experience here.
Duit.
Maintain kena. Dalam ni tempo. Kita tak berapa control game. Apa resi? Kena control game. Okay, dia tukar orang kita tak tukar.
Sekali. Let's go. Oh! Baik. Tak sia-sia tu kau taktik. You tactical genius lah, Mat. Tactical genius. That tweaks lah. Yes, come on guys. Yaman.
Kurang je.
Nak berkurang dah. Kita tengah leading ni. Nak tukar PI sikit-sikit. Boleh.
Fight position okay.
Fight okay.
Kau special lagi.
Terima kasih lah. Kita sama-sama. Even I'm the assistant, he give. So this is teamwork. Good stuff.
Dia dah full kata.
Ini siapa ni? Dia kata.
Oh, dia tukar formation.
Oh. 4-4-2.
Kita stop the game.
Another 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. Dah wasting time tadi kan? Allah Akbar.
You got trophy ni. Why? What's wrong with you? Kau lihat punya tu.
What happened? Who scored? What happened? Wait, did they get scored on again? What happened?
Main tempo.
Wearing the wrong mic. My bad. Wearing the wrong mic. Wasn't muted, just very quiet. Who scored first? Who scored first? This is Porto with the ball right now. That's it. That has to be it. It has to be it. It's unbelievable. It's the drama that only Football Manager can create. That goal
What just happened just now?
could send England to the finals. Unbelievable for Malaysia to try and stomach that. They've dominated this game. Porto has scored 4 goals on 0.8 XG. England's going to the final. Malaysia will finish second. Team England is playing on Sunday with that Champions League final run. It is Aaron Falloon and Team England that round out our field of 4 competitors in the final on Sunday. Team Malaysia with just a devastating way to go down. That's yell you heard obviously in the background was from RDF, obviously celebrating. He's got everybody kind of going around. That's just a terrible, cruel way to go down for Malaysia, obviously. But that is just the nature of the game. You win some, you lose some. RDF was watching live in the middle of the room. He now knows for sure that Team England will be playing on Sunday. Team South Africa is trying to go out with an absolutely massive bang here at the top of the group. An absolutely thunderous bang. They are winning currently 3-2 on aggregate in the Champions League semi-final. This would send them through to the Champions League final and give this group an opportunity to win its first Champions League. I think favorites for the competition. I'd probably go Germany, then Indonesia, then South Africa, then England. That being said, PvP is very different. And, you know, I think that Team England showed something it hadn't showed in the first 2 days, which was that ability to really beat the big teams. And I think the energy that Aaron brings when it comes to the PvP, I think that could overwhelm some teams. Oh, my goodness, it's a goal for Barcelona. Don't worry, South Africa is basically already good, but they would love to actually win a trophy. They would love to actually win a trophy. That would be nice. That would be really nice for them. It's a league win for Brighton. It's a league win. I believe that might just be end of season there. For the Netherlands, they, of course, got knocked out of the Champions League, so they can't keep the pressure on in this group, but they have at least won the league. They finished third, they finished second, they won the league. You got to love that type of consistency. We go back to Team South Africa.
I'm worried about this red situation. Why for the pace?
Yeah, PvP starts tomorrow. Chad, I'm going to go grab my dinner. There's a lot to come. You're going to hear from all of the managers and all of the groups, of course, in the press conferences tonight. And we are going to round out our group play by seeing what is going to happen with all of these managers, particularly in Group B that have kind of Champions League finals and stuff left to play, and see all of your fan favorites one more time. But I'm going to eat dinner while they're playing this match and see if Team South Africa can actually pull through. The very likely winners of Group B.
Same one as in the last round. Yeah. This one.
Go to the thing and say, imagine through that. Always classic, it's always a feat.
Oh my god.
Press.
Feels like a press. Why you press?
It's a press. Press. Press.
Yes, man! Let's go! Let's go, man. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Don't need 2 goals in the game. Takes it down.
Oh my god. Come on.
These two are dead. Oh.
Let's go. Two more games.
Running?
Yeah.
Some all the way. And we do some
My stream said that it was on the other screen. Some guy went off at me. Why? Don't start fights with people in Twitch chat. That's just stupid. What did I do?
We beat City 2-0. We beat City 2-0.
We even got school games this season.
My eyes are burning.
Needed the bathroom for that last hour. It's
Diogo-
always the stamp of the game.
We're missing Diogo Costa, by the way. It's out there.
Wins votes back. Also out done.
When you said they were the biggest pressure in their life, you took it literally and not in an FM environment. I don't know. What?
Check this. Why he's tired? So is Xavier but faster. Do I just start them and then sub?
Hello, fellas.
Earlier, or do I start faster?
My name is the New Zealand, and is there a chat here? Has Zealand got a chat? Oh, it's there. Hey guys.
But you can play maybe
This is very confusing with the South Africans in my ears as well. Anyway, what I wanted to come and say was one of the conditions of 3-3 competitions, right? Or esport competitions, right, is theoretically people can get an advantage by taking like stuff that makes you concentrate, like Adderall, stuff like that, I think. So we got a message in like this big WhatsApp chat the other day saying that there will be some random drug tests going on to check people not taking concentration drugs and stuff like that. I'm not quite sure what it all is, personally. Anyway, hilariously, Jack went for a wee, came out the toilet, and is now having to wait till he needs a wee again in a random drugs test, which is hilarious. So Jack just sat in a room on his own, having to wait for this, which is very funny.
I think we had 2 conditions.
Keck W in the chat for that one. How have you enjoyed the tournament then, chat? How have you enjoyed it? Has it been fun? Have you enjoyed it? I'm going to have to turn this down a little bit, I'm afraid. It's very distracting because I can't hear myself, but I can hear them. You enjoyed the tournament though? I'm sorry me and Jack couldn't do much better. We had our fair share of bad luck, I feel. A bit of a meme. But we enjoyed it massively. It's been a lot of fun for us. Why don't I stream anymore? Not enough time. Not enough time. There's too many good people doing it as well.
All good.
But we had a good fun time. It's a case by the end of it, we were just laughing. If you didn't laugh, you were crying. So that's what we ended up doing. From my understanding as well, Aaron and Matt, they're through to tomorrow, which is great. From the sporting group that I was playing in, Indonesia are through. And I believe Germany are through as well. I'm not quite sure what's going on in Brighton to my left. But I'd like to get an opinion. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow? Who do you think is going to be winning this? Obviously, I've got to say England. I'm backing my boys. What do you boys reckon? What do you think is happening? How is it having the real John Terry do your Champions League draw? That was bizarre. I don't think anyone in the history of Football Manager has ever had the actual person doing the draw in the game doing it with you in real life. That was very surreal. And we thought he gave us quite a nice draw with Napoli until our keeper got injured and we had to put Beto in goal. Wasn't great. A lot of Germany's in the chat, a few Indonesias, not many Englands. Not sure how I feel about that. England all the way. RDF is an absolute machine. That man does not give up. That man is a bundle of joy. He's going to be all over it. It's coming home. Aaron is bringing it home. South Africa for the win. Oh, South Africa are doing really well, actually, aren't they? Are they winning the Brighton group? Are they in front there? I'm not quite sure what's going on in Brighton's group. I feel like I know what's going on everywhere, apart from Brighton, really. England, of course. How far did you and Jack get? We don't talk about me and Jack. I think you can sort of point me and Jack down to 4 games that we just sort of, well, that was it, really, kind of thing. The obviously cup final in season 1, we lost on penalties. We didn't have much control over that, obviously. We then lost to Porto in the cup that year as well, where unfortunately That was the one game that season we didn't score. Season 2 and 3, we didn't lose a single game domestically in Portugal. I think we drew 5 games, won the other 80 odd. Incredibly domestic. And then actually in the Champions League phase, incredible. I think we won the Champions League phase in season 3. We came 3rd in season 2. And then it's just the silliness of the round of 16 where we have a 3xG against Aston Villa, can't score, they win. We have a 4xG against Napoli and a keeper injured, have to put a striker in goal. It's just hilarious, really. But it's Football Manager, right? It's why we hate the game, but also love it. European knockouts cost you. Exactly. It was right. We can hold our heads up high with 2 invincible seasons. One of them, you can get a maximum of 102 points in Portugal. That's the country I'm looking for. And we got 100 points, which is crazy. Do you think FIFA will host another one of these tournaments? I really hope so. I really hope so. It was so much fun. It's been amazing being here. Like, all these people from around the world, all loving this one game. You can talk to anyone here and you instantly got a connection with them. It's been fantastic. Like last night, I was having a beer with the French guys, then we were going to have a beer with the South Africans. They're really good guys. Been chatting with them quite a lot, actually. They're in the hotel with us and we've been chatting with them quite a bit. Some of the Dutch guys were there as well, having a beer with them. Like, it's just such a nice atmosphere. And for me now, with the pressure off, I suppose, like I'm going to spend more time just chatting with everyone and seeing what's going on and talking to a lot of people. So it's good fun. I'm not entirely sure how the draft is all working, if I'm honest with you. I don't know what the pool is. I don't know what the budget is. I know it's a snake, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1 is going to be good. So that's going to be fun. Would you want England to do more open qualification process next year? I'll be honest, it's not in my control to do it. I've obviously been a beneficiary of it not being open this year. Jack and RDF were invited. They then came to me and Matt and said, do you want to be our assistants? I was aware that England just don't generally do qualification stuff for all of their esports stuff, but that's usually because things like EAFC and Rocket League have a grassroots sort of field. What do you say? Grassroots system, grassroots scene. So people sort of progress through local tournaments and get to the top, and there's not that in FM, basically. But certainly me and Jack were talking about that we really want to do is get all 40 managers and assistants here into one Discord. And that is the start of this new international grassroots system. Like, we were really talking about that, and we spoke to some of the guys at FIFA about it. Like, can we just get everyone's Discord info off them? Because, you know, they've got it in GDPR and stuff like that. If we can have a tournament going with them, sort of thing. And start this whole grassroots system around the world. I mean, there's 20 countries here. Can we get that going all over the place? So that would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing to do something like that. Yeah, Jack asked me to be the assistant. Yeah, Jack came to me and said that. Tech's so good, no point to qualify. But again, Tech's came through that grassroots thing to get to the top, you know, for FIFA. And that's what needs to sort of start to happen with Football Manager in that sort of grassroots thing. And I think as well, this was an invitational, and FIFA as well want a lot of, like France, for example, France's manager has 1 million followers on Twitter. He's famous for ratioing Elon Musk twice and Emmanuel Macron as well, which is mental. So I think a lot of other content creators, I think the Indonesian guys are in the content scene as well. And I think, to my knowledge, they just sort of went to Jack and Aaron and said, look, let's do something. Let's talk and let's work something out. Watch Spain in the Champions League final, Tom. Spain. Now, how is Zealand setting this up? Is there like a... how do I see Spain? That's Korea. Netherlands. That's... is this Spain? That's Portugal. Spain. Okay, let's get this up. Spain, Champions League final. Oh, let's also go back to these boys. Mute them. Let's get some live. Oh my word, that's loud. How do I... let's turn that down a little bit. Okay. Okay. Hashtag better than Zealand. Thanks, fellas. Thanks, chat. Appreciate that. Hello. Thank you. Yeah, we gave it a best shot.
Dale, buonanotte. Le ha dado al nuestro. Sí.
Yeah, I will say the forehead's getting further back as I get older. It's a bit annoying. Thoughts on my Lincoln game? I saw we won 1-0. I know nothing other than that, so I couldn't possibly tell you thoughts. But thanks for the first time chat. Appreciate that. Zealand will love that, by the way. Imagine that, the first time you chat in a Zealand stream, it's not Zealand. Superb. Right, Brighton 2-1 up against Manchester United. Off the post. Off the post. Can I translate to Spanish? I'll try my best. Are we saying this is the Champions League final, by the way? Genuinely. Hello, Zealand from France. It's me, Zealand. Love to see you, my friends. Bonjour. Bonjour. Come on, fellas. Come on, Brighton. Let's get this win done. Oh my word. Shot, saved, corner. UCL final. I'm unaware of the whole what's going on here in Spain as well, to be fair. Like, is this a case if Spain win this, they top the group? What's going on here? Brighton on the attack again. They are dominating, but they just cannot get this on target. Oh my God. Man United building out from the back, but they're playing dangerous. Brighton with a real high press here. And they, oh my God. How have they not scored off that? How have they not scored? Gee, and they're still playing out from the back. They don't care. Man United playing with fire here. This is... What were Man United doing? Brighton showed...
Regalito, vaya regalito. Ha dicho el FM, bueno, te lo vamos a regalar por las 3 eliminatorias de penaltis que te he quitado.
I need to sort of brush this hair down a little bit, and it's not great. It's not great. It's not great. Oh, I think South Africa won the group already. Well, hopefully this pushes Spain up a little bit, get them into a high position. Oh, my word. Biblically accurate United, I know what you mean.
Sí, está muerto. No sé cómo ha hecho eso.
Bro. Oh, okay, cool. I've just seen this fake Zealand walk past me. I don't know what he's doing. Don't know. He tried talking to me. I'm too big time to talk to anyone else now. Let's look at this. United trying to build. If the United pull back a goal here, huge save from Simon. Huge save. Because I feel like in my position right now, a lot of the games we play, right, if we were in the Champions League and we're 3-1 up, not that we ever really were actually, but particularly the crunch games against like Benfica and Porto, right? When me and Jack were sitting there and we're 3-1 up, we're quite chilled. A 2-goal lead, we're feeling pretty comfortable, but it's as soon as it goes down to 1-goal deficit. If it goes down to a 1-goal deficit, that's when I start to panic a little bit. I can tell Jack's getting tetchy. And genuinely, because we're in this competitive environment, right, if we sat at home playing it, it's chill. But when I was in the arena over there and was 1 goal in and we need to win because other teams around us are winning, my heart rate's going up. I've got this ring that detects my heart rate, right, and I kept going to check it every now and again. And I'm just sat down playing Football Manager, but I think at one point it peaked at like close to 150 beats per minute because I'm just sat there so adrenaline plugged into this. And as things start to slip away, obviously you calm down a little bit, but this is massive, right, for these guys right now. As Diamande, who is insane for us. Obviously they've signed him off Sporting in this. Oh, that's poor. But huge from Unai Simon. Huge from Unai Simon. Do you stream on Twitch or just do YouTube content? I'll plug for YouTube. It's just YouTube. Tom FM on YouTube. If you're not subscribed, I'd recommend it. But a little plug while I'm sat here. So interesting, they're playing a 4-2-4. I think everyone playing in Porto's group over there, we were all playing 4-2-3-1. I don't think anyone actually went for a 4-2-4. We were all plugged into this 4-2-3-1, playing very similar systems, right? Also, am I a bit too loud? I think I'm chatting a bit too loud, maybe. Sorry, everyone, for breaking your eardrums. Oh, Ollie, you love to see it. Thank you, my friend. Thanks for the shout-out. And thank you, Mombot, for the shout-out too. Love you, fellas. What's the next Champions League game you're going to? So the next Champions League, obviously I'm doing a game at every round of the Champions League. I need to work out, basically, who's playing where. I've not looked at the draw yet. But hopefully Sporting in Zagreb, that'd be cool. Right.
What happened?
So, Brighton 3-1 up against Man United in the Champions League final.
Right.
Man United just gave away silly goals. They were playing it around the back, and then Brighton won the ball on the edge of the penalty area, had a shot, saved.
Yeah.
Man United then do the exact same thing, literally 30 seconds later, and this time Brighton scored off it. So 3-1 up. Since then, United have had a few decent chances, but just can't get the ball back in the net.
Se acabó la puta final, coño.
It's a done deal. Brighton are winning the Champions League for Spain, or Spain are winning the Champions League with Brighton.
New Zealand's interviewing me.
Yeah.
For the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know who I am in this regard.
Yeah, we've got Pep Guardiola now.
Yeah, greetings.
Champions League. Yes. I got stopped by the accreditation.
Oh, yeah, they're on it, to be fair.
No, they are on it. I was walking back in and she was like, "Who are you?" And I was like,
You've not been basically living here for the past week.
I was like, fortunately, there was a guy that works at SI that recognized me. So I was literally standing out there for a while, like desperately chatting, and the streamer's like, "No, well, say a big thank you to Tom.
Thanks for your time.
Subscribe to his YouTube. Make 4 accounts and subscribe with all of them. He makes excellent YouTube videos. If you have somehow not come across them." And a huge thank you to him for filling the time so that I could go eat. And a huge shout out to Spain for winning the Champions League final. They're going to make this final table look very, very, very respectable here. This looks like a Champions League final for Team South Africa as well. There was some drama going on with Portugal. They won something. They've beaten Chelsea in what I imagine is the FA Cup. That looks like the FA Cup. So congratulations to Portugal for winning against Chelsea in the FA Cup. That is a really, we want Tom back. The hair's gone. Forehead extensions installed. It's crazy, chat. It's absolutely crazy. Oh, they won on penalties? Oh, he went into... Dude's a streamer. Dude's a natural streamer. It's an FA Cup title. I was just confirming it's an FA Cup title. It's a Champions League title for Spain, but they didn't win the league, which doesn't put the pressure on South Africa. We'll tune in live with South Africa. Shave it off, G. I don't know. I got a haircut. I think it looks... my hair looks way better, short.
Oh.
Just really appreciate you letting me on Tom's stream. You guys have really embraced me, and that does mean a lot. That does mean a lot. Tom dwarves it. No, yeah, Tom is like 6'4". He's like 3 inches taller than me. Tom is a very large man. I am not a small man. I'm not like an exceedingly large man, but I am definitely taller. Tom is tall. Down to the last 4 minutes here for South Africa. And I find it funny that I don't know, but I believe it's the Champions League final. Waterboy, thank you for the 6 months in advance, man. I appreciate it. Tell you in centimeters, I think 185, 186. Some in that neighborhood. Yeah, Lelujo insists he's 6'2". He's not. He's obviously at least 6'3". He says he's 6'2" to mess with me. I'm 6'1 3/4 at every doctor's office I've been to since I was 13 years old. I've been the same height since I was 13. So, Lelujo's just very good at trying to mess with you with that sort of stuff. All 4 groups are settled, yeah.
Let's go!
Much.
90th minute. It's Team South Africa tying it up in the Champions League. They deserve it. The XG is like 2 full points in favor of South Africa. They freaking deserve it.
Come on, get the winner, please.
Yeah. No, I was very tall. The doctor looked at me and told me I was going to be over 2 meters tall. My dad was like, NBA? I was like, hell yeah, I'm going to be in the NBA. And then I never grew again. Really traumatic event, honestly.
So slow.
Team's exhausted. South Africa's team is utterly exhausted. They did not get back at all. Hey, happy birthday, Zach FM. You know, Zach FM, happy birthday to you. Now we got a Champions League final going on, but the groups are settled. We're just seeing if South Africa can put the little cherry on top here. That's offside. That's offside. That's offside. Enzo Bento knows. Enzo Bento knows ball. That's why he's going to the Final Four.
So good.
That's why he's going to the Final Four. He knows ball. See, he knows ball. Hey, Enzo, you know ball. Give it like 5 seconds.
Extra time.
How big is the delay? I heard it on his stream. Come on. He's so locked in right now. I was just testing the delay. He's so dialed in, he totally didn't even notice it. That or I just got utterly blanked. But Enzo and I, you know, we're good friends. We're like cubby mates at work. He knows ball. I think this was off too. Yeah, it's offside. I think it's offside. I do want to check on Group C. I just want to see what Poland's up to. Oh, Poland's winning in the Champions. I think Poland's going to win the Champions League. It's not for, you know, it's all settled up now, but I think Poland's going to win the Champions League. We'll go over to Group B.
What a tackle. What a tackle,
Oh,
man.
here we go. Group winners, Team South Africa, trying to take a Champions League title. Poland's won. Poland has won the Champions League title. Oh, my goodness.
I saw it as soon as he bit the ball.
He's saying he was off. Enzo's been right every step of the way. I didn't see it, obviously. It was just clicking back, confirming Poland scored again to him. Hey, I've got some news for you. I think something real good's about to happen for Team South Africa. I just heard them. Here it is in the 120th minute. The group winners to win the Champions League. Yes! It's Ignace van der Bremt. And I think it's finally hit Enzo for the first time that he's going to win the group, that he's going to bring home the Champions League, the League Cup, the Premier League. If they played the FA Cup final, I don't know. I have no idea. Enzo Bento has won it all in Group B. He is the one to represent the Brighton group in the Final Four for South Africa, the only representative from the continent of Africa at this tournament. Poland, of course, we were just looking, has won the Champions League. Them and Indonesia winning Champions Leagues out of Group C, which is an incredible performance. Enzo Bento for South Africa. It's a win. It's a Champions League win. Did they win the FA Cup? I guess no, they lose in the semifinal. How's RDF doing? He's probably in a coma. That dude's expended more energy. They won all 4? Wow. Did they? I don't know. Doesn't matter. They won the group either way. Team South Africa, the champions of Group B. The winners of Group B. We look at Group C. You see Poland just won the Champions League final against AC Milan. That means 3 of the 5 teams in Group C won a Champions League final. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. We click through Group D. We see Malaysia just going. They're going over the collapse against Porto that obviously knocked them out. Lithuania, they are already done. We actually have no idea where Peru's ended up here. They've got a Croatian Cup final. Let's see if we can find like a little look at the sketch here. They got knocked out in the Europa League round of 16 by Stuttgart. So they are just wrapping up their season in Croatia, savoring the last couple of moments of this tournament. Team Switzerland is done as well, and so they are the final team in Group D that is continuing to manage. Nur Kamarudin, as any studious football manager player would, is currently actively breaking down exactly what went wrong in that situation. Now, what we are going to do, since everything has been wrapped up, we have our 4 group winners. We know what's happened. We know who's won that final glorious Champions League. We are going to raid over to FIFA E. But before we do that, I just want to say that these 3 days have been some of the most fun days I've ever had streaming. Thank you guys so much for being a part of them. For those people that were here like the entire time, or if you were here just for 5 seconds of that time and you just happen to be here now while I'm saying thank you, I really appreciate it. I've had an absolutely amazing time. This tournament is a banger. I hope you had half as much fun watching it as I did streaming from the floor of it every single day. We will be back tomorrow to cover the draft. I haven't exactly decided how we're going to stream it, but I guarantee you that if you are here and you are paying attention to schedule updates in Discord, you will know exactly where to watch the final. If you were able to attend live, I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. Fist bump. Thank you to everybody that subscribed over the course of today. I know I probably wasn't able to thank everyone, but I do really, really appreciate it. That's the sort of stuff that allows us to continue to do things like this. So I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the FIFA E show. It's going to very quickly get into the press conference, and that press conference is going to be fantastic. It'll be the last opportunity to say goodbye to so many of the managers that we've fallen in love with over the last 3 days of competition. The first ever Football Manager World Cup presented by FIFA and FIFA E here. Entertainment-wise for me, which is all I can judge, it's a tremendous success. And I think a fabulous test of Football Manager, and it is going to be amazing tomorrow. Team Germany, Team South Africa, Team Indonesia, Team England. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.